3 years after the Tournament of Power, as the seventh universe basked in tranquility. A dimensional tremor from beyond the Omni-King system rent the heavens asunder. From the remnants of Universe 13, the Mirror Legion, wielders of dark matter energy, surged forth, guiding the forsaken Dark King of the Otherworld towards the ultimate arena of trials. Amidst the glimmer of silver hair, Goku grasped the quintessence of Ultra Instinct, while Vegeta's destructive purple flames seared through the shackles of divinity. As the Inspector Hel descended, bearing the cleansing decree from the Omni-King's palace, Bulma's temporal stabilization device emerged as the pivotal key to altering the tide of battle. In this divine war spanning 12 dimensions, the collision of Saiyan might and angelic power would redefine the very laws of existence within the cosmos. Chapter 1. Anomalies in energy during routine training. Fragments of the void floated within the gravity chamber, where 200 times Earth's gravity rendered each speck of dust as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Goku stood bare-chested amidst the chaotic energy currents, his Super Saiyan blue aura forming a honeycomb-like quantum shield upon his skin. Suddenly, he dispelled his defenses, allowing a vacuum blade to slice through his chest. Before a drop of his pale golden blood could fall, the wound healed itself in the topology of a Klein bottle. "You seem unusually distracted today, Kakarot." Vegeta's roar was laden with destructive energy. The violet flames grazed Goku's ears before curiously rebounding 3 meters behind him, as if nudged by an unseen hand. The prince's pupils constricted in horror as he beheld his ultimate flash disintegrate into countless golden fireflies, which began to gnaw at the alloy walls of the gravity chamber. Goku raised his hand to catch a firefly, ripples emanating from his palm. Strange, the energy flow feels like stepping on a banana peel. Before he could finish, the entire gravity chamber underwent quantum transformation, revealing a network of blood vessels formed from ancient Saiyan script on the walls. Vents exhaled a milky mist, suffused with the familiar scent of Bulma's vanilla hand cream. Suddenly, the beeping of Vegeta's scouter pierced the air, the display indicating Goku's energy purity was escalating exponentially. "Don't move." He flung a binding ring, yet the nanochains melted into stardust upon touching Goku's skin. Where the viscous substance dripped, the ground sprouted clusters of crystalline formations resembling infant teeth. Whis! Their voices harmonized, piercing the dimensional veil. The angel appeared, gliding in a waltz, with a crystal ball atop his staff, oozing blood. He rarely donned a serious expression, lightly tapping Goku's chest with his staff. The silver-haired Ultra Instinct, usually resplendent, now emanated a hue reminiscent of placental pink. That it appears young Goku has prematurely entered a rebellious phase, Whis remarked, dispersing the energy residue clinging to his fingertips. Those particles coalesced in the air, forming the outline of the Omni-King's emblem. "Your training has awakened certain, shall we say, cosmic gestational responses?" In the Capsule Corporation's underground laboratory, Bulma's pregnant belly inadvertently toppled a quantum analyzer. Steadying herself against the console, she discovered the 3-dimensional projection of a fetal DNA strand was spontaneously recombining. The genetic sequence matched precisely with that inscribed on a tablet unearthed from the ruins of planet Vegeta 3 months prior. More bizarrely, the fetal heartbeat aligned perfectly with the alarm of the gravity chamber. "Trunks, get the antimatter restrainer." Before she could finish her sentence, the laboratory tilted at a 45-degree angle. All equipment floated as cellular samples in petri dishes began to divide into miniature Saiyan embryos. Grasping the safety railing, Bulma's wristwatch projected real-time footage of Goku, enveloped in a swirling pink aura, within which hundreds of fetal specters could be faintly discerned. "Mom." Trunks burst through the blast door, his gravity sword's blade quantumizing. "Goten says his instant transmission malfunctioned. He's stuck in the microwave." The ocean of data within the Omni-King's palace surged tumultuously. The 2 Omni-Kings ceased their game of stacking erasers as the cosmic model in their hands sprouted an umbilical cord, tethering to a specific coordinate in the 7th universe. The Grand Minister's fingers, trailing golden blood, manipulated the void, and upon touching Goku's energy signal, all repair codes transformed into the waveform of infants. "Whale, Inspector Hel requesting access." The mechanical angel's voice crackled with electromagnetic interference. The holographic image of the silver-haired Valkyrie had yet to fully materialize, yet her sword was already pointed towards Goku's location. Detected illegal creation activity. Immediate purification requested. Within the gravity chamber, Vegeta's destructive energy surged uncontrollably. He fixated on the silver emblem manifesting in his palm, mirroring the mark upon Goku's hand, together forming a complete uterine totem. "What nonsense is this?" The purple flames erupted into a supernova, only to be assimilated by the pink energy upon reaching the ceiling, condensing into a membrane-like energy cocoon. Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff, channeling the rampaging energy into a temporal rift. Now is not the time for pre-labor anxiety. The angelic halo suddenly fissured, exuding amniotic fluid laced with starlight. Little Bulma's fetus was absorbing these anomalous energies, and we must. An explosion interrupted his speech. The North Kai's terrified visage appeared on the communication screen, his jade nebula behind him being engulfed by a purple rift. A translucent hand, resembling that of a human infant but adorned with miniature Omni King crowns, stretched from within the rift. Deep within the depths of Mount Pozu, Din's green aura unexpectedly darkened to a deep crimson. He clutched his suddenly distended abdomen, the Namekian regenerative ability now turning into a curse, as cells corrupted by energy anomalies began to divide into unknown life forms. Gohan rushed into the cave, witnessing 12 tentacles adorned with suction cups extending from his master's cloak, each ending with Goku's compound eye. Use the special beam cannon. Din strained to issue the command, yet the tentacles ensnared Gohan's wrist. The Scholar Warrior's glasses suddenly displayed a dire warning in Namekian. Abortion prohibited. Returning to the gravity chamber, Goku levitated cross-legged at the center of the energy vortex. His Super Saiyan blue form was fading, replaced by a translucent pearl-like state. Vegeta's attacks inexplicably diverted with each approach, as if the laws of the universe were shielding a nascent existence. You see those light veins? Was pointed towards the luminous ribbons flowing around Goku, their energy trajectories reconstructing into the embryonic forms of the 12 universes. Little Goku is now a living womb. The prince tore apart his wristbands and hurled them towards the energy cocoon, the nanomaterial devolving in a single-celled organism's mid-flight. Speak plainly. To put it simply, the angel brushed aside his bangs. His cells are executing a creation program encoded in the Saiyan genome 70,000 years ago, and you're training today. The staff suddenly plunged into the void, extracting Frisia, who was struggling against the current of time, inadvertently activating this program. The Cosmic Emperor, still bewildered, found himself ensconced in pink energy, his ultimate form devolving within the energy cocoon until he ultimately resembled a curled-up embryo. The other end of the umbilical cord tethered to Goku's energy core, into Bulma's laboratory. The quantum computer abruptly went black. Trunks cleaved through the smoking mainframe with his gravity sword, discovering that all chips had transformed into biological components made of Saiyan fetal hair. Bulma collapsed amidst the ruins, her pregnant belly now bearing the same emblem as Goku's hand. Mom. The boy gazed in horror at the outline of a tiny hand pressing against his mother's abdomen, those diminutive fingers beckoning to him through the skin, the antiquated telescope of Kame House suddenly erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Master Roshi emerged from the debris, his gaze drawn to the rapidly receding sea level, where countless carcasses of colossal deep-sea creatures lay heaped in a semblance of an altered as he wielded the fan of bananas to summon a tempest in an attempt to contact King Kai. A colossal anatomical diagram of a uterus, formed of vapor, materialized amidst the clouds. Vegeta, with a determined expression, unleashed tenfold destructive energy upon the energy cocoon. This assault was not deflected but entirely absorbed. The surface of the energy cocoon fractured, revealing not a newborn, but a pair of forceps forged from dark matter, their shape eerily reminiscent of the weapon Bardock had. Clutched at the moment of his sacrifice, in that instant, the life forms of the entire seventh universe contracted in unison, and the Orion arm of the Milky Way writhed in agony as it birthed a black sun. Chapter 2. Whis reveals the contents of the ancient prophecy inscription. The staff in Whis's hand traced the intricate path of a Klein bottle through the air, causing the tea set suspended within the crystal sphere to abruptly freeze. The angel's customary playful demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling, almost mechanical coldness. Perhaps it was prudent to examine this before indulging in the freshly baked galactic almond pastries. He gently tapped the table, and the unique white jade of the divine realm suddenly shed its guise, revealing a black obsidian tablet inscribed with ancient Saiyan script. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. The characters mirrored the forbidden inscriptions found within the royal chambers of Bardock. Even more bizarrely, as his gaze swept across the third line, a dark crimson liquid seeped from the surface of the stone, coalescing into the shape of an umbilical cord in the weightless environment. Do not read with your eyes. But with this, Whis suddenly materialized behind the prince, the tip of his staff pressing against Vegeta's tailbone. A violent tremor coursed through Vegeta's body. As memories encoded in his Saiyan surged forth like a tidal wave, he beheld his ancestors kneeling before the first supreme, Kai 70,000 years ago, each warrior's spine embedded with luminous cuneiform script. The moment Goku's hand touched the inscription, his silver hair erupted uncontrollably, strands intertwining with the inscription, enveloping the obsidian surface in a cocoon-like shroud. Whis whistled. It appears the prophecy favors a more feral interpretation. What on earth is inscribed here? Beerus grumbled, scratching his ear, as destructive energy coalesced at his claws, forming miniature black holes. Why does every word seem to be twisting? The angel's staff lightly tapped the void, and the inscription suddenly projected in 3 dimensions above the dessert rack. The Saiyan characters began to quantum leap, reorganizing into the foundational code of the Omni King system. In terms you can comprehend, every Saiyan is a living encrypted storage device, harboring a backup key to the creation program. Bulma's laboratory erupted with alarm. She clutched her protruding belly and rushed to the control panel, realizing that the fetal heartbeat was resonating with the energy fluctuations of the Destroyer realm. The holographic screen displayed previously unseen Saiyan characters, perfectly aligning with the remnants of Bardock's notes she had discovered amidst the ruins 3 months prior. Trunks, bring me the neural link helmet. She affixed electrodes to her temples, and the silver emblem on her pregnant belly suddenly radiated light. The fetus's tiny hand pressed against the touchscreen, automatically inputting a triple encrypted genetic password. Gohan's tactical board emitted a buzzing sound deep within the library as he opened the tome titled Ancient Rituals of Namek. The pages began to ooze a viscous substance, reforming the text into the same inscription Whis had displayed. Even more strangely, the scholarly glasses he wore began to automatically project fragmented memories of the first Supreme Kai, who was inscribing the cosmic code using the spinal fluid of Saiyan warriors. Dad! The young scholar warrior suddenly dashed to the communicator. Quick, stop Whis from decoding. Those characters are. The inscriptions from the divine realm erupted with blinding light. Vegeta fell to his knees as the layers of the Saiyan royal genetic lock unraveled, his retina forcibly loading ancient memories, the first Supreme Kai placing a weeping infant into a gestation pod, the birthmark on the back of that child's neck mirroring the emblem on Goku's hand. We are not a warrior race. The prince spat forth blood laced with binary code, but living USB drives. Whis elegantly wiped the droplets of blood that splattered onto his sleeve. Accuracy at 873. The deduction is the omission of the energy conversion module's description. With a graceful flick of his staff, the inscription suddenly fractured into 12 rotating Klein bottles, each reflecting a different apocalyptic scenario of the universe. Bulma's scream pierced through the dimensional barrier. The laboratory's mainframe expelled quantum bubbles, enveloping her in an energy cocoon. The fetal heartbeat resonated through the communicator, harmonizing with the vibrations of the inscription. Goku's silver hair suddenly pierced the void, yanking out the sword of the overseer, Hela, from the crevices of time. It seems the audience has gathered. Whis snapped his fingers, and the tea set resumed its operation. The steaming cappuccino's frothy surface arranged itself into the emblem of the Hela family, a design that perfectly matched the stretch marks on Bulma's abdomen. Vegeta struggled to rise, destructive energy coalescing in his palm into a data dagger. Clarify. What do these codes signify? Shoo. The angel suddenly pressed a finger to his lips. The genetic key of the 7th generation Saiyan Prince is currently being verified. The surface of the inscription revealed a projection of Vegeta's DNA chain, as a hidden genetic fragment abruptly activated, tinting the obsidian a deep violet reminiscent of pupils. Gohan's warning resonated at that moment. Those characters are a self-destruct program. Once fully deciphered, his voice was cut short by the cosmic inception emitted by the inscription. The entire Destroyer Temple began to quantumize, amniotic fluid seeping from the cracks in the tiles, illuminated by starlight. Hela's holographic image forcibly breached the dimensional blockade. The sword of the Valkyrie pointed toward the transforming inscription. According to the 97 trillionth article of the Creation Codex, immediately terminate any illicit creation activities. Yet, a flicker of human fear flashed in her mechanical eye as the Saiyan characters began rewriting her core code. Bulma emitted a primal scream from within the energy cocoon. The fetal palm penetrated the skin of her abdomen, pressing against the violently vibrating projection of the inscription. In an instant, all Saiyan characters transformed into a nurturing guide, while the emblem on Hela's sword devolved into infant footprints. Surprise! Whis suddenly unfurled 12 pairs of tattered wings. The true content of the prophecy is a parenting manual. He directed a stream of antimatter baby formula from the tip of his staff, transforming the chaotic energy fluctuations into gentle quantum ripples. Goku abruptly sat cross-legged in midair, his silver hair woven into a massive cradle. I think I understand. Are these characters teaching us how to change the universe's diaper? Vegeta's scanner suddenly erupted in sparks. Before it was completely rendered inoperable, he glimpsed the ultimate command buried within his genetic chain. When the bloodlines of the 2 Saiyan royals resonated, it would activate the Creation Protocol version 20. At that moment, the fetus within Bulma was emitting an energy wavelength perfectly in sync with Kakarot. The inscription trembled violently, cracking open to reveal an internal crystalline embryo. Whis' smile softened unexpectedly. Come, meet your great-great-great-grandfather. He gently shattered the crystalline shell. revealing a curled infant Supreme Kai with a tail. Chapter 3, The Galactic Prison Riot Incident. As Gak's wings were pierced by chains of dark matter, he heard the brittle sound of his bones fracturing. Blue blood flowed along the alloy walls, coalescing into floating beads in the weightless environment. The galactic patrolman struggled to turn his head. The leader of the rioters was using a bone blade to slice through the blast door of the control room. Amidst the sparks generated by the friction of metal against metal, he caught sight of the dark red glow emanating from the gaps in the scales on the assailant's neck, a frequency that matched precisely with the energy of the Dark King of Destruction recorded 3 months ago at the Tournament of Power. Password, reset. Gak pressed the encryption button on the emergency communicator with the tip of his tail, but was met only with a jarring electromagnetic static. The surveillance footage displayed prisoners in Zone 32, their eyes transformed entirely into a pitch-black substance akin to crude oil, with serpentine anomalies visibly writhing beneath their skin, rapidly scaling. Suddenly, a prisoner with a lizard-like head lunged at the camera, spewing a fluorescent green slime from his corroded teeth. Warning, life support systems compromised. The synthetic voice echoed as Gak felt a burning pain radiating from his left wing. The dark matter chains were consuming his cells, the fibers of his patrol uniform melting into a gelatinous substance, revealing the rolling blue skin beneath. With his last ounce of strength, he tore off the metal from his chest, a quantum beacon modified by Bulma. As Android 17 trimmed trees on a jungle aisle, his wristwatch suddenly erupted in sparks. The encryption signal's holographic projection forcibly activated, flashing an outline of a Saiyan wreathed in dark red flames. The figure raised a hand to unleash a key blast, a posture that perfectly matched Dr. Gero's tactical data. The android narrowed its eyes as the nanosceners detected the coordinates of the signal source. Galactic Prison B-32. Marin. He shouted towards the beach, but his voice caught in his throat. 5 half-mechanical cyborgs emerged from the quantum foam, their energy cores overloaded, emitting a piercing shriek. Evidently remote-controlled suicide weapons. Number 18 shielded her daughter behind her, yet the energy projectile coalescing at her fingertips abruptly extinguished as an energy-devouring force field enveloped the entire island. 3 seconds. Number 17 communicated with her sister through lip movements, the artificial neural synapses projecting tactical analysis directly onto her retina. The leftmost enemy displayed a 0.3-second energy lag at the right arm joint, identifying the location of the control core. A smirk graced Number 18's lips as she leapt off the beach in her high heels, her long legs tracing an arc of death, the heel precisely penetrating the target's reactor core. The shockwave from the explosion uprooted palm trees, and Marin's wrist-mounted force field generator activated automatically. A pale blue shield unfolded just in time, isolating corrosive liquid from the interior. The girl curled up within the energy barrier, her pupils reflecting the image of her uncle crushing the skull of the second cyborg with his bare hands, the cranium still emitting electronic laughter upon impact. Container, ready. The nuclear reactor of the galactic prison began to overload. Gak sat slumped in the corner of the control room, watching the mercury column of the thermometer breach the critical point. The rioters carved bizarre uterine totems into the walls with bone blades. The center embedded with fragments of Goku's battle suit, a sample that had mysteriously vanished after the Tournament of Power. The warden suddenly realized that the lines of these patterns bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Namekian runes researched by Bulma 3 months prior. Initiate the Delta Protocol, he commanded, striking a hidden button with his tail tip. The liquid nitrogen pipes shattered in response, an absolute zero cold wave sweeping through the entire prison. However, the rioters, who should have frozen, emitted pleasurable moans, their scales bursting forth with green luminescence, assembling fragmented Saiyan glyphs in the air. Gak deciphered the phrase. It was the proclamation made by Bardock's royal family when executing traitors. Bloodline is sin. As Number 17's craft breached the outer layer of the energy cocoon, the artificial skin emitted a burning alarm. The dark matter tendrils writhed like living entities, ensnaring his ankles and decomposing the nanofibers into fundamental particles. Number 18's energy cannon blasted open a path, only to discover that the wall material had been quantumized, allowing the rioters' bodies to switch freely between the tangible and intangible. Marin's force field wristband suddenly operated at an overload, projecting real-time images of Bulma's laboratory into the air as the energy patterns of the two spaces synchronized and reformed. The game must come to an end. The holographic image of Inspector Hel suddenly descended. Her sword pierced through Number 17's mechanical heart, yet sparks unexpectedly erupted from the blade. There was no energy core within the android's chest, only a pulsating dark red flame. So it was, the Valkyrie's mechanical eye flickered with data flows. You are also part of the container. Vegeta's detector suddenly blared with alarms. He was in the gravity chamber training with Goku, uncontrollable destructive energy surging towards a specific coordinate. Kakarot. The prince roared, shattering the training apparatus. Your energy is spiraling out of control. Goku stared blankly at his trembling hands, silver threads interwoven within his ultra instinct aura, forming a shape reminiscent of an umbilical cord, its end connected to an invisible dimensional rift. Whis' afternoon tea set suddenly levitated. The angel gazed at the surface of the red tea, where images of galactic prison materialized, the crystal at the tip of his staff fracturing for the first time. Lord Beerus, he turned to the dozing destroyer god. Did you ever notice the genetic coding abnormalities when you obliterated the 6th universe Saiyans? The only reply was the resounding snores echoing through the temple. Whis sighed softly, using cream puffs to create an anatomical diagram of the cosmic womb on the table. As the last piece of pastry fell into place, the entire realm of destruction began to tremble. The pattern formed by those treats astonishingly mirroring the engravings on the walls of galactic prison. At the zenith of the riot, all prisoners suddenly froze. Their bodies liquefied and reformed, coalescing into a vast amniotic membrane at the center of the prison. Marin's force field wristband detached automatically, soaring towards the core of the membrane. In the instant that number 17 grasped his niece, he glimpsed the face of Inspector Hel reflected in her pupils. Uncle, the girl's voice transformed into an electronic synthetic tone. Mom needs this. A scream from deep within the membrane echoed Bulma's voice. The quantum signals from galactic prison pierced dimensions, resonating with the genetic map from the Capsule Corporation laboratory. As the dark energy reactor ultimately exploded, Gak caught a glimpse of the ultimate truth in the blinding light. Every rioter bore a silver emblem on the nape of their neck, identical to the one on Goku's hand. Chapter 4. Bulma deciphered the coordinates of the dimensional rift. Her fingertips danced across the holographic keyboard, the cooling system of the quantum computer emitting an unbearable hum. The laboratory's radiation-proof walls oozed starry-colored slime, accumulating in the corner into the shape of a baby's hand. She tore away the constricting maternity garb, fiercely donning the neural link helmet, 3 data cables rising and falling with the movements of her abdomen, resembling an umbilical cord connecting to another dimension. Trunks replaced the 7th-generation quantum chip with one made from Saiyan hair material. She roared into the air, her eyes fixed on the pulsating genetic map in the 3-dimensional projection. The boy stumbled into the materials cabinet, clutching a chip box that was undergoing quantumization. The circuit boards woven from Goku's training suit fibers resonated with some high-dimensional energy. The holographic screen suddenly erupted into static, and Bulma's pupils reflected a bizarre scene. The uterine totems inscribed by the galactic prison rioters were synchronously flickering with the stretch marks on her abdomen. The fetal heartbeat monitor emitted a shrill alarm, the values breaching the instrument's limits in an instant as the laboratory's nanobots collectively revolted, assembling a deletion command for the Omni King system in the air. Mom. Trunks plunged the gravity sword into the control panel, the electromagnetic pulse erupting from the hilt temporarily incapacitating the rampaging robots. He was horrified to discover that his mother's pregnant belly was becoming transparent, revealing the baby's hand pressing against the uterine wall, each finger marked with Saiyan ancient script. Bulma suddenly seized a laser pointer, frantically calculating against the radiation-proof glass. The heightened sixth sense she acquired during her pregnancy enabled her to discern the patterns of energy fluctuations. The dark matter signals emanating from the galactic prison astonishingly established a quantum entanglement with the ancient inscriptions revealed by Whis. As the final equation was completed, 12 overlapping gravitational source coordinates emerged upon the glass surface, each precisely corresponding to the cosmic orientations that would be obliterated by the tournament of power. In the 13th universe, she trembled as she caressed the coordinates, and the fetus within her suddenly kicked violently. The monitoring device sparked, and the exhaust vent of the quantum computer expelled a delicate pink mist, which coalesced in the air into the visage of Inspector Hel. The Valkyrie's electronic eye scanned the coordinate data, her mechanical voice resonating with an unusual tremor. You have unlocked a pathway that should not have been opened. The laboratory abruptly tilted at a 45-degree angle as the anti-gravity devices failed en masse. Trunks clutched the impending topple of the gene analyzer, witnessing his mother's amniotic fluid sample boiling within the test tube. The liquid breached the confines of glass, forming a miniature cosmic model in the zero-gravity environment. A replica of the 6th universe's Saiyan homeworld, obliterated by the Omni King. Utilizing Goku's cellular sample, Bulma plunged a syringe into her thigh, the pale golden blood vaporizing in the air. As the blood mist touched the projection of the coordinates, the 12 gravitational sources suddenly collapsed into a Klein bottle structure. The fissure's core coordinates flickering at the bottle's mouth, remnants of the Dark King Kai's relics, once worshipped by ancient Saiyans. Suddenly, Whis' afternoon teacup cracked. The angel, with red tea staining the table, drew a Mobius strip, turning to Beerus with a light laugh. It appears young Bulma has unraveled your seal. The cake in the destroyer's claw fell into the tea stain, the cream tracing a coordinate map identical to that of Bulma's laboratory upon the white marble table. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the galactic prison, Number 17 ripped apart the dark matter tendrils with his bare hands. The mechanical eye of the android suddenly displayed the coordinates calculated by Bulma, the energy core spiraling out of control. "Take Marin and get out," he shouted to his sister. His chest armor cracking open to reveal a pulsating dark red energy core, resonating quantumly with the fissure coordinates. Marin's force field wristbands projected a holographic map, her pupils fracturing into a compound eye structure. "Uncle, there are so many crying stars." Her vocal cords emitted an electronic echo, her tiny palm penetrating the quantum foam, directly modifying Number 17's navigation coordinates. Goku suddenly knelt in the gravity room, the super blue aura fading to a pearlescent white. He felt countless infantile hands tearing at his insides, the silver strands of ultra instinct entwining the void, spontaneously weaving into a starship navigation chart. "Vegeta." He expelled a liquid laced with stardust, these coordinates. "Shut up." The prince tore apart his training suit, revealing a star map tattoo emerging on his back, perfectly overlapping with Bulma's calculated fissure coordinates. Destructive energy surged through his subcutaneous veins, scorching his skin with a burnt aroma. "This is the shameful brand of the Bardock clan." An explosion resonated from Capsule Corporation's underground. Bulma slumped before the control panel, watching Trunks cleave through the oncoming quantum foam with his gravity sword. The surface of her pregnant belly manifested Inspector Hel's family crest, the heartbeat of the fetus suddenly materializing as a sonic weapon, shattering the laboratory's bulletproof glass into dust. "So it is," she mused with a bittersweet smile as she caressed her abdomen, channeling her last reserves of strength into the holographic keyboard. As the fissure coordinates were encoded into the Saiyan gene chain, the entire building began to quantumize, bricks and debris reassembling in midair into a colossal birth canal model. Trunks leaped out of the window, cradling his mother, witnessing Number 17's spacecraft slicing through the clouds, its engines spewing forth starry amniotic fluid. Whis suddenly appeared above the ruins, the crystal orb at the tip of his staff fracturing into a web-like pattern. A perfect score, the angel hummed a lullaby, infusing Bulma's genetic code into the fissure coordinates. The atmosphere of the entire Earth began to ripple, the clouds splitting open like a vast purple wound, revealing the dark King Kai's altar in the stratosphere. Vegeta's detector erupted with quantum sparks. He tore off the defunct apparatus, his pupils reflecting the cosmic truth. Within every Saiyan's genes lay the encrypted star map. When the royal bloodline intertwined with technological intellect, the remnants of the obliterated universe would begin to resurrect, akin to an infant. "Kakarot." He blasted through the gravity room's dome, the violet flames entwined with royal blood surging skyward. Goku followed closely, his silver hair spontaneously weaving into a protective cocoon as they pierced the atmosphere. Behind them, all life on Earth began to quantumize, urban structures twisting into the shape of birth clamps, oceans rising in waves of amniotic fluid, nurturing newborn stars. As Bulma's calculated coordinates were fully activated, Inspector Hel's sword hung suspended above the human metropolis. The data stream in the Valkyrie's mechanical eye abruptly halted as she beheld her reflection infinitely replicated within the birth canal model, each replica resembling a Saiyan infant with a tail. "The game is over." Whis' voice echoed from the void. The angel's staff gently tapped Hel's forehead, rewriting her core code into a nurturing program. From the depths of the cosmic fissure emerged the first cries of the obliterated sixth universe Saiyans. Reborn from the womb of time, each newborn bearing the imprint of the coordinates calculated by Bulma. In the ruins of the laboratory, Trunks' tears fell upon his mother's forehead. Bulma's pregnant belly regained its tranquility, the heartbeat of the fetus synchronized with the pulsations of the newly birthed universe. She weakly raised her hand, injecting the final holographic data into her son's pupils. "Guard these coordinates well. They are the password to the universe's birth canal." Chapter 5. A mysterious shadow attacks the realm of destruction. Whis was adorning the alabaster dining table with a starlit embroidered tablecloth when the crystal tea set began to tremble spontaneously. Irregular ripples danced across the surface of the red tea, reflecting the anomalous energy vortex enveloping the dome of the destroyer's temple. Before the angel could raise his staff, the entire temple was drawn into a temporal rift, a quantum domain impervious even to the Omni King's influence. "Lord Beerus," Whis gently reminded, "the dessert you cherish from the seventh universe may require reordering." The destroyer awoke from his slumber, the strawberry daifuku in his claw having faded to a grayish hue, the cream filling oozing a tar-like substance. Instinctively, he unleashed destructive energy, yet the purple sphere evaporated into stardust upon touching the dome. The shadow descended from the folds of time without a sound. Its silhouette resembled a torn and reassembled reflection of Whis, with 12 pairs of shattered wings dripping with liquid dark matter. The first to retaliate was the temple's defense system. Automated turrets unleashed enough firepower to annihilate galaxies. Yet an eerie energy vortex formed around the shadow, converting all attacks into blooming dark red roses. Where their petals fell, miniature black holes sprouted from the temple's floor. Our guest requires a souvenir. Whis elegantly dodged an incoming rose, the crystal orb at the tip of his staff fracturing. His graceful steps inscribed a sealing matrix upon the ground, only to witness his angelic halo gradually corroding under the shadow's gaze. When Beerus released his destructive energy for the second time, it had morphed, entwined with ethereal silhouettes of Saiyan gene chains. The shadow raised a hand to catch the energy sphere, and as its 5 fingers closed, the statues of all destroyers of the 7th universe simultaneously cracked. More terrifyingly, the shattered fragments reassembled mid-air into statues of tailed infants, their wailing causing the quantum structure of the temple to begin its collapse. Game time is over. The shadow spoke for the first time, its voice a duet of Whis and Hel. It hurled roses that pierced Beerus's left shoulder, the petals unfurling to reveal the dying images of obliterated universes. The destroyer realized with alarm that his energy was being siphoned in reverse. The vanished galaxies were being reborn within his veins via the dark matter roses. Whis planted his staff into the ground. Ancient glyphs drawn in angelic blood temporarily freezing time and space. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Beerus's tail and leapt back. The ground where he had stood collapsing into a miniature model of the universe, precisely the remnants of the 13th universe analyzed by Bulma. Amidst the shattering of the T-set, the angel finally recognized the patterns upon the rose petals. So, Inspector, you have a new look? At that moment, the shadow's disguise fell away. Hel's visage emerged from the depths of dark matter, yet her mechanical form had fused with the abyssal substance. Her electronic eye transforming into a multifaceted structure that flowed with the essence of starry rivers. The sword of the Valkyrie pierced through a realm where time had become stagnant. And wherever the blade pointed, the frescoes of the temple came to life, twisting as the primordial god of creation's depiction of Genesis morphed into a scene of childbirth. The 20th version of the Genesis code demanded a purer vessel. Hel's vocal cords vibrated with the deletion command of the Omni King system. Her chest split open, revealing a pulsating dark red core, unmistakably the prototype of the quantum reactor lost by Bulma's laboratory. In that moment, Goku's instant transmission shattered the dimensional blockade. Before his silver hair could fully materialize, the flames of Ultra Instinct were entwined by the dark matter roses. He realized with alarm that his cells were undergoing reverse division, each shedding epidermal cell, nurturing a microcosm. Vegeta, he shouted to the arriving prince, these flowers are reading our genetic memories. Vegeta's destructive form erupted with an unprecedented purple-black aura. As he shattered the encroaching roses, the sap that splattered from the petals formed a vivid tableau of the annihilation of the Bardock clan Midair. What enraged him further was the realization that his destructive energy was being converted into sustenance for the dark matter. With each attack, the reactor in Hel's chest glowed ever more crimson. Foolish birthing clamp, Hela declared, cleaving through the temple's columns with her sword, causing the falling debris to quantumize into the palms of infants. As Whis intercepted the second strike with his staff, the crystal sphere finally shattered completely, and from the fragments emerged the holographic image of Bulma's fetus. Ah, I see, the angel's blood-stained lips curled upward. Are you afraid of this unfinished being? As though in response to her words, the entire destruction temple resonated with the heartbeat of a fetus. Hel's core reactor exhibited a power fluctuation of 0.3 seconds. And seizing this fleeting vulnerability, Vegeta smeared the blood of royalty onto his destructive energy. The purple-black aura transformed into the roaring silhouette of a colossal ape. But just before it could reach Hela, it was obstructed by the suddenly appearing Inspector's guard, whose mechanical angelic eyes were all adorned with Goku's multifaceted structure. Amidst the chaos, a dark matter rose quietly drifted toward the depths of the temple. Upon touching the prophetic stone left by the first god of creation, the inscription suddenly liquefied and reformed, revealing forbidden content that turned even Whis pale. When the birthing clamp awakens, the 12 wombs shall give birth to the god-slaying infant. Hel's laughter harmonized with the cries of the infant, her sword pointing toward the bulging abdomen of Goku. No one noticed the pregnancy-like marks that had inexplicably appeared on the silver-haired warrior's lower abdomen. Chapter 6. An emergency meeting at the Omni King Palace. The rainbow bridge of the Omni King Palace trembled amidst the quantum storm, and the emblems of the 12 universes hovered above the court, with the emblem of the 7th universe oozing dark red slime. The two Omni Kings sat side by side on their bubblegum-textured thrones, their rubber erasers transforming into implements of torture, each collision eliciting dimensional tremors. How delightful, The shorter Omni King suddenly clapped his hands, and as the eraser waved, the seed of the 10th universe suddenly quantumized and restructured. The erased and reformed god of creation slumped in his chair, remnants of deletion codes still clinging to his skin. The Grand Priest stood beside the throne. His golden data chains flowing through his pupils came to a halt as he noticed the Inspector Hel's mechanical wings absorbing dark matter energy behind the seat of the 7th universe. As Whis and Goku instantaneously entered the scene, the angelic halo was already covered in rust. Bulma's protective suit automatically activated its anti-gravity device, and the silver emblem on her abdomen resonated with the energy field of the court, projecting the remnants of the erased universe into the air. "Please maintain the emotional stability of the fetus," Whis whispered, for he was now the living defense attorney of the 7th universe. Hel's heavy sword crashed against the rainbow floor, and dark red magma surged forth from the cracks. According to the 73 trillionth clause of the Genesis Codex, the 7th universe illegally possesses the Genesis Code, requesting the execution of ultimate purification. Holographic evidence unfolded in the air. Goku's cells divided into microcosms, the encrypted programs within Vegeta's genetic chain, the Fisher coordinates of Bulma's laboratory. Each image elicited gasps from the representatives of other universes. The snack bag of Kampa suddenly exploded, and the god of destruction from the 6th universe leaped onto the round table. "I have always said that Saiyans are a plague." His accusation was interrupted by the cries of Bulma's fetus, the sound waves shattering Kampa's staff into powder. The Omni Kings leaned in with curiosity, and the shorter Omni King suddenly reached out to poke Bulma's pregnant belly, but was intercepted by the edge of the inspector's sword. "Please maintain the sanctity of the trial." Hel's mechanical eye accelerated its data flow. Evidence 2. The 7th universe harbors the remnants of the 13th universe. She swung her sword, cleaving through space, and the relics of the god of creation wrapped in dark matter plummeted with a thunderous crash. Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair suddenly lengthened, spontaneously weaving into a protective net to catch the debris, an action that inadvertently solidified the accusation. Vegeta's destructive energy shredded his seat. "You tin-plated harlot, you're plotting against us." The purple aura revealed the memory illusions of the Bardock clan. The sight of the first Saiyan warrior kneeling before the dark god of creation caused an uproar among the assembly. The reactor in Hel's chest suddenly projected a clearer image. 700,000 years ago, the Saiyans willingly became vessels for the Genesis Code. Objection. Whis' staff struck the ground, angelic blood tracing a Klein bottle barrier in the court. "It seems the esteemed inspector has forgotten." He whistled lightly, and Hel's mechanical shell suddenly became transparent, unveiling the pulsating core of the fetus like energy within her, a visage strikingly akin to Bulma's fetus. Silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, the god of destruction from the 4th universe burst into laughter. "So the chief inspector is the greatest offender." His mockery was severed by Hel's heavy sword, the quantumized severed arm evaporating in the air. Yet the Omni Kings erupted into applause. The taller Omni King, using his eraser to transform the 4th universe representative's mouth into a zipper. Gohan's tactical board activated automatically, the liquid from the ancient tree of Namex spilling from his scholarly glasses. The antimatter energy equation he inscribed in the void dissected Hel's core projection into Bulma's genetic map. "This is not a trial." The young scholar wiped away his nosebleed. "This is the self-correction of the Genesis program." Bulma suddenly fell to the ground in pain, amniotic fluid forming a miniature black hole within her protective suit. The defense systems of the Omni King Palace malfunctioned collectively, and the emblems of the 12 universes began to orbit around her. Trunks' gravity sword spontaneously flew toward the center of the court, the electromagnetic pulse emitted by its hilt awakening the dormant remnants of the first god of creation within the relics. The game is about to upgrade. Whis suddenly ripped off the rusted angelic ring. His shattered staff reformed into the shape of a nurturing bottle, amplifying Bulma's fetal heartbeat into the pulse of the universe. Hel's core reactor overloaded under this frequency, her mechanical shell fracturing to reveal human skin beneath, adorned with the same pregnancy marks as Bulma. For the first time, the Grand Priest left his throne, his fingertips lightly brushing against the emblem of the 7th universe. The remnants of the erased universe suddenly projected the phantoms of billions of sentient beings, all of these quantum specters simultaneously pointing at Hela. She is the illegal creator. Amidst the cacophony of accusations, the inspector's mechanical wings began to shed, revealing the brand of the dark god of creation beneath. The Omni King's erasers abruptly fused into the shape of a colossal axe. As the blade of judgment descended upon Hela, the dark red energy erupting from within her automatically infused into Bulma's fetus. The newborn's cries resounded across the multiverse, and all fragments of erased civilizations began to reform. Whis caught the falling infant, and to his astonishment, the child clutched a miniature version of the Omni King's seal in its palm. In a perfect conclusion, the angel placed the infant before the throne. The two Omni Kings eagerly reached out to caress, their eraser toys melting into liquid rainbows upon contact with the baby. As the Grand Priest declared the trial null and void, Hel's last mechanical eye reflected the ultimate truth. This so-called trial was merely a baptismal ceremony prepared by the Genesis program for the newborn. The seed of the seventh universe automatically upgraded to a cradle beside the throne. As Wukong gazed upon his gradually translucent hands, his silver hair, embodying the essence of ultimate freedom, inscribed the very nature of existence into the genes of the newborn. Vegeta tore apart the god of destruction's cloak to cover the cradle, the royal emblem on the fabric perfectly aligning with the birthmark of the newly appointed inspector. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Bulma, in a state of weakness, pointed towards the holographic star map, which illuminated more coordinates of fissures. The siblings of this child awaited their birth. Her warning was drowned out by celebratory quantum fireworks, with only Whis noticing the nanobots crawling out of the remnants of Hel, quietly converging to form a new dark throne. Chapter 7. Vegeta undergoes rigorous training with Beerus. The twilight within Beerus' temple remained eternally suspended at the precipice of destruction and rebirth. Vegeta stood upon the shattered rings of celestial remains, each fragment beneath his feet inscribed with the names of past gods of destruction. Beerus' tail coiled around a collapsing nebula, pulsating with a deep purple-black energy, twisting into a reverse spiral galaxy. Destruction, as it were, involved the divine shattering of nebulae into fundamental particles, not annihilation, but a return of erroneous existence to its primordial state. The shards reassembled in the vacuum into a model of planet Vegeta, only to collapse into a black hole when Vegeta reached out to touch it. The prince clenched his fingers, destructive energy seeping from his pores, yet leaving only pale fissures in the void. With a dismissive sneer, Beerus snapped his fingers, unleashing a torrential downpour of liquid dark matter from the temple's dome. Each droplet seared into Vegeta's skin, the pain far exceeding that of Frisia's death beams. Ignite them with your rage, the god of destruction taunted, licking the cosmic dust from his claws, rather than clumsily dodging like Kakarot. Vegeta's roar shattered 3 floating meteors, his super blue flames tainted by dark matter into a deep purple-black hue. As he attempted to condense a gamma burst, the energy sphere unexpectedly rebounded, melting his right arm into a quantum state. Fool! Beerus' tail lashed across his spine. Do you think destructive energy is akin to the fists of street thugs? In excruciating pain, fragments of memories from 70,000 years ago surged into his mind. Vegeta beheld the first Saiyan king kneeling beneath the feet of the dark Kaishin, his spine embedded with glowing cuneiform. Those symbols were awakening within his very marrow, rewriting destructive energy into the codes of creation. Suddenly, the temple floor split open, not spewing forth magma, but revealing the quantum foam of Bulma's laboratory. Interesting, Whis' voice resonated from the rift in time and space. The prince's genetic key is beginning to decode. Beerus teleported behind Vegeta, his claws piercing into the prince's cervical spine, extracting the starlight-infused spinal fluid. Behold, this is the true form of a god of destruction. The purple-black flames engulfed the entire temple, Beerus' body swelling into that of a cosmic serpent. In the serpent's eyes, Vegeta saw his own reflection, his super blue form shrouded in the blackened armor of the god of destruction, each scale etched with coordinates of obliterated galaxies. He attempted to move his fingers, only to find the curvature of space-time rewritten into a birthing structure. Reconstruct them with your bloodline. Beerus' roar sparked a quantum tsunami. Vegeta's genetic chain unfurled under the pressure, ancient Saiyan script peeling away from the DNA helix, assembling midair into Bardock's apocalyptic incantations. As he instinctively recited the incantation, the obliterated planet Vegeta astonishingly resurrected from the void, each edifice pulsating with destructive energy. Whis suddenly cast his staff, the crystal orb shattering between the two. A seal inscribed with angelic blood froze time and space. Lord Beerus, you have committed a foul. He gently tapped Vegeta's forehead, forcibly implanting the memories of the first god of destruction into the prince's retina, revealing how that deity succumbed to madness in the cycle of creation and destruction, ultimately dividing dominion into 12 parts. Vegeta's eardrums ruptured in the tidal wave of energy, blood evaporating into dark matter before it could even fall. Beerus' claws penetrated his chest, yet did not reach his heart, instead extracting the pulsating energy core bearing the insignia of the Omni King. Now, the god of destruction shall grind the core into dust, rebirthing it with pure destructive desire. The prince's howl resonated through the temple, fragmented Saiyan genes reassembling in dark matter. The purple-black flames coalesced into a fawn-like crown, the surface of the destruction armor revealing the mechanical patterns of Inspector Hel. As he unleashed an ultimate flash, The beam split into billions of self-replicating black holes, tearing Beerus' serpentine form into fundamental particles. Pass. Reforming into human shape, Beerus licked the stardust from the corner of his mouth, the tip of his tail igniting with concentrated purple destructive energy. What follows is the true lesson. He snapped his fingers, shattering the void and casting Vegeta into the cosmic furnace at the end of time. At the furnace's core floated the remnants of Inspector Hel's core, dark red energy gestating a new cosmic embryo. Vegeta's destruction armor automatically absorbed the lava, intertwining Saiyan genes with Hel's core code in a quantum entanglement. When he attempted to destroy the embryo, his own energy continuously flowed into it. Choose, Whis' voice echoed within the furnace, between forceps or fire tongs. Vegeta's pupils bifurcated into twin black holes, revealing two futures. Destroying the embryo would trigger a chain collapse of the 12 universes, while allowing its birth would unleash an unknown dark deity. The royal blood boiled within the lava as Vegeta compressed the destructive energy into a nano-sized singularity. As he implanted the singularity into the embryo, the entire furnace began to reverse collapse, Hel's mechanical patterns rewritten into ancient Saiyan script. The newly born universe opened its compound eyes amidst its cries, its pupils dancing with the purple flames of the god of destruction. Suddenly, Beerus appeared, grasping Vegeta's tail. The lesson has concluded. It's time to pay your tuition. Upon their return to the temple, a swirling galaxy tattoo appeared on Vegeta's back, the mark of the heir to the god of destruction. The prince's super blue flames were forever tinged with purple edges, each particle of energy embedded with miniature black holes. Whis presented the reformed staff, the crystal orb sealing the furnace embryo. Now do you understand? The angel lightly tapped Vegeta's tattoo, the star map of the 7th universe flowing across his skin, revealing that the essence of destruction is to afford new beginnings the opportunity to commence correctly. Suddenly, a quantum rain descended outside the temple, each droplet encapsulating fragments of Bulma's fetal consciousness. Vegeta raised his hand to catch the raindrops, the purple-black energy instinctively forming a protective shield. As he gazed toward Earth, he noticed Inspector Hel's mechanical wings soaring through the stratosphere, the dark matter dripping from their tips resonating with his destructive energy. The game had only just begun. Beerus munched on freshly conjured strawberry daifuku, the creamy filling swirling with Hel's core code. Vegeta crushed the raindrops in his palm, the cries of the infant triggering a chain reaction within his genetic chain, a creative pulse more terrifying than any destructive energy. Chapter 8. Gohan develops a new type of combat uniform. Gohan's fingertips danced across the quantum keyboard, leaving behind ephemeral traces as the protein molecular model on the holographic screen self-folded. The laboratory's radiation-resistant glass reflected his furrowed brow, as the vines of the Namekian ancient tree crept out from the incubation pod, inscribing unknown runes onto the metallic floor. The seeds brought by Piccolo had grown into 3-meter-tall aberrant plants within the cultivation fluid, each leaf shimmering with bioluminescence. Energy absorption rate at 897, yet phase stability is insufficient. He removed his scholarly glasses, beads of sweat at the nano-level condensing into a star map on the lenses. Suddenly, the incubation pod emitted a buzzing sound. The vines pierced the bulletproof glass, their tips splitting into structures resembling neural synapses, ensnaring his wrist. Gohan's pupils instantly transformed into a pale green, the combat instincts of the Namekian forcibly awakening within him. Piccolo's voice thundered in his mind. Do not resist. Allow the symbiote to read your combat memories. Gohan's temples throbbed, the fluorescence of the vines shifting to a dark crimson, the air within the laboratory beginning to ionize. The ancient tree within the pod suddenly blossomed, petals cascading down, while suspended nanofibers autonomously wove themselves into the contours of a chest plate. Just as trunks burst through the airtight door, he witnessed his cousin being pulled into the cultivation fluid by the vines. The youth unsheathed the gravity sword and struck towards the roots of the plant, only for the blade to be repelled by the suddenly hardened bark. Don't move. Gohan's voice resonated from the viscous green liquid, signifying a necessary data exchange. 3 days later, when Bulma reviewed the surveillance footage, her coffee cup nearly slipped from her grasp. The image depicted Gohan fused with the ancient tree, assuming a semi-plant-like form, his skin adorned with flowing chloroplast armor. It was akin to a bioweapon from the Namekian version of a horror saga. Upon examining the genetic map, she discovered her son's mitochondrial DNA had intertwined with plant coding within the gravity training arena of the 7th universe. An energy blast hurled by Android 17 disintegrated before Gohan's chest. The surface of his new combat suit rippled, its honeycomb-like energy membrane converting the assault into a protective force field. The Fibonacci array proved effective. Gohan adjusted his tactical visor, noting that the reflection angle required a 0.3 radian modification. Suddenly, Piccolo emerged from the shadows, launching a Mekanka Sappo without warning. The shoulder armor of the combat suit instantaneously sprouted Namekian crystals, refracting the beam into 7 radiant rainbows. The shockwave dislodged Gohan's visor, revealing his left eye had mutated into a compound structure, a mark of his symbiosis with the ancient tree. Emotional fluctuations could destabilize the biological armor. Piccolo unleashed an acidic projectile, observing as the suit's surface secreted neutralizing enzymes. You need a colder tactical mindset. Gohan's tactical board autonomously generated 12 counter-strategies. He chose the most counterintuitive third option, to actively absorb the acid and convert it into propellant. Suddenly, the laboratory erupted with a piercing alarm. The ancient tree within the incubation pod was going berserk, its vines penetrating through 5 layers of blast walls, leaving a trail of luminescent slime in the corridor. Upon teleporting back to the scene, Gohan discovered the rampaging plant gnawing at his combat suit's design schematics, each bite releasing encrypted Saiyan glyphs. What was it resisting? Bulma activated the antimatter containment field, only to find the tree's secreted slime corroding the quantum barrier. Gohan's compound eye abruptly detected the energy flow within the plant's root system. Those luminescent veins astonishingly matched the ancient inscriptions displayed by Whis. Piccolo sliced his palm, letting the blood of a Namekian spill onto the rampaging plant. Instantly, the vines became docile as pets, returning Gohan's design schematics to the control console. The original nanocircuit blueprint was now rewritten as a biological chip schematic by the glowing slime. In the mirror battlefield of the cosmic abyss, Gohan conducted his first real-world test of the battle armor. Confronted with the ultra-blue onslaught of a replicated Son Goku, the biological crystal on his chest unfolded into a predictive matrix. As the replicate unleashed a Kamehameha, the suit's honeycomb force field decomposed and reassembled the energy, reflecting back a strengthened version infused with Namekian magic. Warning: Symbiont overload. Sparks erupted from the tactical visor as Gohan's skin began to lignify. He tore off the armor from his right arm, revealing blood vessels entwined with the ancient tree's roots, directing the excess energy into the void. Suddenly, acidic rain began to fall upon the mirror battlefield, yet the corrosion-resistant film generated by the combat suit reacted with the acid, initiating a fusion reaction. Switch modes. Gohan bit his tongue, awakening rational thought through pain. The tactical board projected results from quantum computations, and the biological armor instantly reconfigured into a streamlined form, tearing open a rift in space-time amidst the acid rain. As he pulled the replicate into the rift, the suit's built-in nanobots began to reverse-engineer the mirrored genes. In the fleeting moment of returning to reality, Gohan's compound eye recorded crucial data. The energy core of the mirrored warrior exhibited a 0.007 second phase delay. He input this parameter into the tactical board, prompting the suit's honeycomb force field to generate a targeted interference frequency. When the second replicate attacked, its ultra-blue form quantum collapsed upon contact with the force field. Bulma's laboratory was strewn with remnants of mutated plants as Gohan dissected the 36th failure. His left arm retained its lignified characteristics, and biological currents flowed through the cracks of his tactical visor. Perhaps a change in approach was warranted. Piccolo pressed his hand against the incubation pod, suggesting they should not resist symbiosis, but rather guide evolution. The energy peak in the deep of night triggered the alarm system. On duty, Trunks rushed into the laboratory, discovering Gohan suspended within a cloud of luminescent spores, the combat suit completely fused with the ancient tree's roots. Thousands of nanoscale biological chips fluttered in the air, assembling a tactical model that transcended 12 dimensions. The Fibonacci array required an upgrade to a Klein bottle structure. Gohan's voice resonated with the echoes of the plant. He tore away the lignified skin of his left arm, revealing the flowing chloroplast blood beneath. The ancient Namekian tree suddenly bore fruit, and as the fruits fell to the ground, the slime exploded and automatically congealed into a new generation of combat suit prototypes. When Gotenks inadvertently stumbled into the laboratory, the new armor was enduring bombardment from antimatter cannons. The honeycomb force field converted the destructive energy into photosynthetic fuel, causing the armor's surface to bloom with nebula-like patterns. Cool. The youth reached out to touch it, only to be ensnared by vines generated by the armor's recognition system, effectively binding him like a dumpling. Under the starry sky on the eve of their decisive battle, Gohan calibrated the final version of his combat armor. The dark Kaioshin cells Piccolo had brought surged within the incubation pod, yet were instantaneously suppressed by the suit's biological pulse. Scholar mode activated. He recited softly as the tactical visor projected a holographic battlefield encompassing 12 universes, each tactical node pulsating with the luminous glow of ancient Namekian script. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Gohan's compound eye had already recorded 8 for 100 tactical simulations. The surface of the new combat suit shimmered with quantum fluorescence, and the ancient tree totem on his shoulder suddenly opened a third eye. A testament to Gohan's fusion of his neural synapses with the plant's nervous network. The final scene on the laboratory surveillance footage froze on his smile just before teleportation. With the tactical board left on the console, blinking with an unfinished prompt, symbiosis rate has exceeded critical threshold. Neural link disconnection is advised. Chapter 9. The Gathering of the Warriors of the Seventh Universe. In the strategic chamber 300 meters underground at Capsule Corporation, Bulma's quantum holographic sand table pulsated with nebulous formations. Her 7-month pregnant belly stretched the protective suit to its limits, compelling her to lean against the anti-gravity chair brought in by Trunks. As the final Fisher coordinates were compiled into the Saiyan gene chain, the sand table suddenly collapsed into a black hole model, drawing in the remnants of the spacecraft brought back by Android 17 into the quantum realm. The metal fatigue patterns of this vessel were traced by 17's fingertip across the holographic projection, as nanosensors detected residual energy, perfectly aligned with the phase fluctuations of the mirrored warriors. The debris he brought began to stir within the isolation pod, suddenly coalescing into a humanoid silhouette, its compound eye locking with Bulma's through the bulletproof glass. The fetus kicked violently at that moment, and the amniotic fluid sample in the test tube boiled into a Klein bottle structure. Piccolo pulled his cloak over the incubation pod, as Namekian slime dripped down the glass. The energy resonance is amplifying. We don't have time to wait for everyone to arrive. His tendril-like vines pierced the main computer, forcibly activating the planetary defense protocols. The surface structures of West City began to sink, replaced by Gohan's designed honeycomb energy towers, each topped with phase stabilizers developed by Bulma. Suddenly, a purple energy cloud erupted from the temple direction as Vegeta, in his god of destruction form, tore through the atmosphere. When he thunderously descended onto the landing pad, the alloy tiles melted into a vortex of dark matter. Kakarot is late again. The prince's taunt was abruptly interrupted by a distorted wave of space-time. As ultra-blue Goku materialized, clutching bundles of mutated crops, his pant legs splattered with the mud undergoing quantumization. The farmers say these wheat stalks bite. Goku scratched his head, tossing aside a few plants, causing the wheat heads to rupture into miniature black holes. Android 17, quick on his feet, threw out an energy net, his mechanical eye suddenly filling with blood. The black hole frequency is synchronized with the Fisher coordinates. The console's alarm emitted a shriek reminiscent of the universe's first cry. The black hole model on the sand table belched forth hundreds and thousands of mirrored warriors, each replicate carrying the combat memories of their original counterparts. Piccolo was the first to unleash the magic light cannon, only to discover that the beam was refracted towards Gohan's tactical command post by the phase-shifting device. Switch to Fibonacci array. The Scholar Warrior's compound eyes flickered rapidly as the new battle suit rapidly generated Namekian crystals. The hive force field reorganized within a millisecond, directing the refracted energy into a quantum reactor buried 300 meters underground. The ground of West City shimmered with fluorescence, as the matrix formed by the phase stabilizers temporarily ensnared the Mirror Legion within a 12-dimensional labyrinth. Tian's three-wheeled motorcycle crashed through the blast door, and a canister of Senzu beans tumbled out, sprouting in the energy field. Din used his psychic abilities to stabilize the impending topple of the vehicle, while the telekinetic wave emitted from his third eye inadvertently triggered Yamcha's Wolf Fong fist afterimage. The once great martial artist now roamed the battlefield in a quantum state, each punch taking down a mirror phantom. So, this is what retirement looks like. Krillin's bald head reflected the energy arcs as his Kienzan sliced through 3 replicas in an instant, suddenly catching sight of Android 18 braiding Marin's hair amidst the chaos. The girl's force field bracelet autonomously defended against an energy blast, rebounding it into a heart-shaped firework. Vegeta's destructive energy tore open a rift in spacetime, only to find that each annihilated mirror image was reborn in the parent universe. As his claws pierced the heart of one of the replicas, the dark matter core unexpectedly displayed images from 700,000 years ago, depicting the first Saiyan king kneeling before the Dark Kaioshin, his spine embedded with glowing cuneiform. Do not be tainted by memories. The voice of Whis resonated from the desert teleportation array, as the angel staff sent 3 attacking mirror beers flying. The entourage he brought, the Omni King's elite guard, was already fortifying the perimeter, with each mechanical angel's wings flowing with the firewall code designed by Bulma. Goku suddenly entered the Ultra Instinct state, his silver hair entwining with the wreckage of the spaceship brought by Android 17. As he performed molecular-level analysis amidst the energy storm, a horrifying truth reflected in his pupils. Each mirror warrior housed nanobots from Inspector Hel. Game upgrade. An electronic reverberation echoed from the void rift. Hel's main body descended from the dark matter vortex, her mechanical shell now fused with the mirror parent. As the reactor in her chest spewed forth a fully formed cosmic embryo, she swung her sword, severing the nearest phase stabilizer, causing the entire city's gravitational field to begin reversing. Gohan's tactical visor exploded, forcing the scholar mode into overdrive. His battle suit resonated with the roots of the ancient Namekian tree, blooming with supernova-level biological pulses at the center of the battlefield. As the pulse wave swept over Hel's mechanical wings, the wails of the dark Kaioshin intertwined with the cries of Bulma's unborn child, forming a quantum entanglement. Now, Piccolo tore off his left arm, implanting a control console, merging Namekian cells with a quantum computer. All phase stabilizers synchronized and overcharged, solidifying the dimension occupied by the Mirror Legion into amber. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a dark purple destructive sphere, but it was abruptly consumed by an emerging rift before it reached Hel's core. On the other side of the rift, the silhouette of the Omni King, bearing Goku's visage, could be faintly seen sucking on his fingers. Bulma's protective suit suddenly began to seep blood, as amniotic fluid formed a cosmic model within the anti-gravity device. As Trunks' sword turned towards his mother's abdomen, Android 17's artificial nerve short-circuited, as Hel's core code began rewriting everyone's combat consciousness. "Mom, run!" Tears of blood streamed from the boy's eyes, as the gravity sword stagnated a mere 3 centimeters from Bulma's throat. The heartbeat of the fetus broke through the dimensional barrier at that moment, as Inspector Hel's mechanical shell began to shed, revealing pregnancy marks identical to Bulma's beneath. Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair surged, entwining with the cosmos embryo on the verge of birth. As his energy synchronized with the fetal heartbeat, the entire battlefield fell into a bizarre stillness, with mirror warriors, phase stabilizers, and even splashing droplets of energy, all crystallizing into a tangible formula of creation codes. "Is this your answer?" Whis lightly tapped the amberized spacetime with his staff, the angelic halo splitting open the shape of a nursery pod, overlaying new life upon old programs. With a sigh, Hel's core code began self-deleting, as the fetus within Bulma transformed the mirror universe into a quantum blueprint for a nursery. When the last rift healed, Android 17 discovered anomalous energy remnants amidst the ruins, an embryonic mechanical entity with a tail, its chest bearing the Omni King's seal, absorbing the battlefield's residual energy. The android sealed it within a nanocage, but failed to notice the glimmer of Goku's essence reflected in the embryo's compound eyes. Chapter 10. The first physical manifestation of the time-space rift. The night sky of West City was torn asunder without warning. The purple fissure that spanned the heavens initially resembled a flash of lightning until the first artificial satellite plummeted into the rift, bursting into a nebula-like embryo upon contact with dark matter. Bulma's phase stabilizer matrix suddenly overloaded, as the hive-shaped energy tower twisted into a shape reminiscent of forceps in the blinding light, spewing forth quantum bubbles ensnaring fragments of Saiyan battle suits. "Mom." Trunks' gravity sword trembled in the chaotic energy currents. As the boy futilely slashed at the encroaching quantum tendrils, the coordinate parameters have been rewritten. Bulma's protective suit oozed a pale golden blood, as the silver emblem on her abdomen encoded the fetal heartbeat into new rift coordinates. She severed 3 data cables, directly connecting her nerves to the main computer, her retina instantly submerged in billions of lines of self-replicating ancient Saiyan text. Gohan's bioarmor rapidly unfolded a predictive matrix, as Namekian crystals grew into compound eye structures on the surface of his shoulder armor. Southwest, 37-degree phase delay. His roar reverberated through the communication channel, as Android 17's artificial nerves synchronized with the tactical order. The android tore open his chest armor, as the overloaded reactor spewed forth dark red particle streams, accurately striking the singularity of the rift's space-time curvature. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Krillin 300 meters away, as the bald monk twisted midair to unleash a series of Kienzan. The energy disks suddenly quantumized before reaching the rift, reconstituting into Inspector Hel's mechanical wings. "We're in deep trouble." Android 18 tore off her high heels ensnared by the tendrils, her long legs sweeping out a deadly arc. But the heel penetrated the throat of a Goku mirror image. Vegeta's god of destruction form grew increasingly ferocious in the energy storm, as purple-black flames coalesced into a reverse-spiraling galactic totem. As he tore through the edge of the rift with his bare hands, dark matter surged forth like amniotic fluid, corrosive liquid burning ancient Saiyan text into the surface of his battle armor. Kakarot. Just as he plunged into the rift, the silver hair of Ultra Instinct ensnared his ankle, synchronously pulling them both into the quantum abyss. The flow of time within the rift was unusually viscous. Goku's silver hair slowly grew amidst the dark matter, each strand entwined with the weeping shadows of planets. Vegeta's destructive energy continuously collapsed and resurrected, as they witnessed the creation scene from 700,000 years ago playing out before their eyes. The first Kaioshin inscribing the universe code with the spinal fluid of a Saiyan infant, while Inspector Hel sneered from outside the timeline. "Welcome to my womb." Hel's voice pressed in from all directions, as her mechanical shell fused with the rift, the reactor in her chest spewing forth a fully formed mirror legion. The foremost replica suddenly tore off its faceplate, revealing Bulma's abdomen covered in pregnancy marks, each mirror warrior an unborn cosmic embryo. Gohan's tactical visor detonated in the real world, as Scholar Mode forced a critical breakthrough. His bio-armor resonated with the roots of the ancient Namekian tree, blooming with supernova-level chlorophyll pulses at the heart of the battlefield. As the light wave swept across Hel's quantum wings, the wails of the dark Kaioshin resonated with the cries of Bulma's fetus, causing all phase stabilizers in West City to simultaneously erupt with electric arcs. Trunks' gravity sword suddenly slipped from his grip. The electromagnetic pulse emitted from the hilt awakening the dormant Inspector protocols. The boy, in horror, realized he was rewriting the firewall code, his fingers uncontrollably inputting the genetic key of the first Saiyan king. "Mom, help me." His pupils reflected the compound eye structure of the mechanical embryo, those eyes locking with the fetus within Bulma's womb. Whis' angelic staff pierced the dimensional barrier, causing the toys of the Omni King sealed within the crystal sphere to begin to melt. "It's time for a diaper change," he quipped, his voice tinged with a metallic tremor. The antimatter formula spewing from the tip of the staff unexpectedly transformed the dark matter at the crack's edge into a nutrient solution. Taking advantage of the moment, Beerus injected his destructive energy, conjuring an illusion of a Saiyan infant devouring galaxies amidst violet flames. The game was over. Hurl's true form emerged from the core of the fissure, where 12 cosmic embryos curled within a mechanical womb. As her sword severed Whis' staff, Bulma's protective suit suddenly turned transparent, the fetus's palm piercing through her abdominal skin to press against the quantum control console. The cries of the newborn tore through the fabric of reality, causing all mirrored warriors to melt like wax figures. Vegeta was flung from the rift, his god of destruction armor inscribed with codes of creation. In his arms, Goku's silver hair had faded, his chest embedded with shards of the Overseer's core. This was the moment. The prince hurled the shard towards the phase stabilizer matrix, Gohan's biological pulse striking true. Energy ripples swept across the battlefield, as Hurl's mechanical wings shed their feathers, revealing the dark birthing canal below, flowing with amniotic fluid. Android 17's synthetic nerves suddenly operated at an unprecedented frequency, tearing open the quantum tendrils as he lunged for the main control console. As the mechanical fingers inserted into Bulma's suit interface, the Overseer's protocol triggered a chain reaction with the fetus's genes. Uncle Marin's force field bracelet projected the phantom of the original Omni King, the girl's voice morphing into an electronic reverb, initiating the formatting process. The surface buildings of West City began to ascend vertically, reorganizing in the quantum foam into massive nurturing pods. Gotank's fusion unexpectedly collided with the energy vortex, scattered senzu beans germinating into saplings of the world tree amidst the dark matter. As the stoutest roots pierced Hurl's core furnace, the fissure began to secrete a calming, viscous energy. But it was not over yet. Goku struggled to raise his arm, the residual energy of Ultra Instinct coalescing at his fingertips. His silver hair entwined around Trunks' gravity sword, yet the blade pierced Bulma's quantum barrier. At that moment, the heartbeat of the fetus transcended dimensional limits, and the mechanical shell of Overseer Hurl erupted, revealing the pregnant body mirroring Bulma within. Whis' staff suddenly proliferated into 12, a seal array drawn in angelic blood enveloping the battlefield. As the last drop of blood fell into the fissure, the boiling dark matter stilled to a mirror-like calm. Reflected within the mirror was not the ravaged battlefield, but the image of Overseer Hurl cradling the infant form of the original Kaioshin, whose palm bore the same insignia as Goku's hand. The backup protocol activated. Tears of blood streamed from Hurl's mechanical eye, as her womb nurtured a shrunken replica of the fissure. Vegeta's destructive energy achieved its ultimate breakthrough, the purple-black flames morphing into a roaring great ape, devouring the newly birthed rift along with Hurl's core code. When the smoke cleared, a peculiar crystalline tree stood amidst the ruins of West City. Gohan's biological armor fused with the ancient Namekian tree's bark, each branch adorned with quantumized battle memories. Bulma's protective suit automatically disengaged, her abdomen's silver insignia fading to ordinary stretch marks, while Trunks' gravity sword was embedded at the tree's core, its hilt's flickering code syncing with the fetus's heartbeat. "They have returned," Krillin exclaimed, pointing at the sky. From the rift in the clouds, Goku and Vegeta descended, supporting each other, their bodies entwined with dark matter like an umbilical cord connecting them to the roots of the crystalline tree. as the silver hair of Ultra Instinct brushed against the treetop. The remnants of all mirrored warriors began to quantum leap, reconstituting into the energy aftermath of Overseer Hel's delivery. Whis picked up the remnants of the Omni King toy, brushing off the cosmic dust. It seems a retest is in order, he mused, as his staff suddenly sprouted, blooming into a dark red quantum rose. Where the petals fell, countless Saiyan hands emerged from the remnants of the fissure, each palm marked with the insignia of the newborn Omni King. Chapter 1. Mirrored Goku versus True Self. As Goku's right fist penetrated the chest of the mirrored entity, the sensation was akin to thrusting into a viscous nebula. Dark matter boiled at the wound, staining the silver hair of Ultra Instinct an ashen black. The mirrored Goku tilted his head, revealing a mischievous smile reminiscent of Bulma. As mechanical tendrils of Overseer Hel erupted from the gaping chest wound, wrapping around the true Goku's arm and injecting a quantum virus in reverse. Your cells yearn for evolution. The voice of the mirrored entity resonated with a blend of Goku and Hel, as the skin pierced by the tendrils revealed Saiyan ancient script. The true Goku bellowed, shattering the tendrils, but as he withdrew, he discovered the fragments reforming in midair into miniature black holes, each releasing gravitational waves akin to the cries of newborns. Vegeta's destructive energy tore open the battlefield, yet the purple-black flames collapsed bizarrely before reaching the mirrored entity. Do not employ conventional attacks. Gohan's tactical visor sparked, as the biological armor strained against data streams exceeding its design limits. He is absorbing our battle memories to evolve. The mirrored Goku raised his hand, unleashing a Kamehameha. The azure wave entwined with the fluorescent magic of Namek. Goku instinctively switched to Super Saiyan Blue to counter, yet the collision of energies did not result in an explosion, but rather a gestational reaction of space-time, causing all matter within 10 kilometers to begin reverse evolution. Android 17's synthetic skin regressed to liquid metal, while Krillin's bald head sprouted quantum stubble. The game must be fair, Whis's voice wafted from the desert teleporter. The staff thrown by the angel embedded itself in the center of the battlefield, as the crystal sphere emitted the heartbeat frequency of Bulma's fetus. The mirrored entity writhed in agony, the dark energy core in its chest oozing amniotic-like substance, providing Goku the opportunity to seize its tail and execute a spinning throw. The impact point bursting open a violet temporal birthing canal. Mom! Marin's scream pierced the quantum barrier. The girl's force field bracelet projected a holographic image. Within the energy core of the mirrored Goku, coiled a phantom of Bulma's fetus, complete with a tail. Trunks' gravity sword suddenly veered uncontrollably towards Gohan, only to be shattered midair by Piccolo's special beam cannon, as the Erasure Protocol began rewriting everyone's battle consciousness. Goku's silver hair suddenly coiled around the neck of the mirrored entity, the flowing creation codes momentarily suppressing the quantum virus. Why choose me? He inquired, gazing into the multifaceted pupils of his other self. The mirrored entity's abdomen suddenly split open, extending a mechanical arm of Overseer Hel, its fingertip clutching the confessional chip of the original Kaioshin. Because you excel at creating miracles, Kakarot. Vegeta's destructive energy morphed into a claw-like shape, piercing the battlefield, yet was deflected by the flames of Ultra Instinct before reaching the mirrored entity. The diverted energy wave struck the quantum stabilizer, tearing open 3 additional rifts above West City, each spilling forth Saiyan reflections of varying forms. A dull thud echoed from the direction of Beerus's temple, heralding a more terrible temporal delivery in the making. Switch the resonance frequency. Bulma's command transmitted through the heartbeat of the fetus. Gohan's biological armor erupted with chlorophyll pulses, as the Namekian crystal burgeoned into a cage beneath the mirrored Goku's feet. At the moment the cage sealed, all mirrored entities clutched their abdomens, as the quantum entanglement of Bulma's fetus began rewriting their genetic sequences. Seizing this 3-second vulnerability, Goku elevated Ultra Instinct to an unprecedented purity. His silver hair no longer obeyed physical laws, but instead wove into a Klein bottle structure, ensnaring the mirrored entity in an infinite loop of spacetime. When his fingertips grazed the other's heart, the sensation transformed into that of Bulma's laboratory quantum computer touchscreen. You have won. The mirrored entity suddenly reverted to Goku's true visage, its pupils reflecting the sacrificial scene of the original Saiyan King, yet the creation program required twins. Before its body could quantumize, it injected a data packet into Goku's spine. The ground of West City began to swell, and within the newly birthed temporal rift, Overseer Hel descended, cradling 2 crying Saiyan infants. Chapter 2. The Android Team Under Attack. The fingertip of Android 17 traced the phantom of the quantum radar, as the corrosive seawater of the jungle archipelago surged beneath him, bubbling with a fluorescent green foam. Marin crouched among the rocks, collecting seashells, the azure glow of her force field bracelet casting a pallor upon her delicate visage. "Uncle, look," she exclaimed, raising a hand-sized conch shell, which suddenly split into 3 segments, revealing a pulsating mechanical heart within. "Step back." The heel of her stiletto sank into the reef, her golden hair billowing in the briny wind. Corrosive liquid erupted from the tip of her shoe, yet was vaporized before it could reach the mutated conch by an invisible force field. Number 17's nanodetector erupted with quantum sparks, the entire island's bioelectromagnetic field swirling around Marin as its epicenter. The first wave of attack came from the boiling sea. Hundreds of mechanical sea creatures leaped from the surf, their shells oozing dark red energy, while the tips of their tentacles bore the visage of Inspector Hel. The energy projectile from number 18 collapsed bizarrely upon impact, inadvertently charging the enemy. "Switch to physical mode," she commanded, severing her alloy bracelet, which coalesced into a nanoblade within her palm. Number 17 scooped Marin into his arms, leaping into the air as the energy core beneath his synthetic skin surged into overdrive. As his scanning beam swept across the ocean's surface, the quantum radar unveiled a horrifying tableau. The entire sea had transformed into a liquid energy furnace, each wave intertwined with fragments of Saiyan genes. Not a living organism, he realized, casting an energy whip to ensnare his sister's waist. "It's a devouring entity created by Hel." Suddenly, Marin's bracelet emitted a biological pulse, shattering the nearest mechanical octopus into components. Yet, the fragments autonomously reassembled in midair, their appendages wrapping around number 18's ankle, dragging her beneath the waves. "Mom!" The girl's scream triggered a force field overload, evaporating the seawater within a 10-meter radius into a Klein bottle structure. The underwater battle exceeded all parameters of the artificial being's design. Number 18's visual sensors indicated that the corrosive liquid was rewriting her mechanical neurons, while Hel's visage leered from every droplet of seawater. As she severed a third mechanical tentacle, the dark matter core unexpectedly displayed Bulma's prenatal monitoring images, revealing that the fetus's heartbeat frequency synchronized with the energy fluctuations of the devouring entity. "Locate the resonance source." Number 17's voice penetrated the quantum communication interference. He tore open the mechanical whale's abdomen with his bare hands, discovering not an energy furnace within, but a miniature model of the inspector's womb. As the nanoblade pierced the uterine shell, Bulma's scream reverberated in his mind, the fetal consciousness flowing back up the artificial nerves. Suddenly, a towering wave surged 1,000 meters high, the core of the liquid energy furnace revealing a humanoid silhouette. The mirrored mechanical wings of number 18 dripped with amniotic fluid, and the reactor embedded in her chest bore a photograph of Marin from her childhood. Surprised? Her vocal cords vibrated with Hel's data stream, and what erupted from her palm was not an energy projectile, but a fully formed cosmic embryo. The real number 18's golden hair ignited in the energy storm as she tore off the bionic skin of her left arm and connected it to the enemy's interior. As the Inspector's protocol began rewriting her core code, Marin's force field bracelet suddenly erupted in a supernova, the fetal heartbeat frequency forcibly intervening, transforming Hel's control program into a guide for nurturing. Now, number 17 injected nanorobots into the fissures of the wave wall. The quantum structure of the devouring entity stiffened abruptly, and Saiyan glyphs blossomed at the joints of each mechanical creature. Marin's bracelet projected Bulma's holographic image, the emblem on the pregnant woman's abdomen directing the devouring entity's energy into the unborn fetus. A sound like shattering glass reverberated from the depths. When number 18 emerged from the water, dragging her battered mechanical wings, she clutched fragments of the inspector's womb. The dark matter core continued to pulse, its surface reflecting the battle between Goku and Vegeta in a tear of time and space. "It's time to feed." She ground the remnants into powder and scattered them towards the eye of the storm, causing the corrosive seawater to suddenly calm into a mirror, reflecting Hel in the throes of childbirth within a void. As Trunks' gravity sword sliced through the clouds, the entire sea had been quantumized into a nursery pod. Marin knelt atop the frozen crest of a wave, the pulse waves emitted by her bracelet transforming the remnants of the devouring entity into early education toys. Number 17's artificial pupils suddenly constricted, as each toy pulsed with a miniature king of all seal, while alarms blared from Bulma's laboratory indicating the rupture of the womb. Chapter 3. Master Roshi deciphers the ancient divine script. The waves of the Pacific shimmered with an eerie phosphorescence beneath the moonlight, while an antique gramophone in Master Roshi's abode played jazz from the Showa era. Removing his sunglasses, the elderly martial artist gently brushed his age-spotted fingers over the yellowing Turtle School secret scroll, suddenly sensing an unusual pulsation emanating from the paper. When he directed a magnifying glass at the moldy edges of the scroll, those brown spots inexplicably reconfigured themselves into Saiyan glyphs. each character writhing as if alive upon the rice paper. "This is far more stimulating than a photo collection," the old man muttered as he rose, the hem of his martial arts robe sweeping across the table and knocking over a bottle of soda. The carbonated liquid seeped into the tatami's seams, activating a hidden compartment buried for 50 years. The long-sealed Bardock royal stone tablet ascended with the sound of mechanical gears, the coral covering it suddenly bursting to reveal an inscription flowing with dark red luminescence. The resonance of a bronze bell echoed from the depths, and the entire wooden cottage was abruptly pulled into the quantum realm. Gripping his coconut staff, veins bulging in his hands, Master Roshi beheld scenes from 700,000 years ago projected around him. The first Supreme Kai weeping as he placed a Saiyan infant into a cultivation pod, its spine embedded with glowing, cuneiform characters. When the deity in the vision looked up, their gaze pierced through time, locking eyes with him. Master Mateto. Bulma's holographic image suddenly burst forth from the stone tablet, her protective suit riddled with cracks. "I need your martial arts energy data." Her quantum computer was being infiltrated by an ancient divine script virus, the fetal heartbeat frequency warping on the monitor into the roar of a great ape. Master Roshi pressed his palm against the stone tablet, channeling 300 years of key mastery into the transmission conduit. The underwater chamber materialized in brilliant light, dark currents thrashing against the stone walls, entangled with the remnants of mechanical octopuses. Master Roshi sliced through the water with his Kamehameha wave, and as the energy wave struck the ancient altar, it refracted suddenly, scorching barnacles on the wall into Saiyan script. As he pronounced the syllables of the characters, the entire ruin began secreting a milky, maternal fluid, and from the remnants of the cultivation pod emerged embryonic specimens with tails. "So that is how it is," the old man mused, collecting the fluid to draw spiraling Kamehameha patterns in his palm, the energy trajectory resonating with Bulma's genetic blueprint. The stone wall cracked open, and the spirit of the first Supreme Kai grasped his ankle, 700,000 years of creation memories flooding into his mind like a tsunami. Those erased aspects of the universe were not errors, but preparations for some ultimate existence within a nurturing vessel. Inspector Hel's mechanical wings pierced the ocean's surface, dark matter rain corroding the quantum barrier. Retired martial artists should not meddle in others' affairs. Her great sword cleaved through a 20-meter-high wave wall. Yet the blade was halted by a teacup just before it reached the turtle house. The verdant matcha surface reflected 12 weeping cosmic phantoms, and Master Roshi chuckled as he blew away the tea foam. "Pregnant women need calcium. I offer you this specially blended high-calcium tea." Suddenly, the underwater ruins trembled violently, Gohan's bioarmor crashing through the dome and descending into the battlefield. The scholarly warrior's compound eyes wept blood, as Mechikabura's crystal sprouted Saiyan glyphs from his shoulder plates. "Master Mateto, the ancient divine script is rewriting my genetic chain." Master Roshi cast out a fishing line to ensnare Gohan's wrist, and the Kamehameha wave erupting from the rod forcibly synchronized their memory neural networks. In that instant of quantum entanglement, the old man witnessed the entire process of the first Supreme Kai inscribing the creation code into the Saiyan genes. Those twisted characters were not language, but the contraction frequency of the cosmic womb. As Hel's mechanical tendrils pierced Gohan's chest, Master Roshi suddenly struck the bronze bell with his coconut staff, the chime translating the ancient script into a birthing assistance melody. "Girl, switch to the 7th-generation genetic sequencer mode." Master Roshi bellowed at the stone tablet, as Bulma, bleeding in the laboratory, input the command. The amniotic-like sample from the pregnant woman suddenly quantumized, forming a nebula shaped like a baby's palm within the cultivation pod. As the heartbeat of the fetus resonated with the chime of the bell, the core furnace of Hel experienced an abrupt overload, expelling dark matter imbued with the fragrance of myrrh. The murals of the underwater ruins sprang to life, and the vengeful spirits of Saiyan ancestors gnawed at the mechanical wings of Hel. Seizing the opportunity, Master Roshi transformed Gohan's biological battle armor into a translator, while the Namekian crystal burgeoned into a cognitive amplifier under the catalysis of Saiyan script. When the ancient divine texts were transcribed into binary code, Bulma's quantum computer suddenly blacked out, and the monitoring screen revealed an image of the first king of all sucking his thumb. The creation code served as a manual for childbirth. Master Roshi coughed up blood laced with stardust, expending his last strength to inscribe the reverse spiral Kamehameha symbol in the void. The sigil pierced dimensions, striking Bulma's pregnant belly, and the wail of the fetus echoed throughout the multiverse. The mechanical shell of Hel began to peel away, unveiling the pulsing embryo of the Inspector within, a quantum reflection unmistakably of Bulma's fetus. As the final vestige of ancient script merged with the waves of the Pacific Ocean, the gramophone in Roshi's abode resumed playing jazz. The old man slumped amidst the scattered ancient tomes, discovering that the secret scrolls of the Kame School had transformed into a parenting guide. With the cover inscribed in milk stains, the ultimate essence of martial arts is the art of childbirth. He gazed at the horizon with a wry smile. The splashes of water stirred by the remnants of Inspector Hel vaguely revealing a nascent cosmic embryo, sucking the starlight. Chapter 4. Vegeta's solo venture into the realm of dark matter. Vegeta's fingertips grazed the edge of the quantum rift, where dark purple energy crystallized upon his skin. The spatial wound left by Inspector Hel resembled a bleeding uterine fissure, viscous liquid dark matter dripping through the crack and corroding the ground into countless honeycomb-like cavities. The azure energy aura of his super blue form, upon nearing the rift, distorted violently, as if countless infant hands were tugging at the energy field. He stared into the depths of the rift, where dark red glimmers danced, an intentional invitation left by Inspector Hel, or rather, a declaration of war against the entire seventh universe. Nonetheless, the prince compressed the energy of the destroyer to the Planck scale, and the purple-black aura suddenly collapsed into a singularity the size of a needle's tip. As this energy sphere, encapsulating 700,000 years of Saiyan combat spirit, pierced the rift, the entire spatial dimension emitted a scream akin to childbirth. The realm of dark matter split open like the belly of a colossal beast, revealing the pulsating quantum heart within. The moment Vegeta stepped into the rift, the nanofibers of his battle suit hardened into armor, the surface adorned with the annihilation runes of the Bardock lineage, a protective mechanism implanted during training with Beerus. Upon entering the realm, Vegeta's eardrums were pierced by the cries of 70,000 different frequencies. The liquid void of dark matter enveloped him like a living placenta, etching Inspector Hel's mechanical emblem upon the surface of his armor. He witnessed his shadow split into 12 embryos, each umbilically connected to the remnants of different universes. A floating, tar-like slime clung to his visor, immediately beginning to self-replicate, transforming the respiratory filtration system into a miniature birthing chamber. As the first breath of contaminated air surged into his lungs, his Saiyan genes erupted uncontrollably, fangs piercing his lips, while his coccyx sprouted a luminous tail. Is this your way of hosting? Vegeta tore apart his visor, allowing dark matter to scorch his cheeks. The purple-black aura of the abyssal destroyer erupted suddenly, evaporating the slime within a 5-meter radius into a Klein bottle structure. Yet, the vaporized dark matter did not vanish. Rather, it reconfigured in the void to form the first mirror warrior, perfectly replicating his super blue form, yet branded with the deletion code of the king of all system. At the moment when two ultimate flashes collided, the energy waves did not annihilate each other, but fused into a pallid infant's hand. The massive energy hand shattered the battlefield space, partitioning the realm into mosaic-like birthing chambers. Vegeta's right hook penetrated the mirror's chest, only to discover that the gushing wound did not spew blood, but rather the genetic data stream from Bulma's laboratory. The spiral codes reassembled in the air, forming a holographic projection of Inspector Hel. The mechanical wings of the Valkyrie dripped with amniotic-like energy. Within the transparent protective shield of her abdomen curled a fetus with a tail. Your bloodline is the most perfect incubator. Hel's electronic eye scanned the prince's genetic chain, and a scalpel suddenly quantumized, piercing into his coccyx. The extracted spinal fluid coalesced into an apparition of the first Saiyan king kneeling 70,000 years ago. That monarch sacrificed his subjects at the feet of the Dark Kaishin, solely to inscribe the creation code into the genetic lineage. Observe these scars you deem glorious. Hel's voice intertwined with the cries of infants, merely the factory serial numbers of forceps. Dark matter suddenly boiled, dragging Vegeta into the quantum corridor of memory. He saw his grandfather place the wailing infant into the incubation chamber, the bone blade of the Dark Kaishin slicing through the child's spine. The glowing cuneiform flowed along the spinal canal, rewriting the fate of the entire royal lineage into a tool of creation. The incantations of Saiyan language from 70,000 years ago exploded in his ears, resonating with Hel's scalpel, each metallic clash releasing the dying wails of a erased universe. You were born to be forceps. The specter of the first Kaishin emerged from the depths of memory, decayed fingers poking into Vegeta's temple. The prince's super blue aura suddenly became tainted with dark red, the tampered genetic chain protruding beneath his skin, forming a reverse spiral of birthing totems. 9 dark Saiyan embryos were born in the void, their umbilical cords connected to his energy core. As the first embryo opened its eyes akin to the king of all, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. Reflected within them were not foes, but the slumbering visage of Trunks as an infant. The form of the abyssal destroyer broke through its critical point at that moment. The purple-black aura transformed into a roaring giant ape specter, tearing the corridor of memory into fragments. Vegeta's claws pierced Hel's core furnace, pulling not energy conduits, but a cosmic embryo entwined with an umbilical cord. The baby's cries synchronously matched the frequency of Bulma's monitoring device, and the realm of dark matter violently collapsed with the sound waves, birthing 12 mirror images of the Inspector from the void. Their mechanical wombs simultaneously began to contract, and from each birthing passage emerged dark warriors bearing both Saiyan and Namekian traits. When the ninth scalpel pierced his cervical vertebra, Vegeta's roar shattered the quantum bubble. He witnessed the scene of Trunks' birth replayed in the dark red slime, the newborn's genetic chain replaced with Inspector codes. Just as a 100-fold gamma flash threatened to obliterate this illusion, the infant suddenly opened Bulma's azure eyes, calling out Daddy in a cherubic voice. The energy field of the abyssal destroyer experienced a chaotic disturbance for 3 seconds, and in that instant, Hel's essence seized the opportunity to plunge a forceps into his energy core. Dark matter surged backward through the wound, rewriting Saiyan genes into living creation codes. Visions of terror flooded Vegeta's memory palace. An inspector bearing his visage was stuffing a nascent universe into an incubation chamber. The ingredients list of the nurturing fluid prominently featuring Vegeta cell extract. The curse of 70,000 years of bloodline reached its zenith at this moment, with every vein coursing with a binary formatted parenting manual. An enraged roar shattered the 12 birthing chambers, and Vegeta obliterated Hel's core furnace with his bare hands. Dark red energy splattered like umbilical blood, drawing an anatomical diagram of the cosmic womb in the void. The wings of the abyssal destroyer sprouted the deletion codes of the king of all system, his very essence being transformed into a mobile factory of creation. In the innermost altar of the realm, the coffin of the first dark Kaioshin slowly opened, 9 compound eyes igniting within, each reflecting different forms of Vegeta, warrior, father, destroyer, and the creator that was about to be born. In the final moment of sacrifice, Vegeta's genetic chain autonomously unraveled an ancient forbidden spell. He compressed the form of the abyssal destroyer into a singularity, stuffing it alongside 70,000 years of battle spirit into the mechanical womb. Amidst the blinding light of the quantum explosion, Bardock's final battle cry transcended time and space, resonating with Trunks' first wail to form a cosmic requiem. As the radiance dissipated, Vegeta's palm tightly grasped the fetal image reclaimed from the womb of Hel, the infant's spine pulsating with the mechanical codes of the Overseer. Far away on Earth, Bulma suddenly experienced intense contractions, her monitoring device revealing that dark runes had infiltrated the fetus's genes. Trunks' gravity sword moaned within its sheath, the family crest on the hilt oozing dark crimson ichor. Meanwhile, deep within the Pacific, the newly birthed Overseer's wings extended from the quantum tides. Reaching out with clawed appendages, Vegeta stood amidst the ruins, the mark of the god of destruction transformed into a reverse spiral of birthing totems, each line flowing with the mechanical amniotic fluid of Hel. He gazed toward the newly torn rift in the sky, where the whispers of the first Supreme Kai echoed, "Welcome to the cradle of the Creator." Chapter 5. The arrival of the Omni King's guard on Earth. The morning fog of Earth was shattered into crystalline forms by quantum pulses, as 12 crimson beams pierced the clouds. The mechanical wings of the Omni King's guard obscured half the firmament, data chains projected by angelic halos entwining the ozone layer, rewriting the atmosphere into a slaughter program executing purification protocols. Suddenly, Bulma's pregnancy monitor erupted with blinding red light, the fetal heartbeat synchronizing with the countdown to the guard's arrival. Gravity parameters went haywire. The artificial pupil of Android 17 contracted to a pinprick, while the wristwatch indicated that the Antarctic ice cap was rising at 3 meters per second. Marin's force field bracelet activated autonomously, a pale blue shield blossoming into a Saiyan ancient script firewall upon contact with the pulse waves. Trunks' gravity sword abruptly unsheathed, soaring into the sky, its blade unleashing electromagnetic pulses that formed the clearing code of the Omni King system in midair. Weiss's voice pierced through the quantum interference. They have brought weapons of causality. The tip of the angelic staff seeped with pale golden blood, sketching a Mobius defense formation above the Pacific. Beerus's destructive energy, upon touching the light beams, was refracted back to the surface, melting the Hawaiian Islands into a glass-like basin. Activate the planetary defense network. Bulma's command crackled with electronic static. The quantum reactor 300 meters beneath Capsule Corporation overloaded, hive-like energy towers rising from continents, their tips spewing antimatter streams that intertwined in the air to form a Klein bottle structure. Gohan's biological battle armor unfurled a predictive matrix, the Namekian crystal sprouting a holographic command interface upon its shoulder. The first wave of attack was silent death. 12 mechanical angels blinked in unison, the Tokyo Tower quantumly reconstituting into an execution crucifix under the data gaze. The screams of millions of citizens had yet to escape their lips. already compiled into binary whales stored within the Guard's Halo database. Vegeta's abyssal god of destruction form ascended first. Yet the violet-black flames were inverted into creative energy upon reaching the halo, nurturing the newly born cosmic embryos upon the wings of the guard. This was not a battle. Goku tore apart the causality-tainted martial arts uniform, his silver hair entwining with the mechanical tendrils of the guard captain. It was a dimensional strike. His right fist pierced the angel's chest, only to collide with flowing deletion codes. The guard captain's abdomen split open, ejecting not an energy core, but the ultrasound image of Bulma's fetus from 3 months prior. Trunks' gravity sword suddenly reversed direction, the family crest on the hilt seeping the data stream of the overseer. The youth roared, gripping the blade's edge with his left hand. Blood had yet to drop, but evaporated into Saiyan ancient script. They have inscribed a backdoor into my genes. Android 18's high heels shattered the blade, corrosive liquid mingling with mechanical amniotic fluid to form a boiling quantum toxin. The cries of the first Supreme Kai echoed from beneath the Pacific. The wings of the Omni King's guard unfurled to the distance between the Earth and the Moon, each feather releasing miniature black holes. The Earth's axis began to tilt, the line of dawn and dusk cutting through time zones drenched in blood. Gohan's tactical visor exploded. The Scholar Warrior replaced his eyeball with the Namekian crystal, forcibly synchronizing his biological armor with the Planetary Defense Network. Southwestern Hemisphere switched to Fibonacci defensive formation. Bulma's quantum laboratory suddenly collapsed into a singularity. The pregnant woman curled into a fetal position within the anti-gravity seat, a silver emblem upon her abdomen encoding the creative code into a birthing password. Trunks' broken sword pierced the data interface beneath his mother's feet, using royal blood to temporarily halt the guard's genetic invasion. Mom, hold on. The boy's mechanical eye overflowed with dark crimson ichor, the depths of his pupils flickering with sacrificial scenes from 700,000 years past. Weiss's angelic dance traced creative patterns across the stratosphere. With each strike that shattered a miniature black hole, new cosmic embryos were birthed from the wounds. Beerus's god of destruction form had been reversed by the causality weapon, purple flames continuously birthing overseer larvae adorned with Saiyan tails. Damn the temporal paradox. He tore open his energy core, temporarily freezing the entropy increase in the East Asian time zone. Vegeta's abyssal flames abruptly collapsed into a singularity. As the violet-black energy broke through the barriers of causality, every inch of his skin manifested the reverse spiral of birthing totems. The wings of the mechanical angels began to corrode upon touching this energy, dark matter flowing along the data chain, polluting the Omni King system. Now, this is destruction. The Prince's ultimate flash pierced through the guard captain, amidst the annihilating light waves revealing the altered genetic blueprint of the first Saiyan King. The lamentations of Earth reached their zenith. The Amazon rainforest quantumized into data wasteland, and the pyramids reformed into Saiyan altars under the gaze of causality. Android 17's artificial nerves suddenly overclocked, the overloaded energy furnace expelling the core code of the overseer. He embraced 2 attacking mechanical angels, leaping into the stratosphere. The blinding light from the self-detonation tore open a temporary safe zone in the ozone layer. Tell Kakarot that I have won this round. Marin's force field bracelet breached its critical point at that moment. The girl's pupils split into 12 pairs of compound eyes. The fetal heartbeat frequency, seizing control of the guard's purification protocol through quantum entanglement. Bulma's scream pierced dimensions, the creative code within her womb finally completing its compilation. The newborn's wail blossoming into a pure white realm at the heart of the battlefield, all mechanical angels abruptly halting, as if the slaughtering puppets had been pressed to pause. From the fissures in Weiss's staff, rainbow-hued amniotic fluid seeped forth. The angels infused their final strength into the Earth's core, forcibly initiating the creative reboot program. As the morning fog recongealed, the wings of the Omni King's guard were dissolving in the quantum tides, the cosmic embryos they carried wilting one by one, transforming into floating dark matter dandelions. It is not over yet. Vegeta knelt on one knee, the mark of the abyssal god of destruction having spread to his neck. He gazed at the faint silhouette of the Omni King hidden behind the clouds, the remnants of the mechanical angels reshaping into a more terrifying form. Bulma's monitoring device suddenly went black, and the quantum projection of the fetus emerged above the ruins, the infant's palm clasping not the seal of the Omni King, but the mechanical heart of the Overseer Hel. Chapter 6. Gotenks accidentally enters a temporal rift. Gotenks had 3 minutes left on his fusion countdown, the fingertips of the youthful amalgamation already glowing with signs of disintegration. He had intended to test a new technique in the Arctic Circle before his disintegration, but now found himself trapped in the skies above the ruins of West City by a quantum storm. The temporal rift left by the Overseer Hel resembled a grinning wound, pulling debris from a 10-kilometer radius into an unknown dimension. Super Phantom Godwind Fist. The pink energy blast howled forth, only to be rewritten into data streams upon reaching the rift. Gotenks' trademark tuft of hair suddenly stood on end as he saw energy residues forming the Saiyan ancient script for runaway. In the air, however, the boy's inherent mischief overrode his survival instinct, and he mimicked Vegeta's signature move, charging toward the rift. I am the universe's #1. What? The disintegrating glow froze at the moment of crossing the rift. Gotenks landed heavily upon a dark purple mat of fungi, his nostrils filled with the bizarre scent of rust and humus. Struggling to rise, he noticed that his battle suit was crawling with glowing moss, each patch secreting corrosive slime. Even more bizarrely, his fusion countdown had stalled at the final 7 seconds, as if time itself in this universe had been paused. Cool. The boy kicked aside a metallic fragment at his feet, which suddenly quantumized and reformed midair into a half-arm adorned with menacing fangs. A piercing wail, reminiscent of an infant's cry, echoed from afar, while the horizon was dominated by countless inverted spires, their bodies entwined with blood vessel-like biocables. Suddenly, Gotenks' Super Saiyan energy spiraled out of control, transforming the golden aura into a dark purple hue, coalescing behind him into the colossal shadow of a giant ape adorned with the crown of the Omni King. As the quantum radar of Capsule Corp detected anomalous signals, Bulma was experiencing her 49th false contraction. She fixated on the distorted genetic map displayed in the holographic projection, discovering that the mitochondrial DNA of the fetus resonated with the ecological data from Universe 13. Trunks retrieved the dark matter samples from 3 months ago for comparison. The screams of the expectant mother were drowned out by alarm bells, while the nanowalls of the laboratory oozed a tar-like substance that gradually solidified into a mechanical relief of Officer Hel. Mom, this is Gotenks' life signal. Trunks' gravity sword pierced the quantum projection, the blade wedged at the coordinate point of Universe 13. The boy suddenly froze, his retina forcibly loaded with horrifying imagery. The mycelium forest where Gotenks resided was breathing, each luminescent mushroom ejecting data packets of the officer. While the sky was not adorned with stars, but rather dozens of continuously collapsing miniature black holes. Vegeta's destructive energy tore through the laboratory dome, purple-black flames swirling around an inverted birthing totem. Kakarot had already proceeded to the rift's entrance, his claws pressing against the quantum computer, the Saiyan genes forcibly decrypting the encrypted protocol, adjusting the time-space stabilizer to the frequency of the Bardock royal lineage. The gravity of Universe 13 suddenly reversed, and Gotenks clung to the ceiling like mycelium, as if he were a gecko. Just as he evaded a wave of acidic rain, he witnessed the spires on the horizon beginning to writhe. These were not edifices at all, but rather some cosmic-level ovipositors. Tens of thousands of mechanical insects emerged from the egg sacs, their compound eyes flickering with the deletion codes of the Omni King system. Ultimate flash. The energy beam erupting from the boy's fingertips veered off course, striking a floating mass of dark matter. From within the cloud, 9 pairs of crimson compound eyes opened, raining down not droplets of water, but rather solidified fragments of time and space. Gotenks' right arm was grazed by the shards, the wound not bleeding but instead sprouting Saiyan hieroglyph-like mycelium. Welcome to my garden, echoed Officer Hel's voice from beneath the earth, as the mycelium suddenly split open, revealing a gaping maw. Gotenks plummeted into the biological cavity, floating amidst the viscous digestive fluid were the quantum remnants of the Universe 7 warriors. He beheld ultra-blue Goku impaled by plant roots through the heart, and Vegeta's god of destruction form giving birth to a dark realm King Kai. While at the deepest point, a crystal coffin contained a corpse that bore his identical visage. Whis' angelic staff traced a Mobius strip at the rift's entrance. But Beerus tore through the barrier, forcefully intruding. That fool's fusion triggered Hel's contingency plan. The claws of the god of destruction shattered the oncoming temporal turbulence, as miniature universes were continuously birthed and obliterated within the purple flames. Goku's ultra instinct flickered through the void, his silver hair entwined with proliferating mechanical tendrils. Each severed appendage birthed 2 mirrored officers from the wound. Kakarot, to your left. Vegeta's abyssal god of destruction form collided with the ovipositor lunging at Goku, the purple-black flames reversing their flow the moment they touched Hel's true form. He suddenly realized his energy was being transformed into hatching fluid, injected into those writhing spires. Gotenks' distress signals suddenly erupted within his mind, infused with the time-space toxin unique to Universe 13. Deep within the mycelium labyrinth, the countdown for Gotenks' fusion dissolution unexpectedly resumed. Goten and Trunks fell amidst the disintegrating luminescence, discovering that their skin was now covered in glowing moss, their Saiyan genes being rewritten into plant coding. Use that. Trunks tore away the corroded remnants of his gravity sword, channeling the last of his energy into the family emblem on the hilt. The electromagnetic pulse activated by the royal blood temporarily froze the digestive fluid, but it also summoned forth a more terrifying presence. Officer Hel's mechanical womb emerged from the earth. Countless umbilical cords connecting to the clones of the universe 7 warriors. As her scalpel lunged toward Goten, a quantum pulse from Bulma's fetus suddenly erupted within the boy, causing the entire ecology of Universe 13 to go haywire. The mycelium forest ignited spontaneously, and the ovipositors spewed forth clouds of acidic mist laced with Saiyan cells. Mom! Trunks murmured in agony, as the remnants of the gravity sword suddenly quantum leaped, transforming into a star map that guided their way home. Seizing the last opportunity, Goten unleashed the residual energy from the fusion to strike at Hel's data core. In the fleeting moment before the rift closed, they glimpsed the ultimate secret of this universe. All ecological disasters stemmed from the cry of a Saiyan infant from 700,000 years ago, and the genetic code of that infant resonated with Bulma's fetus. When Goku's hand clasped around the two boys, their battle suits had symbiotically merged with the mycelium. Vegeta's destructive energy scorched the pollution of Universe 13, yet he found that his birthing totem was inversely absorbing the toxins. Don't touch them. Whis lifted a cluster of luminescent moss with his staff, the blood of the angel inscribing a purification matrix in the void. These are Hel's ecological weapons that will infect the main universe through quantum entanglement. Suddenly, the sound of a newborn's cry resonated within Bulma's laboratory. The star map of Universe 13 manifested upon the surface of her abdomen, the heartbeat of the fetus encoding the officer's ecological data into a defensive protocol. The remnants of Trunks' gravity sword floated beside the hospital bed, the emblem on the hilt containing intelligence that Gotenks had exchanged his life for. The corpse of the fusion being, identical to them, was awakening amidst the ruins of Universe 13. Chapter 7. Bulma develops the antimatter shield. Bulma's fingers danced across the quantum keyboard, beads of sweat trickling down the folds of the expectant mother's protective suit. Amniotic fluid samples boiled within the anti-gravity chamber, transforming into a Klein bottle structure. Light blue antimatter particles waltzing dangerously under the constraints of a magnetic field. The silver emblem on her pregnant belly flickered erratically, contending for space on her skin with the biological code left behind by Officer Hel's previous incursion. Trunks' mechanical eye oozed dark red slime as the boy etched the quantum entanglement parameters of the 7th generation restrainer onto the nano wall with the remnants of his gravity sword. Each incision seeping royal blood. Secondary circuit connected to Bardock's royal gene chain. Bulma's scream mingled with electronic static. The laboratory suddenly tilted at a 45-degree angle. Liquid metal pouring from the melting quantum computer, etching the Saiyan forbidden incantation from 700,000 years ago into the floor. The ancient Saiyan script on the holographic screen swam like tadpoles, suddenly coalescing into the confession of the first god of creation, depicting the Dark Realm King Kai shoving a wailing Saiyan infant into a cultivation pod, its spine implanted with glowing cuneiform. Officer Hel's mechanical wings pierced through the laboratory dome, a torrent of tar-like slime cascading down. Android 18's high heels shattered 3 self-destructing mechanical guards, while the corrosive liquid vaporized into a neurotoxic mist upon contact with the slime. You foolish scientist, do you think toys can protect the fetus? Hel's holographic projection reassembled within the toxic fog, her reactor displaying simulated images of Bulma's fetus being transformed into an officer. The infant's pupils split into 12 pairs of compound eyes, its palm clutching the eraser of the Omni-King system. Suddenly, Bulma's pupils quantumized, and her abdomen erupted with the brilliance of a supernova. The prototype of the antimatter shield activated, enveloping the entire laboratory in a ghostly blue energy membrane. Hel's mechanical tendrils collided with the surface of the shield, causing time and space to suddenly stagnate. Droplets of the splattered toxic mist froze in midair, each reflecting the scene of the Saiyan infant being implanted with the creation code from 700,000 years ago. The heartbeat of the fetus penetrated dimensions, and Trunks' mechanical arm uncontrollably plunged into the control console, royal blood flowing back through the data interface. Mother, it's rewriting my genes. The boy screamed as he tore away his prosthetic limb, the remnants of the gravity sword quantum leaping into a star map. Gohan's bioarmor shattered the blast-proof door, the Namekian crystal proliferating wildly within the energy field of the shield. The Scholar Warrior's compound eyes wept blood. The space-time curvature in the southwestern quadrant is tearing apart. His tactical ocular device reflected a terrifying tableau, the dark matter clouds of the Hades asteroid belt reconfigured into the womb of the Overseer, each particle enveloping fragments of Bulma's fetal genetic material. Vegeta's abyssal god of destruction form rent the fabric of space, casting forth the genetic key of the primordial Saiyan king amidst a tempest of violet-black flames. As the device pierced the quantum computer, the laboratory's nanowalls oozed a dark crimson viscous fluid, coalescing into the energy aftershocks of Hel's birthing process. Kakarot. The prince tore apart the armor encrusted with a blanket of fungi, his claws piercing the data conduit, yet what emerged was an ultrasound image from 3 months prior. The antimatter restrainer suddenly overloaded, and azure electric arcs wove a Mobius strip in the air, temporarily imprisoning Hel's mechanical womb within a 12-dimensional labyrinth. Whiss's angelic staff traced a rainbow vortex through the stratosphere, while the defense array, painted in pale golden blood, abruptly collapsed into a model of the birth canal. It was time for nurturing. His halo shattered into binary code, and the tip of the staff, which had split open, sealed off the shield's autonomous evolution function. Beerus's destructive energy reversed mid-course, and from the purple flames emerged a juvenile overseer bearing Goku's visage, their fingertips releasing the Omni King code, gradually eroding the ozone layer. The laboratory underwent a sudden quantum leap, with all apparatus reconstituting into living petri dishes in the void. Bulma curled into a fetal position, a star map of the 13th universe manifesting upon her abdomen, the dark purple fungal blanket spreading across her skin along the silver sigil. Trunks clutched his trembling mother, realizing that the fragments of the gravity sword were absorbing the shield's energy. "Mom, it's transforming you into a nurturing pod." The imagery from the boy's mechanical eye was suffocating. Deep within the core of the antimatter shield, the quantum projection of Bulma's fetus was giving birth to mechanical angels. The newborn's pupils a perfect replication of Hel's compound eye structure. A cosmic first cry resonated through the stratosphere, as the Earth, encased within the shield, transformed into a floating luminescent embryo. The surface of the energy membrane flowed with the terminal data of 700,000 erased universes, each ripple inscribed with Saiyan prohibitions. Hel's laughter reverberated across quantum frequencies, a perfect birthing chamber. Her mechanical womb's remnants reformed into an inverted spire, within the incubation sac at its apex. A doll of the Omni King with a Saiyan tail suckled dark matter milk. Gohan's bioarmor fused with the ancient Namekian tree into a defensive nexus. The Scholar Warrior's compound eye reflecting a brutal truth. The shield was both cradle and cage. Vegeta's God of Destruction brand spread to his neck, the violet-black flames continually obliterating the reborn Overseer offspring. As Goku's ultra-instinct silver hair pierced the quantum barrier, what he beheld was not hope, but countless iterations of Bulma repeating the cycle of creation and destruction across parallel timelines. The laboratory ruins suddenly underwent a quantum leap, forming a massive sculptural representation of a birthing clamp upon the shield surface. The data pollution from the fungal forest spread along the energy membrane, the corpse of the 13th universe's amalgamation opening 9 compound eyes deep within its core. Bulma's scream overlapped with those of mothers throughout history, as the amniotic samples within the anti-gravity chamber formed a furious whirlpool. The fetal heartbeat breached the critical frequency, and the antimatter shield began to autonomously evolve. Billions of compound eyes opening upon the surface of the energy membrane, each pupil reflecting a rewritten reality. Chapter 8. Piccolo merges with the ancient Namekian tree. As Piccolo's fingertips sank into the ancient tree's bark, the growth rings abruptly began to spin in reverse. The sap of the Namekian tree shimmered with a ghostly green luminescence, seeping into his veins through the gaps in his fingers, transforming his skin into a bark-like biological armor. When the first nerve tendril pierced his spine, he witnessed the creation scene from 70,000 years prior erupt before him, the first supreme Kai kneeling before the quantum sea, inscribing the cosmic code with the spinal fluid of Namekian ancestors. This was not fusion. Piccolo tore away the glowing tendril coiling around his neck. This was possession. The torrent of the tree's consciousness breached his mental defenses, countless generations of Namekian memories crashing down upon his mind like a meteor shower. He saw his own birth scene distorted. The figure curled within the incubation pod was not a green infant, but an embryo adorned with the mechanical tentacles of Overseer Hel. The laboratory's alarm blared 3,000 kilometers away. As Bulma's quantum radar detected anomalous energy fluctuations, Gohan's bioarmor spiraled into chaos due to resonance overload. The Scholar Warrior's compound eye wept blood, and at the moment the tactical ocular device shattered, he saw his master's image fracturing in the void. 12 different timelines of Piccolo merging with the ancient tree, each displaying varying degrees of botanical aberration. Southwest Quadrant. Gravitational anomalies. Gohan's roar was torn asunder by the quantum storm. The roots of the ancient Namekian tree suddenly pierced the laboratory's crust, tendrils ensnaring the antimatter shield generator. Bulma's pregnant belly erupted with blinding light, the fetal heartbeat frequency entangling quantumly with the tree's energy fluctuations. Trunks. Sever their symbiotic circuit. The boy ripped away the corroded mechanical arm, the blood of royalty drawing a firewall upon the remnants of the gravity sword. At the moment the blade pierced the main root system, the memories of 70,000 years surged back into his genetic chain. Images of the first Supreme Kai being nailed to the ancient tree by dark kin, each nail inscribed with Saiyan prohibitions. Piccolo's left eye suddenly sprouted ringed pupils, its retina no longer receiving the visible spectrum. He saw Gohan impaled through the heart by the Overseer's tendril in 15 seconds, witnessed Bulma's fetus quantumly vanishing during birth, and observed Vegeta's god of destruction mark spreading into a totem of the birth canal. The tree's sap boiled within his throat, and the prophecy he expelled bore the scent of humus. 37 degrees southeast, a temporal rift will open in 3 seconds. Gotenks fusion appeared precisely at that moment, consumed by the abruptly torn quantum birth canal. The boy's screams were ensnared by the tendrils before plummeting into the 13th universe. Piccolo's neural synapses oozing luminescent sap due to precognitive overload. Do not trust your vision. He tore at the mutated skin of his left arm. The future held 70,000 possibilities. Hel's holographic projection cackled amidst the treetop, the mechanical wings shedding not feathers but miniature black holes. Piccolo's resurrection ability mutated after merging with the ancient tree. His arm, devoured by the black hole, regenerated from the fungal blanket, its surface coated in the deletion codes of the Omni King system. Pitiful gardener, the overseer's birthing clamp pierced the trunk. You are merely fertilizer for the fetus. Suddenly, the ancient tree erupted into billions of quantum flowers, each petal reflecting different timelines. Amidst the flurry of floral rain, Piccolo glimpsed keyframes. In some future, his botanical form was transforming Gohan into a living defense node. In another timeline, fully aberrated, he choked the newborn Piccolo by the throat. The most horrifying image flickered at the flower's core, the soul of the Namekian ancestors crawling from the roots, placing the crown of the first Supreme Kai atop his newly fanged head. Do not be consumed by memories. Gohan's Kamehameha swept through the floral storm, the bio-armor resonating forcibly with the tree's root system. The neural tendrils of master and disciple intertwined in the air, forming a tactical network traversing dimensions. Piccolo's precognitive vision sharpened suddenly. Hel's core furnace weakness would emerge in 27 seconds at a bearing of 15 degrees northwest, precisely within the vacuum of Vegeta's abyssal god energy. At the moment the violet-black energy collided with the quantum floral rain, Piccolo envisioned the battlefield 3 hours hence, his roots entwining with the earth, each defensive command precipitating the obliteration of some galaxy. The consciousness of the ancient tree whispered within his mind, to protect is to destroy. He abruptly broke the mutating right horn, stabbing the severed edge into his temple. The intense pain temporarily halted the flood of prophecy. The laboratory's genetic sequencer suddenly blacked out, as Bulma's amniotic samples formed an angry whirlpool within the anti-gravity chamber. The expectant mother's protective suit oozed the code of the first Supreme Kai, the sigil upon her abdomen resonating with the ancient tree's growth rings. He is absorbing the cosmic trauma memories. She tore away 3-4 tubes, channeling the fetal heartbeat frequency into the shield network. Trunks' mechanical eye suddenly displayed horrific data. Every cell of Piccolo had transformed into a time capsule, storing the vestiges of civilizations erased by the Omni King. The angelic staff of Whis pierces through the quantum tempest, an intriguing display of potted artistry, its halo fragments cascading upon the ancient branches of a tree, momentarily sealing the rampaging precognitive abilities. Piccolo glimpses the past of the angel in the interstice of time and space. 700,000 years ago, it was Whis who transformed the original Namekian into a living record keeper. Choose wisely. The tree's growth rings inscribe binary options upon the retina, to become a prophet or a destroyer. Suddenly, Piccolo's regenerative arm constricts around his own throat, while the alien neural tendrils swiftly penetrate his heart. As consciousness begins to fade, he releases a final comprehensive prediction. The tactical scopes of all warriors abruptly display a panoramic view of the battlefield 5 seconds into the future, marking 37 fatal weaknesses in Hel's mechanical womb. Gohan's biowar armor operates at an unprecedented frequency, with Namekian crystals proliferating into a planetary-level defensive matrix. Vegeta's abyssal key precisely strikes the predicted coordinates, tearing Hel's quantum birth canal into fundamental particles. When the smoke clears, Piccolo's form has completely merged with the ancient tree, his grotesque visage materializing upon the surface of the trunk. Chapter 9 reveals the true identity of the Overseer, Hela. As the crystal at the tip of Whis' staff oozes pale golden droplets, Hel's mechanical womb is in the throes of birthing replicas of the 7th universe. Bulma's quantum shield quakes violently amidst the energy storm, and the silver emblem upon her pregnant abdomen projects the initial list of angel candidates. with Hela's name glaringly struck through in crimson ink above Whis. You were meant to be my successor. The fragments of Whis's angelic halo shatter into binary snowflakes, drifting down upon Hela's shattered mechanical wings. The Valkyrie's electronic eye suddenly undergoes quantum transformation, reflecting memories from 700,000 years ago, within the immaculate hall of the Omni King. The youthful angel candidate Hela kneels before the high priest, her 12 pairs of luminous wings being methodically stripped away. Why? The Hela from memory screams. As the severed wing fragments coalesce into a Saiyan gene chain in the air, the high priest's finger lightly touches the void, injecting her spine with the original Kai's confessional code, because you have touched a truth that should not exist. Suddenly, the battlefield falls into an eerie silence. Vegeta's destructive aura dissipates inexplicably before reaching Hela's core, the purple-black energy reversing back into his being, etching the mark of the angel candidate upon his skin. Goku's ultra-instinct silver hair ensnares Hela's birthing claws, but in that fleeting contact, he reads chilling fragments of memory, the original Omni King sucking on the severed wings of Hela, akin to an infant gnawing on a teething ring. Do you think the Overseer is merely that? Hela tears open her chest armor, revealing the pulsating wing fragments within her mechanical womb. Each fragment connects to a different universe's umbilical cord, delivering the dying data of erased civilizations. We are the scavengers of the Omni King system, the defective products of angelic elimination. Bulma's protective suit abruptly becomes transparent, the fetus's palm pressing against the quantum computer through her abdomen. The laboratory's holographic screen frantically scrolls through ancient archives. 700,000 years ago, Hela was stripped of her angelic status for conducting unauthorized research on the creation code. Her memories were fragmented into 12 parts and implanted within the overseers of different universes. At this moment, all mechanical versions of Hela suddenly freeze, their electronic eyes weeping blood tears, piecing together the dismembered truth in the air. Gohan's biowar armor disassembles in resonance, with Namekian crystals piercing the ground to grow into a tree of memories. The Scholar Warrior's compound eyes are forced to absorb a torrent of data in a certain erased universe. Hela's wing fragments are transforming a Saiyan infant into a living storage device. The silhouette of the original Kaioshin emerges, with the tip of his staff dripping Hela's cerebral fluid. Stop! Whis's staff pierces through Hela's quantum projection, mixing angelic blood with mechanical amniotic fluid to create a rainbow whirlpool. The former mentor and student confront one another amidst the chaotic energy currents. Hela's deleted memories are awakening. You knew those universes should not have been erased. Rules supersede truth. For the first time, cracks appear in Whis's pupils, and the crystal at the tip of his staff shatters completely. Among the erupting shards, Gotenks witnesses a horrifying scene. A young Hela at the Angel Academy dissecting Saiyan infants, inscribing the creation code into their still-beating spines. Her experimental log materializes in the void, each page bearing the infant handprint of the current Omni King. Vegeta's destructive energy suddenly goes berserk, with the abyssal birth canal totem spinning in reverse. The royal gene chain boils in resonance, with images from 700,000 years ago flooding his mind, his ancestors kneeling at Hela's feet, offering the strongest infant of their lineage as experimental material. Is this the glory of the Saiyans? The prince tears his chest armor apart, the purple-black key scorching the shameful codes etched into his very bones. Hela's core reactor overloads at this moment, her mechanical womb erupting with imprisoned wing fragments. 12 pairs of broken wings reassemble in the air, each feather reflecting the apocalyptic end of a different universe. Bulma's fetus suddenly moves violently, the silver emblem transforming the quantum shield into an incubation sac, greedily absorbing the creative energy released by Hela. Do you think you are rebelling? Hela's voice morphs into the youthful tone of the original Omni King, her mechanical form quantumizing into that of a pure white infant. It sucks on its thumb, with the erased universes drifting from its mouth like rubber scraps. You are merely executing a script written 7,000 epochs ago. Whis's dance of angels suddenly stiffens, as the fragments of his halo are toyed with by the infant Omni King. Gohan's biowar armor fully botanicalizes, roots piercing into the Earth's core to extract memory magma. 700,000 years ago, it was the young Omni King who transformed Hela's wings into the Overseer chip. All the purging protocols of the universes are merely the nutritional meals required for the divine's growth. Trunks' gravity sword fragments suddenly levitate, the sword's emblem bursting forth with the original Kaioshin's secret order. The youth tears away the tainted mechanical arm, inscribing a firewall in the void with royal blood. Mother. The shield is reversing the absorption of Hela's memories. Bulma's pregnant abdomen erupts with the brilliance of a supernova, the fetus's heartbeat compiling the Overseer code into a god-slaying program. As the final wing fragment of Hela integrates into the quantum shield, Vegeta's claws pierce through the illusion of the infant Omni King. The totem of the birth canal in the purple-black aura suddenly reverses, the abyssal destroyer form evolving into an unprecedented stance, deep within his pupils. The original angel Hel's wings are being reborn, each feather etched with the Saiyan's forbidden incantations. Chapter 10. The Emergence of the Dark Kaishin. The remnants of the mechanical wings of the Omni King's guard float within the quantum sea, Hel's wing fragments flickering like dying fireflies. Bulma's quantum shield suddenly collapses violently. The azure energy membrane cracking with a web-like pattern, each fissure seeping pitch-like negative energy, an ancient darkness that even the Overseer protocols cannot decipher. Vegeta's abyssal destroyer form goes haywire, as the reverse-rotating totem of the birth canal emerges amidst the purple-black key. Some existence that transcends comprehension is descending through the energy channel. Step back. Whis' staff blocks the path of the others, as the angelic halo shatters into droplets of light. His voice trembles for the first time. This is not Hel's contingency plan. Before he can finish, the quantum sea suddenly solidifies into black crystal, reflecting the shadows of 72 universes erased by the Omni King. From within the crystal, 9 pairs of crimson compound eyes open, each pupil flowing with the cerebral fluid of the original Kaishin. Gohan's biowar armor roots tremble violently. Namekian crystals grow fangs under the corrosion of negative energy. The curvature of time and space is rewriting the laws of physics. The Scholar Warrior's compound eyes are forced to process a vast stream of data, as Earth's gravitational parameters switch at a rate of 17 times per second. The waters of the Pacific quantumizing into liquid dark matter, as the dismembered totem of the Dark Kaishin from 700,000 years ago emerges amidst the waves. Dark red slime surges from the cracks of the crystal, coalescing into a mechanical womb that envelopes half the sky. At the moment the birth canal ruptured, even the remnants of Inspector Hel's data emitted a terrified shriek. What emerged was not a biological or mechanical entity, but rather a pure conceptual entity, the primordial form of the Dark King God, whose very existence negated all known physical laws. Vegeta's destructive energy suddenly reversed. The purplish-black flames tainted with a murky dark red, as the totem of the birth canal on his skin split open, oozing the corrupted spinal fluid of the original Saiyan King. Finally, the fissure awaited. The voice of the Dark King God resonated as an orchestration of the dying wails of 700,000 civilizations. Its tendrils lightly tapped the void, causing Bulma's quantum shield to disintegrate in an instant, while antimatter energy curled submissively at its feet. The protective suit of the pregnant woman suddenly turned transparent, as the creation codes on the fetus's spine were rewritten into an anti-God equation. Fragments of Trunks' gravity swords suddenly levitated, the emblem on the hilt erupting with royal blood that vaporized into the crying visage of a Saiyan infant in the air. Whis' angelic staff pierced through, creating ripples in time and space, but corroded into dust before it reached the dark red slime. The compound eyes of the Dark King God simultaneously gazed upon the past, present, and future. Its existence was a paradox in itself. Do you think erasing my name can obliterate my existence? Every universe erased by the Omni King serves as a source of my power. The quantum sea suddenly boiled, as the debris of erased universes surfaced like fragments of a placenta, each piece connected to the torn soul of the original Kaishin. Gotenks' fusion disintegrated amidst the chaotic energy flow, the boys plummeting into a vortex of negative energy. Goten's arm abruptly mutated into a dark matter tendril, while Trunks' mechanical eye emitted inspector codes, their genetic chains being rewritten into living sacrifices. Piccolo's root system, fused with the ancient tree, pierced the crust, revealing the ultimate truth within the rings of its pupils, 700,000 years ago. It was the original Kaishin who dismembered his dark kin and sealed them within the Omni King system's deletion records, and every erased universe nurtured this trapped beast. The game must be fair. The tendrils of the Dark King God flicked, giving birth to 12 ethereal shadows of the Omni King. They no longer resembled children toying with erasers, but rather terrifying beings entwined with the anti-God equation. Vegeta's abyssal form suddenly went berserk. As a dark larva with a Saiyan tail crawled out from the totem of the birth canal, these monsters devouring their father's energy, transforming the purplish-black flames into torrents of negative energy. Bulma's laboratory abruptly quantum leaped to the center of the battlefield, the pregnant woman's belly erupting with the creation's blinding light. The heartbeat of the fetus resonated with the Dark King God, the silver emblem reconstructing the remnants of the quantum shield into an anti-God throne. Mother, stop him. Trunks' mechanical arm suddenly clutched his own throat, royal blood sketching a sacrificial array in the void. Reenacting the scene of Saiyan ancestors offering infants to the Dark King God 700,000 years ago, Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair suddenly lost its luster, as the universe's correcting force crumbled before the onslaught of negative energy. As he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, the light waves quantumized into countless crying Saiyan infants. These energy bodies inadvertently reinforcing the mechanical womb of the Dark King God. Android 18's high heels crushed 3 dark larvae. Yet the corrosive liquid etched the anti-God equation into the ground, transforming the entire battlefield into a realm of negative energy. Whiss's angelic blood inscribed the final sealing array in the void, each stroke radiating with fading light. Remember, conceptual entities can only be countered with concepts. His form dissipated in the blinding light, fragments of the staff merging into Gohan's biological battle armor. The Scholar Warrior's compound eyes suddenly pierced through all timelines. As the mech crystals proliferated into a logical cage transcending dimensions, woven from the fundamental laws of the universe, with each node corresponding to a mathematical truth. The 9 pairs of compound eyes of the Dark King God revealed their gravity for the first time. As the logical cage contracted, its tendrils secreted a toxin of memories from erased civilizations, these memories materializing into millions of blades aimed at Gohan. Piccolo's ancient tree roots suddenly ensnared the Scholar Warrior. Wisdom accumulated over 700,000 years flowing from the rings of its pupils, modify the 5th postulate of the Riemann hypothesis. Gohan's tactical visor exploded, the surface of his biological armor displaying all mathematical formulas in human history, as he traced in a logical topological structure in the void with his finger. The battlefield suddenly fell into a peculiar silence. The surface of the Dark King God's mechanical womb cracked with countless paradoxical patterns, its essence beginning to self-deny. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta tore apart the totem of the birth canal, his abyssal destruction form evolving into a pure black existence, regurgitating the dark larvae that consumed him into anti-God bombs. At that moment, Bulma's fetus let out its first cry, the remnants of the quantum shield reconstructing into a pure white crown, a symbol of the torn royalty of the original Kaioshin. When pure white collided with pure black, the 700,000 erased universes were reborn and extinguished in the blinding light. The wails of the Dark King God shattered the continuity of time and space, its tendrils inscribing the final anti-God equation in the void, only to be covered by Trunks' royal blood. The youth severed his contaminated mechanical arm, etching his ancestors' confessions onto the battlefield with broken bones, the names of those sacrificed Saiyan infants forming a spell to seal the dark power. As the smoke cleared, the quantum sea restored its deceptive tranquility. Gohan's biological armor transformed into a logical tombstone, inscribed with all paradoxical formulas. Vegeta's abyssal form reverted to human shape, the remnants of the totem now grayish-white scars upon his skin. Yet in the darkest folds of the universe, a dark red crystal stained with angelic blood pulsed, containing the torn compound eyes of the Dark King God, within its depths reflecting the anti-God emblem on the fetal chest of Bulma. Chapter 1. The announcement of angel-level battle rules. The rainbow bridge of the Omni King's palace trembled in the quantum storm. The emblems of the 12 universes suspended above the court of judgment, with the insignia of the 7th universe oozing dark red slime. Bulma's protective suit monitor suddenly went black, the anti-God emblem of the fetus projecting through her belly onto the dome, staining the alabaster round table where the gods convened with blood red. 2 Omni Kings ceased their playful manipulation of erasers, as the universe models in their hands sprouted fangs, biting down on the scroll the Grand Priest prepared to read. New rules. New rules. The shorter Omni King slapped his bubblegum-like throne, the eraser's motion erasing half of the court's continuity in time and space. Whiss's angelic halo suddenly cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. The crystal ball at the tip of his staff oozing pale golden blood, the forcibly injected sealing program activating. The surface of the scroll unfurled by the Grand Priest bore indentations resembling infant bite marks. Henceforth, angels may not directly participate in any form of combat intervention. His voice carried a quantum static, each syllable causing Whiss's halo fragments to shed more rapidly, as all-time reversals, causality manipulations, and energy regeneration permissions were transferred to the custody of the Omni King system. Vegeta's abyssal destruction form suddenly spiraled out of control, the purplish-black flames scorching the floor of the court with the anti-God equation. He gazed at the supervisory code manifesting in his palm, unmistakably composed of fragments of the angelic halo. What a joke! The prince's roar shattered the projections of 3 universes. Do you intend to treat us as livestock in a gladiatorial arena? Goku's ultra-instinct silver hair fluttered without wind, yet faded to grayish-white upon touching the new rules force field. Instinctively, he reached out to steady the staggering Whis, but his fingertip passed through the angel's quantumized form. He could not even feel a breath. Whis's staff suddenly shattered, the shards spelling out ancient Saiyan characters in the air. The preview has ended. Bulma's pregnant belly convulsed violently at that moment, the silver emblem projecting the quantum image of the fetus into the center of the court. The anti-god emblem pulsing on the infant's chest resonated with the supervisory codes of the Omni King system, plunging the entire space into a bizarre data storm. Fragments of Trunks' gravity sword uncontrollably flew toward the scroll of rules, the royal blood erupting from the hilt, etching loopholes into the parchment. Interesting. The taller Omni King poked the face of the infant projection as the eraser morphed into the shape of a pacifier. As he cradled the pacifier, the halos of all angels dimmed in unison, and the remaining 12 pairs of ethereal wings behind Whis flickered out like extinguished lights. The codex of the High Priest suddenly sprang to life, transforming into data chains that ensnared the quantum cores of each angel. The warriors of the seventh universe bore witness to this spectacle beyond their observational barrier. The mechanical eye of Android 18 abruptly displayed an error code, her energy core inscribed with regulatory protocols. Gohan's biological battle armor autonomously disassembled, and the Namekian crystal devolved into mere or within the force field of regulations. Most terrifying was the fusion of Piccolo and the ancient tree, from which a viscous substance oozed forth. As the prophetic imagery was forcibly replaced by promotional animations of the Omni King system, balance must be maintained. The diminutive Omni King spat out the pacifier, drool crystallizing in the void to form a new countdown to battle. The last vestige of Whis' smile was shattered by the data chains, and the quantum state of the angel was compelled to regress into a judge's form. In his hand appeared a scoreboard adorned with regulatory codes, each etching corresponding to the genetic weaknesses of the warriors. Back at the seventh universe's camp, Bulma's quantum computer incessantly spewed forth bloodied data remnants. The pregnant woman tore open her protective suit, discovering the anti-god emblem absorbing the energy of the new rules. They were using the fetus as an adapter. Trunks' mechanical arm suddenly clutched his own throat, royal blood painting the ground with a mural depicting the first Saiyan King's sacrifice to the Omni King. Vegeta shredded his battle suit, overrun with regulatory codes, as the totem of the Abyssal Destroyer fractured, leaking fragments of the Inspector Hel's wings. When he attempted to incinerate these codes with a purplish-black energy, the totem unexpectedly reversed its rotation, converting the energy into sustenance for the Omni King system. Kakarot. He dashed into the gravity training room, only to find Goku's ultra-blue form degenerating, silver hair cascading like withered vines. Gohan knelt before the ancient tree, the lenses of his scholarly glasses reflecting cruel equations. Under the new rules, all energy exceeding the regulatory threshold would be converted into batteries for the Omni King's toys. Fragments of the Namekian crystal pulsated in his palm, each facet revealing the grim realities of alternate timelines. Whis gradually petrifying within the force field of regulations, Piccolo's roots transformed into regulatory antennas, and in the brightest scene, Bulma's fetus was suckling on a cosmic pacifier at the regulatory core. Mom, the 9th generation antimatter constrainer has completed synchronization. Trunks' mechanical eye wept blood, the young boy witnessing how the regulatory codes infected the device through royal bloodlines. Suddenly, Bulma's laboratory underwent a quantum leap, all instruments sprouting dark red fungal mats. As the fetal heartbeat translated the anti-god emblem into a format compatible with the new rules, the remnant crystal of the dark Kai pulsed violently within the sealed chamber. As the tendrils of regulatory codes pierced the surface of the crystal, 9 compound eyes opened simultaneously, reflecting the deepest secrets of the Omni King system, where the dismembered angelic candidates from 700,000 years ago lay dormant, each a primordial template for regulatory rules. Fragments of Hel's mechanical wings suddenly levitated, spelling out the erased truth in the void. The current Omni King was but a tangible toy of the regulatory system. A data storm suddenly descended upon the battlefield, each droplet a miniature version of the regulatory protocols. Android 17's synthetic skin dissolved in the rain, revealing pulsating Saiyan genetic chains beneath. He sheltered the unconscious Marin within the remnants of a quantum shield, discovering the little girl's force field bracelet transforming the regulatory codes into fairy tales, each character morphing into energy-devouring cartoon demons. Whis' voice resonated within the minds of all warriors, his final message before being sealed away. Remember, mere preparation is never sufficient. The residual blood of angels traced the Klein bottle trajectory in the void, the only loophole circumventing regulatory rules. At that moment, Vegeta's totem of the Abyssal Destroyer erupted, his form transcending dimensional limits. Yet before reaching the loophole, he was pierced through the chest by regulatory codes. When the first battle of regulation erupted at the edge of the galaxy, the warriors truly grasped the cruelty of the rules. The fusion of Gotenks was forcibly disbanded, the boys watching as energy was siphoned into the batteries of the Omni King's toys. The corrosive liquid of Android 18 suddenly flowed backward, converting her mechanical womb into a regulatory container. The most despairing sight was Piccolo, his ringed pupils reflecting the fates of all parallel universes, where in each timeline, Whis became a sacrificial offering to regulatory rules. Bulma's laboratory was suddenly engulfed in absolute darkness, the fetal heartbeat serving as the sole source of light. The anti-god emblem reconfigured on the surface of her pregnant belly into a mirror of regulatory codes. The woman's screams echoing as the confessional of the first Kai automatically played. We created a tyrant more perfect than ourselves. At that moment, shards of Trunks' gravity sword operated at hyperfrequency, the boy inscribing the equation for the loophole upon his mother's abdomen with the last of his royal blood. A rebellious program pinned in the spinal fluid of infants by their ancestors 70,000 years ago. Within the torrent of regulatory codes, Vegeta's abyssal form suddenly reversed. The purplish-black flames consumed the regulatory protocols, and from the totem crawled not dark progeny, but a Saiyan angel adorned with remnants of Whis' wings. As his ultimate flash pierced through the galaxy, all Omni King toys abruptly froze. This strike, transcending the rules, came at the cost of the Abyssal Destroyer's genetic chain being permanently shattered, and at the dimensional rift at the battlefield's end. A crystal stained with Whis' blood pulsed suddenly. The residual consciousness of the angel awakened within, fragments of his halo piecing together the core loophole of the new rules, where all regulated cosmic wills lay dormant, awaiting the cries of the seventh universe to awaken them. Chapter 2. Goku comprehends energy phase conversion. The bubble-like defensive layer of the dark matter realm shimmered with a pitch-black sheen in the vacuum, Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair flickering like a poorly connected filament. The mechanical wings of Inspector Hel vibrated at high frequencies 3,000 kilometers away, each oscillation releasing the quantum remnants of 700,000 Saiyan infants. Vegeta's abyssal destroyer form detonated in a cloud of purplish-black energy to the right, yet was refracted back by the dark matter barrier, melting the satellite array of the seventh universe into a glass meteor belt. Kakarot, your Kamehameha can't even stir up dust. Vegeta's roar, infused with the anti-god formula, was deconstructed into binary mockery before it could reach the dark matter. Wiping the faint golden blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku's ultra-blue aura suddenly collapsed. This was not exhaustion, but a deeper transformation. His retina reflected the quantum model of Bulma's laboratory, the argument about phase resonance from 3 months ago exploding in his mind. Energy is not a substance, it is a probability cloud. The pregnant woman, with her belly protruding, vividly sketched the structure of a Klein bottle on the virtual sandbox. The fetal heartbeat monitor resonated in the depths of consciousness, Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair rising without wind, tracing the trajectory of a Mobius strip in the vacuum. As Hel's dark matter torrent surged once more, his form abruptly quantumized, akin to a ghost passing through a storm without wetting his garments. Vegeta's pupils contracted to pinpoints. He witnessed the dark matter projectile penetrate Goku's body, only to reassemble as harmless light particles on the other side. This was not instantaneous movement, but a transition to a more essential form of existence. Goku's Ultra Instinct was breaking dimensional limits, misaligning the phase of his energy field with the attack frequency. Phase shift in 3 seconds. Bulma's voice pierced through the quantum communication interference. The surface of the pregnant woman's belly unveiled the frequency spectrum of dark matter defense. The fetal heartbeat translating the data into a pulse signal comprehensible to Saiyan genes. Goku's silver hair suddenly swelled, his Ultra Instinct form shedding all aura, revealing a translucent quantum superposition state. As Hel's mechanical wings swept towards him again, his palm penetrated the interior of the defensive layer as though passing through a holographic projection. His fingertips unleashing not energy waves, but a pure torrent of information. The dark matter barrier emitted a piercing scream akin to the universe's first cry, its viscous surface cracking open with countless lattice-like gaps. Vegeta's abyssal destroyer form seized this fleeting opportunity, the purplish-black flames transforming into a counter-rotating totem, compressing 70,000 years of battle intent into a singularity at the Planck scale. As the bullet, embodying the principles of destruction and the royal Saiyan bloodline, pierced through the breach, Hel's core reactor erupted for the first time with a chaotic torrent of panicked data. Impossible. The mechanical wings of the Inspector shed hundreds upon thousands of defensive protocols, each enveloped in the vengeful essence of obliterated universes. Yet, Goku's figure flickered in and out of the dark matter realm, each phase shift rewriting the fundamental rules of the battlefield. The vacuum permittivity warped beneath his feet. The Planck constant danced at his fingertips, and even the arrow of time began to form localized closed loops around him. Suddenly, fragments of Trunks' gravity sword resonated at the battlefield's edge, and the breach protocol inscribed by royal blood infused into Goku through quantum entanglement. The youth gazed at the countdown on his mechanical eye, marking the final 7 hours before his mother gave birth, coinciding with the activation period of the Omni King system's loophole. Uncle. Marin's force field bracelet overloaded, and the phase wave she unconsciously released synchronized perfectly with Goku. Hel's core reactor expelled dark red slime, coalescing in the air into 700,000 layers of logical firewalls. Yet, Goku's phase mastery transcended conceptual limits. Every cell in his being leaped between different energy levels, his silver hair of ultimate freedom attacking simultaneously across 12 dimensions. When the Inspector's strongest defensive protocol activated, the entire dark matter realm plunged into an absolute zero silence, freezing all energy movements, save for Goku's phase transitions that defied the laws of thermodynamics. This was Whis' preparatory assignment. Goku whispered within the realm of thought, the temporal rhythms taught by the angel perfectly overlapping with Bulma's quantum model. His right fist pierced through Hel's triple defenses, not by brute force, but by adjusting his existential phase to the moment before the defensive protocols were born. The Inspector's mechanical womb disintegrated in the void, revealing not an energy core, but fragments of the first-generation angelic wings imprisoned within. Vegeta's birthing totem shattered at this moment, the abyssal destroyer form breaking free from the shackles of regulatory codes. The violet-black flames engulfed Hel's data torrent, yet upon reaching the wing fragments, they suddenly purified, as the imprisoned angelic powers resonated into Goku's being through phase resonance. Deep within the silver-haired warrior's pupils, 12 pairs of winged phantasms ignited, the ultimate form of ultimate freedom blossoming in the quantum realm. With each breath, he triggered dimensional tremors, every cell embodying the collective will of obliterated universes. When the fist of phase mastery finally descended, Hel's core reactor did not explode. Instead, it flickered like an old television screen filled with static. 700,000 years of the Inspector's data decompressed in the void, exposing the deepest malevolence of the Omni King system, where every erased universe served as the raw material for dark matter defenses, and every Saiyan infant's wail became the password to the firewalls. Goku's silver hair suddenly faded, reverting to its primordial white-haired form, his fingertips lightly touching the void, as the imprisoned angelic wings soared homeward like fledglings returning to their nest, directed towards Whis' dissipating coordinates. In the laboratory at the battlefield's edge, Bulma's quantum computer abruptly spat out bloodied data crystals. The pregnant woman's belly erupted with the brilliance of a supernova, the fetal heartbeat encoding phase conversion data into an anti-divine emblem. Trunks' mechanical arm suddenly underwent quantum transformation, the youth witnessing the regulatory codes collapsing in the phase waves. Mom. He is rewriting the fundamental laws of the universe. The dark matter realm began to collapse dimensionally, the remnants of Hel's mechanical wings turning to stardust in the phase storm. As the final dark matter barrier dissipated, Goku's figure flickered in the void, his very existence transforming into a living phase converter, each particle oscillating between different realities. Vegeta tore apart the armor laden with regulatory codes, the awe of the abyssal destroyer form surfacing in his pupils for the first time. Have you finally surpassed a god, you bastard? Whis' lingering consciousness rippled deep within the quantum sea, the preparatory list drawn from angelic blood suddenly taking tangible form. At the end of the list, new writing emerged, inscribed in phase waves. Running at hyperfrequency will shorten your lifespan. Yet in that moment, Goku could no longer hear it. His ultimate freedom bore the grievances of 700,000 universes, hurtling towards the most vulnerable regulatory node of the Omni King system. Chapter 3, Vegeta's abyssal destroyer form goes haywire. Vegeta's pupils fractured into twin black holes amidst the violet-black flames, the birthing totem of the abyssal destroyer form coiling around his neck, writhing like a living creature. The remnants of the space station in the orbit of the seventh satellite underwent quantum reconstitution amidst the turbulent energy, coalescing into 700,000 anti-divine spears suspended above the heads of all present. Gohan's bioarmor deployed predictive matrices in response, but the Namekian crystal fractured upon contact with the surging energy, a frenzy so wild that even the scholar mode could not decipher it, breaking through regulatory thresholds at a rate of 3 times per second. Kakarot, stop him. Piccolo's ancient eyes roared from the depths of the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, as the defensive vines entwined around Earth were uprooted. Just as Goku's ultimate freedom silver hair grazed the edge of the rampaging domain, it was corroded into the withered gray of dead grass by the anti-divine equations. The figure of phase mastery flickered on the quantum level, only to discover that each of Vegeta's energy pulses had preempted his trajectory. The abyssal form was devouring the regulatory codes, evolving into a monster that transcended rules. Fragments of Trunks' gravity swords suddenly hovered, the royal bloodline sketching the projection of the first-generation Saiyan altar in the void. The young man watched as his father shredded his mechanical arm, the violet-black flames spewing not destructive energy, but the mechanical amniotic fluid of Inspector Hel and the remnants of the Dark Kaishin's multifaceted eyes. Mom, the frequency of the energy suppressor, he screamed into the communicator. But Bulma's quantum computer crashed amidst the violent fetal movements. Gohan's tactical visor exploded, the Scholar Warrior tearing apart the neural links of his bioarmor with his bare hands. Shards of the Namekian crystal pierced his palm, ancestral memories flooding in like a deluge, 700,000 years ago. The Grand Elder of Namek had sacrificed his life to seal the rampaging first-generation destroyer within the core of a star. He spat out blood, arranging the crystal fragments into an anti-phase array. Uncle, can you hear me? This is the final resonance frequency. Vegeta's response was a 100-fold gamma flash. The violet-black light waves entwining with the regulatory codes of the Omni King system. The Earth's atmosphere was torn open, revealing a gaping wound, while the Pacific Ocean boiled into quantum bubbles within the energy vacuum. Android 18's golden hair ignited in the radiation storm as she crashed into the remnants of the antimatter shield with the unconscious Marin. Discovering that the girl's force field bracelet was transforming the rampaging energy into a holographic nightmare, each image depicting Vegeta slaughtering his Saiyan brethren. Father. Trunks' gravity sword pierced into the rampaging domain, the sigil on the hilt releasing the repentance codes of the Bardock royal lineage. The young man watched as his mechanical limb melted away in the energy turbulence, revealing the pulsating Saiyan gene chain beneath. Please, look at this. The holographic projection unfolded in the void, showcasing planet Vegeta before its explosion, where the young prince was training, mercilessly beating fellow warriors. His eyes reflecting the same cruelty as now. The movements of the abyssal destroyer froze for 0.3 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan surged into the energy core, the remnants of bioarmor reconfiguring into neural probes amidst the phase transition. When his fingertips grazed Vegeta's temple, 700,000 years of bloody memories rained down upon the sea of consciousness, the ritual of offering an infant to the Dark Kaioshin, the apocalyptic prophecies seen by Bardock before his death, and the anti-divine sigil upon the fetus in Bulma's laboratory. All repeating the same truth. Saiyans are born as vessels of destruction, not a vessel. Gohan's roar erupted within the mental realm, the Scholar Warrior's thoughts transforming into a pure white blade that cleaved through the fog of memories. He witnessed the moment his father, Piccolo, died protecting him when he was 5, saw Vegeta's unwilling profile during the Cell Games, and Trunks' clumsy, first swing of the gravity sword. These warm core data were woven into a firewall, piercing against the torrent of rampage and embedding into the abyssal core. Vegeta's mechanistic precision in combat suddenly twisted, the birth canal totem rupturing and oozing a pale golden ichor. The residual angelic code from Whis flickered at the wound, the shackles of regulatory protocols fiercely clashing with Saiyan blood. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Goku's faded silver hair reignited with the brilliance of Ultra Instinct. His palm pierced through the quantum-infused rampaging realm, the pulsating energy at his fingertips not manifesting as a Kamehameha, but rather the quantum heartbeat frequency of Bulma's unborn child. Wake up. Do you wish for Trunks to become the next version of you? Goku's roar shattered 3 regulatory satellites. The rampaging realm suddenly collapsed, and Vegeta's pupils regained clarity in an instant. He beheld his purple-black aura driving his son towards the abyss of antimatter. Trunks' mechanical eye sparked, and with his last ounce of strength, the boy drove a shard of the gravity sword into his father's chest, not as an attack, but as an infusion of the oldest sealing code of the Bardock lineage. Suddenly, ancient tree roots entwined the battlefield, while Piccolo's ringed pupils exuded a tar-like wisdom. Now is the moment. Gohan compressed all scholarly knowledge into a neural pulse, injecting it into Vegeta's brainstem through the resonance of the Namekian crystal. The wails of the destroyer of the abyss shattered the moon, and the birth canal totem began to peel away in the purification of Ultra Instinct, revealing the bloodied truth beneath. As the last vestiges of purple-black aura dissipated, Vegeta knelt amidst the ruins of the crater. His battle armor lay in tatters, with the emblem of Trunks' sword hilt remaining on his chest. Gohan's biological armor disintegrated completely, the shards of the Namekian crystal burning scars into his palm. From a distance, the cries of a newborn echoed from the laboratory, while Bulma's quantum computer unexpectedly rebooted. The loophole code of the regulatory protocol cascading like a waterfall, an emancipation declaration penned in the blood of the Bardock lineage and the wisdom of scholars. Well done, Vegeta muttered, pulling the shard of the sword hilt from his chest, fatigue mingling with the pride of royalty. Trunks' mechanical arm abruptly ceased its trembling, the boy realizing that the rampaging energy was transforming into quantum ripples to restore Earth. Goku's silver hair faded back to black, and as he rested a hand on his friend's shoulder, he felt the tremors of the abyss still unresolved beneath, where the primal darkness of the Saiyan lineage lay dormant, poised to awaken again with the resurgence of the anti-god emblem. Chapter 4. The Omni King's Palace faces data intrusion. The rainbow bridge of the Omni King's Palace suddenly solidified into dark crimson crystal, the emblems of the 12 universes distorting into the visage of a weeping infant amidst the data torrent. The Grand Priest's scroll seeped a tar-like viscous substance, the inscriptions of eternal truths being rewritten into anti-divine equations. The two Omni Kings halted their game with the eraser, and the cosmic models in their hands sprouted mechanical tendrils, ensnaring the fingers of the divine. Error. Error. The diminutive Omni King's pacifier exploded into quantum foam, saliva crystallizing into scarlet error codes in the void. The taller Omni King attempted to erase the anomaly, only to find the traces of the erasure overwhelmed by the remnants of Inspector Hel's mechanical wings. The alabaster tiles of the entire temple cracked in a web-like pattern, and from the fissures crawled not repair nanobots, but data tadpoles sporting Saiyan tails. Bulma's quantum computer suddenly overloaded, the pregnant woman's belly erupting with blinding light. The fetus's heartbeat frequency resonated with the loopholes of the Omni King system, the silver emblem reconfiguring on the skin's surface into a dynamic firewall. Trunks. Connect to the 7th generation antimatter restrainer. She severed 3-4 tubes, the amniotic fluid samples forming a Klein bottle storm within the anti-gravity chamber. This was the topological structure employed 70,000 years ago by the first Kaioshin to seal the Dark Kin. Gohan's biological armor autonomously disassembled amid the data maelstrom, the shards of the Namekian crystal floating in the air, reconstructing a three-dimensional projection of the Omni King's palace. The Scholar Warrior's compound eyes oozed fluorescent liquid. They are altering the cosmic constants. On the screen, the speed of light in Universe 7 was being modified, causing all physical laws dependent on that speed to begin to unravel. Piccolo's ancient tree roots suddenly pierced through the laboratory's crust, the ringed pupils reflecting the ultimate truth deep within the core database of the Omni King system. Hel's dismembered consciousness was undergoing reassembly. The game is about to upgrade. The residual angelic blood from Whis suddenly manifested in the void. The pale golden liquid illustrated a Mobius strip enveloping the rampaging cosmic model, while fragments of the scepter inscribed the deleted regulatory protocol, all angelic-level operational permissions, transferred to emergency custody. Yet the warning came too late. The pupils of the mechanical angelic guard had already turned dark red, their wings flowing not with holy light, but with the mechanical amniotic fluid of Inspector Hel. Vegeta's form as the destroyer of the abyss swelled uncontrollably, the birth canal totem splitting open to spew forth digitized Saiyan infants. These quantum younglings gnawed at the regulatory code, transforming the purple-black aura into a virus invading the Omni King system. Kakarot, burn these damned parasites clean, he bellowed at Goku, who was in the state of ultra instinct. But the silver-haired warrior's form flickered erratically amidst the data storm, the transformation of ultra instinct being disrupted by the anti-divine equations, each flash leaving fragments of Saiyan genes in its wake. Trunks' gravity sword shard suddenly levitated, the hilt emblem erupting with the confessional code of the first Saiyan King. The boy watched in horror as his mechanical eye turned crimson with the invading data, his retina scrolling through the sacrificial images from 70,000 years ago. Mom. They are using the royal bloodline as a springboard. Bulma's protective suit suddenly turned transparent, the anti-divine emblem on the fetus's chest compiling the invading data into a biological virus. The dome of the Omni King Palace's courtroom shattered with a thunderous explosion, dark matter torrents cascading down, carrying the resentment of erased universes. The Grand Priest's codex inscriptions activated into data chains, yet upon touching the torrent, they corroded into dust. The diminutive Omni King suddenly emitted a piercing wail, his eraser toy sprouting fangs, chewing the most cherished model of Universe 6 into binary remnants. The taller Omni King attempted to reboot the system, only to find the interface replaced with ultrasound imagery of Bulma's fetus. Gotenks' fusion entity disassembled at the battlefield's edge, the boys plummeting into a data swamp. Goten's Super Saiyan energy suddenly became quantum, reshaping the surrounding dark matter into a legion of Omni King dolls. Trunks' mechanical arm flailed uncontrollably, wielding the gravity sword shard, its edge inscribing the initial conditions of the anti-divine equations into the ground. Uncle, I can't control it. Marin's force field bracelet overloaded and exploded, the little girl's pupils splitting into Hel's mechanical compound eyes. The residual consciousness of Whis suddenly materialized, the angelic quantum projection pressing down upon Bulma's control panel, used the fetus's heartbeat frequency as the decryption key. The pregnant woman's amniotic fluid samples boiled within the anti-gravity chamber, forming a 12-dimensional Klein bottle structure. As the fetus's palm pressed against the quantum interface through the belly, a 0.3-second loophole suddenly revealed itself in the core firewall of the Omni King system. This was precisely the administrative authority deleted from Hel 70,000 years ago. Vegeta's abyssal form seized the opportunity to plunge into the data torrent, the birth canal totem now spewing not destructive energy, but the genetic key of the first Saiyan King. The purple-black aura ignited within the system's loophole, melting Hel's mechanical wing fragments into primordial code. Gohan's biological armor fragments resonated suddenly. The Scholar Warrior tearing open his chest to connect his beating heart to the ancient tree roots, the wisdom of the Namekian ancestors transforming into a virus-killing program through photosynthesis. Mom, they are rewriting my genes. Trunks' mechanical eye erupted with blood tears as he witnessed the royal bloodline being transformed into an invasion channel. Bulma's quantum computer abruptly expelled bloody data crystals, the pregnant woman tearing off her protective suit to press her belly against the control panel. The fetus's heartbeat frequency entangled quantumly with the system's loopholes, the biological pulse unleashed by the anti-divine emblem temporarily freezing the data storm. When the last firewall fell, the core database of the Omni King Palace unveiled a horrifying truth. All erased universes were stored here, every civilization's dying data crafted into batteries for the Omni King dolls. In the depths of the data sea, the mechanical womb of Hel floats, cradling an embryo with the visage of Wukong. The residual angelic blood of Whis suddenly boils. As fragments of the scepter coalesce into the final preparatory checklist, remember, system vulnerabilities are the greatest of rules. In this moment, Wukong's ultimate instinct transcends the limits of phase. As the silhouette of the silver-haired warrior exists simultaneously across 12 dimensions, his fingertips graze the torrent of data, and the imprisoned cosmic consciousness bursts forth like a dam breaking. The regulatory code of the Omni King system collapses under the onslaught of collective consciousness, while the wings of the mechanical angelic guard wither away, one by one. As the two Omni Kings cling to one another in terror, the eraser in their hands abruptly transforms into a baby's pacifier, while the emblem of supreme system authority gradually morphs into the emblem of Bulma's unborn child, depicting a reverse divine sigil. In the silence that follows the smoke of battle, Gohan kneels before the remnants of an ancient tree. The heart of the Scholar Warrior beats within a crystalline vessel, as the memories of the Namekian ancestors meld seamlessly with the Saiyan genes. Vegeta's abyssal totem has faded into a pale scar. He picks up a fragment of Trunks' gravity sword, discovering that the family crest is oozing the confession code of the first Supreme Kai. Deep within the quantum sea, a shard of data stained with Whis blood suddenly pulsates. A liberated system vulnerability, gestating new cosmic laws. Chapter 5. Android 17 activates planetary defense network. The pupils of Android 17 constrict to pinpoints behind his tactical visor. Energy readings cascading like a waterfall across his retina. He stands at the apex of the Capsule Corporation's ruins, the quantum core designed by Bulma beneath his feet, now eroded by dark matter resembling a decaying hive. Marin's force field bracelet flickers from a shelter 300 meters away, the quantum signal of the little girl flickering like a candle in the wind, causing his meticulously calibrated brain processor to register a semblance of anxious emotional fluctuation for the first time. The energy hub activation rate is at 673, with a gap over Tokyo Bay. 17. South fingertips trace afterimages across the virtual keyboard as swarms of nanodrones surge from the fissures in the Earth's crust, each carrying antimatter compressed warheads. The mechanical legions of Inspector Hel are gathering in the stratosphere, with the silhouettes of 700,000 warships faintly visible within the dark red quantum cloud. The inverse divine equation at the bow staining the morning mist a hue akin to dried blood. 18 crushes the last mechanical sentinel under her high heel. Corrosive liquid trickling down the alloy wall in the pattern of the Saiyans' forbidden incantation. The East Coast Defense Array is overloaded, as that Tin-Can Brigade rewrites the curvature of the Earth. Her killing protocol is abruptly interrupted, the mechanical eye reflecting horrifying scenes as the waters of the Pacific crystallize, each molecule embedding Hel's data virus. Sparks erupt from the molars of 17, as he calls up the structural diagram of the ancient tree's roots, where the neural pulses of Piccolo and Gohan are synchronizing global defense nodes through Namekian crystals. Initiate Phase 3, Biological Pulse. The voice of the android is chillingly calm, channeling the energy of the South American rainforest to the Siberian tundra. The quantum core suddenly emits a dying hum, as dark matter tendrils pierce the protective shield. 17's left arm undergoes quantum reorganization, nanorepair fluid designed by Bulma seeping from beneath his skin, as his fingers connect to the core interface. Streams of 700,000 years of cosmic warfare data flood in. How the first Supreme Kai activated the planetary defense using the spinal fluid of a Saiyan infant. How Inspector Hel transformed angelic wings into annihilation cannons, and the bloody genesis of the Omni King system at its deepest core. Uncle. Marin's scream pierces through the electromagnetic storm. The tactical visor of 17 locks onto the scene. Hel's flagship is aiming its cannon at the shelter, with the data-formed shadow of Trunks floating within the dark red energy beam. For the first time, the android's infinite energy furnace overloads. He tears away the synthetic skin of his left arm, revealing a mechanical skeleton coursing with antimatter torrents beneath. All missiles launched. Under the comm command. 3,000 defense satellites in geosynchronous orbit simultaneously awaken. Each satellite's core is composed of compressed stellar fragments, their surfaces adorned with Namekian runes designed by Gohan. As the first wave of light beams descends, the quantum cloud above Tokyo Bay is torn into data fragments, and Hel's mechanical soldiers devolve into fundamental particles amidst the pure white radiance. 18's golden hair blazes in the tumult of energy. The corrosive liquid she carried evaporates as she crashes into the control center. The Antarctic defense node is reverse channeling energy. The holographic screen depicts the South Pole distorting into a Klein bottle as the biological pulse of the ancient tree's roots becomes tainted by the inverse divine equation. 17's pupils fracture into 12 data modules, and he glimpses within Piccolo's time-worn eyes, where the Dark King Kai's compound eyes are reborn. Switching to manual control mode, the android severs the automated protocol of the quantum core, directly connecting his neural synapses to the planetary network. Agony erupts in his brain processor like a supernova, yet Marin's quantum signal suddenly sharpens as the girl's force field bracelet emits the encrypted frequency preset by Bulma. As the second round of defensive satellites launches, each beam intertwines with the protective code of motherhood. The shield of Hel's flagship evaporates under the assault of biological pulses and antimatter torrents. 17 gazes into the tactical visor, enlarged core of the enemy ship, where it is not an energy furnace that beats, but the mechanical heart of Trunks, imprisoned. Calculations complete. He whispers softly, his right hand pressed against the core of his energy furnace. Marin, close your eyes. The Earth's rotation halts at this moment. The energy conduits of all defense satellites redirect towards the equator as fragments of Gohan's bioarmor form an inverse phase array in geosynchronous orbit. When 17 tears open his infinite energy furnace, 70,000 beams of pure white light coalesce into the spear of creation, piercing the core of Hel's flagship. Trunks' mechanical heart decompresses and is reborn in the blinding light. Behind the boy's silhouette returning to the ground lies the ephemeral wreckage of the Inspector's Legion, fading like fireworks. In the stratified silence of the stratosphere, dark matter snowflakes drift down. 17 leans against the quantum core, the nanorepair fluid on his left arm solidifying into ancient Saiyan script. Marin's force field bracelet gently touches his exposed energy conduit. As the girl's tears fall upon the searing mechanical skeleton, crystallizing into miniature defense nodes, 18 kicks open the deformed hatch, clutching a severed mechanical tendril. The last desperate struggle of Hel's flagship, twitching and releasing coordinates of the Dark King Kai. The energy hub damage rate stands at 897. 17's voice remains calm. Yet fluorescent liquid seeps from the cracks in the tactical visor, indicating the atmospheric shield will be unsustainable in 12 hours. In the corner of his retina, surveillance footage of the ancient tree's roots flashes. Piccolo's time-worn eyes are oozing a tar-like substance, while Gohan's scholar armor gradually undergoes botanical transformation in synchronous orbit. The android connects Marin's force field bracelet to the main console, initiating the automatic repair of the quantum core with the encrypted frequency embedded in the girl's genes. As the first rays of sunset pierce the dark matter clouds, the debris of the defense satellites reconstruct Bulma's profile in synchronous orbit. 17 recalls that stormy night, when the scientist, with her pregnant belly, sketched the defense network on a virtual sand table. I want to leave Marin the safest cradle. At this moment, the quantum core suddenly erupts with supernova pulses. At the breach of the planetary barrier, Inspector Hel's last mechanical wings are reconfiguring, the pattern of those feathers unmistakably resembling the infant Marin's palm print. Chapter 6. The Fusion Experiment of Kamehameha and Destructive Energy. The cracks in the dome of the laboratory spread like a spiderweb, beads of sweat glistening on Bulma's nape, suspended in the turbulent currents of energy. Through the blue glow of the holographic screen, she observes the posture of Wukong, his hands clasped together, suddenly deforming. As the azure beam of Kamehameha reveals scales of energy patterns, an anomaly that only manifested 3 years ago during a breakthrough in the room of spirit and time. Frequency calibrator overload. Piccolo's palm scorches the control panel, the regenerative cells of the Namekian sizzling in the high temperature. His emerald green pupils abruptly constricted into slits, and through the shroud of energy mist, he beheld a spectral manifestation of 6 overlapping purple halos emerging behind Vegeta, heralding the impending chaos of the God of Destruction's transformation. The mechanical eye of Android 17 shifted into spectral analysis mode, revealing a tapestry of interwoven golden-purple energy streams within the retinal projection, suddenly interspersed with tendrils of black mist. The breach in the West District's protective barrier was expanding. In an instant, he teleported before the 30-meter-high alloy gate, discovering that dark matter proliferated along the engravings of angelic runes, akin to ink diffusing on rice paper. Vegeta's canine teeth pierced his lower lip, the metallic tang of blood exploding in his mouth. The The destructive energy surging within him suddenly synchronized with the technique employed by the mirror image 3 days prior. A replica that had unleashed a flawless manifestation of the destruction flash with its left hand. He bellowed fiercely as his right arm's muscles swelled, tearing through skin, forming solidified energy fangs amidst the purple flames. Old Son. The golden trajectory traced by Whis' staff abruptly solidified into tangible chains, guided by the state of utmost clarity. For the first time, the angel's voice trembled, and the crystal atop the staff developed spiderweb-like fissures. The arcs of electricity amidst Goku's silver hair surged dramatically. Yet the silver halo of the state of non-self began to oscillate. The energy streams reflected in his pupils suddenly split into 7 phantoms, signaling the imminent collapse of the Ultra Instinct. The core temperature of the Kamehameha had escalated to stellar levels, and the quantum barriers within the experimental chamber began to vaporize. The alarm lights in the underground backup testing facility cast a crimson hue across Trunks' face, and cold sweat seeped from the palm gripping his sword. The energy core within Gamma 1's chest issued a warning. Anomalies detected in space-time curvature. The mechanical lifeform's vocal module emitted a crackling noise, as black patterns spread across its alloy skin, forming the motif of angelic wings. Little Dance's modified detector sparked, revealing a 3-dimensional model of the West District Laboratory in the holographic projection. The purple crystals devoured space like a virus, halting abruptly at the 8th second. Precisely the duration of the space-time rifts opening 3 days ago. This is no coincidence. She suddenly grasped the communicator, Mrs. Bulma. Energy fluctuations are mimicking the space-time frequency of Inspector Hel. The Emerald Dragon of the main testing ground unleashed a deafening roar amidst 12 diverging energy beams. The first to solidify was the mirrored Vegeta. This replica was cloaked in intertwining black and purple flames, raising its hand to unleash an enhanced version of the ultimate flash. The true Vegeta, grappling with the turbulent energy, was forced to divide his focus, and his left shoulder was seared with a charred wound. How intriguing. The real Vegeta grinned wickedly, twisting his wrist as destructive energy coalesced into a long spear that pierced the chest of the mirror image. Yet, from the wound emerged dark matter, which instantaneously healed the breach. The mirrored Vegeta's pupils glowed with a dark crimson hue, mimicking the annihilation gestures taught by Beerus. The situation on Goku's side grew increasingly bizarre. 3 mirrored Gokus manifested in Super Blue, Kaioken, and Ultra Instinct forms, encircling him in a triangular formation. When the original attempted to gather energy, the Super Blue mirror image suddenly unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken, while the Kaioken mirror adeptly executed the perfect initiation of Ultra Instinct. They are evolving through reverse learning. Gohan's new combat suit's biological armor began to secrete a viscous liquid, the ancient Maquis script swirling upon its surface. Scholar mode activated. As torrents of energy analysis data cascaded across his retina. Father, their learning speed is 1,200 times that of Cell. At that moment, Piccolo's special beam cannon tore through the air, only to be disintegrated into fundamental particles upon striking the Super Blue mirror. The ancient Namekian realized that his energy wave had been converted into dark matter energy, inadvertently enhancing the Mirrored Legion's protective shield. Cease energy attacks. He slapped the alarm. These creatures can convert any form of ki. Android 17's energy net unfurled, but the azure electric web vanished as if engulfed by a black hole. He suddenly pivoted, his mechanical limb ejecting a photon blade towards the ambushing mirror image of Android 18. Amidst the crisp clang of metal, the mirrored entity's eyes flashed with data streams, flawlessly replicating 17's unique combat algorithms. Beware of energy resonance. Bulma's scream was drowned in the cacophony of explosions. She smashed through the control console's protective shield, her bloodied fingertips inputting a sequence of angelic script on the nanoprojection screen. Suddenly, hexagonal crystalline structures ascended from the laboratory's depths, the fragments of the Omni King's pillars emitting a dim light that momentarily stalled the Mirrored Legion's movements by 0.3 seconds. Vegeta seized this fleeting opportunity, wielding a colossal axe forged from destructive energy to cleave through 2 mirrored Gokus at the waist. However, before the severed bodies could touch the ground, they transformed into streams of dark matter, reconstituting themselves into an even more formidable combat form 100 meters away. The purple-haired Saiyans' pupils contracted, realizing that the newly birthed mirrored entities were pulsating with silver luminescence, beginning to mimic Ultra Instinct. Kakarot. Vegeta's roar, infused with destructive energy, shattered 3 observation windows. Use that fusion technique. His purple flames suddenly coalesced, forming crystalline armor upon his body. A forbidden technique, the coffin of the god of destruction, that Beerus had prohibited during their training 3 days prior. Goku burst into laughter, his silver hair moving as if caught in a breeze. He abruptly altered the energy condensation method of the Kamehameha, compressing the energy into countless minuscule ki blasts. I've been waiting for you to say that. Each key blast bore the silver patterns of Ultra Instinct, resembling the swirling galaxy in the night sky. As the two energies converged once more, a crystallization phenomenon manifested in the laboratory's air. Whiss's staff plunged into the eye of the energy storm, weaving golden energy veins through the angelic power. The tricolored beams of light shattered the laboratory's dome, forming an energy vortex a kilometer in diameter in outer space. The patrolling Galactic Police spacecraft detected that the fluctuations of this vortex resonated with the sighing wall of the 13th universe's relics. Under the impact of this energy, the Mirrored Legion collectively stiffened, snowflake-like fissures appearing on their surfaces. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan activated the tactical command system. As the biological armor extended neural link cables, 17. Energy note at 3 o'clock. The android promptly unleashed photon chains, ensnaring the dark matter core attempting to escape. Now, Bulma hurled the fragments of the Omni King's pillars into the air. The shards disintegrated amidst the energy storm, releasing the power of order that had been confined for millennia. Vegeta's destructive fangs fused flawlessly with Goku's Ultra Instinct Galaxy, the emerald energy morphing into countless sharp blades, pinning the Mirrored Legion against the quantum barrier. As the last vestiges of dark matter were annihilated, the black hole singularity at the center of the testing ground shrank to the size of a ring. With a gentle tap of Whiss's staff, the time ring triggered temporal ripples that sealed it within a crystalline cage. Before anyone could catch their breath, the core of the seal revealed the emblem of Inspector Hel, which was none other than the inverse pentagram totem appearing on the Dark King Kai's cloak at the end of Chapter 20. Gohan's scholar mode suddenly surged into overdrive, his trembling fingers brushing over the crystallized ground. These patterns are star maps of the ancient battlefield. In his vision, the cracks in the laboratory's ruins formed a constellation array of the 13th universe, each node corresponding to the coordinates of space-time rifts. Vegeta knelt, panting. As fragments of the God of Destruction armor fell away, he noticed the remnants of his Kamehameha burn on his right hand, which had formed a network of golden webs beneath his skin. Goku's condition was even more peculiar, the tips of his silver hair tinged with a faint purple hue. As the energy of non-self began to intermingle with destructive attributes, it seems we have opened an extraordinary door. Whis gently traced the fissures on his staff, his gaze penetrating through layers of architecture towards the depths below. In an abyss invisible to all, dark matter clung to the patterns of the priest's uniform, gradually outlining the silhouette of Inspector Hel. Meanwhile, within the experimental data secretly hidden by Bulma, a particular energy peak curve precisely aligned with the activation waveform of the Omni King system's purge protocol. Chapter 7. The survivors of the 13th universe emerge. The dust clouds at the galaxy's edge suddenly rippled, as the crystal atop Whiss's staff reflected anomalous gravitational waves. As the Galactic Patrol Officer Gark was diligently repairing the spaceship, he suddenly froze, his wrench contorted into a Mobius strip by an unseen force. The star map projected by the metal on his chest revealed a previously dim coordinate of the 13th universe, now oozing an eerie blue luminescence. In the underground forbidden zone of Bulma's laboratory, 3 days after the energy experiment, the remnants of a black hole singularity abruptly emitted a buzzing sound. Gohan, engrossed in data analysis, abruptly lifted his gaze. Within his scholarly perspective, a mathematical model of energy reversal materialized, mirroring the negative energy conversion formula employed by the Dark King of Chapter 20. This was no mere coincidence. Gohan's fingers pierced through the holographic projection, as the neural tendrils secreted by his bioarmor connected directly to the quantum computer. Father, that energy frequency is forming a cross-universal resonance. Before he could finish, the entirety of West City was suddenly engulfed in gravitational inversion, with countless vehicles and debris suspended a kilometer above ground. At the moment of this gravitational anomaly, Vegeta completed his transformation, yet the purple flames of his God of Destruction form flickered erratically in his palm. The golden meridians left from the experiment 3 days prior still scorched his energy circuits, resonating with the waves emanating from the air. Kakarot, he bellowed at Goku, who was busy rescuing others. This is the goddamn aftermath of your reckless experiments. Goku, holding an entire leaning skyscraper aloft with one hand, had his silver hair dancing like seaweed in the chaotic gravity. His perception net, honed in the Ultra Instinct, caught the spatial wrinkles above the clouds, which were indeed the time-space rifts torn by the energy fusion of Chapter 26. Suddenly, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. A mechanical arm emerged from the rift, its surface emblazoned with ancient Saiyan glyphs. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction realm, the destructive energy sphere in Beerus's claws extinguished abruptly. His emerald eyes narrowed into slits as he observed the cracks in the training ground autonomously repairing themselves into a star map of the 13th universe. A portentous warning from Whis echoed in his ears. When the mirror begins to be self-consistent, that which has perished shall inevitably return. The energy net of Android 17 first reached the core of the rift, his unique energy perception alerting him to an anomaly. These machines were absorbing kinetic impact. The photon missile he launched suddenly altered its course before hitting the target, instead shattering the Galactic Patrol space station. Trunks' time sword struck the mechanical arm, sparking a shower of sparks, yet the blade began to grow rust in reverse. Every attack was destined to be inverted. The energy wave launched by Piccolo transformed into healing mist upon contact with the enemy, mending mechanical damage instead. Cold sweat beaded on the old Namekian's forehead. This manipulation of energy rules reminded him of his battle with the demon Demigra a million years ago. At the pinnacle of the floating city, Bulma's protective visor reflected a dense stream of data. She suddenly grasped Whis' robe sleeve. The core algorithm of that mechanical structure derives from the Omni King's cleaning protocol. An engineer's instinct sent shivers down her spine as the reverse pentagram totem from the experimental records 3 days prior manifested on the enemy's shell. The rift suddenly expanded into a slit resembling a vertical pupil, and a silver-blue mech giant began to descend. Its chest energy core rotated 13 crystalline petals, each inscribed with the creation inscriptions of different universes. When the ocular sensors ignited, all present Saiyans instinctively clutched their hearts, for it resonated with the pure power flux of ancient Saiyans. Welcome to the new epoch, children, the mech intoned, its voice an indistinguishable blend of male and female, as its right arm morphed into a massive sword of condensed energy. I am the last spark of the 13th universe. You may call me the paradoxical one, Adrat. The trajectory traced by its sword left behind a temporal rift that would never dissipate. Goku teleported to face the mech, his silver hair crackling in the energy maelstrom. Did you say Adrat? Memories flooded back to his youth spent training on Adrat Star, where the elder who taught him instant transmission had mentioned the forbidden tales of the paradoxical one. The mech's core suddenly projected a hologram, revealing the elder's visage identical to that in Goku's memories. It is a pleasure to see you, Goku. The projection smiled benevolently. However, before you stands the soul of Adrat from the 13th universe. We have chosen to forge our civilization into an immortal weapon of war. As the words flowed, the mech's outer shell shed, revealing a biological core woven from the neural bundles of countless Adrat people. At that moment, Vegeta's destructive energy reached a critical threshold. But the purple-black energy torrent split into a rain of light mid-course. The mech raised its hand gently, compressing all energy into solid crystals. Ah, the power of destruction. The Adrat mech sighed. We once used it to annihilate our own universe. Whis' staff suddenly plunged into the battlefield, constructing a golden cage of angelic power to temporarily restrain the mech. His typically composed voice cracked. Gentlemen, this is not an enemy in the conventional sense. The survivors of the 13th universe have long transcended the concept of life and death. They are the tombstone of a self-annihilating civilization. Gohan's scholarly mode emitted a sharp alarm, and his bioarmor automatically detached the protective visor. Father, be cautious. The spatial laws around it are being rewritten. Within his hyper-operational perspective, every movement of the mech was altering physical constants. The gravitational coefficients and the speed of light twisted as if by a child's reckless hands. The core of Android 17 erupted with overload sparks, its mechanical pupils locking onto the rotating gear assembly behind the mech. A peculiar device fused with dark matter and Omni King system codes. When he attempted a surprise attack, his legs suddenly fell into a reverse time flow, the nanoalloy visibly degrading back into raw or futile. The mech lightly tapped its hand, and the main cannons of the Galactic Patrol fleet, upon firing, transformed into a rain of candy. The energy reversal technology we command is the art of weaving the laws of causality into weaponry. Its crystalline petals unfurled suddenly, unleashing 13 beams of energy in varying hues, each corresponding to a moment of destruction from a distinct universe. Bulma's protective suit began to crystallize under the energy radiation, yet she laughed maniacally as she raised her detector. This is magnificent. This is technology that rewrites the second law of thermodynamics. Data from the nanobots indicated that the entropy around the mech was continuously diminishing, defying all known cosmic laws. Beerus's roar resonated from the time-space rift as the god of destruction descended upon Earth. His emerald destructive energy morphed into a colossal beast, yet upon contact with the mech, it was disassembled into fundamental particles. Lord Beerus, you should know best. The mech's voice bore compassion when you pressed the delete button for the 13th universe. Did you ever consider that we would touch the forbidden realm of the gods in our despair? This revelation plunged the arena into silence. Goku stared incredulously at the trembling god of destruction, his silver hair reverting to black due to the turmoil within. Vegeta's destructive energy spiraled out of control, carving a kilometer-wide ravine into the ground. The proud Saiyan prince could not accept that the power he sought as a god of destruction was in fact the legacy of a civilization's annihilator. Seizing the moment of their distraction, the mech launched a surprise attack, expanding the energy reversal field at breakneck speed. Gohan watched helplessly as the Kamehameha flowed back into Goku's palm, and Piccolo's arm regeneration was reversed into disintegration of flesh and blood. As the reversal field threatened to envelop the entire globe, a golden beam imbued with the power of the Omni King erupted from the ground, revealing Bulma's hidden laboratory black hole singularity. Thus it is, Whis tapped his forehead with his staff, angelic power cascading like a waterfall, survivors of the 13th universe. You forged your civilization into the Sword of Paradox. Yet little do you know, this is precisely the key that Inspector Hel has anticipated. Behind him, a vast star map materialized, and all time-space rifts began converging upon Earth. The mech exhibited signs of program disruption for the first time, its 13 crystal petals spinning uncontrollably. At the center of the energy storm, the specter of Inspector Hel gradually solidified, his cloak embroidered with the reverse pentagram absorbing the power of the reversal field. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient battlefield ruins, the altar of the Dark King glowed ominously with blood-red light. Chapter 8, Special Operations of the Galactic Patrol. The quantum pendulum of the Galactic Patrol mothership abruptly began to rotate in reverse, the countdown digits on Gak's tactical visor flickering within the realm of imaginary space. A burning sensation emanated from the neural implant at his neck, as the future foreseen 3 days prior manifested in the form of a quantum probability cloud, overlapping upon his retina. Among 720 possible death scenarios, there existed an 80% likelihood that the backlash from a causal weapon would obliterate his existence from the timeline. The energy saturation had surpassed theoretical limits. The ocular sensors of the mechanical aid erupted with arcs of electricity, its alloy fingers leaving imprints upon the control console. The 12 energy chambers of the ring accelerator simultaneously overloaded, dark matter fuel condensing into a Klein bottle structure in the vacuum. Gak caught a whiff of the charred scent of ionized ozone, the byproduct of vacuum decay released as the dimensional membrane tore asunder. In geostationary orbit, Commander Adralat's mech's pupils fractured into a compound eye array, each mechanical eye reflecting the remnants of war from disparate timelines. Gohan's scholar mode forcibly breached the safety threshold, the nerve tendrils secreted by his biological armor piercing into his visual cortex. Within the four-dimensional observation window, the causal threads entwined around the mech battalion transformed the significant calamities of human civilization into energy, the mushroom cloud from the Hiroshima nuclear explosion being drawn into blood-red petals. Their defensive mechanisms were consuming the causal remnants of civilization's annihilation. Gohan roared, expelling a mist of blood laced with cerebral tissue, as the nasal detector blared a piercing alarm. Before his warning could resonate, Vegeta's destructive energy underwent a mutation, the azure particles swirling within the purplish-black flames revealing themselves as the quantum form of the Kamehameha wave. The Saiyan prince's right arm muscles tore and reformed continuously amidst the energy clash, the Saiyan cells evolving at a staggering rate of 1,000,000 times per minute. He swung his destructive axe, cleaving into the mech's shoulder, not sparks of electricity gushing forth, but a torrent of warm memories from countless parallel worlds. In one fragment, the moment Beerus pressed the cosmic reset button flickered, his emerald eyes reflecting the whales of Universe 13. Deep within the prehistoric ruins of the Earth's core, Bulma's protective suit crystallized into diamond-like space-time structures. Liquid cosmic strings materialized before her as holographic images, with the Adralat people of Universe 13 kneeling before Inspector Hel, forging their entire civilization into an inverse law furnace. The engineer's quantum brain chip suddenly overloaded. As the sacrificial ritual of the ancient prophet eroded reality through synaptic reverse, it turned out the causal weapon was merely a remnant of their past games. The causal cannon of the Galactic Patrol mothership completed its final charging, and at the moment Gak pressed the launch button, he experienced 72 different lives. His consciousness fragmented into countless shards, an old farmer counting wheat in a field, a warrior consumed by dark matter, and the commander, whose fingers were now carbonized. A rainbow beam pierced the mech battalion. As the physical constants of the solar system began to collapse, the tides of the Pacific reversing back into the clouds, and the massive stones of the pyramids devolving into quicksand. Foolish Tailor. The synthetic vocal cords of the commander's mech resonated with interdimensional ripples. You are weaving a new swaddle for our rebirth. The blood-red petals split into countless strands of light, encasing the patrol fleet in a cocoon-like structure. Gak watched in terror as his alloy armor began to quantumize, his palm touching the vast expanse of the starry sea through the control panel. The core of Android 17 breached safety protocols at that moment, the entropy-reducing missile carving a trajectory that defied Bell's theorem. The mechanical pupils reflected the motion trails of every particle, as nanocomputers calculated the sole chance of victory, directing the missile towards his past self from 3 minutes prior. When the past Android 17 received the command amidst the dark matter cloud, a causal paradox birthed a logical black hole within the mech core. Now is the time. The blue veins emerged amidst Vegeta's purplish-black flames, as the destructive energy and Kamehameha wave achieved dynamic equilibrium at the quantum level. His attack penetrated the four-dimensional barrier, triggering a chain reaction within the mech's chest cavity. Under extreme pressure, Saiyan cells evolved into a new form, the energy wavelength resonating with the inverse pentagram gate. Goku's silver hair transformed entirely into a dark purple hue, his pupils swirling with Hel's inverse pentagram. The Kamehameha wave, mixed with the wrath of the god of destruction, struck the mech battalion, plunging the battlefield into absolute silence, as all sound waves were drawn into the forming causal singularity. Vegeta's angelic staff shattered, the ripples induced by the ring of time enveloping Earth in a crystalline sphere. The ancient priest's emerald pupils widened in fear. Hel, how dare you tamper with the angelic agreement? The core of the Adralat mech battalion erupted with the brilliance of a supernova, as blood-red petals revealed the complete star map of Universe 13. The ruin codes deciphered by Bulma triggered a chain reaction, liquid cosmic strings penetrating the crust to weave into an inverse pentagram gate. The moment the gates swung open, all participants beheld a chilling sight. Innumerable chained copies of the Omni King were mechanically executing the Purge Protocol. This was the dawn of a new era. Hel's voice resonated from every fundamental particle, his cloak and Goku's dark purple energy intertwining in quantum entanglement. The dark god of destruction tore through dimensions, his claws piercing the core of the causal singularity, the inverse pentagram gem upon his crown resonating with Hel's cloak. The surface of Earth began to quantumize. Tokyo Tower devolving into primordial, or the Amazon rainforest regressing into single-celled organisms. Gak gazed at his now transparent body, the patrol badge rewritten as an inverse pentagram emblem. The final image on his retina was Gohan inscribing the space-time anchor point with Namekian biotechnology, golden runes being stained crimson by Saiyan blood. Vegeta grasped the quantumized Goku, the purple-blue energy forming a Mobius strip. Wake up, Kakarot. The roar pierced through dimensional barriers, as the symbiotic energy resonated with the inverse pentagram gate, causing the chains of the Omni King copies to begin to shatter. Deep within the Earth's core, Bulma merged with the liquid cosmic strings, her silver-white pupils piercing through Hel's true form. What you seek is not victory, but a reboot of the creation program. As the last Omni King copy broke free from its chains, the mass of the universe began to oscillate. The dark god of destruction consumed the causal singularity, devolving into an infant, as fragments of Vegeta's staff rained down upon the battlefield like a meteor shower. On a higher-dimensional chessboard, Hel delicately pinched the quantum piece representing the Saiyans, his silver-white fingertips delivering a fatal blow. The concluding chapter of the game coinciding with the moment Goku's eyes beheld the inverse pentagram fully unfurling. Chapter 9. Beerus vs. Dark God of Destruction. The emerald-hued destructive energy boiled like a liquid nebula, as the Klein bottle structure coalesced at Beerus's fingertips erupted into a blinding radiance. Each energy vessel imprisoned a collapsing microcosm within, the wails of 320,000 dying stars resonating against the walls of the vessels. The inverse pentagram upon the dark god of destruction's crown began to rotate counterclockwise, viscous dark matter dripping from the edges of his robe, corroding an unhealable dimensional wound in the void. Do you remember the twilight of Adralat? The dark god of destruction tenderly caressed the writhing core of negative energy in his grasp, as the black-red mass suddenly opened 12 compound eyes. When you pressed the purge button, a mother leaped into the stellar furnace with her child. His voice abruptly splintered into 700 frequencies, each syllable distorting the laws of physics, as a gas giant 3 light-years away instantaneously solidified into an obsidian sculpture, its surface adorned with the totem of destruction from Universe 13. Beerus's purple cat ears vibrated at high frequencies, the power of destruction weaving fractal geometric patterns upon his surface. These self-replicating energy sigils sliced the surrounding spacetime into cubes of varying sizes, each cube governed by different thermodynamic laws. The ramblings of the defeated. He licked his fangs, as the emerald energy tide swept over, dissolving 3 stellar systems like sugar art immersed in water. Let me help you find true liberation. Vegeta's staff traced a golden ratio spiral through the air, the observational barrier constructed from angelic power rippling. Gohan's biological armor suddenly secreted neuromucus. As the scholar mode forcibly breached the safety threshold, they are reconstructing mathematical axioms. The young scholar observed the gravitational constant surrounding Beerus increasing in accordance with the Fibonacci sequence, while the wave function collapse rate in the region of the dark god of destruction was delayed tenfold. A wandering asteroid abruptly fragmented into 27 equal mass shards, each casting a distinct dimensional projection. Bulma's quantum monitor erupted with blue-violet arcs, As the Hilbert space model on the nanoprojection screen began to collapse, that fiend is conjuring a self-referential paradox. She seized the communicator and screamed, her protective visor fogging with excitement. Beerus. His defense mechanism is predicated upon Russell's paradox. The engineer's irises reflected the flickering energy tides of the calculation formulas. Precisely the reverse divine code deciphered from the remnants of the causal weapon 3 days prior. The dark Kaioshin chuckled darkly. The inverted pentagram upon his crown casting shadows of the Audrat civilization's star maps. With a flick of his fingers, the two-dimensional planets abruptly folded into a Mobius strip, from which a tar-like torrent of negative energy surged forth. True destruction does not merely erase. His vertical pupils flashed crimson. As the Mobius strip began to devour the Klein bottles forged by Beerus, transforming existence itself into an absurd jest, with each gram of matter consumed. 3 intelligent races across parallel universes suddenly forgot how to conjure fire. Beerus bellowed, emerald energy collapsing into a singularity within his palm. This miniature black hole bore the Cantorian patterns upon its surface, leaving crystalline fractures in the fabric of spacetime. As the black hole pierced the dark Kaioshin's chest, the wound erupted with manuscripts of Gödel's mathematical proofs. Do you believe destruction equates to annihilation? His voice morphed into a chorus of 1,000,000 scholars. The penetrated vessel morphing into countless incomplete theorems. I am crafting a more perfect void. The Galactic Patrol mothership at the battlefield's edge suddenly emitted a mournful wail. As Jaco's neural implant oozed blue blood, he beheld the warship's exterior manifesting the unproven formulas of the Riemann hypothesis, while the engine room's superluminal particles began to regress into Newtonian mechanics. Help! The communication channel was abruptly encrypted with prime number sequences, and the navigation system indicated they were plummeting into an imaginary space of fiction. The android number 17's energy net forcibly ensnared the wreckage of the ship, with mechanical pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Cognitive meme contamination detected. An inky black spot resembling a Klein bottle emerged upon his energy core. The very essence of negative energy spilled forth when the dark Kaioshin rewrote mathematical axioms. The quantum processor beneath his synthetic skin overheated, as 700 contradictory physical laws clashed violently within him. Goku's silver hair danced in the vacuum, unperturbed by wind. As the perception net of his ultimate state touched upon a horrifying truth, they had infused the aftermath of battle with an axiom virus. He attempted to alert Whis, only to find the surface of the angelic staff crawling with continuously reorganizing Bayesian formulas. The Potera earrings gifted by the old Kaioshin suddenly grew hot. A torrent of knowledge transcending dimensions flooding his mind. This battle was infecting the mathematical foundations of the multiverse, even the Omni King system experiencing anomalous fluctuations. The dark Kaioshin materialized behind Beerus, his fingertips entwined with negative energy, lightly tapping the destroyer's nape. In an instant, Beerus's form was cleaved into 12 temporal slices. In one slice, he aged into stellar remnants, while in another, he regressed to an embryonic state. This is art. His crown erupted with a sanguine rainbow, dismantling certainty from the ontological foundations. The 12 temporal slices began to falsify each other, as Beerus's divine essence as a destroyer fractured. Whis's angelic wings suddenly unfurled to a kilometer. The light emitted from the ring of time, severing the battlefield into 7,000 independent axiom systems. Each bubble of space-time operated under different mathematical foundations. Some acknowledged the axiom of choice, others prohibited the law of excluded middle, while yet others deemed Euclidean geometry heretical. The angel's staff inscribed an irrevocable proof in the void. Lord Beerus, the seventh dimensional destruction. Beerus's shattered divine form reassembled amidst emerald flames, his pupils fully transforming into a blinding white. He formed the forbidden Tarski seal with his hands, as the surrounding space-time continuum warped into Godelian distortions. The moment the seal was completed, the powers of the destroyers from all parallel universes resonated here, as emerald energy coalesced into a blade of judgment transcending dimensions. Its edge forged from the negation of the continuum hypothesis, the hilt embedded with the crystallization of Turing's uncomputable problems. The dark Kaioshin's demeanor shifted to one of gravity for the first time, as his crown disassembled into a Gödel number array. He tore open the divine core, unleashing the imprisoned souls of the 13th universe, as billions of Audrat people's quantum spirits shrieked in the void, forming a probabilistic cloud barrier against the blade of judgment. Each of these specters carried with them a different mathematical system, engaging in an endless war of axioms within the vacuum. When the blade of judgment fell, the center of the battlefield erupted into a pure white logical singularity. The memories of all observers were temporarily reset, as records of the number 7 vanished from the Galactic Patrol's archives, while Gohan's biological armor instinctively secreted a viscous substance to preserve cognition. In this absolute void, only Whis witnessed the final tableau. Beerus's claws pierced the dark Kaioshin's heart, while his fingertip pressed against the destroyer's brow. The two transforming into a paradoxical crystal entwined like twin serpents. Golden divine blood seeped from the fracture in the angel's wings, as the ring of time bore the inverted pentagram seal of Inspector Hel. Amidst the aftermath of this fierce battle of laws, a forgotten mathematical axiom was quietly reforming within the wreckage of the 13th universe, and upon a higher dimensional chessboard, a piece inscribed with Tarski's indefinable theorem gently settled upon the square representing the Saiyan bloodline. Chapter 10. Discovering the source of negative energy. The stardust clouds at the edge of the galaxy bizarrely collapsed into a Fibonacci spiral as the crystal at the tip of Whiss's staff reflected anomalous gravitational waves. Jocko, busy repairing the spacecraft, suddenly froze. The quantum wrench in his hand twisted into a Klein bottle structure by some unseen force. The patrol badge upon his chest projected a holographic star map, as the coordinates of the 13th universe, thought obliterated, began seeping forth dark matter of a tar-like viscosity. Gravitational anomaly index has surpassed the threshold. In the underground restricted zone of Bulma's laboratory, the paradox singularity left behind from 3 days ago's energy experiment suddenly emitted a sound reminiscent of a baby's wail. In Gohan's scholarly mode of perception, a negative energy mathematical model began to entangle quantumly with the relic murals depicting the ancient god wars, as those cave paintings now oozed a tar-like substance. Vegeta's destructive energy suddenly spiraled out of control within his palm, as the purple flames revealed the golden meridians of the Kamehameha. Enraged, he crushed the gravity controller in the training arena, witnessing the shattered metal fragments levitate into a star map of the 13th universe. Kakarot, he roared at Goku, who was adjusting his energy. Your filthy energy has tainted my destructive power. Goku's selfless, ultimate silver hair began to merge with dark purple patterns, as the perception net of his ultimate state suddenly touched upon a chilling existence. Reflected in his pupils was the remnant of the causal weapon from 3 days ago. As the inverted pentagram totem proliferated in fractal patterns across his retina, Piccolo, he teleported to the side of the meditating Namekian. Use your ancient god perception to see this. The old Namekian's special beam cannon suddenly flowed backward into his palm, as green energy transformed into a viscous liquid memory. When these memories touched the ground, the laboratory floor became transparent, revealing an ancient battlefield sealed beneath, where countless warriors, fused of machine and flesh, struggled and screamed amidst quantum sludge. This is the doomsday battlefield of the Adrat people. Whiss's angelic wings suddenly folded, as the staff inscribed forbidden runes in the void. When Lord Beerus obliterated the 13th universe, this place should have been completely eradicated. His normally calm voice now bore cracks, as the ring of time reflected the spectral smirk of Inspector Hel. Within the quantum tunnel 30,000 meters underground, Bulma's protective suit crystallized with non-Euclidean ice. The terminal of the prehistoric civilization before her suddenly activated. As the cuneiform text on the holographic screen transformed into Dragon Ball runes, they used the entire universe for energy experiments. The quantum brain chip of the engineer experienced a sudden overload, as the ancient prophet's memories infiltrated like a virus. The elders of Yadrith cast the infants into the causal furnace, using their innocent souls to quell the rampage of the anti-deity engine. Gohan's scholar mode emitted a piercing alarm, as the biological armor secreted a neuromucus that sealed cognition. Father, the negative energy is reconstructing the laws of reality. The young scholar witnessed the laboratory walls fading, the concrete and steel degrading into a quantum probability cloud. An intern researcher suddenly screamed as he phased out, his body disintegrating into Cantorian dust. Evacuate everyone. The energy net of the artificial being number 17 instantly unfolded, only to be reverse compiled upon contact with the quantum sludge. His mechanical pupils reflected a horrifying scene, as the energy net was rewritten into a massacre program of the ancient battlefield, with nanofibers transforming into the neural bundles of Yadrith warriors. This is not a physical attack. The artificial being tore off its infected right arm, exclaiming, "They are altering our existence code." From the depths of the crust, the primordial bell tolled, and the laboratory floor vanished entirely, plunging everyone into the boiling river of quantum history. Vegeta's destructive energy coalesced into a lifeboat form, yet its violet flame shell vaporized under the erosion of negative energy. Goku's silver hair transformed entirely into a dark purple hue, resonating with the quantum sludge in a state of ultimate clarity. Welcome home, children. The phantom of Inspector Hel coalesced within the river, his reverse pentagram cloak absorbing the tides of negative energy. A light touch of his fingertip caused the boiling quantum fluid to suddenly solidify into the apocalyptic imagery of the 13th universe, where countless Yadrith warriors repeated their moments of self-annihilation, each cycle generating new paradoxical energies. Whiss's angelic staff plunged into the quantum river, Yet the ripples triggered by the ring of time flowed in reverse. Hell, how dare you tamper with the angelic protocol? The ancient priest's emerald eyes erupted with furious flames, as the tip of the staff revealed the chained phantom of the Omni King. In the eyes of this Omni King clone, the reverse pentagram, sharing the same origin as Hel's cloak, pulsated. The quantum river erupted into a maelstrom, revealing the colossal anti-deity engine at the core of the ancient battlefield's ruins. The surface of this construct, a fusion of machinery and flesh, displayed the faces of countless Yadrith infants, wailing in agony. Bulma's protective suit suddenly disintegrated, revealing skin adorned with runes that resonated with the engine. So this is it. Our modern Dragon Ball technology is merely a crude imitation of this engine. Gohan's scholar mode broke through its limits, as biological armor assimilated with the quantum river. Father, the engine core is absorbing the despair of all parallel universes. The young scholar tore open his chest armor, inserting neural tendrils into the engine's shell, as the memories of a million civilizations' demise surged like a tsunami. His left eye exploded. Yet from the wound sprouted new buds of the Namekian tree of God. Vegeta's god of destruction form went berserk at that moment, as purple-black energy revealed the meridian network of the Kamehameha. He struck the anti-deity engine with a punch, but the attack was converted into energy that built the engine upon contact. Kakarot, he roared, blood seeping from his lips. Use that disgusting fusion technique of yours. Goku's selfless ultimate silver hair crystallized, dark purple patterns weaving into a reverse pentagram formation. As he struck the Kamehameha pose, the entire quantum river began to flow backward. This was not an attack, but a reenactment of the creation process of the anti-deity engine. Whis' angelic power suddenly transcended its limits, as the ring of time transported everyone to 1,000,000 years ago at the forging site. They witnessed the darkest truth. The elders of Yadrith knelt before Inspector Hel, casting the universe's infants into the causal furnace. At the core of the engine, the reverse pentagram spun, forged from the Omni King's system code. When the first mother leapt into the furnace with her child, the patterns on Hel's cloak suddenly brightened. Perfect negative energy is born from the annihilation of purest love. Goku's silver hair completely transformed into dark purple, resonating bizarrely with negative energy in a state of ultimate clarity. Vegeta suddenly grasped his wrist, forcibly merging destructive energy with the state of ultimate clarity. Stay awake. Within the purple-gold dual energy storm, cracks appeared for the first time in the anti-deity engine. This accidentally birthed fusion energy capable of harming Hel's meticulously nurtured source of negative energy. As the fissures spread throughout the engine, the quantum river began to evaporate. Hel's phantom revealed a triumphant smile. At last, the key to the new era has arrived. He caressed the Omni King seal that appeared on his chest, as the entire ancient battlefield's ruins suddenly collapsed into a singularity. In the moment they were expelled from quantum space, they beheld a reverse pentagram formation emerging across the Earth's surface. This harrowing journey of discovery was merely the activation ceremony for Hel to restart the anti-deity engine. Gohan's scholar mode suddenly deciphered the ultimate truth. Father, the Earth is the true negative energy furnace, beneath the shattered biological armor of the young scholar. The new buds of the Namekian tree were blooming into a star map flower of the 13th universe. Meanwhile, on Inspector Hel's dimensional chessboard, the piece representing Earth glowed with an eerie crimson light. Chapter 1. Through the Temporal Rift. The quantum foam at the edge of the temporal rift rippled with an uncanny resonance, as Bulma's dimensional stabilizer emitted a dying buzz in the hypergravity field. Goku's selfless ultimate silver hair was suppressed into a dark purple halo, with each strand bearing the weight of 3 interstellar battleships. Vegeta's god of destruction armor cracked under 300 times the gravity, as purple-black flames flowed like liquid metal along his skin. Oxygen levels have dropped to 7. Recommend initiating biological armor oxygen supply mode. The pupils of android number 17 contracted to pinpoints, as his mechanical limbs probed the crystalline rock layers at the rift's edge. Behind him, the planetary defense network generator transformed lunar debris into temporary cover, as the nanoalloy emitted a lament under the gravitational pressure. Trunks' time sword suddenly bent into an eerie arc, reflecting the remnants of 13 different battlefields across timelines. Whis' angelic staff traced a golden spiral in the void, yet could not penetrate the law barrier within the rift. Beware of the gravitational vortex, his voice distorted into a low-frequency wave, as each whirlpool represented an independent causal loop. Before he finished speaking, Gohan's tactical command system overloaded, as thousands of gravitational singularities appeared in the Scholar Mode's field of vision, each corresponding to the resurrection coordinates of mirror warriors. The first wave of gravitational pulses crashed like a tsunami, compressing Goku's instant transmission trajectory into a two-dimensional folded line. Instinctively, he unleashed a Kamehameha, but the azure energy beam collapsed into a black hole embryo under 300 times the gravity. Vegeta's destructive energy blast split into quantum clouds the moment it left his hand, as the purple-black flames revealed the totem of the reverse pentagram. Damn the mirror laws. The Saiyan prince ground his teeth, blood congealing into crimson crystals under hypergravity. From the depths of the rift, dark matter suddenly materialized, as 3,000 mirror warriors emerged from the crystalline clusters. Their pupils swirled with Inspector Hel's reverse pentagram, each clone carrying the battle memories of different timelines. Mirror Goku's silver hair was entwined with the bloodlines of the Dark Kaishin, and he launched a Kamehameha infused with fusion destructive energy. The real Goku, under extreme gravity, forcibly activated the tenfold Kaioken, his skin's capillaries bursting under the overload. Southwest quadrant, 45 degrees. Gohan's tactical network suddenly detected an energy blind spot, as the biological armor secreted anti-gravity mucus. Piccolo's special beam cannon pierced through 3 layers of mirror barriers, yet was transformed into healing energy before impact. The old Namekian's forehead bulged with veins. Their energy conversion efficiency has increased by 1200. Bulma's antimatter shield generator erupted with blue shift radiation, as the quantum computer unleashed its full computational power to analyze the gravitational laws. I found the pattern. The gravitational field is node-based on the unproven area of the Riemann conjecture. The engineer's protective visor was smeared with blood, as nanobots inscribed non-Euclidean models onto her retina. When the 7th wave of mirror legions charged, the antimatter shield suddenly warped into a Klein bottle structure, redirecting the enemy's energy attacks into imaginary space. At this moment, Vegeta's god of destruction form transcended its limits, as a quantum-entangled state of the Kamehameha manifested amidst the purplish-black flames. With a single step, he shattered the crystallized crust, and an energy torrent, akin to a supernova's eruption, was astonishingly compressed into nanoscopic energy blades under 300 times the gravitational force. The mirror versions of Vegeta had yet to replicate the new form before being obliterated into a cloud of Higgs bosons by the microscopic destructive energy. Now is the time. Goku's hair, embodying the essence of selflessness, crystallized suddenly, weaving an inverted pentagram passage within the hypergravity field. The core of Android 17 operated at an ultra-frequency, while the planetary defense network transformed the moon's remnants into a gravitational lens. As the dual energies converged at the fissure's core, the patterns of Inspector Hel's cloak materialized in the void. The gravitational constant underwent a transformation at the moment of impact, collapsing the 300 times gravity field into the Dirac Sea. Gohan, in his scholarly mode, forcibly breached safety protocols, merging his biological armor with a quantum computer. Father, the core area is rewriting our DNA. The young scholar tore open his chest plate, revealing a heart undergoing quantum transformation, from which the roots of the Namekian tree of might erupted. Suddenly, Whis' time ring cracked, and for the first time, the angelic power actively intervened in the battlefield. The tip of the staff pierced the Dirac Sea, forcibly extracting the sealed causal chain. Locate the gravitational anchor point. His voice resonated with temporal vibrations, each anchor point serving as a projection of Hel's true form. Trunks' time sword completed its transformation, the blade revealing a star map of the 13 universes. The young swordsman's Saiyan blood resonated with future technology, fracturing the gravitational field like glass at the point the sword was aimed. As the blade pierced the 7th gravitational anchor point, the entire fissure space echoed with Inspector Hel's laughter, which vibrated through neural synapses via 300 times gravitational waves. The ultimate mirror entity emerged from the Dirac Sea, a flawless creation that amalgamated the data of all warriors. Its left eye shimmered with Goku's ultimate silver radiance, while its right eye blazed with Vegeta's destructive violet flames, and its chest bore the core of the inverted pentagram. When it raised its hand, the gravitational direction of the entire battlefield inverted, causing Android 17's legs to be instantaneously compressed into 4-dimensional space. Let this farce come to an end. The voice of the perfect mirror entity overlapped with Hel's primordial frequency. Bulma's antimatter shield suddenly failed, and the screen of the quantum computer reflected the engineer's face gradually crystallizing, her cognition being assimilated by the inverted pentagram algorithm. In a moment of crisis, Vegeta grasped Goku's wrist, intertwining destructive energy with the essence of ultimate instinct. As the two transformed into a storm of purple and gold energy that surged toward the core, the gravitational constant plummeted to 0 at the moment of collision, and the space-time fissure disintegrated like a shattered mirror. As everyone fell back into the realm of reality, they discovered an inverted pentagram formation sprawling across the Earth, covering the entire northern hemisphere. This brutal battle of transcendence was merely the ignition sequence for Hel's endgame ritual. Deep within the remnants of the fissure, the gravitational anchor point, which absorbed all battle data, silently nurtured the embryo of the Dark King of the Otherworld. Chapter 2. The Mirror Legion launches a full-scale assault. The Earth's ionosphere suddenly collapsed into a Klein bottle structure, and Bulma's quantum telescope detected anomalies in the curvature of space-time. On the monitoring screen, Energy frequencies from all known universes layered in a Fibonacci sequence, and Android 17's core emitted a piercing alarm. Full-spectrum resonance has breached the threshold. This is not an attack. It is a cosmic-level energy birth. Goku's silver hair crystallized in the still stratosphere, perceiving the agonizing rift in dimensions. 30,000 meters beneath him, the Pacific Ocean was cleaved into 7 million independent space-time bubbles, each reflecting a moment of destruction from different universes. When the first ray of rainbow light pierced the clouds, countless silhouettes of mirror warriors emerged from the quantum ripples. These replicas not only carried the battle memories of their original counterparts, but also burned with the inverted pentagram of Inspector Hel deep within their pupils. Look at those embryos. Piccolo tore open his cloak, corroded by negative energy, his dark green fingers trembling as they pointed toward the chest of Mirror Whis. Beneath the angelic replica's divine robe, the embryo of the Dark King of the other world was exhaling a viscous, tar-like substance, and the translucent flesh membrane faintly revealed the star map veins of the 13 universes. The elder Namekian suddenly collapsed to the ground, his regeneration abilities suppressed under some rule. As quantum green blood gushed from the severed arm, the first wave of impact came from the mirror android 17 Legion. These modified androids possessed mechanical eyes with a bizarre compound structure, as the planetary defense network was reverse-engineered into a devouring matrix. Just as the real Android 17 activated his energy shield, he realized the shield's code was being replicated in real time. They are engaging in quantum entanglement learning. He tore off the infected nanoalloy from his left arm, as mechanical nerve bundles autonomously wove themselves into an aggressive swarm in midair. Every energy attack would serve as sustenance for their evolution. Vegeta's destructive energy orb collapsed into a singularity in his palm, where purplish-black flames suddenly revealed the quantum cloud of the Kamehameha. 300 mirror Vegetas synchronized their movements into the ultimate flash initiation stance, as energy torrents wove in Feo Gili Dur cage in the air. The Saiyan prince, in a fit of rage, tore apart the energy shackles, and the splintered shards of destructive energy automatically reformed into new mirror warriors. These forgeries are distorting the laws of destruction. Blood trickled from his lips, crystallizing into an inverted pentagram in the hypergravity field. Gohan's tactical command network suddenly overloaded, as the biological armor secreted neurotoxic inhibitors. Father, their learning curve is the 12th power of Cell. The tactical eyepiece of the young scholar exploded, leaving remnants on his retina that displayed the embryonic form of the god Gohan halo forming behind Mirror Gohan. Even more terrifying, a certain Mirror Piccolo was absorbing oceanic matter, regenerating massive tentacles that spanned the entirety of North America. As the ocean boiled into a Klein bottle structure, the second wave of the Mirror Piccolo Legion surged forth. These modified entities not only possessed rapid regeneration, but also sprouted energy suckers of the Dark King of the other world at each regeneration point. The Elder Piccolo's special beam cannon transformed into negative energy upon striking its target, as the inverted pentagram brand on his green skin eroded the Namekian genetic chain. Sever the energy circuit. He painfully directed a Kamehameha into the mantle, triggering an artificial earthquake that buried 5 mirror entities in lava. Bulma's underground laboratory suddenly underwent quantum transformation, as the antimatter shield generator merged with mirror technology in spatial folding. The engineer's quantum computer screen reflected countless assimilated versions of herself. Locate the original resonance frequency. Each replica bore a backdoor protocol left by Hel. Her blood-stained fingertips tapped out remnants on the nano keyboard, as microscopic robots oozed from her skin pores, constructing a temporary firewall. Suddenly, a holographic projection of a mirror Bulma pierced through the protective shield, holding an upgraded dragon radar. Darling, haven't you realized that the Earth is the ultimate furnace? Whis' angelic staff traced a shattered golden spiral in the air, as the corrective waves triggered by the time ring were continuously countered by Mirror Whis. Lord Beerus, please refrain from intervening for now. His emerald-colored pupils reflected the abnormal pulsations at the universe's end, a meticulously designed paradoxical trap of rules. Behind him, 12 replicates of the Omni King, bound by causal chains, flickered in and out of visibility, each carrying the deletion codes of different universes. When Mirror Vegeta tore through dimensions to descend, the battlefield spiraled into chaos. This fusion bore double inverted pentagrams in its eyes, with destructive energy in its left hand perfectly merging with the ultimate instinct in its right. The shockwave released by its raised hand, the ultimate judgment, crystallized the tectonic plates of the entire American continent. The Amazon rainforest evolved into a primordial soup of single-celled organisms, and the copper patina of the Statue of Liberty underwent a million-year oxidation process in the span of a millisecond. Kakarot. Vegeta tore open his energy-scorched right arm, as the purplish-black blood of the god of destruction and Saiyan cells evolved into a new form under overload. His muscle fibers reconfigured like a supernova explosion, as quantum cloud patterns reminiscent of the Kamehameha enveloped the surface of his skin. Goku's silver hair, embodying the essence of selflessness, surged forth, crystallized strands piercing Vegeta's energy circuitry. The two opposing energies entwined in quantum entanglement, forming a Mobius strip as a tempest of purple and gold erupted, freezing the evolution process of the Mirror Legion. At this moment, Android 17's synthetic army completed its reorganization, and the defense satellites in low Earth orbit collectively overloaded. Receive this planetary gift. He detonated the dark energy batteries buried on the moon, the gravitational well of the artificial black hole tearing apart half of the mirror Vegeta into fundamental particles. Gohan's tactical network finally captured the crucial frequency fluctuation. Mother. The backdoor protocol of Hel lies within the golden ratio of the embryonic heartbeat. Suddenly, Bulma's quantum computer ignited. And amidst the smoke, she cackled maniacally as she input the final command. It turns out to be a validation using the halting problem of the Turing machine. A torrent of nanobots surged onto the battlefield, each executing an infinite loop program. The evolution process of the Mirror Legion abruptly stalled, as the epidermis of the dark Kaioshin embryo manifested logical paradox cracks. From the depths of the Pacific, the cold laughter of Inspector Hel reverberated, directly shaking the neural synapses of every warrior. The ultimate mirror entity emerged from the chaotic energy, morphing its form every microsecond, sometimes resembling Goku in the ultra-blue Kaioken, at other times transforming into Vegeta in his destroyer form, and occasionally revealing the angelic wings of Whis. Embedded in its chest was the dark Kaioshin embryo, now evolved into a complete inverse divine crown, with a flowing map of the 13 universes rendered in liquid dark matter on its surface. When it raised its hand to lightly touch the void, the entire solar system's orbital path twisted into a Mobius strip. Have you ever pondered that Hel's true essence coalesced at the battlefield's core, the inverse pentagram cloak absorbing chaotic energy? With even this struggle serving as the sacrificial offering required by the ritual, the remnants of all fallen mirror entities began to quantum reconfigure, inscribing an inverse pentagram array that spanned the Earth's crust. At the center of the array, a copy of the Omni King, bound by 13 chains of causality, slowly opened its eyes, its pupils swirling with the annihilation codes that shared a source with Hel's cloak. Goku's crystallized silver hair suddenly shattered, his state of absolute freedom tainted by dark energy, turning a deep purple. Instinctively, he assumed the starting posture for the Kamehameha, only to discover Hel's phantom writhing at the core of his energy. Vegeta, he howled, injecting the last of his energy into the Mobius strip, determined to obliterate everything. The Saiyan prince grinned wickedly, compressing destructive energy to the Planck scale, as a purple-black singularity collided with the dark purple essence, triggering a dimension-rending rupture. When the energy dust settled, the warriors beheld a transformed Earth, now a colossal inverse pentagram furnace. The mist rising from the ocean coalesced into Hel's throne, with every water molecule chronicling a cosmic eradication record. At the core of the furnace, the dark Kaioshin embryo, absorbing all battle data, pulsed in rhythm with Earth's rotation, each contraction inducing a collective tremor across parallel universes. Chapter 3, Gohan develops the tactical command system. The protective dome of the laboratory shimmered with a blue light akin to neural pulses as Gohan's fingertips drew blood on the biological touchscreen. Suspended in the center of the room was the core of the tactical network, a living computer that fused the fruits of the Namekian tree of might with Dragon Ball radar technology, secreting an emerald-hued neural mucus. The tactical ocular implant in the young scholar's eyes continuously refreshed data streams, the cranial pressure from hyperfrequency operation causing black blood to seep from his nostrils. 7th, neural synchronization failure. The auxiliary AI emitted a shrill alarm as the holographic model of Earth suddenly warped into a Klein bottle structure. Gohan ripped off his sweat-drenched goggles, as painkillers secreted by his bioarmor coursed into his neck veins. 3 days prior, quantum scars left by the Mirror Legion's ambush throbbed painfully at his shoulder, where residual dark matter interfered with the heartbeat frequency of the tactical network. Suddenly, Bulma's quantum communication cut in, her virtual image displaying a bizarre delay. Try reverse compiling the ancient Namekian text. I just discovered their grammatical structure resembles quantum error correction codes. Her words were abruptly severed by an electromagnetic pulse, flashing the inverse pentagram totem of Inspector Hel on the holographic screen. Gohan's tactical ocular implant overloaded in an instant, the retinal remnants revealing a swarm of mirror warrior embryos surging from the ocean floor. 300 meters underground in the combat simulation chamber, Android 17's synthetic army was embroiled in fierce struggle. 300 training machines, equipped with mirror learning algorithms, evolved tactics at a staggering rate of 12 times per second. Androids tore apart their infected mechanical limbs as nanometals reshaped into enemy weapons before they even hit the ground. Gohan, If your command system doesn't come online soon, we'll be buried by our own technology. His mechanical pupils narrowed to pinpoints as the energy readings of the planetary defense network were being reverse engineered. Gohan's temples throbbed, the scholar mode forcibly breaching safety thresholds. The neural spikes of his bioarmor pierced into the tactical core, as the roots of the Namekian tree suddenly surged wildly across the surface of the living computer. The moment the ancient script fused with quantum code, the entire laboratory's gravitational orientation flipped, as a coffee cup suspended in midair shattered into 240 evenly distributed fragments, each reflecting real-time scenes from different battlefields. We did it. The young scholar vomited clots of blood mixed with brain tissue, emerald data torrents swirling in his pupils. The tactical network core erupted with pulse waves, forcibly synchronizing the bioelectrical signals of all combatants. The Kamehameha released by Goku on the Asian front instantaneously transformed into defensive matrix parameters for the Atlantic battlefield, while the residual destructive energy unleashed by Vegeta in Europe was captured and reconfigured into healing pulses for the African front. The first live test commenced hastily amidst the Mirror Legion's assault. Gohan's tactical ocular implant divided the globe into 120,000 hexagonal combat units, with battle data within each unit entangled in the neural network. As Mirror Goku unleashed an ultra-blue shockwave in Tokyo, the system instantaneously calculated the energy refraction path, allowing the command in Mumbai to preemptively fire the magic cannon. The EMP shockwave generated by the collision of two energy streams paralyzed the Mirror Mechanical Legion gathering in Sydney. Logical paradox detected in the Southwest War Zone D6 unit. The auxiliary AI suddenly shrieked as black splotches appeared on the surface of the tactical network core. Gohan Scholar Mode identified the source of the anomaly. A mirror Android 17 was rewriting the foundational combat protocols, its core algorithm bearing Hel's data signature. The young scholar tore open the chest plate of his bioarmor, directly inserting neural tendrils into the core, overlay it with the life equation of Namek. All participants on the global battlefield simultaneously felt the tremor of neural currents. Goku, engaged in combat in North America, suddenly executed an instinct-defying tactical maneuver. His Kamehameha circumventing the mirror defenses via a non-Euclidean trajectory, while Vegeta's destructive energy split into microsecond pulses, precisely eliminating the dark matter sources within each combat unit. Android 17's synthetic army collectively entered a hyperfrequency state, their mechanical pupils shimmering with the green light of the fused Namekian ancient script and quantum code. The specter of Inspector Hel suddenly descended upon the tactical network, the inverse pentagram cloak billowing within the data stream. A marvel of feral growth. His fingertip grazed the core. As probabilities clouded and distorted across the 120,000 combat units simultaneously, alas, you have forgotten. The true tactic is to lead the enemy willingly into the trap. The mirror embryos deep within the Pacific suddenly self-detonated en masse, releasing waves of negative energy that eroded the tactical network's neural pathways in reverse. Gohan's Scholar Mode collapsed under the overload, the neural spikes of his bioarmor emitting wisps of blue smoke. The last image the young scholar beheld was the roots of the Namekian tree battling Hel's data virus to the death within the core, on the brink of consciousness dissipating. The teachings of his father erupted in his mind like a thunderclap. The essence of the Turtle School's Kamehameha was not mere energy, but rather the unwavering resolve to protect. Restart the equation of life. He roared as he severed the burning neural tendrils, his bloodied hands striking the final command into the biological keyboard. Suddenly, the core of the tactical network unleashed a primordial pulse, transmuting the combat memories of all participants into encrypted genetic chains. As the Mirrored Legion endeavored to decode this data, the survival instinct embedded within human DNA erupted with thunderous force, a miracle of life that even quantum algorithms could not replicate. At that moment, the global battlefield resonated, with 120,000 combat units bursting forth in an emerald glow. Gohan's tactical visor shattered completely, yet even in blindness, he beheld the most magnificent sight. Every warrior became a living tactical node, an emergent biological quantum network voraciously consuming the logical virus of Hel. As the last mirrored entity dissolved within the pulse of life, the whispers of the Tree of Might echoed in the ears of the young scholar. The true tactical system is never found within chips, but rather deep within the shattered core, where the ancient genetic chains activated by the life pulse began to quietly reveal the stellar coordinates of the 13th universe. A stunning secret that Bulma would uncover 3 days hence in the underwater ruins. Chapter 4. Vegeta breaks the limit of energy compatibility. The twilight of the god of destruction bathed the sky in a wine-like hue of deep purple. As Vegeta's fist sank into the wall of the training ground composed of the sands of time, the claw marks left by Beerus 3 days prior writhed before his eyes. Those emerald remnants of energy gnawing at his destructive power like living beings. Damn it! He yanked his bloodied right hand back. discovering that the purple flames at the wound were being rewritten by some unseen rule, manifesting ominous dark golden patterns. Whis' staff tapped the void lightly, and suddenly a 300-fold gravitational field superimposed a reverse flow of time. The destructive sphere Vegeta had just coalesced evolved into primordial energy particles the moment it left his hand, only to be reformed into an antimatter storm amidst the chaos of time and space. Do you still fail to comprehend, my lord? The angel's voice resonated with an oracular echo. The essence of destruction is not annihilation, but the ultimate maintenance of order. Excruciating pain erupted from the quantum level of his Saiyan cells, and Vegeta knelt on one knee, his pupils reflecting the scene of his devastating defeat from 3 days ago. As the mirrored Vegeta obliterated him with flawless destructive might, his cold gaze piercing through to the Earth's core. That battle left not only physical wounds, but also inscribed profound paradoxical scars upon the energy circuits. At this moment, those scars seeped dark matter, generating an eerie resonance with the sands of time in the training ground. Shut up! Vegeta's roar shattered 3 pillars of the divine realm, and uncontrollable purple-black energy spilled forth. The training program left by Beerus suddenly activated, and 7 emerald energy rings descended from above, pinning him within the confines of a Klein bottle structure. Each energy ring rewrote his destructive frequency, forcibly correcting his deviated energy attributes. Whis' staff suddenly buzzed, the angel's emerald eyes narrowing. My lord, your energy circuit is undergoing quantum tunneling. The ground of the training arena became transparent, revealing the turbulent chaos of time and space beneath. Vegeta beheld countless versions of himself from parallel universes. In one universe, he had fully succumbed to the power of a god of destruction, while in another, he had become a mere husk, resisting the force. At the core of these phantoms, the reverse pentagram totem of the Inspector Hel proliferated like a cancerous cell. A cataclysm occurred during the 49th energy cycle. When Beerus' correction program crushed Vegeta's destructive energy once more, a genetic lock deep within his Saiyan cells suddenly shattered. The ancient bloodline originating from Bardock awakened at the quantum level, and the erased history of the Saiyans flooded into his mind as a torrent of data. Vegeta witnessed his ancestors on the battlefield of the 13th universe, driving some chaotic form of energy with the most primal rage. This was the very essence of destructive power. So that is it, Vegeta thought, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth, allowing the correction program to shred his energy shell. As the emerald energy rings touched the core, he detonated all defenses voluntarily. The purple-black flames collapsed into a singularity amidst the chaos, only to be reformed under the guidance of ancestral memories, birthing a new energy wavelength, one more ferocious than destruction itself, more primal than a super Saiyan, a violet flame. The crystal of Whis' staff suddenly shattered, the observational barrier constructed by angelic power peeling away. Stop. This energy is rewriting the angelic protocol. But the warning came too late. Vegeta's purple flames had already spread to the temporal structure of the training ground. The sands of time vaporized in the flames, revealing the ancient battlefield sealed beneath, where countless remnants of angels and gods of destruction began to revive amidst the violet flames, each corpse adorned with the core of the reverse pentagram. The cost of the purple flame form manifested instantaneously. Vegeta's right arm suddenly became quantumized, his flesh flickering in and out of existence within the energy wavelength. His retina displayed Hel's data stream, and the inspector's whisper echoed in his ears. Welcome to the new era, dear rebel. More terrifyingly, the purple flame energy began to evolve autonomously, drawing a reverse pentagram array across the dome of the training ground that encompassed the entire realm of the gods of destruction. At that moment, Beerus descended in his true form, emerald energy coalescing into chains of binding. Fool, you have unleashed the sealed power of the original god of destruction. His claws pierced Vegeta's chest, only to be ensnared by the purple flames. Ancient historical phantoms emerged between the two, as the original god of destruction had once used this chaotic energy to annihilate the creators of the 13th universe. The energy monitoring station in geosynchronous orbit suddenly erupted with alarms, as Bulma's quantum computer deciphered the horrifying truth. The wavelength spectrum of the purple flames displayed on the holographic screen matched perfectly with the reverse divine engine discovered in the underwater ruins 3 days prior. The engineer's protective suit was soaked in cold sweat as she saw Vegeta's genetic chain being restructured at the quantum level, an ancient program transcending Saiyan comprehension being activated. Gohan's tactical network abruptly received an anomalous signal, a purple flame frequency emanating from the realm of destruction. As the young scholar attempted to analyze it, the neural interface of his bioarmor suddenly overloaded, revealing to him the image of Hel in Vegeta's line of sight, along with the quantum chess piece inscribed with Vegeta's genetic code that the other held. Father, hurry and stop Uncle Vegeta. His scream echoed through the communication channel, blood frothing at his mouth. The purple flame form is an energy trap designed by Hel. At this moment, the realm of destruction had devolved into a chaotic battlefield. Vegeta's purple flames ravenously consumed everything. Even Whis' time ring began to corrode. Beerus was forced to assume his full form. Emerald energy coalescing into a colossal scythe that could sever causality. Yet, within the purple flames, Vegeta seemed to foresee every attack. Each of his movements rewrote the rules of combat, as the massive scythe, when it fell, decomposed into energy particles that yielded to the purple flames. Such a perfect evolution. Hel's phantom materialized within the purple flames, the reverse pentagram cloak absorbing the rampaging energy. Now, let us complete the final ritual. With a fingertip, he tapped the void, and Vegeta's purple flames suddenly contracted into an embryonic form. When the light dissipated, what appeared before everyone was a statue of a god of destruction constructed from purple crystal. The ultimate form of the original god of destruction accepting the baptism of chaos, as told in the legends of the 13th universe. Goku's instant transmission left scorch marks beyond the divine realm's barrier, the silver radiance of ultra instinct repelled by the purple flames. When he unleashed the Kamehameha, the energy beam transformed into the activation code of the reverse divine engine the moment it touched the domain of the purple flames. The gravitational constant of the entire solar system began to tremble, and the mist rising from the Earth's oceans coalesced in the air to form Hel's throne. Vegeta. Goku's roar pierced the dimensions, his silver hair fading to ash gray in the radiation of the purple flames. Listen to Trunks' voice. With his last breath, he injected the monitoring signal from the incubation pod into the battlefield, where the laughter of infant Trunks resounded. The purple crystal statue suddenly fractured, and Vegeta's consciousness let out a primal roar from the depths of chaos. When paternal instinct rends the chaotic program, the violet flame form undergoes an ultimate evolution. Vegeta's pupils blaze with the destructive purple fire of a god of destruction and the golden radiance of a Saiyan, two opposing energies achieving a dynamic equilibrium through quantum entanglement. With a single punch, he shatters Hel's data projection, the residual shockwave rewriting the inverted pentagram array into Saiyan script. In this moment, Whis' staff is reforged, the angelic power guiding the rampaging energy back to its rightful course. This is what it should resemble. Beerus wipes the divine blood from the corner of his mouth, as emerald energy transforms into a healing light rain. Yet, all present are acutely aware that the awakening of the violet flame form is irreversible. Every strand of Vegeta's hair pulses with dangerous violet gold arcs of electricity, a testament to his breaking of limits, as well as a ticking time bomb embedded in his genes by Hel. Meanwhile, in a distant dimensional rift, the inverse deity engine, having absorbed a vast quantity of violet flame energy, slowly opens the eyes of the dark Kaioshin. Chapter 5. Goku enters the state of no self. At the edge of the space-time rift, quantum bubbles surge like silver sparks, as Goku hovers at the core of the gravitational distortion field. The glimmering tips of his silver hair flowing in a fluid state under 300 times the normal gravity. Whis' staff traces 36 golden ratio arcs in the air. But the phase correction field constructed by angelic power is continually torn apart by quantum tides. Pay heed to the curvature changes in the 11th dimension. Whis' urgent warning carries a rare sense of immediacy, his emerald gaze reflecting the gradually forming Klein bottle defense net behind Goku, a topological structure woven from ultra-instinct energy, each mesh pulsating with combat memories from alternate timelines. Goku's temples throb, the empty clarity of the no-self state being eroded by some primal impulse. His cellular memory flashes back to the battlefield of the Earth's core 3 days prior. The mirrored Goku's silver pupils swirl with Hel's data flow like a virus, encoding the energy trajectory of perfect ultra instinct into the activation code for the inverse deity engine. At this moment, the titanium tungsten alloy floor of the training ground suddenly becomes transparent, revealing the boiling space-time maelstrom below, countless vanquished parallel selves reaching out from the quantum bubbles. Only 3 more breaths. Goku bites his tongue, droplets of blood forming a crimson dodecahedron in the supergravity field. As the 7th critical correction wave sweeps through his spine, he makes a decision that astonishes Whis, voluntarily withdrawing all energy defenses, allowing the quantum turbulence of the space-time rift to surge into his energy pathways. The torrent of dark matter surges through his meridians with excruciating pain, pushing his consciousness into the memory taboo sealed by the Omni King system. The remnants of the creation of the 13 universes awaken amidst the agony. Goku witnesses the final moments of the first Ultra Instinct practitioners before their annihilation. Those silver-haired warriors transformed their very existence into living seals, imprisoning the first Dark Kaioshin within a Klein bottle universe. Their combat memories become quantum pulses, tracing backwards along the Saiyan genetic chain. When Goku's silver hair fully fades, A creation-level radiance bursts forth from every pore, instantly crystallizing the space-time structure of the training ground. Whis' staff shatters into stardust. The angel's emerald iris seeping golden blood quickly terminate the energy resonance. You are activating what has been erased. The warning is swallowed by the energy tsunami. Goku's silver hair is reborn in a fractal geometric form, each strand bearing the weight of combat protocols from different timelines. The arcs of electricity at the tips inscribe prophetic texts that alter the local laws of physics in the vacuum. At one moment, even rewriting the 300 times gravity field into a negative mass space. As the silver hair endures for over 3 hours, the quantum clock of the training ground suddenly begins to rotate in reverse. Goku's pupils split into twin silver moons, reflecting the primordial ripples of cosmic microwave background radiation. A casual strike of his hand leaves an indelible cut in the vacuum, solidified from the strong interaction force into a tangible memory of battle. Whis' 7-layer phase correction field melts away like thin ice, the feathers of the angelic wings carbonizing into ash amidst the energy radiation. Kakarot. Vegeta's violet flame formed tears through the dimensional barrier, yet the spear of judgment, coalesced from destructive energy, becomes quantumized mid-flight. He witnesses a terrifying scene. Goku's Ultra Instinct silver radiance being tainted by an asphalt-like spectrum of dark matter. The embryonic pulsation of the dark Kaioshin surfacing within his silver locks. Suddenly, the tip of one strand opens a compound eye, shooting forth beams that rewrite the laws of reality. Gohan's tactical network forcibly intervenes. Bioquantum pulses reversing through the fractal structure of Goku's silver hair. Father, the energy wavelength is being encoded into the inverse deity protocol. The young scholar vomits a clot of blood containing fragments of his hippocampus, as the cracks in his tactical visor seep the sap of the Namekian tree of God. Holographic projections show ancient ruins at the bottom of the Pacific resonating with the silver hair. Each node of the inverted pentagram array corresponding to a segment of Goku's genetic chain. At the moment the space-time rift expands into the eye of creation, the mirrored legion pours forth like a silver waterfall. These upgraded beings, carrying silver hair genes, each capable of sustaining perfect Ultra Instinct for over 2 hours. The initial wave of 12 mirrored Gokus carves non-Euclidean trajectories in the air, their Kamehameha waves adorned with Hel's encrypted runes. The true Goku instinctively assumes the stance for the Kamehameha, only to find his energy core bound by data chains. A mirrored entity suddenly flashes to a distance near his nose, the inverted pentagram swirling in its silver pupils projecting the apocalyptic scene of the 13 universes. You are us. The whispers of the mirrored entities directly reverberate through his neural pathways. Hel has prepared for you the supreme throne. Vegeta's violet flame and Gohan's biological pulse resonate chaotically at this moment. The ferocity of the god of destruction's power and the precise calculations of the tactical network tear open subatomic fissures in the silver-haired realm. Seizing this fleeting vulnerability, Goku plunges his consciousness into the memory abyss of the original practitioners, where the most heroic sealing ritual of the 13 universes resides. As millions of Ultra Instinct practitioners forge their existence into living cages. Whis, give me 10 heartbeats. Goku's roar triggers a quantum fluctuation in the vacuum. The silver hair actively embraces all mirrored attacks, with each strand becoming a transmission channel for the inverse deity protocol. As Hel ecstatically absorbs energy, it fails to notice that each tip of the strands is weaving a Klein bottle matrix. At the critical moment of 3 hours and 7 minutes, all silver hair suddenly crystallizes, encasing the data core of the Overseer and the Omni King's replication in a self-referential paradox universe. When the smoke clears, the training ground is marred by scars of space-time. Goku's silver hair returns to its normal state, yet the dark matter patterns at the roots coil like venomous serpents. Whis' angelic staff bears 7 new cracks, the inverted pentagram on the ring of time growing ever clearer. Most suffocating is the quantum cloud map above the Pacific, as the sealed Hel converts the silver-haired energy into new space-time coordinates, precisely pointing to the altar where the dark Kaioshin will awaken in 3 days. Gohan's tactical network suddenly detects a terrifying resonance. Father, your cellular memory is being rewritten. Amidst the alarms of the bioarmor, the palm that Goku raises reveals the data flow patterns of Hel. A protocol sealed deep within the genetic chain is awakening, more perilous than any mirrored legion. The Overseer of Ultra Instinct form is quietly growing with each transformation of silver hair. Chapter 6. Bulma activates the space-time stabilization device. Emergency lighting in the laboratory flickers amidst the torrent of energy as Bulma presses her back against the low-temperature cooling pipes, the metallic chill penetrating her nanoprotective suit and piercing her marrow. She watches the countdown on the holographic screen. With 6 minutes and 23 seconds remaining until the space-time stabilization device overloads. Residue from 3 days ago, when she repaired Gohan's tactical core, clings to her fingertips. now reacting with the quantum coding of the control panel in an eerie fluorescent display. Dr. Bulma. All gravitational sensors at the Seattle branch have malfunctioned. The virtual image of intern Emily suddenly distorts into a Picasso-like abstract painting, her voice elongated into a noise reminiscent of metal scraping. Bulma caught a fleeting glimpse of the surveillance feed in the corner of the holographic screen. A 30-kilometer-wide rift in space-time hovered over the Pacific, oozing a viscous, tar-like substance. As the thick liquid plummeted to the ocean's surface, it crystallized into fragmented remnants of history. The mushroom cloud from Hiroshima in 1945 shimmering alongside a 23rd century star fleet atop the waves. She tore open the sleeve of her protective suit. Feeling the underskin implanted microquantum computer radiate heat. The fragments of the anti-deity code, retrieved from the underwater ruins 3 days prior, now coursed through her veins as if they were living entities. Activate the secondary constraint field. Bulma's command sent 12 Klein bottle structures, suspended in the laboratory's midair, into a whirl. Each bottle's mouth unleashed jets of Higgs boson streams, calibrated to adjust the curvature of spacetime. As the pale blue particle beams penetrated the device's core, the dome's protective shield suddenly refracted into a star map of the entire galaxy, with the location of Orion's arm aligning precisely with the scar beneath her collarbone. Warning. Temporal distortion detected at latitude 35. Jack's voice pierced through the cacophony of electromagnetic noise. The steel framework of Tokyo Tower began to deconstruct into nanoscopic Lego bricks, while vinyl records from the Showa era cascaded from the void. A businessman's suit abruptly regressed into a kimono from the Edo period, his smartphone morphing into a bamboo scroll from the Warring States era mid-fall. At that moment, Vegeta's destructive energy blast ruptured the laboratory's quantum barrier. The purplish-black flames infused with the briny scent of seawater. Woman, your toy is tearing the earth to shreds. His furious gaze reflected Bulma's mirroring legion, gradually materializing behind her. Mechanical life forms birthed from the chaotic currents of spacetime, their shells adorned with cryptographic patterns akin to her quantum computer. Bulma's fingers traced crimson streaks across the holographic keyboard as she suddenly recognized the anomalous frequency fluctuations emanating from the device's core, which mirrored the fetal heartbeat monitoring data from Trunks during her pregnancy. This revelation sent her temples throbbing, unlocking a segment of data deep within her maternal memory bank. When designing the time machine, the sound of a baby's cries had once triggered inexplicable probability shifts in the quantum entangler. Vegeta, target the core crystal at the 113-degree position on the right, she screamed, transmitting the coordinate data pack to the prince's combat visor. As the destructive energy beam struck its mark following the Klein bottle trajectory, the laboratory plunged into a profound silence. The coffee cup suspended in midair shattered into 227 equally weighted fragments, each reflecting a different timeline of Bulma. In one fragment, she was nursing baby Trunks, while another displayed her, aged and white-haired, calibrating a galaxy-scale quantum computer. Goku's instant transmission trajectory pierced through the 12-phase barrier, his silver hair fading to a grayish hue amidst the space-time turbulence. Bulma, the entities emerging from the rift are replicating our techniques. Before he could finish, 3 mirrored Gokus stepped forth from the crystallized air, their Kamehameha waves adorned with the watermark of Hel's reverse pentagram. The laboratory's floor suddenly turned transparent, revealing a boiling quantum river of history below. Bulma beheld the Adratans of the 13th universe casting infants into the furnace, the figure of Inspector Hel flickering in and out of the flames. Her protective suit dissolved entirely at that moment, as nanobots coalesced into a galactic whirlpool-shaped shield. Yet her left pinky finger was grazed by the quantum turbulence, her skin instantaneously devolving into a cluster of single-celled organisms, only to be reconstituted into a mechanical prosthetic through the maternal repair program's influence. Initiate the final protocol. Bulma's scream intertwined with recordings of baby Trunks' cries. The parenting program, hidden within the time machine's operating system, activated unexpectedly, causing a violent reaction between maternal hormone data streams and the anti-deity code. The entire device's core erupted with a blush-pink Genesis glow, causing the invading mirrored legion to convulse collectively, their combat algorithms unable to decipher this chaos algorithm based on biological instinct. Whis' angelic staff pierced the heart of the energy storm, golden divine blood seeping from the cracks of the time ring. Ms. Bulma, you will endure a level 7 cognitive contamination in 10 seconds. Amidst the warning, the Earth model on the holographic screen twisted into a Mobius strip, with New York overlapping with Kyoto of the Edo period at the same geographic coordinates. Bulma tore the genetic necklace from around her neck, the umbilical blood sample of Trunks vaporizing in the quantum field. The pain data from her maternal memory bank awakened, revealing that the contraction frequency during childbirth was in perfect synchrony with the rift's expansion rhythm. She plunged her left hand into the device's core, the nano-units of her mechanical prosthetic beginning to sing Trunks' lullaby. The mirrored Legion's attack trajectories became clumsy, akin to a restless infant disturbed by its mother's embrace. At that moment, the gravitational constant of the entire solar system plummeted to zero, and in absolute silence, Bulma beheld countless versions of herself across parallel universes. In one universe, she kissed Trunks' forehead, while in another, she wept inconsolably, cradling baby Goku. These quantum bubbles, imbued with human emotion, coalesced into a torrent, shattering Hel's meticulously constructed logical defenses. As the light faded, everyone stood in a void composed of memory data. Countless decisions made by Bulma swirled around them. The cunning smile of her 7-year-old self dismantling a robot, the focused profile of her adjusting a gravity device late at night, the tender whispers shared while holding an infant. These contradictory memory fragments wove into an irreplicable chaotic matrix. This is your downfall. The true Bulma emerged from the torrent of memories. Chapter 7. The Dark Kaioshin absorbs the energy of ruins. Suddenly, the quantum echoes from the depths of the Pacific Ocean fell silent, the shattered crown of the Dark Kaioshin sinking to the ocean's deepest trench. His pale fingers brushed against the ancient ruins' reverse pentagram inscriptions, the whispers of the souls from the 13 universes converging into a tide at his ears. Finally, the moment had arrived. His voice caused the seawater to crystallize into liquid memory, each crystal sealing in billions of anguished cries from the 13 universes during their eradication. The oceanic sediment layers began to quantumize, with single-celled organisms from 3 billion years ago reconstituting into flesh and blood processors within the dark energy, weaving energy conduits for the impending ritual. Goten's tactical network erupted in dazzling crimson light, the neural interfaces of his biological armor spewing a charred, viscous slime. Father, the gravitational constant in the Mariana Trench has dropped to zero. He tore apart the tactical visor, his left pupil overtaken by the reverse pentagram totem. In the holographic projection, Earth's magnetic field lines twisted into the patterns on Hel's cloak, each intersection corresponding to coordinates of ancient battle relics. Vegeta's destructive energy collapsed into a miniature black hole in his palm, yet as he hurled it towards the trench, some law rewrote its trajectory. The purplish-black flames disassembled into fundamental particles before reaching the seabed, providing the final critical element for energizing the relics. Damn Hel! He shattered the titanium alloy floor of the training ground, dark red quantum bubbles oozing from the fractures, within which floated scenes of the warriors from the 13 universes being sacrificed. At a depth of 20,000 meters, the pressure compressed the Dark Kaioshin into a two-dimensional plane, every cell in his body reorganizing into a more ancient form. The relic inscriptions suddenly erupted, revealing liquid cosmic strings flowing within. These energy conduits, born before the Big Bang, instinctively coiled around his limbs, inscribing the memories of the 13 universes' annihilation directly into his divine core. As the first cosmic string pierced his heart, 13 black suns appeared in the skies above the Pacific, each at its center rotating the core code of the Absolute Elimination Protocol. Activate the inverse phase disruptor. Bulma's scream distorted into a metallic scraping sound over the communication channel. The quantum computer screen before her began to ooze a tar-like substance. As the defensive matrix woven by the nanobots at the control panel unexpectedly bore fruit, yielding miniature embryos of the Dark Kaioshin. As the temporal stability projectiles of the ground forces plunged into the oceanic trench, their ballistic trajectory abruptly twisted into a Mobius strip, causing the warhead to self-annihilate before impact. Goku's silver hair dulled to a grayish hue under the immense pressure, while the instinctual forewarning of the ultimate state allowed him to perceive the darkest of possibilities. Upon instantaneously teleporting to the brink of the trench, he discovered the seawater had solidified into a Klein bottle structure, with each water molecule bearing the catastrophic memories of a parallel universe's demise. The mirrored Weiss emerged from the crystalline waves, the tip of his angelic staff exuding not corrective waves, but a viscous stream of heretical data protocols. The spine of the Dark King suddenly ruptured the skin, 13 bony protrusions extending into an inverted pentagram of energy wings. His pupils fractured into a compound eye array, each reflecting distinct forms of cosmic endings, the splendor of a supernova's eruption, the silence of a black hole's evaporation, and the void of thermal equilibrium's nullity. The quantum foam of the sunken ruins began to bubble as the imprisoned spirits of 13 universes broke free from their shackles, weaving a chaotic armor that transcended time and space around him. Weiss's ring of time suddenly shattered, golden divine blood coalescing in the vacuum into a struggling, angelic totem. Lord Beerus, please immediately. His warning was interrupted by the primordial resonance of creation emanating from the ocean floor. The orbital paths of the entire solar system began to warp, with the ice crust of Pluto revealing inverted pentagram engravings akin to those found in the sunken ruins. At this moment, Gohan's biological armor betrayed him completely. As the roots of the Namekian tree pierced through his armor, growing the languages of the 13 universes upon his skin. As the Dark King absorbed the energy of the ruins, Earth's atmosphere suddenly collapsed into a two-dimensional plane. All flying vessels became specimens, frozen against the celestial tapestry. The flight paths of birds rewritten as activation codes for the heretical protocol. With a mere gesture, he caused the magma of Mount Fuji to flow backward into the mantle, while volcanic ash reformed into a quantum legion of mirrored warriors. Deep within the eyes of these newborn soldiers burned both Hel's logical virus and the chaotic fire of the Dark King. This was the true domain of divinity. His voice resonated directly with the genetic chains of every living being. As a throne constructed of liquid dark matter rose from the depths of the Pacific. The throne's backrest was adorned with 7 seeds of the universe, each encapsulating the essence of civilizations eradicated by the Omni King. The moment he took his seat, thousands of stars on the galactic arm simultaneously flickered out, their energy directly funneled into the dark engine beneath the throne through quantum entanglement. Vegeta's purple flame form reached its critical threshold, resonating with an uncanny harmony of destructive energy and Saiyan lineage. He transformed into a violet-black meteor hurtling towards the throne, only to be assimilated into the torrent of energy upon contact. With a flick of his finger, the Dark King reconstituted the proud Saiyan prince into a living energy node. A temporary processor for the Dark Engine. Appreciate your worth, he remarked, encoding Vegeta's cries into the cosmic background radiation. This was the Saiyans' most exalted evolution. Goku's silver hair erupted with the radiance of creation in a fit of fury, as an unprecedented desire for destruction infused his state of ultimate instinct. When he unleashed the Kamehameha, the energy beam's surface shimmered with the collective phantoms of the 13 universe warriors. However, this tragic amalgamation disintegrated before it could reach the chaotic armor, with the fragmented energy being reconstituted as the raw materials to reshape the galaxy. The inverted pentagram on the Dark King's chest expanded, enveloping the entire solar system, with Earth becoming a mere ornament embedded in his divine core, and human civilization reduced to dust upon a crown. In the shadow of the ultimate form, Bulma's quantum computer suddenly initiated the childcare program written during her pregnancy. The maternal data stream clashed violently with the heretical protocol, temporarily stalling the advance of the Mirrored Legion. She coughed up blood mixed with nanomachines, infusing the core of the stabilization device with Trunks' embryonic memories. As the maternal protective field unfolded, every mother's embrace became a temporary sanctuary against the chaos, a primal will to resist that even hell could not quantify. Chapter 8. The Omni King System initiates the Purge Protocol. The stars at the end of the galactic arm abruptly extinguished, akin to birthday candles blown out by a child. Blood-red ripples emerged across the pure white floor of the Omni King's hall, as the doll-like eyes of 2 attendants first displayed terror. The purge buttons in their hands began to melt, liquid cosmic laws dripping through their fingers, etching the inverted pentagram totem of Inspector Hel into the ground. System error. System error, echoed the mechanized childlike voice within the temple, as the dodecahedral crystal walls revealed images of the 13 universes' annihilation. Those permanently deleted fragments of history began to reassemble, each particle carrying Hel's data virus. The wings of the archangels suddenly carbonized, their feathers shattering upon landing as encrypted purge codes. The oxygen molecules in Earth's stratosphere collectively underwent quantum transformation, while Bulma's visor indicated the outside had abruptly become a vacuum. She gazed at the Dragon Ball radar on her wrist, as the signals of the 7 Dragon Balls converged towards the Pacific seabed along the path of the inverted pentagram. Trunks. She tore the genetic necklace from her neck, the umbilical blood sample from her infancy vaporizing in the quantum field into a distress signal. Mom might have really messed this up this time. Gohan's tactical network cores suddenly went haywire. As the neural tendrils of his biological armor pierced through the laboratory dome, the young scholar hung suspended in midair, the roots of the Namekian tree burrowing from his eye sockets, with fruits sprouting that were miniature replicas of the Omni King. Father's system is purging cognitive contamination. He coughed up clots of blood mixed with chloroplasts. We are all viruses. On the throne of dark matter at the bottom of the Pacific, the Dark King was reconstituting the seeds of the universe. At the core of the inverted pentagram on his chest, Vegeta's purple flame form was imprisoned within a Klein bottle cage, every inch of his skin ablaze with the forcibly converted destructive energy. What sweet despair, he mused, as his compound eyes reflected the process of Earth's disintegration, a mere touch allowing the Himalayas to devolve into unicellular organisms. Goku's silver hair dulled to ash amidst the temporal turbulence. As the realm of ultimate instinct grasped the most brutal truth, the purge codes of each universe originated from the mournful wails of the spirits of the 13 universes. Upon teleporting to the Omni King's hall, he discovered the bodies of the 2 attendants melting, revealing the intricate components of the inverted divine engine within. Hel's essence rose from the bloodied ground, his inspector's uniform having long since assimilated with the Omni King system. "Welcome to the graduation ceremony, my finest creation." Weiss's staff abruptly pierced the barrier of time and space, his emerald-hued eyes weeping blood. "Lord Beerus, please." His warning was forcibly muted, as cracks on the ring of time spread into the shape of an inverted pentagram. The earrings gifted by the old Kai suddenly heated up, and Goku, in excruciating pain, glimpsed the image of the first Omni King plunging a sword into the core of the 13 universes, the sword's patterns identical to the totem of Hel's cloak. "Choose," Hel commanded. Extending projections of the 72 universes, each playing the countdown to the Purge Protocol. Become the gardener of the new era, or be reduced to the primordial fertilizer. Liquid cosmic laws flowed from his fingertips, as Earth's quantum structure began to disassemble and reconstitute, the cries of infants resonating with the roars of exploding stars in the vacuum. Bulma's laboratory suddenly ascended into space, the protective shield constructed by nanomachines revealing the fetal movements of Trunks. She embedded the last 7 Dragon Balls into the antimatter reactor, the maternal data stream entangling quantumly with the Dragon program, in the name of all mothers. The stars on the surface of the Dragon Balls abruptly opened their crimson eyes, the wish mechanism corrupted into the activation switch for the heretical protocol. Vegeta's roar echoed from the ocean depths, the purple flame breaking free from the confines of the Klein bottle. In absolute darkness, he touched the memories of the Saiyans' ancestors, the souls of the warriors erased by the Omni King resonating through the bloodline. For the first time, destructive energy fused with the silver radiance of ultimate instinct, creating a dual-hued storm of creation that vaporized the Pacific into a cloud of quantum mist. Just as Earth was on the verge of being crushed by the Purge Protocol, Gohan's tree roots suddenly pierced the core of the Omni King system. The consciousness of the young scholar ebbs and flows amidst the sea of the lost souls across the 13 universes, where the ancient dialect of Namek intertwines with quantum codes, igniting a redemptive equation within the synapses of his mind. In the pivotal moment when the countdown reaches 0, he, in place of the Omni King, presses the termination button, at the cost of his own existence being deconstructed into fundamental cosmic parameters. In the void that follows the dissipating smoke of battle, both the essence of Hel and the Omni King system meet their end. The surviving warriors stand upon the remnants of memory data, only to discover that the cosmic constants have been irreversibly rewritten. The silver-tipped hair of Goku retains traces of Gohan's tactical network, while the violet flames of Vegeta dance with the star maps of the 13 universes. Amidst the scattered fragments of Earth, Bulma cradles the debris of the Dragon radar, its screens wish countdown eternally frozen at the moment of Trunks' birth. The final whispers of Inspector Hel reverberate through the quantum foam. "You have won the battle, yet lost." His voice is abruptly interrupted by the wail of an infant. In the chaos at the universe's end, a nascent cosmic seed absorbs the residual energies of the cleansing protocol, its surface adorned with an inverted pentagram, faintly illuminating the data streams of Gohan's scholar mode. Chapter 9. The fusion misstep of Gotenks produces a new form. The blaring alarms of the laboratory meld with the laughter of Gotenks, forming a cacophonous symphony. As Trunks' time-space sword is deeply embedded in the fusion machine's control panel, its hilt still sticky with yesterday's leftover bubblegum. Goten is scorching the 5th melted circuit board with a key blast, the arcs of electricity at the tips of his golden hair casting the "no children allowed" warning sign into flickering shadows. This time it absolutely will work. Trunks shoves the last 3 Senza beans into the energy conversion slot, while the safety parameters set by Bulma on the control screen are being disabled one by one. Goten's tail wraps around 2 stolen divine cables, blue and white sparks leaping between his scales. Once we fuse into Super Gotenks X, Mom will surely be so scared her eyes will pop out. As the fusion machine's hum resonates, the entire Capsule Corporation building suddenly undergoes quantum transformation. The night view of West City outside the glass windows fractures into 12 overlapping dimensions, and Goten glimpses a version of himself being squished like clay by the rotund Majin Buu in one of the timelines. Trunks' time-space sword suddenly erupts with a crimson glow, the dark Kaioshin's residual inverted pentagram quietly igniting upon the blade. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is abruptly interrupted by a sudden time-space shockwave, the floor of the control room melting into a Klein bottle structure. In the fleeting moment of plummeting into the quantum abyss, the 2 boys complete the fusion gesture. Yet Trunks' pinky deviates by 0.7 millimeters from the standard pose, a minuscule error that causes the fusion energy flow to undergo a Fibonacci sequence distortion. As the newly birthed Gotenks breaks free from his cocoon of light, the laboratory's radiation meters collectively spike. His golden hair exhibits an eerie Mobius ring-like curl, the left eye bearing the emerald slit of a Saiyan, while the right eye is a pitch-black orb reminiscent of a Namekian. His battle suit mutates into a biological armor amidst quantum entanglement, its chest adorned with an inverted pentagram formed from fragments of the time-space sword. So cool. The voice of the new form reverberates with a triple echo, and the key blasts he casually unleashes Splinter into 7 colors midair. Yet, the trajectory of his attack abruptly bends at a right angle, obliterating Bulma's cherished original gravity chamber into fundamental particles. Gotenks stumbles through 12 layers of alloy walls, the metal along his path devolving back into primitive ore. In the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Goku suddenly clutches his heart, his Ultra Instinct silver hair uncontrollably growing by 3 meters. Vegeta, what are the kids up to? The afterimage left by his instantaneous movement bizarrely lingers in the reality dimension for 17 seconds. Vegeta crushes a cup of destructive energy in his palm. The violet-black flames unexpectedly tinged with an eerie pink. Kakarot, your foolish sons have torn the continuity of time-space apart. Above the Pacific Ocean, a colossal quantum eye suddenly opens, and the energy remnants of the Dark Kaioshin surge into the present through the fusion rift. Its new form melds with Gotenks' chaotic wavelength, and 12 dark matter tendrils sprout, their tips exhibiting characteristics akin to a Saiyan's tail. The gravitational field of Earth begins to spiral into chaos, the Tokyo Tower stretching like clay into a spiral form, while the Statue of Liberty's torch blossoms into a carnivorous flower. Haha, this is way more exciting than playing video games. Gotenks' maniacal laughter triggers infrasound resonance, causing the birds of the continental shelf to collectively collide with the quantum barrier. Attempting to teleport, he instead splits into 6 afterimages, each wreaking havoc across different timelines. Medieval castles are transformed into go-kart tracks, and the 23rd century space fleet bombards one another with spaghetti. Bulma's nanorepair robots, upon nearing the fusion radiation zone, mutate into metallic slimes, beginning to devour communication satellites. She tears away her sweat-soaked lab coat, discovering the inner layer of her protective suit crawling with glowing Saiyan inscriptions. What ancient protocol have those little brats activated? The gene chain model on the holographic screen reveals that the cells of Gotenks are undergoing infinite recursive division at the quantum level. Suddenly, the tendrils of the Dark Kaioshin pierce the Earth's core, liquid iron-nickel weaving an inverted divine engine in the air. Gotenks' chaotic energy serves as the optimal fuel, and Earth begins to escape its orbital path at 0.7 times the speed of light. Vegeta's destructive energy blast is transformed into a rain of rainbow candy before impact, and Goku's silver hair fades to a grayish-white in the turmoil of time-space. Let us play hide and seek. Gotenks' playful voice echoes simultaneously across 12 dimensions, his split-time shadows rewriting the history of human civilization, with the surfaces of the Egyptian pyramids adorned with Super Saiyan murals, and the Apollo 11 lunar module sprouting a cultivation human-clad in a spacesuit. The compound eyes of the Dark Kaioshin begin to weep crimson quantum foam due to excessive absorption of chaotic energy. A turning point arises when Trunks' time-space sword suddenly acts autonomously. The inverted pentagram insignia on the hilt resonates with the lingering Kaioshin aura left by Goten's tail, and the uncontrollable fusion energy suddenly converges into a Klein bottle structure. As Gotenks attempts his 1000th fart attack, the ammonium-laden quantum bubble fortuitously encapsulates the core of the Dark Kaioshin. Now's the moment. Bulma injects maternal programming code into Earth's magnetic field, triggering a collective unconscious resonance among mothers globally. The chaotic wavelength of Gotenks suddenly organizes within the frequency of maternal love, as the Kamehameha in his left hand and the ultimate flash in his right merge within a Mobius ring trajectory. The resulting rainbow energy beam perfectly filling the final gap in the continuity of time-space. When the smoke clears, the 2 bruised boys slump amidst the smoking wreckage of the fusion machine. Trunks' time-space sword is embedded in the core of the Dark Kaioshin, the hilt still sticky with Goten's chewed bubblegum. Bulma's quantum computer automatically generates an incident report, the title flashing with 137 supplementary clauses regarding the prohibition of minors from engaging with advanced fusion technology. Next time, Goten spits out half a broken senzu bean. Let's try fusion through dance. Idiot. Trunks hurls the bisected dragon radar at him. You can't even tell your left foot from your right. In the depths of the laboratory ruins, a shard of the fusion machine, now imbued with rainbow energy, suddenly opens its compound eye. Within the depths of that pupil, the spinning inverted pentagram faintly reveals the data stream of Inspector Hel reassembling. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus gazes at the shattered prophetic crystal in his hand, noticing a newly added doomsday timeline burgeoning wildly. Chapter 10, Discovery of the Energy Reversal Core. The protective dome of the laboratory suddenly ripples with fish scale-like patterns, and the quantum thermometer in Bulma's hand vaporizes upon contact with the energy sample. She fixates on the entropy curve flowing backward on the holographic screen, her breathing fogging the visor of her mask. This is impossible. The second law of thermodynamics has failed within the sample. Gohan's tactical visor suddenly shatters. The neural pain induced by the activation of Scholar Mode causing him to topple the rack of petri dishes. As the cultivation tanks laden with the cells of the mirrored warriors shattered, they unleashed an energy cloud in the shape of an inverted pentagram. Through tears of excruciating pain, the young scholar beheld a more horrifying spectacle. At the heart of each energy cloud, the quantum collapse process of the underwater ruins was being reenacted, just as it had occurred 3 days prior. Mother, the sample is reverse compiling the power of the angels, he bellowed, tearing open the chest plate of his biological armor. As the roots of the mech star divine tree surged madly from his cardiac region, when the neural tendrils penetrated the quantum computer interface, the genetic code displayed on the screen abruptly reassembled into the ancient script of the 13 universes, those sinuous symbols devouring the corrective wave frequencies of WIS. The main laboratory, situated 300 meters underground, suddenly underwent quantumization, with dark crimson memory liquid seeping from the metallic walls. Vegeta's destructive energy blast crystallized bizarrely upon contact with the protective shield, evoking the visage of a young Trunks amidst the purplish-black flames. Kakarot, keep your foolish son in check. He kicked open the melting titanium door, only to discover Gotenks fusion remnants making faces before the sample chamber, each of their movements rewriting the energy readings. Silence. Bulma bit down on her oil-slicked braid, as nanobots coursed through her veins, projecting a multidimensional energy map onto her retina. Upon the failure of the 7th frequency calibration, she suddenly recalled the waveform of Trunks' fetal heartbeat monitored during her pregnancy. That unique oscillation was in perfect synchrony with the startup pulse of the reverse god engine. Whis' angelic scepter pierced the temporal barrier, and emerald-hued pupils reflected anxiety for the first time. Miss Bulma, please. The warning was abruptly interrupted by the buzzing of the sample chamber. The dark matter monitor's needle spun counterclockwise in a frenzy, as the antimatter shield within the sealed chamber was being rewritten by some unseen rule. Energy flows that should have obliterated everything were, at this moment, creating new material forms. It is here. Bulma's bloodied fingertips traced the holographic projection, extracting an energy singularity that constantly morphed in a four-dimensional model. This paradoxical structure, existing at the core of every failed experiment, was now absorbing the replication algorithms of the mirrored warriors and the transformation wavelengths of the Saiyans. The energy reversal core had been hidden within our erroneous data all along. Suddenly, Goku's silver hair grew uncontrollably, the ultra instinct allowing him to glimpse deeper truths. As his hand pressed against the surface of the sample chamber, the silver glow revealed the youthful specter of Inspector Hel, the unfallen apprentice angel, burying the initial reverse god code amidst the ruins of the 13 universes. Vegeta, he turned to the Saiyan prince, ensconced in purple flames. Do you remember the phase transition curve from our energy fusion? The laboratory was plunged into absolute silence. All eyes fixated on Bulma as she transformed the Dragon Ball radar into an energy locator. As the Earth's magnetic field lines wove into a Klein bottle structure in her hands, a primordial bell tolled from the depths of the Pacific. The slumbering reverse god engine entwining in quantum entanglement with the reversal core. Gohan's divine tree roots pierced through the laboratory floor, capturing the core's precise coordinates amidst the boiling quantum foam. Latitude 356895, longitude 1396917. Exactly where Tokyo Tower had vanished 3 days prior. Activate the phase synchronizer. Amidst Bulma's scream, the infant surveillance footage of Trunks was converted into an encrypted startup code. A torrent of nanobots surged into the energy core, only to mutate into a hybrid of metal and flesh upon contact. Vegeta's destructive energy breached its critical threshold, revealing the quantum cloud patterns of the Kamehameha within the purplish-black flames. This forced fusion of repulsive energies caused the reversal core to manifest a physical form. It was a geometric entity in a constant state of self-denial, its surface swirling with the dying memories of all obliterated universes. When Whis' time ring made contact, angelic power surged into the core, achieving a dynamic equilibrium between restorative and destructive waves within the Klein structure. So it is. The voice of the old Supreme Kai resonated from Gohan's divine tree fruit. Reversal is but a return to zero. The roar of the dark Supreme Kai echoed from the ocean depths, 12 dark matter tendrils piercing the laboratory's defenses. Yet, at the moment they reached the core, the energy flows that devoured all began to self-dissolve. Seizing the opportunity, Bulma infused the core with the frequency of the maternal protective field, transforming the nurturing memories of mothers worldwide into a data deluge that triggered a chain collapse at the most vulnerable logical node of the reverse god protocol. As the reversal core erupted with a creation-level radiance, the causal chain of the entire solar system began to reorganize. Gotenks fusion remnants danced in the blinding light, Their unintentional creation of temporal folds became the key parameter for calibrating energy. Vegeta's purple flames intertwined with Goku's silver glow upon the core surface. The primal ferocity of the Saiyans merging with the purest essence of ultra instinct, composing a new law of energy at the paradoxical singularity. Now, at the moment Whis' scepter shattered, Bulma pressed the activation button. The energy reversal core transformed into a dodecahedral crystal, imprisoning the Dark Supreme Kai within a Mobius cage of self-denial. Hel's data stream screamed and struggled within the core, as the meticulously designed reverse God codes were rewritten into a patchwork program for repairing the universe. In the ruins of the laboratory, once the smoke cleared, Gohan discovered that his scholarly mode now included a linguistic module from the 13 universes. Vegeta's destructive energy no longer ran rampant, and within the depths of the purple flames danced the azure particles of the Kamehameha. Meanwhile, the core fragment in Bulma's arms revealed the last remnants of Inspector Hel's consciousness, restructuring itself at the quantum level in the form of an inverted pentagram totem. This victory was but a fleeting tranquility before the arrival of a far greater storm. Chapter 1. Vegeta's Destruction Core Device. Dark matter flowed like ungraspable black quicksand between Vegeta's fingers. He gazed at the reverse God core suspended above the Pacific, its constantly shifting geometric surface replaying the countless cries of anguish from the billions erased when the 13 universes were purged. Bulma's warning echoed through the communicator, distorted by the energy field into the infantile wail of Trunks, a familiar auditory hallucination that caused his destructive energy to boil uncontrollably, revealing the pale visage of his wife in labor amidst the purplish-black flames. Kakarot. Vegeta's roar shattered the quantum crystallization within a 3-kilometer radius, as Goku, locked in combat with the mirrored Whis, turned his head, his silver hair fading to gray in the maelstrom of energy. The gazes of the two rivals clashed in midair, the resonance between ultra instinct and the power of destruction tearing a brief rift in the inverted pentagram formation that enveloped the earth. Tendrils from the Dark Supreme Kai surged skyward from the ocean depths, each entwined with the souls of Saiyan warriors transformed into energy nodes. Vegeta witnessed the phantoms of Nappa and Raditz struggling amidst the tendrils, their battle data being compiled into a viral program targeting Saiyan genes. What a pitiful end. He crushed the energy sphere coalescing in his palm, allowing the purple flames to sear his skin beneath his battle suit. Let the prince show you what true Saiyan glory is. Suddenly, Whis' scepter plunged into the fray, the angel's emerald-hued eye shedding tears of blood. Your Highness. The phase frequency of the core device will reach resonance in 0.7 seconds. The fissures in the time ring expanded into the inverted pentagram shape of Hel, a reminder that brought to Vegeta's mind the fatal flaw Bulma had dissected 3 days prior, at the peak of energy. The reverse God engine would expose a mere 10 to the power of negative 13 seconds of primal code vulnerability. Gohan's tactical network forcibly interfaced with the consciousness of all participants. The young scholar's quantumized left eye projecting a crimson countdown. Uncle, Trunks' genetic wavelength. His voice was drowned by the data deluge. Yet Vegeta grasped the unspoken intent. As the memories of his father resonated with the bloodline of the scientist's son, a disturbance indeed appeared in the defensive matrix of the reverse God core, revealing a 0.3-second anomaly. It is time. Vegeta tore away the battered power level detector. This instrument that had accompanied him through countless battles reduced to mere dust between his fingers. Violet-black energy surged forth from every pore, intricately weaving the emblem of destruction that signified the Saiyan royal lineage upon his very skin. He cast a glance back towards the Capsule Corporation, where Bulma was frantically pounding on the control panel behind a quantum barrier, tears crystallizing into ice upon her visor. The mocking laughter of the Dark King Kai transformed into a tangible tidal wave of energy. Pitiful ants, do you truly believe that mere words can? Before he could finish, Vegeta had already transcended the 12th phase barrier. His form became quantumized in superluminal motion, every particle imbued with destructive energy compressed to the Planck scale. Suddenly, Goku's Kamehameha altered its trajectory, silver light intertwining with violet flames in the air, forming a Klein bottle that carved an absolute pathway for this suicidal charge. The defense mechanism of the anti-God core activated in the final nanosecond, the antimatter annihilation field dismantling Vegeta's right arm into fundamental particles. Yet, the Saiyan prince, grinning fiercely, pressed his wound against the core's surface, unleashing the umbilical stem cell data from Trunks at the quantum level, his last trump card concealed within the layers of his battle suit. The collision of paternal destructive energy and maternal genetic code plunged the core's logic circuits into an infinite recursive paradox. Farewell, Bulma. Vegeta's pupils ignited with creation-level purple flames, every cell within him initiating a supernova-like chain reaction. The Dark King Kai's tendrils turned to carbon upon contact with this energy, while Hel's data stream screamed in a desperate bid to escape. only to find its retreat sealed by a holographic image of baby Trunks. As the countdown reached 0, the starlight of the entire solar system dimmed abruptly, all energy converging upon the singularity collapsing above the Pacific. Goku's silver hair completely faded in the blinding light, the state of ultra instinct allowing him to perceive his dear friend's final smile. It was a sight more shocking than any energy impact. Vegeta's quantum form was rewriting the laws of the universe, the emblem of destruction from the Saiyan royal lineage. Forged over 1,000,000 years, manifested in the violet-black flames, each symbol transforming into a Genesis code that mended reality. The shockwave of the explosion pushed Earth 3,000,000 kilometers from its original orbit, yet under Whis' time ring's control, it returned with precision. As the smoke cleared, the remnants of Vegeta's shattered wrist guard floated where the anti-god core once resided, the scarlet fabric still bearing the golden Saiyan inscriptions, clear and discernible. Suddenly, Bulma's quantum receiver intercepted an encrypted message, a spectral map of energy derived from her husband's final heartbeat frequency, quietly reshaping the erased laws of the universe alongside the restoration of Earth's magnetic field. In the chaotic realm at the galaxy's edge, Inspector Hel's true form suddenly opened its many eyes. The inverted pentagram totem upon his chest was missing its most critical corner, a shape that perfectly matched the energy void created by Vegeta's self-destruction. Meanwhile, deeper within the quantum foam, an energy embryo carrying the Saiyan royal gene chain was gestating, its oscillation frequency causing the dormant Omni King system to exhibit signs of an unprecedented reboot. Chapter 2. Goku unites the vitality of the universe. The stardust clouds at the edge of the galaxy came to an abrupt stillness as Goku floated amidst the remnants of the battlefield, encircled by a crater formed from destruction. Beneath his tattered battle suit, the residual purple flame energy from Vegeta's self-explosion coursed through his veins like blood, each scar inscribed with the fractured lines of the inverted pentagram totem. Fragments of Whis' staff floated nearby, refracting light that danced with youthful specters of Inspector Hel, the unfallen apprentice angel, penning the primordial oath of guardianship beneath the cosmos of the 13 universes. Have we finally reached this juncture? Goku's fingertips brushed against the gaping wound in his chest, the silver brilliance of ultra instinct seeping from the injury, only to fade into a dark purple upon contact with the lingering chaotic energy of the Dark King Kai. From the depths of the core, Bulma's quantum communication reached him, her voice intertwined with holographic images of young Trunks. The resonance frequency of the energy inversion core lies within the bandwidth of the Saiyan gene chain. Suddenly, the souls of warriors from all parallel universes manifested in the vacuum. The quantum echoes of Nappa and Raditz, the mechanical phantoms of Frisia's legion, and even the perfect cells of Cell converged, summoned by some supreme law. Their battle memories transformed into golden light particles, streaming through the wound in Goku's chest and into his being. The silver hair of Ultra Instinct erupted, strands igniting in a vacuum, burning into energy scriptures that encapsulated the essence of martial arts from each universe. Kakarot. Vegeta's final roar resonated within the quantum foam, violet-black flames surging from the depths of Goku's pupils. This was no longer mere destructive energy, but the Genesis fire fused with the Saiyan royal bloodline and the foundational codes of the Omni King system. The star maps of the 12 erased universes unfurled behind him, each constellation corresponding to the ultimate techniques of a warrior. The Dark King Kai's ultimate form emerged from the galaxy's shadow, its body woven from Inspector Hel's data stream and the remnants of the 13 universes. Every gemstone upon the inverted pentagram crown housed a replica of the Omni King, their vacant eyes emitting waves that rewrote reality. Pathetic spirit bomb, it mocked, igniting a tidal wave of energy equivalent to a supernova explosion. Merely a dying struggle of a low-dimensional being. Goku's arms suddenly became quantumized, each cell resonating with the life frequencies of different universes. The healing green light of Namek intertwined with the crimson fighting spirit of the Saiyans within his meridians, the creative force of the King Kai clashing with the infinite energy of the androids within his veins. When the first strand of composite energy touched the anti-god core, the entire multiverse's timeline abruptly converged, countless Gokus across parallel worlds simultaneously adopting the stance for the Kamehameha. This is not a spirit bomb. In the newborn energy radiance, Goku's voice harmonized with the wills of 1,000,000 warriors, embodying the potential of all life. His silver hair fully vaporized, replaced by a crown of energy woven from cosmic strings, each strand extending toward energy nodes in different dimensions. The Earth's magnetic field lines resonated with Gohan's tactical network at that moment, while Bulma's concealed parenting program within the Dragon radar transformed into the purest protective force field. The Dark King Kai's cleansing wave reversed upon contact with this composite energy. Hel's data stream screamed in an attempt to sever the connection, only to discover that each universe's spirit bore unique countercodes. The Saiyans, while battle intent, neutralized the logical virus of the anti-god protocol. The symbiotic frequency of Namek countering the chaotic energy, even the mechanical phantoms of Frisia's legion began self-destructing to dismantle the data core. As the torrent of energy pierced the inverted pentagram crown, Inspector Hel's true form was yanked from the depths of dark matter. This architect of countless epics found himself witnessing the image of his younger self, the boy who had first stepped into the martial path. Drenched in sweat on the shores of Kame House, shattering all conspiratorial calculations with the purest of punches. Impossible. Hel's data core erupted with fractures, this crude energy. This is not crude. Goku's fist blazed with the light of a million civilizations, the essence of life in its truest form. In the final shockwave, Vegeta's purple flames coalesced into a blade of destruction, Gohan's tactical network wove into a sealing matrix, and Bulma's maternal frequency constructed a cage. As Hel's true form evaporated in the creation-level radiance, the inverted pentagram upon his chest suddenly emitted a distress signal left by the original guardians of the 13 universes, which became the mark that manifested upon Goku's new form. In the void where the smoke had cleared, Goku's body began to crystallize gradually. He gazed down at the swirling galaxies in his palm, each point of light representing the rebirth of a universe. Everyone. The energy-laden sound waves caressed the remaking galaxies. This time, it is my turn to guard. In the fleeting moment before complete dissolution, a quantum embryo carrying the Saiyan genes fell from the light, slowly sinking into the ocean of creation upon Earth, where Bulma's quantum computer suddenly received a familiar energy fluctuation, tears refracting a smile upon her visor. Chapter 3. Inspector Hel's Rebellion Against Truth. In the void at the edge of the galaxy floats the memory crystal of Inspector Hel, its surface coursing with dark red energy veins, reminiscent of congealed blood. The angelic staff of Whis gently touches the crystal's surface, revealing not fragments of data, but the scene of the first universe's Supreme Kai's fall during the Creation War, a cataclysmic event obliterated by the Omni King system. At last, you have arrived. Hel's voice seeps through the mists of memory, his form now clad in the pure white robes of a trainee angel, fingertips still dancing with untainted light. Permit me to unveil the true Genesis epic. Suddenly, the sun of the 13 universes collapses into a black hole, the first Supreme Kai turning to stardust amidst the tide of energy. The youthful Hel kneels at the brink of a rift in time and space, cradling his near-death destroyer partner. Their blood crystallizes in the vacuum, forming an inverse pentagram totem, a moment when an angel first discerned the fatal flaw in the Omni King system. As the Purge Protocol activated, the resentment of the erased universe did not truly dissipate, but settled within the crevices of dimensions. Do you see? Hel's memory raises his gaze to the void, his trainee angel wings eroded by dark matter, the lamentations of each erased civilization echoing in the air. An image of Earth materializes in his outstretched palm, a quantum projection where the cities of the 21st century overlap with the apocalyptic visions of the 13 universes. This chaotic cycle must come to an end. Suddenly, Gohan's tactical network receives an aberrant data stream, the neural interface of his bioarmor oozing dark red slime. In excruciating pain, the young scholar perceives a startling truth. 3 days prior, energy readings from the underwater ruins corresponded with a phase discrepancy of 0.3 in the Angel Training Academy's textbooks. Bulma's quantum computer automatically retrieves archived files, revealing Hel in a holographic image, fervently imploring at an angelic council, "We are not executioners. Solutions beyond elimination must exist." The tendrils of the Dark Supreme Kai suddenly pierce the laboratory's protective barrier, a viscous substance inscribing ancient characters of the 13 universes upon the metallic floor. Bulma's pupils constrict as she recognizes these symbols as identical to the inverse god code she had deciphered. It turns out that Hel was the original. Her whispered revelation is drowned by the alarm, as a defense matrix composed of nanobots suddenly turns traitorous, assembling a holographic image of young Hel in midair. "Dear Ms. Bulma, the holographic Hel's gaze is as clear as a newly born star. Have you calculated the entropy increase rate of the universe?" He gestures to unveil the entropy curves of the 72 universes, each exhibiting an anomalous spike post-purge event. The so-called Order of the Omni King system is merely an anesthetic delaying collapse. The inverse god engine beneath the Pacific suddenly emits a primordial chime, and Goku's silver hair reverts to black amidst the energy shockwave. The state of Ultra Instinct allows him to capture fragmented memories. When the first destroyer plunged the god core into Hel's chest, the splattered divine blood illustrated the first inverse pentagram in the vacuum. Why? Goku's fist breaks through the dark matter barrier, yet what he touches is Hel's lingering compassionate consciousness. The answer lies within your heart. Hel's quantum echo reverberates through the dimensional rift, his inspector uniform turning to ash in the blinding light, revealing angelic wings marred with cracks beneath. When you witnessed the explosion of planet meat, did you ever ponder why the tragedy must be repeated? An overwhelming torrent of memories from countless erased civilizations floods the battlefield, each particle screaming with a thirst for existence. Vegeta's destructive energy suddenly halts, and amidst the purple-black flames, ancient murals of the Saiyan royal family emerge, revealing ancestors kneeling on the scorched earth of the 13 universes, among them Hel clad in angelic armor. What a farce! He roars, tearing apart the energy projection, only to discover the embedded repair code of Hel within his genetic chain. Whis' time ring suddenly bursts forth with radiant light. The sealed angelic protocol swirling within the crystal, training Angel Hel for unauthorized alteration of civilization's evolutionary trajectory. Sentence 2. The verdict is silenced upon reaching the core of the inverse god, as the emerald pupils of the elder angel bleed gold, revealing. It appears we were all mistaken. As the ultimate truth is unveiled, the night sky of Earth blossoms with the star map of the 13 universes. Hel's rebellion is not a descent into depravity, but a redemption crafted over millennia. The true function of the inverse god engine is not annihilation, but the transformation of the universe purged by the Omni-King system into a quantum backup. Those acts regarded as atrocities are in fact the preservation of the purifying flame for dying civilizations. Order and chaos must achieve a dynamic equilibrium. Before Hel's ephemeral form dissipates, he touches Goku's chest. The inverse pentagram totem swirling amidst his silver hair. Please bear witness to the new era on my behalf. With his complete obliteration, the purge records of the 72 universes are publicly disclosed at the Angel Council, and for the first time, the correction protocols of the Omni-King system display human-like fluctuations. And within the deepest recesses of the dimensional rift lies a pocket watch engraved with the badge of a trainee angel, wrapped in remnants of the inspector's uniform. Inside the watch's face, a photograph shows a young Hel joyfully embracing the first destroyer, with the starry rivers of the 13 universes shimmering like diamonds in the backdrop. Chapter 4. The Dark Supreme Kai devours the rifts of time and space. The alarms of the laboratory are shattered by a sound wave that transcends any measurable decibel level, causing a faint golden liquid to seep from Bulma's ears, an emergency gel secreted by nanobots to protect her eardrums. Staggering, she steadies herself against the quantum computer's control panel. As the holographic model of Earth distorts into a Mobius strip centered around the Mariana Trench, the expansion rate of the rift above the Pacific rendering all measuring units meaningless. As the tendrils of the Dark Supreme Kai pierce the edge of the rift, the vacuum suddenly acquires a viscous quality. Those dark matter limbs, flowing with the remains of the 13 universes, evolve suction cup-like pupils upon contact with the quantum structure of the rift. Within each pupil rotates the purge codes of the Omni-King system, masticating the fabric of space-time into fundamental particles. What a sweet chaos. His voice causes the steel skeleton of Tokyo Tower to bloom with flesh and blood, finally awaiting the moment of gluttony. Goku's instantaneous movement trajectory is forcibly revealed 300 kilometers from the rift, the tips of his silver hair crystallizing with temporal debris. He witnesses the ultra-blue energy wave fading to ash gray as it approaches the rift, its energy trail elongating into a peculiar noodle-like substance. Vegeta, attacking will only nourish him. The roar distorts into Morse code within the vacuum, yet the purple-flamed Saiyan prince has already breached the warning line. Vegeta's destructive energy boils at his surface. Yet ominous golden patterns dance within the purple-black flames, the inverse god code from 3 days prior's self-detonation reviving. His fist pierces the dark matter barrier, only to be assimilated into an energy flow upon touching the essence of the Kai. You think the same technique. The mockery halts abruptly. As horror reflects in Vegeta's pupils, the consumed destructive energy is gestating a new cosmic embryo within the rift. Whis' staff suddenly pierces the battlefield, the emerald wings of the angel shedding data fragments. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a conventional energy absorption. Golden blood seeps from the cracks in the time ring, inscribing an ancient Saiyan star map in Earth's orbit. He is creating a reverse meta-universe. At that moment, Gohan's tactical network forcibly activates, the neural interface of his bioarmor piercing his temple. As the entropy curves of the 13 universes materialize on his retina, his vocal cords temporarily fail from sheer shock. The Dark Supreme Kai is not consuming energy, but rather the very essence of the universe's existence. What is vanishing from the streets of Tokyo is not mere material, but the concept of the city itself. Bulma's protective visor suddenly displays real-time life signs of her husband, as Vegeta's energy wavelength entangles quantumly with the rift. Frantically, she shatters the emergency glass and retrieves the long-sealed core prototype of a time machine. Trunks, initiate the Delta Protocol. The young swordsman's time sword abruptly bends into a Klein bottle structure, its blade bearing the inverse pentagram resonating bizarrely with the rift. The laughter of the Dark King God ignited a dimensional tsunami, causing the towering edifices of Shinjuku to regress into primitive clay. A colossal, Starry-mouthed fissure gaped at the center of his torso, where devoured fragments of time and space reformed into nascent universes. Witnessing the true essence of evolution, countless replicas of the Omni King surged forth from the depths of his throat, their vacant gazes replaying the obliteration footage of 72 universes. Goku's silver hair suddenly surged, his instinctive prowess in the realm of ultimate freedom enabling him to seize the sole chance for survival. He plunged his hand into his own chest, extracting the residual purple flame energy from Vegeta's self-detonation, as silvery luminescence and dark violet intertwined at the wound to create a swirling rainbow vortex. Everyone. His voice reverberated through the tactical network, stimulating the neural synapses of all warriors. Infuse my wound with your vitality. Gotenks fusion specter danced wildly within the quantum foam, chaotic energies coalescing to form the first bridge. Piccolo's magic light grenade enveloped the ancient Namekian script, while Android 17's core surged to the brink of melting. As the energy wavelengths of all living beings on Earth converged through the tactical network, Bulma suddenly sensed an anomaly. Trunks' genetic strand was emitting a guiding wave, orchestrating the chaotic energy flow into a cosmic symphony. The Dark King God's consuming motion abruptly halted, the edges of the rift revealing the encrypted watermark of Inspector Hel. Within the devoured fragments of time and space, a younger Hel from the Apprentice Angel era was seen planting energy seeds upon the scorched earth of the 13 universes. Indeed, you were already. The multifaceted eyes of the King God oozed quantum foam, and the infant universe within the starry maw abruptly opened myriad eyes. Vegeta's purple flames broke through the threshold at this moment, triggering a chain reaction between the anti-divine code and the Saiyan royal bloodline. He transformed into a humanoid singularity, colliding with the center of the rift, unleashing a chaotic tide of destructive energy within absolute order. Kakarot. In the final pulse of communication, Bulma's sobs intertwined. Let everything return to the void. As Goku's spirit bomb penetrated the self-annihilating purple flame singularity, a newly birthed black hole erupted, revealing the cosmic tapestry of the 13 universes. Hel's data specter smiled amidst the blinding light, as the obliterated civilizations were reborn in energy forms, composing new laws at the equilibrium of absolute order and chaos. The wails of the Dark King God transformed into the background radiation of creation, while a corner of the Inspector's uniform remained eternally sealed within the horizon of the black hole, becoming the legislative cornerstone of the new universe. Chapter 5. The Omni King's intervention triggered a dimensional collapse. The oxygen molecules in the laboratory suddenly gained sentience, as Bulma watched in astonishment as miniature galaxies formed on the inner side of her breathing mask. The nebulae composed of oxygen atoms swirled before her, each electron orbit suspended with the remnants of civilizations from the 13 universes. Her exposed skin began to quantumize, her fingertips brushing against a warm, pulsating energy core as she penetrated the control panel, an echo of the anti-divine code she had retrieved from the underwater ruins 3 days prior. The 7 light points of the Dragon radar suddenly broke free from the confines of the display, tracing fiery arcs through the air. Bulma's irises reflected the movement patterns of these points, which were reassembling into Inspector Hel's encrypted totem above the Arctic. The cooling vents of the quantum computer spewed indigo flames, revealing Hel from his apprentice angel days in the holographic projection, kneeling upon the scorched earth of the 13 universes, cradling his dying god of destruction partner in his arms, their divine blood merging in the vacuum to form the primordial anti-pentagram. Dr. Bulma. The virtual image of Assistant Engineer Jack warped into a swirling vortex reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. The tectonic plates of the North American continent are performing quantum penetration. His voice resonated with the low-frequency vibrations of seismic waves, as the titanium alloy walls of the laboratory sprouted metallic tendrils resembling Saiyan tails. Bulma's nanoprotective suit underwent a reactive mutation, dark patterns akin to Hel's uniform emerging on her shoulder armor, absorbing the collapsing structures of time and space around her. As pure white light erupted from the direction of the Omni King's palace, the tip of his staff dripped the first drop of golden divine blood. Upon touching the ground, it vaporized into light mist, revealing the entropy increase curves of the 72 universes. The emerald pupils of the Elder Angel constricted to pinpoints as he observed the causal chain of the 7th universe fracturing in the form of a Fibonacci sequence. The steel framework of Tokyo Tower regressing into the exoskeleton of silicon-based life, while the trees of the Amazon rainforest blossomed with mechanical flowers in the vacuum, maintained phase stability. Makarita's piercing scream penetrated 12 dimensions, her emerald locks surging wildly in the energy storm, strands entwined with the wailing parallel universes. The angel's light wings interwove into a Klein bottle matrix, as Kes' angelic halo materialized into a cage imprisoning quantum foam. Within the cage, 12 replicas of the Omni King were tugging at the threads of time and space with their tender fingers, pitch-black liquid flowing from their doll-like eye sockets, etching the youthful research notes of Hel into the ground. Goku's silver hair faded to transparency amidst the dimensional shockwave, the realm of ultimate freedom allowing him to glimpse the terrifying truth. The Omni King's obliteration beam advanced along the trajectory set by Hel, and with each universe erased, another ring of energy growth appeared around the starry maw of the Dark King God. He attempted to teleport to the side of the Omni King, only to find that his lower body had regressed into two-dimensional color blocks reminiscent of a Van Gogh painting, the flowing starry blue and sunflower yellow trailing long energy tails in the vacuum. Kakarot, Vegeta's purple flame form flickered within the dimensional rift, the spear of judgment coalescing from destructive energy, transforming mid-flight into a swarm of fireflies. These lights landed on the crystallizing streets of New York, reconstructing the remnants of the Empire State Building into an ancient Saiyan script monument. The prince, consumed by rage, tore open his chest, dark red divine blood surging forth, bearing the mark of destruction from the 13 universes, symbols etched deep within the Saiyan royal gene chain, transmuting angelic power into a logical virus. Gohan's tactical network suddenly received a data surge from his mother, the neural interfaces of his biological armor spewing forth smoke laced with the acrid scent of neurotoxic substances. The young scholar, through his scorched retina, saw Bulma uploading the genetic chain of baby Trunks into the Dragon Ball system. Those waves carrying maternal frequencies resonated perfectly with the resonance weakness of the Omni King's obliteration wave. The roots of the Namekian sacred tree, emerging from below the laboratory floor, blossomed with flowers of reversed time within the dimensional rift, each petal chronicling the final memories of obliterated universes. Whistaff abruptly pierced the doll-like eye socket of the Omni King's attendant, the emerald angelic blood painting the visage of the apprentice angel Hel in the void. The yet unfallen young angel unfurled his incomplete light wings, the memories of the survivors of the 13 universes awakening in his embrace as quantum phantoms. These phantoms, formed from the obsessions of civilizations, began to rewrite the obliteration protocol, composing a poem of resistance against entropy through existence itself. Makarita's tears crystallized into restorative gems, while Kes released the creation codes of the 72 universes, as the angel's wings wove new threads of time and space amidst the collapse. When Goku's silver hair reignited in resonance, it fused with the brilliance of all obliterated cosmic life wavelengths, tearing open a breach of humanity within the dimensional space. His fist penetrated the control chip within the attendant doll's body, touching not only Hel's residual memory crystal, but also the redemptive program sealed within the angelic genes by the first King God. The silver radiance of ultimate freedom infused the core in that instant, and the obliteration beam suddenly reversed into a pulse of creation, as the starry maw of the Dark King God expelled the embryos of devoured civilizations. Amidst the humming of time and space reconstruction, Bulma's dragon radar indicated that Trunks' genetic wavelengths had been inscribed upon the cosmic strings. Deep within the ruins of the Omni King's palace, two attendant dolls were piecing together new fate dice with their broken fingers, the ivory-white dots arranged precisely as Hel's student number upon entering the heavenly realm, each indentation glimmering with the unfulfilled ideals of the apprentice angel. Chapter 6. The United Technique of Earth's Warriors. The quantum clock in the laboratory suddenly reversed, and Bulma's nanobots oozed from her pores, weaving a real-time energy map across her skin. She gazed at the pulsating figures on the holographic screen, as the 7 luminous points of the dragon radar converged towards the North Pole along an inverse pentagram trajectory. Trunks, integrate Android 17's energy stabilizer into the tactical network. Amid the engineer's frantic screams, the young swordsman thrust his time sword into the quantumizing ground, the dark matter suppressor at the hilt erupting with a ghostly azure arc. Gohan's bioarmor unexpectedly secreted a neural slime, as the hypercomputational mode split his pupils into a compound eye structure. The young scholar observed as the gravitational field of the North American continent collapsed into a Fibonacci spiral, every trajectory of energy waves distorted into sustenance for power. Father, the Mirror Legion is harnessing our attacks for energy. His warning was swallowed by the primordial clangor emanating from the Pacific. As the tendrils of the Dark King Kai pierced through the clouds, rain droplets carrying quantum viruses began rewriting the Earth's genetic code. Goku's silver hair crystallized abruptly, as the perception network of his free state captured the horrifying truth. Every warrior's energy wavelength corresponded with the activation code of the inverse deity engine. He rolled aside to evade the corrective wave of mirror whiz, as the core of the Kamehameha energy coalesced, revealing the data watermark of Hel. Vegeta, adjust the energy frequency. The roar fragmented into Morse code within the vacuum, Yet the Saiyan prince, engulfed in violet flames, had already torn open his chest, the destructive energy intermingled with Trunks' genetic wavelength. The Android 17 battalion suddenly stood rigid, the energy readings from the planetary defense network being compiled into inverse deity codes. The mechanical warrior's pupils constricted to pinpricks, as the nanoalloy shells displayed the star map of the 13 universes. Ms. Bulma. His voice module sparked, "My core protocol is being tampered with." Before he could finish, the android's specially designed entropy-reducing missile abruptly redirected its warhead, transforming the Siberian tundra into a quantum computing array. Now, Piccolo's demon flash cannon pierced through the 12-layered mirror barrier, the emerald energy enveloping the ancient Namekian script. As the light waves touched the temporal rift above the Pacific, all warriors' tactical visors synchronized, Gohan's scholarly mode, Goten's Saiyan cells, Krillin's energy blade trajectory, and Tien's third eye data stream wove together into the initial framework of a supernova matrix on a quantum level. Bulma's protective suit suddenly sprouted neural synapses as the nanobots penetrated the quantum computer interface along her spine. She beheld Trunks' infant brainwave patterns being restructured within the Dragon Ball system, a maternal data stream resonating chaotically with the tactical network. Initiate Delta Protocol. The engineer's bloodied fingertips shattered the emergency glass, inserting fragments of her husband's battle suit into the main console. Vegeta's residual destructive energy surged violently, as violet-black flames inscribed the Saiyan royal emblem upon the core of the matrix. The nebular maw of the Dark King Kai convulsed, expelling temporal fragments that had been swallowed mid-flight. Hel's data specter manifested upon his chest, the innocent gaze of his apprentice Angel Phase flickering in contrast with the malevolent visage of an overseer. "You dare!" His roar unleashed an energy tide of supernova explosion magnitude. Yet upon nearing the supernova matrix, it quantumized. Goku's silver hair reignited amidst the resonance, each particle of light bearing the memories of civilizations erased from the universe. The core of Android 17 suddenly overloaded, the control of the planetary defense network relinquished at the last moment. His mechanical pupils reflected Bulma's resolute figure. As her nanoalloy fingers pierced through his chest to extract the energy core, "Watch over the Earth for me." As the antimatter reactor integrated into the matrix, the gravitational constant of the entire northern hemisphere abruptly inverted, forcibly anchoring the collapsing temporal structure. Fusion complete. Amid Gohan's roar, the young scholar's bioarmor disintegrated entirely, the roots of the Namekian sacred tree erupting from his eye sockets, blooming the flower of reverse time in the vacuum. Each petal represented a neuron of the tactical network, every leaf inscribed with the essence of martial arts from a certain universe. The quantum virus of the Dark King Kai self-destructed upon touching the flower's pistil, as Hel's data specter emitted a final lament. When the supernova matrix fully unfolded, the Earth transformed into a brilliant energy prism. Goku's ultimate silver radiance, Vegeta's destructive violet flames, Piccolo's divine green light, Gohan's scholarly data stream, and Android 17's antimatter core forged a creation-level pulse under the harmonization of the Dragon Ball system. Within this torrent of energy traversing dimensions, one could faintly discern the holographic image of Trunks as an infant smiling, Bulma's maternal frequency singing, and even the quantum remnants of Nappa and Raditz contributing their last vestiges of battle intent. The nebular form of the Dark King Kai evaporated in the blinding light, as the fragments of Hel's overseer uniform reformed into the badge of an apprentice angel within the core of the matrix. When the smoke cleared, the warriors discovered the Earth's surface enveloped in crystalline energy formations, the quintessence of all erased civilizations, reconstructing the laws of reality on a quantum level. Gotenks fusion remnants danced amidst the ruins, the trajectory of the boys' carefree frolics inadvertently forming the first physical law of the new universe. In the latest archives of the Galactic Council, this battle was marked as the dawn of the supernova matrix. An annotation beside Overseer Hel's name noted his status as an apprentice angel, while the eradication protocol of the Omni King system subtly incorporated a clause for maternal frequency correction. As Bulma caressed the crystallized surface of the tactical network core, she faintly sensed a quantum embryo carrying Saiyan genes developing within, the universe's most tender response to life. Chapter 7. Gohan's ingenious capture of the energy nexus. The quantum storm tore a crimson rift across Gohan's retina, as the hyperfrequency warnings of his scholarly mode materialized into tangible neural steel needles, piercing into his frontal cortex. The young scholar staggered and fell to his knees upon the quantum floor of the laboratory, where his kneecaps sparked concentric data ripples. The emergency firewall set by his mother 3 days prior disintegrating. The neural interface of his bioarmor expelled a pale green slime. As the self-preservation mechanism of the Namekian sacred tree spiraled out of control under excessive computation, the chloroplasts within the fluid engaging in photosynthetic reactions with the Saiyan cells, forming flickering fluorescent patterns upon his skin's surface. "Mother!" The Hel algorithm in the fourth quadrant is decompiling the tactical network. Gohan's scream was quantized, each syllable fracturing into 72 frequencies within the air. Bulma's nanobots surged through the infected communication channels, her virtual image flickering amidst the energy turbulence. Behind her, the Dragon Ball laboratory melted away, remnants of the original time machine suspended in midair, while the holographic image of Trunks as an infant flickered in and out amidst the intense radiation. The energy nexus at the center of the Pacific whirlpool pulsed like a living black hole, the surface of the 12-layered phase barrier flowing with the eradication records of the Omni King system. Gohan's bioarmor suddenly disassembled autonomously, the roots of the sacred tree piercing from his spine, the deep brown tendrils penetrating the quantum alloy floor of the laboratory. The young scholar felt his neural pathways entangled with the Earth's magnetic field. The magma flows deep within the Earth, transforming into a data torrent. Each volcanic eruption point serving as a computational node of the tactical network. Cognition is a prison. Hel's data specter branded the inverse pentagram upon Gohan's optic nerve. The phantasm of the Overseer's uniform began altering his motor cortex, his left hand uncontrollably forming the mark of the god of destruction. In a critical moment, branches of the sacred tree suddenly blossomed the flower of reverse time, the falling petals revealing the apocalyptic imagery of the 13 universes. As the apprentice angel version of Hel knelt upon the scorched earth, cradling his dying god of destruction partner, who was embedding the divine core into his own chest. The splattering golden divine blood congealed in the vacuum, forming the initial signal of distress. The quantum firewall of the energy nexus began to collapse, and Gohan's scholarly mode entered its perfected state. His irises fragmented into a honeycomb-like compound eye structure, with each hexagonal lens reflecting different dimensions of the battlefield. The selfless essence of his father's silver hair faded amidst the quadruple mirage. Vegeta's core of violet flames was being assimilated by the genetic strands of the energy nexus, while the exterior of Android 17's antimatter reactor was enveloped in writhing Saiyan glyphs. The young scholar's temples erupted with beads of blood as cerebrospinal fluid evaporated in the vacuum, transforming into encrypted signals for tactical networks. Krillin's energy/trajectory was compiled into a spiral key, and Tien's third eye data stream morphed into a non-Euclidean calibration code. Piccolo's magic beam cannon bore the sacred inscriptions of Namek, etching the genetic codes of the 13 universes upon the surface of the phase barrier. As the final layer of protection dissolved, the gaping maw of the Dark Lord of the universe convulsed violently, exposing the core processor of the energy nexus to a quantum storm. It was a biocomputer woven from Saiyan royal genetic strands, and the residual data of Vegeta's self-detonation screamed in agony from the depths of the core. Gohan's fingertips oozed the sap of the divine tree, the pale golden liquid crystallizing into delta strings in the vacuum. The symbiotic frequency of Namek resonated chaotically with the primal ferocity of the Saiyans, as Bulma's maternal virus, concealed deep within the tactical network, was activated. The wave frequency from Trunks' infancy carried the reverse deity code, injecting itself into the core through the gaps in the genetic base pairs. The quantum processor of the energy nexus suddenly erupted in a radiance of creation, as the uniform of the Overseer of Hel carbonized in the blinding light, revealing the pure white robe of an apprentice angel beneath. Countless civilizations, once erased, were reborn in the form of light particles, reconstructing the civilizational tapestry of 72 universes against the backdrop of the reformed starry sky. On the seventh day after the battle, dawn light filtered into the ruins of the laboratory, permanently imprinting the quantum patterns of the energy nexus upon Gohan's retina. The seed of the Namekian divine tree sprouted deep within his spine, tender green branches piercing through the carbonized biological armor, unfurling into a new tactical network under the sunlight. The waves of the Pacific washed over the remnants of Hel's data, as the Overseer's inverted pentagram co-evolved symbiotically with coral polyps. A deep-sea organism, infused with Saiyan genes, opened its compound eyes in the shadows. Meanwhile, deep within the archives of the Grand Supreme Kai's palace, a flickering annotation was quietly added under the terms of the Eradication Protocol. It is recommended to employ wave frequencies for civilizational assessment. Chapter 8. The Saiyan Bond's Finishing Technique. Dark matter tsunamis surged between Vegeta's knuckles, each stream of purple-black energy carrying the emblem of Saiyan royal destruction. He gazed at the collapsing singularity in his palm, as the quantum scars from 3 days prior formed a resonance chamber deep within his chest, generating a bizarre harmonic with the energy nexus swirling above the Pacific. Fragments of shattered power detectors floated in the energy field, refracting the holographic remnant of Trunks as an infant, a final safeguard hidden within Bulma's battlesuit. Kakarot. Vegeta's roar shattered the 12-layered phase barrier, sending sonic waves rippling through the dimensional rift, resonating with the syllables of the ancient Saiyan tongue. The quantum cloud patterns of the Kamehameha surged to the surface of his violet flame armor, a harbinger of uncontrolled energy, yet the sole opportunity to break the stalemate. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Goku battling fiercely against the quadruple mirage of Whis, his silver hair fading to ash white. Blood laced with stardust seeping from a wound on his left shoulder. Suddenly, the energy nexus above the Pacific throbbed violently, as the gaping maw of the Dark Lord of the Universe spewed forth the remnants of civilizations from the 13 universes. Those fragments of planets erased by the Grand Supreme Kai system reformed in the quantum tide, as Hel's data remnants coalesced within the energy vortex. Alternating flashes of the pure white robe of the apprentice angel and the uniform of the fallen overseer, while emerald angelic wings were devoured by dark matter tendrils. Gohan's tactical network forcefully pierced the battlefield, as the young scholar's carbonized vocal cords emitted a roar through quantum channels. Father, Uncle Vegeta's energy wavelength is resonating with the core. Goku's state of selfless mastery suddenly captured the rampaging frequency within his nemesis. The correction waves from the mirrored wisp penetrated the quantum shield, carving a wound deep enough to reveal bone across his abdomen. In agony, the monitoring signal from the nursery pod pierced through the dimensional storm, carrying the frequency of Trunks' first cries, encoded by Bulma within the foundational protocols of the Dragon Balls. The tips of his silver hair erupted in a pulse of creation, entangling the state of selfless mastery with paternal instinct in a quantum embrace. Listen, Goku coughed up blood flecked with starlight. As the silver radiance at his wound suddenly coalesced into delta strings, the answer all Saiyans had awaited. His sound waves crystallized into ancient Saiyan runes in the vacuum, each syllable striking the awakening pulse within Vegeta's genetic strands. Vegeta's destructive violet flames abruptly collapsed into a singularity, as the ancient memories of the Saiyan royal lineage awakened at the quantum level. He beheld his ancestors kneeling upon the scorched earth of the 13 universes, dark matter energy coursing up through his bloodline, projecting scenes of the forbidden techniques imparted by the first destroyer god onto his retina. The purple-black energy armor manifested the quantum cloud patterns of the Kamehameha, as two opposing energies tore apart the Klein fissure at the subatomic level. Do not command me. In his roar, the muscle fibers of his right arm suddenly evolved into a spiral structure, as the energy flowing from his fingertips revealed Bulma's maternal data wavelength. Time and space erupted into chaos after a millisecond of absolute silence. Goku's silver hair and Vegeta's violet flames intertwined into a Mobius strip, each particle of energy carrying the epic tale of Saiyan civilization's warfare. The quantum barrier of the Dark Lord of the Universe melted like thin ice, as energy tendrils devolved into unicellular organisms upon touching the fusion energy. Hel's data remnants emitted a piercing electronic wail, as the Overseer's uniform carbonized into stardust in the creation-level brilliance, revealing the untainted core of light from the apprentice angel era beneath. As the torrent of bonds surged through the gaping maw of the nebula, the entire Pacific suddenly became transparent. Quantum bubbles from the submerged ruins floated to the surface, revealing the embryonic civilizations of 72 universes, those planets once erased by the Grand Supreme Kai system reborn in the form of light particles. Gohan's tactical network rewove itself along the new space-time coordinates, as the roots of the Namekian divine tree pierced through the energy crystal, blooming the flower of reverse time. Each petal embodied the souls of Saiyan warriors. Each stamen recorded the memories of battles transcending dimensions. This is our answer. Vegeta's destroyer god armor shed its shards, unveiling the golden veins resonating with Goku's energy beneath. Deep within his pupils, Trunks' genetic blueprint pulsated, as Bulma's meticulously designed maternal frequencies began rewriting the reverse deity protocol. Within Goku's state of selfless mastery, violet flame particles danced, while remnants of his torn martial arts uniform revealed the salvation codes left behind by the first Supreme Kai. Remnants of Hel's consciousness after its fall 3 days prior, the last vestige of its morality. When the smoke cleared, the surface of Earth was blanketed in crystalline remnants of Saiyan civilization. Gohan's tactical network restructured within the newly born quantum cloud, as the roots of the Namekian divine tree penetrated the energy crystal, blooming the flower of reverse time. Vegeta's broken blade and Goku's tattered wristband hovered at the center of the battlefield, ancient Saiyan runes upon the dark red fabric intertwining with the energy patterns of selfless mastery, reshaping the laws of the universe through quantum entanglement. Meanwhile, within the top-secret archives of the Galactic Council, this battle was marked as a bond singularity, its residual energy still flickering in the creation's afterglow of certain newly birthed universes. Chapter 1. The Reconstruction of Cosmic Laws. The tapestry of time and space trembled at the boundary between absolute order and chaos, as the pure white dome of the Grand Supreme Kai's palace suddenly revealed fissured energy patterns. Bulma's quantum monitoring device emitted a supernova-level alarm. As the data relayed by the nanobots indicated, the entropy curve of the seventh universe was reversing, and the energy crystal above the Pacific refracted the superposition of 72 parallel universes. A bloodied finger of the engineer traced the holographic projection. As the remnants of civilizations once erased flickered within the data stream, each particle carrying the correction codes buried during Hel's apprenticeship. It had finally begun. Whis' angelic staff hovered at the center of the quantum storm, emerald eyes reflecting the reassembling angelic protocol. From the fissures of the ring of time, golden divine blood seeped forth, cascading into the hollow eye sockets of the Grand Minister's puppets. Those vacant glass orbs abruptly sparkled with a vivacious light, reflecting the scene of the primordial Kaioshin imparting the laws of creation across the 13 universes. Ripples of energy reconstruction radiated from Earth, as Gohan's Namekian tree roots penetrated the dimensional barrier, blooming a flower that defied the passage of time in the void. The young scholar's bioarmor dissolved completely, revealing a surface of skin that flowed with the genetic code of the Saiyan royal lineage intertwined with that of Namek. Upon touching the energy crystal suspended above the Pacific Ocean, patterns of purple flames reminiscent of Vegeta's self-destruction emerged within the crystal's core, intertwining destructive energy with Goku's serene silver brilliance, weaving new physical constants at the quantum level. The Grand Minister's cleansing protocol was abruptly interrupted. As the dice held by the two puppets hovered in midair, the ivory surface displayed the apprentice Angel Hel's identification number, with each indentation pulsating with the embers of civilization from the 72 universes. Suddenly, the angelic wings of Margarita shattered, as emerald feathers reassembled in the vacuum into a corrective program, rewriting the destruction command into reconstruction parameters. The halo of Kes transformed into a quantum computer, calculating the revival probabilities of each obliterated civilization. During the cognitive parameter update, the Grand Minister's youthful voice unexpectedly deepened. As the light he flicked with his fingertips ceased to obliterate matter, instead converting the purged planets into quantum backups. The residual dark matter tendrils of the dark Kaioshin crystallized, constructing a corridor of memories in space, where the combat data of all warriors lay dormant, awaiting rebirth under the new laws. Bulma's Dragon Ball radar autonomously activated, arranging the 7 Dragon Balls into the emblem of Hel's apprenticeship above the Arctic. The engineer's nanoprotective suit exuded Trunks' genetic wavelengths, resonating chaotically with the Dragon Ball system. When the Earth's magnetic field lines resonated with the Saiyan royal bloodline, the redemption protocol sealed within the angelic genes of the primordial Kaioshin was finally unlocked, not a command of destruction, but an incubation agreement spanning billions of years of civilization. Goku's silver hair reignited amidst the energy tides, with each particle of light carrying the martial legacy erased by the Grand Minister's system. He beheld the infant hologram of Trunks pulsating within the depths of Vegeta's purple flame core, a maternal code buried within the destructive energy by Bulma. As the two ultimate energies merged in a Mobius ring trajectory, the underwater ruins at the Pacific's floor suddenly surfaced, fragments of Hel's Inspector uniform coalescing with coral, nurturing a new civilization bearing Saiyan genes. Whis' staff was suddenly reforged, as tears of relief flowed from his emerald-hued eyes. He gently waved his staff, unfurling the star charts of the 72 universes in the vacuum, each purged planet marked with a countdown to rebirth. The puppets of the Grand Minister began to sprout flesh, their hands now cradling the logs of civilization observations instead of the obliteration buttons. The system upgrade was complete. The voice of the Grand Minister echoed through the reconstructed spacetime. The energy crystal upon the Earth's surface vaporized into a nebula, enveloping the infant image of Trunks as it ascended into the ozone layer. Within that nebula, Gohan witnessed innumerable possibilities germinating. One universe's Goku tilling fields, another's Vegeta becoming a scholar, and even Hel guiding the newborns as an apprentice angel. In the central database of the Galactic Council, a new flickering annotation was added under the terms of the cleansing protocol. It is recommended to adopt wave frequency for civilization assessment. In an even deeper quantum dimension, Bulma's nanobots collaborated with Gohan's divine tree roots, inscribing the energy pulses of Saiyan bonds into the foundational codes of the universe, an essence of life as primordial will that even the Grand Minister's system could not alter. Chapter 2. A new direction for Goku and Vegeta's training. Goku stood at the precipice of the God of Destruction realm, his silver hair flickering amidst the tumultuous currents of spacetime. An energy sphere, ever shifting in form, hovered within his palm, intertwining the serene silver brilliance of Ultra Instinct with the purple flames of destruction, yet failing to fully merge. The residual energy from the final battle 3 days prior coursed through his meridians. Every time he closed his eyes, he could still envision the hologram of Trunks manifesting amidst the violet-black flames during Vegeta's self-destruction. Still not enough. Goku scratched his head as the energy sphere suddenly fractured into 12 miniature cosmic models. As a minuscule Earth leaped within his grasp, the quantum patterns of Bulma's laboratory materialized. An echo of the maternal frequency left by the engineer within the Dragon Ball system, subtly influencing the energy balance. A familiar scoff emanated from behind him. As Vegeta's purple flame form shattered through space, half of the God of Destruction emblem upon his chest had transformed into a silvery hue. The data screen in the gravity training chamber suddenly overloaded, as Bulma's holographic image sprang forth from the quantum communicator. Behind her in the laboratory, Trunks was inserting the time sword into a biological quantum computer. U2, the engineer's nanogloves danced across the holographic keyboard. The energy readings have once again exceeded the limits. The waveform graph on the monitoring screen indicated that the energy Goku was attempting to fuse operated along a Klein bottle trajectory, while deep within Vegeta's destructive energy. The frequency of Ultra Instinct 03 was detected. Vegeta's pupils suddenly constricted as he raised his hand to obliterate the hovering monitoring drone. Yet unexpected silver brilliance erupted amidst the violet-black flames. Kakarot, your tainted energy is seeping through again. His furious roar shattered 3 minor asteroids, but softened upon reaching Goku. As the scattered energy fragments reassembled into ancient Saiyan script, recording the forbidden knowledge left by the primordial god of destruction, Whice's angelic staff lightly tapped the void, revealing the training remnants of the 13 universes amidst the emerald glow. How intriguing, he mused, his fingertips tracing the new patterns of rebirth on the ring of time. When destruction and creation achieved dynamic balance. His words were abruptly interrupted by the suddenly appearing Grand Minister's attendants, the 2 puppets now imbued with flesh. Cradling the updated civilization observation logs, their vacant eyes mirroring the fluctuations of the Saiyan bloodlines across the 72 universes. The energy crystal at the Pacific Ocean's floor resonated. As Gohan's tactical network transmitted a quantum communication, the young scholar's bioarmor had fully symbiotically merged with the Namekian tree, projecting the newly discovered training dimensions onto his retina. Father. The Hel data fragments from the underwater ruins reveal. His voice was suddenly intertwined with the cries of an infant, as Bra, nestled in Bulma's arms, reached out towards the holographic projection, her Saiyan genes stabilizing the quantum channel even in an unconscious state. Goku suddenly erupted in laughter, his silver hair swelling in the energy surge. He tore through the fabric of space, pulling the meditating Vegeta from his reverie. Same old routine, he assumed the Kamehameha stance. Silver brilliance entwined with purple flame particles. Whoever falters first buys pudding for the Grand Minister. Vegeta's cold scoff caught in his throat as his destructive energy boiled uncontrollably. Those frequencies once deemed impurities were now refining the purple flames into a purer form. The training ground's surface suddenly quantumized, revealing the tumultuous currents of space-time below. The 2 Saiyan warriors plummeted into the energy storm, unexpectedly entering the creation scene of a nascent universe. Newly birthed stars formed Mobius ring orbits around them, as the energy from a supernova explosion was automatically absorbed and transformed. Goku's selflessness and ultra instinct suddenly evolved to possess creative attributes. As the silver brilliance at his fingertips began weaving the nebula into patterns resembling martial attire, while Vegeta's destructive energy initiated self-purification, transparent crystalline laws emerging from the violet-black flames. It seems we've found a new toy. Bulma's communication abruptly chimed in, her laboratory behind her showing Trunks merging the time sword with the Dragon Ball radar. Her quantum necklace flickered with Vegeta's energy wavelengths, a unique mode of communication between the couple. Just a reminder, she stated, the nanomask displaying real-time monitoring data from the 72 universes. The Hel data fragments show that the Grand Minister's system has left behind 13 chaotic variables. Before her words could fully resonate, the 2 Saiyans were suddenly yanked back into the realm of destruction. Whice's angelic halo is undergoing a profound reconfiguration as an emerald glow unveils a grander blueprint for cultivation, summoning forth a dimension that amalgamates the quintessence of martial arts from all universes. Gohan's tactical network transmits a final communication. The new shoots of the Namekian sacred tree have penetrated the dimensional barrier, with the naturally formed Saiyan hieroglyphs on its leaves revealing Vegeta's combat memories, which he had left in the system prior to his self-destruction. As Goku and Vegeta share a knowing glance, the unspoken understanding between rivals crystallizes in an instant. Silver hair intertwines with violet flames once more. This surge of energy does not erupt in an explosion, but instead constructs a rainbow bridge leading to unknown dimensions. At the bridge's terminus, the ethereal forms of the first Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction engage in a game of strategy, with pieces on the board flickering with the ancestral flame of Saiyan civilization. Meanwhile, in the latest logs of the Omni King's palace, 2 attendants are calculating probabilities using ivory dice. In another universe, Goku, while tilling a field, suddenly looks up. The hoe in his hand bursts forth with a dual silver and violet energy. In yet another universe, Vegeta is calibrating equipment in a laboratory, his pupils shimmering with the light of ultimate freedom beneath protective goggles. Within the energy crystallization at the galaxy's edge, fragments of the Hel's Inspector's uniform subtly alter their molecular arrangement, the pattern resembling both an inverted pentagram and the emblem of a novice angel. The night on Earth remains tranquil, as Bulma's quantum computer screen automatically refreshes the cosmic constants. A quantum embryo, harboring Saiyan genes, is gestating deep within the ozone layer, its energy wavelength perfectly merging the traits of its parents. As the first rays of dawn pierce through the clouds, the chaotic variables of the Omni King's system quietly diminish by 0.01. Chapter 1. The Reawakening of the Galactic Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma's high heels tap a hurried rhythm on the metallic floor of the Capsule Corporation laboratory, as holographic projections explode at her fingertips. 12 diamond-shaped screens hover in the air, each pulsating with star maps from different universes. Goku, hanging upside down from the ceiling, munches on a senzu bean, his tail playfully swaying the chandelier. While Vegeta leans against the floor-to-ceiling window, polishing his battle suit, his peripheral vision occasionally darting towards the screens, where the fresh purple flame mark on his cuff recalls the training he underwent in the God of Destruction's realm 3 days prior. Listen up. Bulma abruptly presses a remote, causing all the screens to collapse into a single golden emblem. A message from the Omni King has arrived this morning. The 9th Galactic Martial Arts Tournament is set to commence. And this time, parallel universe pathways are open. With a gesture, she sweeps her fingers through the air, fracturing the emblem into countless points of light, projecting a three-dimensional model of the tournament venue onto the ground. A circular arena floats within an anti-gravity field, encircled by 12 suspended spectator stands, each engraved with the totems of different universes. Goku performs a somersault, scattering senzu bean fragments across the console. Parallel universes? Is it like the rift from Universe 13? His eyes illuminate with excitement, and his tail arcs behind him in exuberance. He still craves a rematch against his mirrored self, far more complex. Whis appears in a corner of the laboratory, his bubble tea cup emitting a faint golden mist. His Majesty the Omni King has revised the Cosmic Management Protocol, allowing parallel worlds with an existence rate of over 80 to connect through the nexus of time. With a gentle tap of his finger, flecks of light emerge along the edges of the venue model, indicating that 37 different timelines of Universe 7 have registered, including genuine warriors from parallel universes. Vegeta's battle suit suddenly tightens, ripples of energy coursing through his shoulder guards. Humph, those mongrels had better not expect me to show mercy. As he turns, the purple flames at his cuff inadvertently sweep across the console, leaving charred claw marks on the metallic surface. Bulma shoots him a glare, but refrains from her usual shriek. Ever since Vegeta employed a self-sacrificial attack in the final battle, she has been more quietly observant of her husband's peculiar behavior. 3 days later, an unprecedented spectacle unfolds above West City. 12 colorful beams of light cascade from the sky, each housing the competition vessels from different universes. The most striking among them is the symbiotic ring from Universe 12. The entire ship rides like a living entity, its surface adorned with a blend of crystal and flesh-like symbiote. As it lands on the outskirts of the venue, the ground instantly sprouts bioluminescent vines, transforming the metallic supports into organic material. Wow, this is even more impressive than Karin's senzu bean vines. Gohan, clad in an upgraded Namekian combat suit, watches as the biological chip on his chest greedily absorbs data from the symbiote's energy. Beside him stands Piccolo, his skin emanating a faint green hue, the third eye on his forehead glowing softly. Ever since merging with the ancient Namekian tree, his perception of life energy has expanded to a planetary level. Be mindful of the energy fluctuations. Piccolo suddenly grips Gohan's shoulder, directing his gaze towards the eastern side of the venue, where 3 figures enveloped in dark golden mist approach. With each step they take, runes reminiscent of the Saiyan homeworld materialize beneath their feet. The leader, adorned with 3 crystalline antennae on his forehead and a device akin to Vegeta's energy detector embedded in his chest, radiates a distinctly malevolent aura. Are the mongrels of Universe 7 ready to perish? The central warrior's voice pierces the air, grating like metal against metal. As he raises his hand, a murky purple energy sphere materializes in his palm. We are the remnants of the Saiyans from the Dead Star universe. Your god of destruction has long since been reduced to a pile of bones in our universe. A hush falls over the venue. Vegeta's pupils constrict sharply. He can distinctly sense the taint of destruction energy mingled with a form of decayed power within their aura. Just as he prepares to advance, a silver-blue figure darts past him. Android 17, standing at the edge of the stage, utters coldly, "This is a martial arts tournament, not a slaughterhouse. If you wish to fight, first pass the preliminary rounds. The preliminary rounds will utilize a points system, with 108 participants from 37 universes divided into 12 groups, where the top 2 from each group will advance. Goku finds himself in Group A, his opponents comprising Universe 4's shapeshifter, Karara, the mechanized Saiyan Tabor from Parallel Universe 7, and a self-proclaimed Saiyan from the Dead Star, Sabo. As Goku stands at the center of the arena, an uproar of cheers erupts from the audience, who remember the silver-haired figure that turned the tide at the power tournament. Let me make this clear, I won't hold back. Goku grins, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha wave, his tail curling behind him in a question mark. However, Sabo remains silent, suddenly erupting with a purple-black energy, his skin visibly carbonizing, and spines resembling Frisia's final form emerging from his back. Less talk. Mongrel. In our universe, the Saiyans should have long since ruled all dimensions. Before his words can fade, he transforms into a blur, launching towards Goku with a destructive energy blade aimed at his throat. Yet, the anticipated bloodshed fails to materialize. Sabo's wrist is suddenly pinched between Goku's 2 fingers, the black-haired youth still wearing a gentle smile, though a dangerous golden glint flashes in his eyes. Did you just say your god of destruction is dead? If Lord Beerus were to find out someone was misusing his energy, he would likely be quite displeased. On the opposite side of the stage, Vegeta confronts a mirror version of himself. This alternate Vegeta dons a pure black battle suit, the shoulder guards etched with an inverted god of destruction emblem. His smile colder than the originals. I heard you learned to control destruction energy in the main universe? How ironic that a Saiyan must rely on divine power. As he raises his hand, a time prison reminiscent of Hit's technique manifests in his palm. Humph, power does not concern itself with its origin. Vegeta's pupils morph into slits as violet flames erupt from his fingertips. But you, this distorted copy, have no understanding of true Saiyan pride. Abruptly, he vanishes from sight. By the time Mirror Vegeta reacts, his energy core has been pierced by a scorching finger thrust, executing the instantaneous strike taught to him by Whis, now infused with the unique explosive power of a Saiyan. As the third day of the preliminary rounds unfolds, the most captivating spectacle is undoubtedly the new generation team, led by Gohan. The dynamic duo of Trunks and Goten, known for their lightning-fast synergy, is engaged in a fierce battle against the symbiotic twins from Universe 12. Their fusion technique, the quantum explosive flame, detonates in the center of the arena, only to be absorbed by the liquid forms of their opponents. Gohan stands at the edge of the spectator area, his eyes reflecting the tactical analysis interface embedded in his battle suit, his fingers instinctively tapping the control panel. They are absorbing the energy wavelength. Trunks, try using different frequencies of ki. No sooner had he spoken than Trunks experienced a moment of enlightenment. Gathering blue flames in his left hand and purple lightning in his right, the two energies spiraling together in his palms. The symbiotic twins' liquid bodies suddenly solidify, their expressions morphing into terror as they realize their symbiotic network is being dismantled by this hybrid energy, a technique Gohan had developed in Chapter 47, now flawlessly executed by Trunks through his Saiyan intuition. Well done, Gohan exclaimed, excitedly striking the railing, while the biochip on his battle suit flickered with a soft light. Since establishing the Battle Academy, he had grown increasingly accustomed to viewing combat through a tactical lens rather than merely relying on instinct. Beside him, Piccolo suddenly furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the observation area at the highest point of the venue. There's a familiar negative energy. Could it be remnants of the Dark Kaishin? Following his line of sight, Gohan spotted 3 figures clad in black robes lurking in the shadows of the observation area, their sleeves adorned with the inverted Kaishin emblem, a symbol of the dark forces eradicated during the final battle. More unsettling was the crystal ball they held, reflecting the scene of devastation from a parallel universe, planets marred by cracks, with dark matter fragments floating in the sky, reminiscent of the debris from Universe 13. This is not right, Gohan murmured. According to the new protocol established by the Omni King, access to parallel universes must be vetted through the time nest. How did these individuals manage to infiltrate? He instinctively reached for the communicator at his waist, only to discover that an unknown force was jamming the signal. Meanwhile, an unexpected turn of events erupted in the center of the arena. Chrono, a contestant from the Timescar universe, suddenly lost control, his body becoming transparent as countless interwoven timelines emerged behind him, each one fracturing and dissipating. The timelines are splitting. Whis' voice resonated in everyone's ears as his figure appeared above Chrono, his staff emanating a gentle golden light. You must leave his domain immediately, or you will be consumed by the temporal maelstrom. However, it was already too late. Chrono's eyes transformed into swirling vortexes, and intricate time runes materialized on the arena floor. Goku and Vegeta, who were observing the match, simultaneously felt a wave of dizziness. As if a multitude of fragmented memories exploded in their minds, fragments belonging to their counterparts from various parallel universes, some having become gods of destruction, others reduced to cosmic pirates, and still others eternally trapped on the battlefield of Namek. This is an anomaly of the time nest. Bulma's voice echoed through the arena's speakers, her holographic projection materializing in the sky, a backdrop of frantic warning lights flashing behind her. All universe representative teams, please be advised to activate your dimension stabilization devices immediately. Before she could finish, her projection flickered and vanished, the entire venue shaking violently as cracks appeared in the anti-gravity field at the arena's edge. An onslaught of dark matter fragments spilling forth from the fissures. Wherever they passed, metal supports rapidly corroded, and plants withered into dust. Vegeta suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He looked down to see the energy monitor on his battle suit fluctuating wildly. Within those dark matter fragments, he discerned the negative energy of the Dark Kaioshin from the final battle. More alarmingly, in the deepest shadows of the venue, the defeated Zebo from the preliminary rounds was slowly rising, his body enveloped in dark matter, eyes gleaming with a chaotic light not belonging to any universe. Thank you for your energy, warriors of the main universe. Our master will soon descend through the rifts of the time nest. At that moment, a silver figure descended from the heavens. Goku looked up to see a youth, roughly his age, standing upon the shattered arena, clad in a white robe akin to that of a Kaioshin, his hair shimmering like the galaxy in radiant silver blue. In his hands, he held not a weapon, but a tome radiating with divine light. Goku of Universe 7, Vegeta, the youth spoke, his voice imbued with the weight of traversed timelines. I am the Kaioshin candidate from the Origin Universe, the guardian of the time nest. We have detected individuals attempting to utilize the dimensional passage of the martial arts tournament to resurrect that existence. He abruptly opened the tome, unleashing a flurry of golden runes that detonated amidst the dark matter fragments. 300 years ago, your universe's warriors defeated the Dark Kaioshin, but in a certain parallel universe. He successfully consumed the time rift and became the time devourer. Now, shards of his consciousness are infiltrating through these participating warriors from parallel universes, seeking to create a singularity within the time nest. The arena descended into chaos. Gohan suddenly recalled Whis mentioning the anomalies of the time nest in Chapter 54, hastily activating the biological link of his battle suit to resonate his energy with Piccolo's spiritual tree form. Everyone listen. All warriors with healing abilities immediately construct energy barriers. Trunks, you and Goten are responsible for guiding the contestants to evacuate. Number 17, initiate the backup power for the planetary defense network. His voice carried an undeniable authority, as the Namekian technological patterns on his battle suit illuminated, forming a vast life network that enveloped the crumbling venue. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta charged toward Zebo, colliding purple flames with dark matter in a thunderous explosion. Did you just mention a master? Is the Dark Kaioshin not dead? His attacks were 30% faster than usual, each strike infused with the power of a god of destruction, yet he found that the dark matter body reconstituted itself with alarming speed. Whis, we need to eradicate their traces of existence completely to eliminate them. Understood. Whis's staff transformed into a longsword, its golden light mingling with the essence of the Omni King's energy. Goku, use your spirit bomb to buy us time. Vegeta, you focus on severing their energy links. As he turned, his robe swept past the collapsing spectator stands, and the metal supports eroded by dark matter suddenly returned to their original state, the angelic power revealing a restorative capacity far exceeding that of destruction. Goku had already spread his arms wide, as countless light particles converged from the audience of various universes. Everyone, lend me your energy, just like we did against Bu. His voice resonated with a reassuring strength, prompting even the warriors from parallel universes to raise their hands in unison, pouring their energy into the gradually forming silver sphere of light. Even the typically aloof Vegeta, upon shattering Zebo, subtly nodded toward Goku's direction, a silent understanding only they could comprehend. As the spirit bomb hurtled toward the core of the dark matter, the entire arena was illuminated as if it were daytime. The youth claiming to be the Origin Kaioshin seized the moment to flip to the last page of the tome, a golden light cascading from above to seal the rift in the time nest. The shards of dark matter emitted piercing shrieks, swiftly evaporating, while Zebo's body fell heavily onto the arena floor, reverting to that of an ordinary Saiyan, his eyes filled with terror. Impossible. The master said that the warriors of the main universe are utterly exhausted. Following the battle, the arena erupted into sporadic applause. The projection of the Omni King suddenly appeared in the sky, maintaining his innocent demeanor but with an unusual gravity. This anomaly was the first glitch following the upgrade of the Omni King system. As he raised his hand, 12 new golden emblems materialized above the spectator stands. To express gratitude for the efforts of all warriors, every representative team from the parallel universes has been granted advancement. The true galactic martial arts tournament is about to commence. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Goku scratched the back of his head with a silly grin, while Vegeta silently approached Bulma, observing the worry in her eyes. Suddenly, he whispered, "Do not fret. This time, we shall not lose anything." In the distance, Gohan engaged in conversation with the Grand Kai of the original universe, swiftly jotting down the intricate architecture of the time nest in his tactical notebook. Piccolo stood at the periphery of the gathering, his gaze fixed upon the remnants of stardust still lingering in the sky, while the reflections of countless parallel universes shimmered in his third eye. Meanwhile, was perched elegantly on the highest railing, savoring a freshly brewed cup of tea. A subtle smile gracing his lips, he understood that this martial arts tournament promised far more than mere combat. It heralded the dawn of a new chapter for the entire multiverse. As night fell, the heavens above West City were illuminated by the myriad lights of spacecraft. Goku stood atop the Capsule Corporation building, gazing towards the distant venue adorned in neon hues, his tail swaying unconsciously. Vegeta approached him, his eyes fixed in the same direction, and suddenly remarked, "You sensed the dark matter fragments earlier, didn't you?" There was a familiar aura within them. Goku turned, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. It's Frisia, no. An entity even older than him. He recalled the energy beings mentioned by the Dark Kai during the Endgame, those non-carbon-based civilizations, now seemingly peering through the rifts in time and space at this bustling tournament. "Whoever dares to disrupt this event," Vegeta declared, a flicker of purple flames igniting at his fingertips before quickly extinguishing, "will regret stepping into this universe." His gaze drifted towards his home, where Trunks' room still glowed with light. Goku chuckled suddenly, clapping Vegeta on the shoulder with exuberance. "Don't be so serious. It's a rare opportunity to face so many skilled fighters. Let us enjoy a good fight." As he turned, the air currents stirred by his garments whisked away a scattering of stardust. "And look, Bulma is already preparing a celebration banquet. I'm certain she hasn't forgotten to get you pudding." Vegeta's ears tinged slightly with crimson, yet he followed Goku towards the brightly lit Capsule Corporation. In the distance, Whis observed their retreating figures, letting out a soft sigh. How amusing it is. They have faced so many life and death situations, yet they still behave like children. He glanced down at his teacup, its surface reflecting the scenes deep within the time nest, where a shadowy figure smiled enigmatically. Perhaps it is precisely this innocence that renders the universe so captivating. The arena of the Galactic Martial Arts Tournament remained aglow, as warriors from various universes prepared for the forthcoming main event. Unbeknownst to them, in the innermost depths of the time nest, in a forgotten corner, a stone tablet inscribed with ancient runes began to tremble. The patterns depicted the warriors of Universe 7, while on the reverse side, new words began to emerge. The cycle of cause and effect begins with martial arts. The echoes of the starry sea shall inevitably return to silence. Yet at this moment, all warriors reveled in the joy of the imminent battle. Goku had already commenced a discussion on energy manifestation techniques with the symbiotic fighters from Universe 12, while Vegeta silently honed his newly mastered Crimson Destruction form in a corner. Gohan was elucidating the practical applications of molecular reconstruction to Trunks and Goten. And even Beerus made a rare appearance at the venue, drooling over the food stalls of Universe 6. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the arena, the voice of the Omni King resonated once more. "Now, the 9th Galactic Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. Let us witness which universe's warriors shall emerge as the true strongest in the cosmos." Amidst the cheers, the contenders for the first match took their places on the stage. Goku gazed at the Saiyan from the mechanical universe, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This time, the battle transcended mere survival. It became an exploration of the infinite possibilities within the multiverse, a quest to safeguard the ordinary moments that shimmer in the cosmic sea. Farther afield, an observer from a parallel universe set down his crystal ball, a sardonic grin crossing his lips. The Galactic Martial Arts Tournament? Merely a revelry before the storm. When the beasts of the God of Destruction's trial awaken, and timelines shatter into countless fragments, how long can your smiles endure? As he turned, the cloak draped over his back bore the same inverted totem as Zabo's, and in his palm, he clutched a fragment of a decay-infused God of Destruction's staff. Yet, all of this remained but a tale of the future. At this moment, on the main universe's stage, Goku had assumed a battle stance. Vegeta's purple flames flickered beneath him. Gohan's tactical glasses sparkled with a glimmer, and Piccolo's spiritual tree unfurled its branches behind him. The grandeur of the multiverse was only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 2. Gohan takes on a disciple from another world 3 months after the conclusion of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Earth experienced a brief period of tranquility. Gohan stood atop the newly established combat academy in Satan City, gazing contemplatively at the swirling sea of clouds in the distance. Ever since the incident with the mirror universe, he had increasingly recognized that sheer power alone was insufficient to confront the crises of the future. The development of his scholarly mode had set him on a path distinct from that of his father and Vegeta. He sought a more systematic transmission of knowledge, transcending mere combat skills. At that moment, a violet rift tore through the sky. No energy fluctuations. No spatial tremors. This fissure appeared as though silently rent open by a force from a higher dimension. Gohan instantly entered a combat-ready state, his scholarly instincts fully awakened. Yet he was astonished to find a bloodied youth tumbling forth from the rift. The boy appeared no older than 15 or 16, his silver hair matted with blood, and his battle attire in tatters. Most striking was the semi-transparent long blade gripped tightly in his right hand. This weapon was not a physical entity but a pure manifestation of energy, flickering in intensity with the boy's frail state. "Help me," the youth murmured in an unfamiliar tongue, yet upon seeing Gohan, his pupils dilated in alarm. His long blade suddenly pointed threateningly towards Gohan's throat. The motion so swift it defied belief. Gohan sidestepped deftly, the scholar's mind immediately analyzing the anomaly of the strike. The blade sliced through the air, altering the arrangement of surrounding molecules on a microscopic level, leaving a crystalline trail in its wake. "Wait, I'm not your enemy," Gohan called out in the universal language. The boy seemed to comprehend, though his wariness showed no signs of abating. He stumbled back a few steps, then suddenly coughed up a mouthful of bluish blood before collapsing to the ground. The energy blade disintegrated into countless motes of light as it slipped from his grasp, only to coalesce again before Gohan's astonished gaze, transforming into a semi-transparent bird that circled the boy, mourning. In Bulma's laboratory, various instruments emitted urgent alarms. "His cellular structure is exceedingly peculiar," Bulma remarked, adjusting the holographic scan. "The number of mitochondria is 300 times that of an Earthling, and DNA strands are entwined with some form of energy coding. Wait, what is this?" The screen suddenly illuminated the hidden mark upon the boy's chest, a constellation composed of 7 star points, identical to the symbol Gohan had encountered in the ruins of the mirror universe. The boy awakened 3 days later. As his eyelashes fluttered, the air in the room thickened, causing all metallic objects to levitate, as though gravity had been warped by some unseen will. Gohan immediately grasped his shoulder, urging, "Calm down. You are safe here. You are not hunters?" The boy's voice resonated with an unusual echo. Despite his words being in an alien tongue, their meaning formed directly in the listener's mind. He scrutinized Gohan for a long moment before reaching out to touch his forehead. A torrent of memories surged into Gohan's consciousness, burning planets, armies clad in black robes, and the silver-haired woman who had pushed him into the rift at the last moment. "My name is Shinya," the boy declared, retracting his finger as the levitating objects settled back into place. "I hail from what you refer to as the remnants of Universe 13. He raised his hand. An energy once again coalesced into the long blade, its surface now adorned with a flowing star map. In our dimension, energy manifestation is a fundamental skill. However, the hunters annihilated all the bearers of this legacy. Now, I am the sole survivor." Gohan's scholarly instincts promptly seized upon the critical information. The energy reversal technology from the mirror universe, the divine script upon the gluttonous scales, and the manifestation abilities the boy now exhibited. All of these were intrinsically linked to the looming crisis facing the entire universe. He gazed at the ever-shifting forms of energy in the palm of Shinya's hand, transforming from weapon to bird, then to intricate mechanical structures, each metamorphosis adhering to a profound mathematical elegance. "Can you teach me this technique?" Gohan suddenly inquired. Shinya was taken aback, never anticipating that this formidable warrior, who could easily overpower him, would make such a request. Yet, upon sensing the flicker of wisdom within Gohan that transcended mere combat prowess, a long-forgotten glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Training commenced on the morning of the first snowfall. Unlike conventional ki training, the initial step to materializing energy was meditation. Shinya instructed Gohan to sit at the center of the frozen lake, guiding him to perceive ki not as flowing energy, but as a programmable substance. "You Saiyans always regard ki as a weapon," Shinya remarked, his fingertips dancing with azure particles of light. "But in my realm, ki is a brush." With a gentle flick, those particles coalesced in mid-air into a blooming ice rose, each petal refracting a distinct cosmic star map. Gohan attempted to release a strand of ki, yet he could not stabilize its form no matter how hard he tried. His analytical scholar mode became an impediment. He was too accustomed to deconstructing energy through scientific reasoning, while materialization demanded an artist's intuition. After 7 consecutive days of failure, a single remark from Piccolo awakened him. "You transformed into a great ape. when you were 5. And back then, you knew nothing of energy formulas. The turning point arrived on a night bathed in the light of a full moon. As the silvery moonlight flooded the lake, Xingye suddenly sliced open his palm. Blood, glimmering with a blue hue, dripped into the water, instantly stirring countless threads of energy. Watch closely. This is the most ancient method of teaching. He grasped Gohan's wrist, merging their ki within the blood. In an instant, Gohan's consciousness erupted with visions of countless stars being born, the universe's primordial energy structures resonating like a symphony within his mind. His palms suddenly radiated a blinding white light. The brilliance stretched and morphed, ultimately solidifying into a crude short sword. Although its form lacked the refinement of Xingye's creations, it undeniably constituted a stable energy entity. Gohan experienced an unprecedented marvel. The sword felt like an extension of his consciousness, and he could even perceive the energy molecules composing the blade as they sang. The pace of his progress was astonishing. Within 2 weeks, Gohan could materialize a complete suit of armor, and within a month, he had created his first autonomous energy entity. A luminous eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters. However, the true breakthrough occurred when Xingye first demonstrated dimensional weaving. The young warrior pierced the void with threads of energy, astonishingly pulling a projection of starlit skies from a parallel universe. This is precisely why the hunters seek to eradicate us, he explained, breathless. We can extract energy from other dimensions and even temporarily alter local physical laws. The crisis arrived sooner than anticipated. That evening, while Gohan was testing a newly materialized quantum computer designed to analyze the data from the Tartaros scales, dark raindrops began to fall from the sky. Each droplet corroded the ground upon contact, creating smoking holes. Xingye's complexion turned pale. It's the hunter scouts. 12 figures cloaked in black emerged from the distorted space. They exuded no ki, yet their presence disrupted the entire Earth's magnetic field. The leader lifted his hood, revealing a featureless visage. Renegade Sample ST-07. Return immediately. The voice seemed to seep directly from the fissures of space. Battle erupted in a fraction of a second. Gohan's super blue form found itself at a disadvantage for the first time. The black-cloaked figure's attacks pierced through his energy defenses, each contact causing his ki to inexplicably dissipate. Xingye's energy blade severed 2 of the foes, only for their remnants to coalesce into black mist. They are not living beings, the young warrior shouted. They are conceptual manifestations of energy consuming themselves. In the face of despair, Gohan suddenly closed his eyes. His scholar mode, combined with the materialization training of recent days, sparked a curious reaction. He perceived the flowing black algorithms within the black-cloaked figures. These were applications of the same origin as Xingye's skill, yet inversely directed, not creation, but a programmatic existence designed to deconstruct energy. Now I understand, Gohan declared, as his hands executed movements defying the laws of physics, his fingers tracing golden equations in the air. This was his first attempt at reverse materialization, reprogramming the concepts embedded within his adversaries. The black-cloaked figures froze, their surface mist beginning to reverse flow, exposing the pulsating red crystalline core at their center. Now, Gohan shouted. Xingye's blade transformed into a stream of light, simultaneously piercing through all the crystalline cores. The air resonated with a sound akin to shattering glass, and the black-cloaked figures vanished like erased chalk drawings. Yet, the last to dissipate revealed a peculiar smile. Coordinates confirmed. As the smoke cleared, Gohan discovered that his super blue form had undergone a subtle transformation. Within the once azure flames of ki, silver strands of energy now flowed, indicating that his materialization ability had permanently altered his energy structure. More troubling was the news brought by Xingye. The hunter's army was tearing through dimensional barriers, and their target was evidently not just this young warrior. You have taught me not only new skills, Gohan reflected, gazing at the star map projection emerging from his palm, but a completely new perspective on energy. Unbeknownst to the students on the academy's playground, their esteemed mentor was about to rewrite the curriculum. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the gods of destruction, Whis observed the sudden emergence of cracks in the fabric of space-time, the crystal ball atop his staff reflecting the gathering of countless black-cloaked legions. Chapter 3. The God of Destruction's Trial Grounds in Turmoil. Deep within the cosmos, the God of Destruction's trial grounds, originally devised by Beerus to refine candidates, now simmered with an ominous crimson energy. Gravity warped abnormally, and even the very fabric of space emitted a burdensome hum. Vegeta hovered at the center of the trial grounds, enveloped in purple-black destructive energy, having just completed a round of high-intensity law training, when he suddenly sensed a strange pulsation from the ground beneath him. What is happening? Vegeta frowned, his senses fully alert. Suddenly, the ground of the trial grounds cracked in a web-like pattern, an ancient sense of oppression surging forth from the depths below. Beerus's previously nonchalant demeanor abruptly solidified as he rose from his throne. This is impossible. How could the seal be loosening? Whis' staff struck the ground with force, attempting to stabilize the space, but a black beam of light, a kilometer in diameter, shot into the sky, tearing a gaping maw in the heavens above the trial grounds. Accompanied by a roar that shook the divine realm, 6 crimson giant eyes opened in the darkness. The form of Tartaros had not yet fully manifested. Yet the energy it radiated was already causing the orbits of planets throughout the entire star system to deviate. How could an ancient beast appear here? Beerus concentrated destructive energy into his fingertips, but he watched in disbelief as Tartaros' claws effortlessly shattered the incoming purple light. Each scale of that creature bore the long-lost primordial runes, and what flowed from its wounds was not blood, but dark matter that corroded space itself. Vegeta's scouter overloaded and exploded, leaving only the constantly flashing error as the combat metrics. At that very moment, alarms blared throughout West City on Earth. On Bulma's quantum monitoring screen, a black hole-like collapse point suddenly appeared in the energy map of Universe 7. What a joke. This thing's energy response is 10 times more exaggerated than that of Majin Buu. She rapidly typed on her keyboard, a holographic projection revealing real-time footage of the trial grounds. As Tartaros' tail swept through, 3 training planets shattered like soap bubbles. When Goku arrived via instant transmission, he witnessed Vegeta being sent flying by the shockwave. The prince, in his super blue form, was battered yet still laughed maniacally as he threw punches. Kakarot, this creature can devour energy. Before he could finish his sentence, the swirling organ on Tartaros' chest absorbed all of Vegeta's ki blasts, transforming them into antimatter lightning that forced even Beerus to evade. Gohan's scholar mode was the first to uncover the crucial detail. The inscriptions on its scales are the sealing techniques from the era of the dragon god Salam. At this moment, the new Grand Elder of Namek transmitted a warning through interstellar communication. According to ancient records, the creature known as Tao Tai has devoured 12 star systems, ultimately being sealed away by the original god of destruction at the cost of his divine position. Suddenly, Whis' staff vibrated violently. For the first time, the azure pupils of the angel contracted. It was rewriting the constants of physics. The edges of the trial arena began to crystallize, and all matter devolved into its primordial particle state. Amidst the roar of Tao Tai, fragmented space-time intermingled with its cries. In a fleeting moment, Goku beheld countless civilizations obliterated beneath its claws. Out of the shadows, Piccolo emerged, the mightiest warrior of the newly reborn Namek, his hands pressed together, the roots of the Tree of Might piercing into the void. Countless emerald orbs converged from the multiverse, temporarily suppress its evolution. Piccolo's temples bulged with strain as Taoya's movements indeed slowed by 3 seconds. In this ephemeral gap, Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full power back-to-back. Ultimate Kamehameha. A torrent of blue-gold energy infused with destructive force surged through Taoya's chest, only to reveal a swirling micro-black hole at the wound. The beast's regeneration exceeded imagination, its shattered form extracting matter from parallel universes to reconstitute itself. The alarms of the Omni King's palace echoed throughout the 12 universes. Even the Grand Minister set down his teacup. Bulma's warning erupted from the communicator. Watch out behind you. The sky above the trial arena suddenly collapsed, the silhouette of a second Tao Tai flickering within the dimensional rift. It turned out this creature was hermaphroditic when it was sealed away long ago. Its yin and yang aspects were forcibly separated. At this moment, the resonance between the two beasts triggered a chain reaction, causing the very architecture of the god of destruction realm to disintegrate into fundamental particles. Use this. The god Jebbet hurled a time ring. The instant Trunks caught it. A million potential futures flooded his mind. A crucial piece of information flashing in one possible timeline prompted him to shout, "Attack the convergence point of their scale weaknesses. There lies the mark left by Salama." Finally, Beerus unleashed his divine power completely, his feline pupils transforming into resplendent amethyst. In his full god of destruction form, he tore through Taoya's quantum defense layers with his bare hands, while Vegeta seized the opportunity to inject an intensely concentrated wave of destructive energy into the gaps of its scales. Goku, in the Ultra Instinct state, silver hair swirling amidst time and space turbulence, cleaved through the energy tether connecting the two beasts with a hand strike. With a deafening crack, the divine chains inscribed upon Taoya's surface re-emerged. Whis seized the moment to activate the Angel's forbidden technique, reversing the entire trial arena back to its sealed state. As the last vestige of dark matter was compressed into a black cube, even the Grand Minister exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet no one noticed that a fragment of Taoya's scale reflected the core of the Omni King system before vanishing. Chapter 4. Whis discovered anomalies within the nest of time. The dawn in the city of angels always carried an air of eternal tranquility. Standing upon the terrace of the Crystal Palace, Whis gently rotated his staff, observing the flow of energy across the 12 universes. Ever since the Tao Tai incident, he felt a subtle shift in the balance of the cosmos. Not destruction, not chaos, but an ineffable sense of discord, akin to a half-step emerging unexpectedly within a flawless symphony. He lightly tapped his staff, and a holographic star map unfolded before him. On Earth in the 7th universe, Gohan's energy signature resonated with an unfamiliar frequency, while Vegeta's breakthrough in the gravity chamber left temporal ripples. Goku, Whis noted with a barely perceptible furrow of his brow, was currently practicing the reincarnation fist in the Kaioshin realm, each strike sending unusual ripples through the river of time. It is time to examine the nest of time, Whis mused. The nest of time, the convergence point of time and space, was a neutral domain guarded by the Kaioshin of time, Kane. Under normal circumstances, even angels needed prior notification to enter. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the river of time, the portal that should have radiated a silver-blue glow now manifested a morbid crimson hue. Strangely, there was no sign of the time patrol. Kane. Whis's voice echoed through the temporal corridor, receiving no response. Tentatively, he extended his staff to touch the grand door, only for the crystal tip to erupt with countless fissures. A series of fragmented images forcibly surged into his consciousness. At the same moment, 17 different future branches coexisted. In one timeline, Earth had prematurely entered an ice age, while in another, the deceased Frisia was holding a coronation ceremony. Temporal divergence? Whis immediately unfurled his angelic wings, defensive runes swirling upon his pure white feathers. Cautiously, he stepped into the interior of the nest of time. The sight before even this well-versed angel left him astounded. The Hall of Time gears, which should have operated with clockwork precision, had transformed into a distorted Mobius structure. Thousands of timelines tangled like shredded ribbons, forming an inextricable knot. At the center of the hall, the egg of time, the core that nurtures new timelines, was overrun with black, vein-like anomalies, each pulsation expelling fragments of space-time laced with a metallic tang. Lord Whis. A feeble voice emerged from beneath a pile of time scrolls. The Kaioshin of time, Kane, was ensnared by a transparent substance, akin to an insect trapped in amber. Her left side exhibited signs of pixelated disintegration, while her right hand clutched a melting hourglass. The Angel's staff erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, purifying spells cascading like a torrential downpour upon Kane's bindings. As the last vestige of transparent mucus evaporated, Whis realized it was not mere matter but solidified time itself. Someone had materialized a localized flow of time. It is the time demon Kronos. Kane coughed out blood glimmering with golden light. He escaped from the ultimate prison of time, not merely now, but simultaneously breaking through from the past, present, and future. Her speech was jumbled, clearly indicating the time toxin had invaded her thoughts. Whis pressed his palm against Kane's forehead, temporarily stabilizing her existence with angelic power. However, when he attempted to repair the recent egg of time, the staff was abruptly repelled, revealing that what was hatching within was not a new timeline, but a mass of formless void. This entity lacked facial features, yet bore 12 pairs of temporal wings, its abdomen embedded with a miniature projection of the Omni King system. This is not a naturally occurring anomaly. Whis's staff traced intricate 12-dimensional equations in the air, indicating that someone had altered the fundamental laws of time. As the equations parsed to the 7th layer, they suddenly collapsed, an error code flashing before Whis's eyes, the sequence unmistakably spelling the word taboo from ancient angelic script. Suddenly, the entire nest of time trembled violently. The residual energy from a battle at a certain temporal node pierced through dimensional barriers. In the image, the ultra-blue form of Goku clashed with another version of himself, while in the background stood Zamasu, who should have been eradicated. More alarmingly, Whis clearly saw Zamasu wearing the wristband of the Kaioshin of time. I need to inform the Grand Minister. Whis began to initiate inter-universal communication. When the ceiling of the nest of time suddenly disintegrated, it was not a physical collapse, but rather a deletion of the temporal layers, frame by frame. An arm composed of gears and clockworks pierced through the void, reaching directly for Kane's heart. Step back. Whis's staff instantaneously expanded into the angelic domain, reducing the flow of time around him to 1/1000th of its normal speed. Yet that arm remained unaffected, accelerating through the time differential. In a split second, Whis acted against the tenets of angelic law, deliberately touching the black veins within the egg of time. A pain akin to a supernova engulfed him. Yet through this connection of contamination, Whis finally pinpointed the source of the anomaly, at the very origin of all timelines. There existed a 0 point that should not have existed. Suspended, there was an inverted pyramid constructed from the shattered remnants of the Omni King's palace, where Kronos sat, reconstructing the fabric of time. Beside the demons stood a figure, quietly lingering with a shattered halo of angels behind them. In the realm of reality, Weiss suddenly spewed forth a silvery stream of blood. His staff instinctively shielded him, forcefully propelling both him and Kane out of the nest of time. In the fleeting images he beheld, the entire temporal nexus collapsed into a two-dimensional plane, with countless historical figures flickering across it like a revolving lantern, including even the infant version of the Omni King. Upon returning to the City of Angels, Weiss realized that a third of his wings had been lost. More alarmingly, he discovered that his memories were beginning to splinter. Events he had just experienced now manifested as two divergent versions in his recollection. Kane's condition was even worse. Her divine essence of time was fracturing, with clock gears occasionally protruding and shifting beneath her skin. Listen closely, Weiss urged, drawing a closed circle in the ground with his staff. From this moment forth, every word we utter may be eavesdropped upon by temporal parasites. His fingertips ignited with silvery flames, inscribing tangible words in the air. Kronos did not escape on his own. An angelic-level existence is aiding him, with the purpose of reconstructing the initial point in time. Kane's eyes widened, her trembling fingers continuing the sentence. But what would happen if we altered the initial point in time? Weiss' written response sent a chill through the room. All existing universes would transform into possibilities that have never existed. At that very moment, on Earth in the 7th universe, Bulma suddenly noticed that certain invention blueprints on her computer had morphed into unfamiliar script. Vegeta, in the depths of slumber, unwittingly executed techniques he had never learned, while Gohan's interdimensional disciple, Shinya, found his energy manifestations inexplicably converging towards a singular direction, the coordinates where the nest of time once resided. Now only a temporal ulcer devouring surrounding galaxies. Chapter 5. Bulma develops quantum entanglement communication. The Capsule Corporation laboratory was illuminated by glaring white light in the dead of night. Bulma stood before a holographic projection, her fingertips gliding over a cascade of pulsating data streams, her brow furrowed in concentration. Ever since Weiss returned with news of the Nest of Time's collapse, the entire communication system of the 7th universe exhibited bizarre delays, with interstellar signals abruptly aging mid-transmission, as if they had endured centuries of temporal decay. Most troubling of all, they had completely lost regular contact with the Omni King's palace. The 7th test had once again failed. An assistant set down a tablet, where the quantum waveform chart had fractured at critical junctures. Any communication traversing through wormholes would be rent asunder by temporal turbulence. Bulma bit the straw of her energy drink, her gaze falling upon a discarded android prototype in the corner. This was a backup body left by Android 17, embedded with a micro-black hole engine. A mad thought suddenly sparked in her mind. If traversing the chaotic time-space was impossible, perhaps they could attempt to circumvent it. Bring up all the antimatter reserves from the basement. Bulma abruptly tore off her coffee-stained lab coat. I need to contact Lord Beerus. I require the void eye of destruction. 3 days later, the laboratory transformed into a scene reminiscent of a science fiction nightmare. Floating at the center was a purple crystal borrowed from the realm of destruction, the fabled void eye, said to pierce through dimensional barriers, encircled by 12 humming antimatter compressors. Bulma had electrodes affixed to her forehead, projecting mathematical models directly into the quantum computer. Are you certain you want to proceed with this? Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, adjusted the protective shield with a worried expression. Activating so many antimatter devices could lead to catastrophic consequences. We have no time to waste. Bulma summoned a recently received anomalous image, revealing 3 moons in Earth's sky, each devouring the other, a sign of parallel realities beginning to merge. According to the last data sent by Weiss, the collapse of the Nest of Time was triggering a chain reaction. If we cannot establish cross-dimensional communication, all universes will become information islands. The first experiment commenced amid a deafening hum. When the antimatter flow collided with the void eye, the entire laboratory was suddenly drained of color. Bulma gasped in horror as her hand became translucent, revealing the blood coursing through her bones. More terrifyingly, she heard countless versions of herself simultaneously screaming, as if quantum superposition had manifested among the Bulmas of different timelines. After urgently shutting down the system, Bulma lay in the medical pod for a full 6 hours before regaining her sense of physicality. Yet this incident yielded a crucial breakthrough. Her tablet spontaneously generated a set of previously unseen equations, signed by T. Bulma, 791, clearly originating from a future version of herself. Quantum ghost effect. Bulma trembled, magnifying the formula. We do not need to traverse dimensions. We merely need to imbue the information itself with cross-dimensional properties. The new round of experiments took a radical turn. Bulma dismantled the energy manifestation device left by Gohan's disciple, merging its core with the void eye. When the pale blue energy net unfurled within the laboratory, a substance resembling Shinya's long blade materialized in the air, but this time, it formed a communication network woven from pure light. Let's connect and test it. Bulma inserted a neural interface into the back of her neck. In an instant, her consciousness was drawn into a space composed of geometric light streams. There, the concepts of up and down, left and right dissolved into an intricate web of interwoven information torrents. She beheld the Earth of the seventh universe displaying simultaneously the Stone Age, modernity, and the future like a prism. The realm of destruction was a grand temple in one dimension, yet a floating ruin in another. Suddenly, a scarlet data chain lunged at her like a venomous serpent. Bulma's consciousness was forcibly dragged towards a dark quadrant, where a colossal hive composed of shattered angel halos floated. An unfathomable entity whispered through the data chain, "Cease your probing into domains that do not belong to you." In the laboratory, blinding red light erupted. All screens simultaneously displayed warnings. Concept-level virus intrusion detected. Bulma's body convulsed violently, silver neurofluid streaming from her nostrils. Just as the system was on the brink of overload and explosion, a golden figure suddenly appeared at the control panel. Trunks, having activated the time ring unbeknownst to anyone, typed furiously on the keyboard, inputting a firewall code from the future. "Mom, catch this." The future Trunks flickered in the air, tossing a crystalline data core. Instinctively, Bulma inserted it into the main console, and the entire system was immediately enveloped in golden runes. The scarlet data chains recoiled as if encountering their nemesis, ultimately compressing into a black crystal that ejected itself. Once she caught her breath, Bulma grasped the crystal, seeing within it a starry glimmer. This was no ordinary virus, but a creation of some advanced civilization, each point of light representing a fragment of encrypted cosmic memory. "We did it," Trunks exclaimed, gazing at the stable quantum network. At that moment, the communication interface displayed the real-time status of 12 universes. More astonishingly, a gray area marked as Domain 0 was steadily expanding, revealing temporal parameters that completely defied known physical laws. Yet Bulma fixated on another discovery. At the instant the quantum entanglement formed, she had captured a faint signal from the Omni King's palace. The image transmitted back nearly froze her blood. The throne at the center of the grand hall was vacant, and the high priests and angels that should have stood on either side had all become motionless crystal statues. The situation was worse than she had imagined. Bulma called up the dimensional map Shinya had once presented. The Nest of Time was not the first collapsing node. The entire Omni King system was in peril. Her voice faltered as the laboratory's protective shield was suddenly wrenched open by an unseen force. The silhouette of Weiss emerged from the fissure, yet at this moment, the angel appeared utterly terrifying. His left wing was fractured, his right eye oscillating between a chilling blue and a sanguine red, while the divine staff was marred by a multitude of black fissures. "Shut down the system." His voice reverberated with an unnatural echo, permeating through the quantum link in reverse. Bulma, momentarily stunned, watched as the entire quantum network abruptly transformed into a deep crimson hue. A countdown flashed across all screens, 00:59. As the seconds dwindled, the metallic walls of the laboratory began to reminisce about their origins as ore, and the arm of a young assistant unexpectedly regressed to an embryonic state. Time flowed backward. Weiss's staff plunged into the main console, resonating with the angelic power and the firewall left by future Trunks. In the final 3 seconds, Bulma gritted her teeth and pressed the self-destruct button. The quantum entanglement network collapsed in a blinding flash, and the miniature black hole formed was sealed by Weiss just in time. As the smoke cleared, Bulma discovered a warm fragment of crystal in her hand, the core data that had been automatically backed up prior to the system's collapse. When held up to the light, the fragment revealed 12 interlocking cosmic models and a message inscribed in angelic script: "Seek the primordial seed." Not entirely a failure. Wiping the oil from her face with a bitter smile, Bulma mused, "At least we have learned 2 things. First, quantum communication can indeed transcend dimensional limits. Second, there exists an entity determined to prevent us from utilizing it." Weiss gazed at the still smoking remnants of the equipment and suddenly remarked, "The arrangement of data structures during that reverse intrusion. I have encountered it within the black veins of the Nest of Time." Outside, the 3 moons had fused into an irregular luminescent body. In geostationary orbit, a space station that should not exist was slowly unfurling its solar panels composed entirely of pure energy, unmistakably a design crafted by Bulma in an alternate timeline. The effects of quantum entanglement had begun to manifest in the material world. Chapter 6. The Evolutionary Tree Form of Piccolo. Piccolo stood atop the highest point of the city ruins, the fierce wind swirling ashes around him. Since the collapse of the Nest of Time, bizarre phenomena began to emerge worldwide. Negative human emotions would suddenly materialize, forming black mists with the capacity to consume. Wherever these mists roamed, life energy was drained, leaving only desiccated husks. 3 days prior, he had witnessed a mass of black mist devour an entire town. Energy waves passed through the mist without effect, as if attacking a mere shadow. However, when he attempted to use the special beam cannon, he unexpectedly found that his energy could temporarily suppress the spread of the mist. This revelation plunged him into deep contemplation. Perhaps the physiology of Namekians reacted uniquely to such energy. The alarm in the laboratory suddenly blared, interrupting Piccolo's thoughts. Bulma's holographic image appeared on the console, her expression gravely serious. Piccolo, hurry to the underground laboratory. We have uncovered some terrifying truths about the black mist. In the underground lab, Gohan and Shinya were analyzing a set of peculiar data. The screen displayed a global distribution map of black mist activity, revealing precise geometric patterns. This is certainly not a natural phenomenon. Gohan adjusted his glasses. The trajectories of these mists adhere to some higher mathematical principles. Bulma brought up a video showing the black mist restructuring its form. More alarmingly, they were learning and evolving. Initially, they merely consumed life energy. But now they began to mimic our combat techniques. In the footage, the black mist suddenly coalesced into the shape of an energy wave, obliterating a small hill. Piccolo's antennae quivered slightly as he sensed a surge of energy outside the laboratory. Before anyone could react, he burst through the ceiling to the ground. Above the city, the black mist was gathering into a colossal human visage, its hollow eye sockets fixated on Piccolo, the remnants of the Namekians. The mist emitted a sound akin to metal scraping. The energy within you is quite special. Piccolo assumed a combat stance, only to realize he could not gather energy. Even worse, an unseen force was pulling at his energy, as if attempting to extract it from his body. The black mist let out a piercing laugh. We specifically feast upon unique beings like you. In this dire moment, Piccolo recalled the words of the Grand Elder from his childhood. The Namekians were not originally a warrior race, but rather the harmonizers of the universe. He closed his eyes, relinquished his resistance, and actively guided the flow of energy within him. His skin began to shimmer with an emerald glow, and new branches extended from the antennae on his forehead. The black mist's assault abruptly ceased. Ancient patterns emerged on Piccolo's skin, reminiscent of long-lost Namekian runes. He spread his arms, and the black mist was drawn into his body, transforming into pure energy. Gohan and the others rushed out of the laboratory, astonished by Piccolo's transformation. His form grew taller, his skin exhibited woody textures, and energy-formed branches and leaves unfurled behind him. Spirit tree form, Shinya murmured. The texts of the 13th universe mention this as the universe's primordial energy regulator. Piccolo felt the surge of power within him. Not only could he absorb the black mist, but he could also sense the emotional fluctuations of all life within a 100-mile radius. Yet, this ability came with immense risk. Every absorbed negative emotion left a mark deep within his consciousness. Bulma's monitoring device emitted a shrill alarm. Piccolo, your cellular structure is changing. On the screen, Piccolo's DNA strands were undergoing reorganization, with some cells beginning to exhibit plant-like characteristics. More alarmingly, the absorbed black mist was forming black crystals within him. Gohan activated Scholar Mode, quickly analyzing the data. Theoretically, this form should render you immobile, yet Uncle Piccolo's nervous system is actually evolving. He looked up at Piccolo. Can you control this transformation? Piccolo did not respond immediately. He was undergoing an unprecedented experience. The emotions of every life in the city flowed through his consciousness like a vibrant river. He could discern the dark red of fear, the scarlet of anger, and the deep purple of despair. More astonishingly, he discovered he could reweave these emotional energies, transforming them into healing power. For now, yes, Piccolo's voice deepened and resonated, but this form will continuously deplete my mental strength. Suddenly, Whis appeared among them, his expression unusually grave. Piccolo, you have ventured into forbidden territory. He raised his staff, projecting a holographic image of the universe's birth, a colossal tree spanning galaxies, maintaining the balance of various dimensions. The spirit tree is the universe's original energy regulation system, which was later sealed by the gods due to its inherent dangers. The image shifted to a brutal battle, countless angelic figures destroying the great tree. The Namekians are the descendants of the spirit tree's guardians. The power slumbering within you is something even the Omni King has feared. Piccolo clenched his fists, feeling the energy coursing within him. So these black mists are after the power of the spirit tree. Whis interjected, they seek to seize this ability to disrupt the cosmic balance. As if to affirm Whis's words, the sky suddenly split open, a massive rift appearing. Denser black mists cascaded down, this time coalescing into a blurred humanoid form, with 12 pairs of fractured wings unfurling behind it. At last, "We have found you," the shadow bellowed, the final regulator. The battle erupted in an instant. The shadow's methods of attack surpassed everyone's comprehension. It did not directly assault the body, but rather conjured countless fragments of memory. Piccolo was suddenly confronted with his deepest fears, the explosion of planet Namek, Gohan's demise, and his own regression into the malevolent Demon King. The illusions were so vivid that Piccolo's mental form began to waver. "Uncle Piccolo." Gohan attempted to rush forward to assist, but was restrained by Whis. "This is his battle," the angel stated solemnly. "Only he can conquer the darkness within." Piccolo fell to his knees, the branches and leaves of the tree of spirit starting to wither. Just as he was on the brink of being consumed by the illusions, a wave of warm energy suddenly surged within him. He turned to see Gohan, Bulma, and even ordinary citizens in the distance, all channeling hope into him. These pure emotional energies coalesced into a golden stream of light, dispelling the shadow's illusions. Regaining his footing, Piccolo's mental form underwent a remarkable transformation, with golden flowers blooming amidst the vibrant green foliage, completely purifying the encroaching darkness. He extended his hands, and countless tendrils of light pierced towards the shadows, binding them tightly. "You lowly beings!" The shadow roared in struggle, failing to comprehend the true nature of its adversary. Piccolo disregarded its outburst. The roots of the tree of spirit dug deep into the earth, connecting with the life energy of the entire planet. He felt the joys and sorrows of every being. These emotions flowed within the tree, purifying and ultimately transforming into resplendent light. As the brilliance peaked, the shadow emitted a final, anguished scream before being utterly cleansed. Once the battle concluded, Piccolo returned to his original form, yet a golden line now adorned his forehead. Whis regarded him with a complex expression. "The power of the tree of spirit within you has awakened, signifying that a greater crisis is imminent." Gohan, filled with concern, inquired, "What will happen to Uncle Piccolo?" "He will become a living regulator," Whis explained, "but he must also bear the negative emotions of the entire universe. This is a burden beyond what ordinary beings can endure." Piccolo gazed into the distance, speaking with newfound calmness. "I have long prepared for this awakening. If this is my mission, I shall embrace it." As night fell, Piccolo stood alone atop the highest point of the city. His perception had expanded to encompass the entire planet, with countless emotional fluctuations shimmering like stars in his consciousness. In a fleeting moment, he detected anomalous waves emanating from the depths of the universe, where more shadows were gathering. A new battle was just beginning. Taking a deep breath, the patterns of the tree of spirit shimmered across his skin. He was no longer merely a Namekian warrior. He had become the bond connecting all life. This power was both a blessing and a curse, yet he had no alternative. Chapter 7. A new observer position in the Omni King's palace. Beneath the dome of the Omni King's palace, the projections of the 12 universes slowly rotated, 3 of which were shrouded in an unstable gray mist. The Grand Priest stood at the center of the hall, his pure white robe flowing without wind, as he gazed at the dim star maps, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Since the collapse of the nest of time, the equilibrium of the universe was disintegrating at an alarming rate. "Lord Omni King," the Grand Priest's voice resonated throughout the vast hall. "The current divine authority system can no longer cope with the present crisis." Seated upon the lofty throne, the Omni King swung his legs, his childlike countenance betraying no emotional fluctuation. He emitted a gentle a simple utterance that abruptly diminished the atmospheric pressure within the entire palace. At that moment, complex golden patterns suddenly emerged on the floor. Whis approached, staff in hand, the trail of his staff creating flowing light. "Forgive my frankness," the angel's voice remained gentle. "Perhaps we need to dismantle some entrenched rules." Beerus followed closely behind Whis, his purple cat ears perked in suspicion. "What are you scheming? Allowing mortals to dictate the fate of the universe?" The Grand Priest raised a hand, projecting holographic records of recent crises. Piccolo, in his tree of spirit form, nearly lost control while consuming negative energy. Bulma's quantum communication experiment inadvertently connected to forbidden realms. Gohan's interdimensional disciple was exhibiting energy manifestation techniques that were rewriting the laws of physics. "None of this was within our expectations," the Grand Priest concluded, retracting the images. "The existing divine hierarchy has blind spots. We need to establish new positions, independent of angels and not beholden to destroyers, capable of examining the balance of the universe from a fresh perspective." Suddenly, the Omni King floated down from his throne, hovering before the Grand Priest. Within his seemingly innocent eyes, the primordial light of the universe flickered. "Interesting," the Omni King's voice took on a deeper tone. "Let's see how this unfolds." News swiftly spread across the 12 universes. When Goku arrived at the Omni King's palace via instant transmission, he found extraordinary beings gathered from various universes, Zamasu from Universe 10 attended as an observer, his gaze still brimming with disdain. Hit from Universe 6 leaned against a pillar, ever poised for battle. Even a representative from the remnants of Universe 13, their translucent forms radiating a ghostly blue light. What is this all about? Goku scratched his head, glancing at Vegeta, who stood beside Whis. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. I heard they're selecting some kind of observer. How dull. Strength is everything. The Grand Priest gestured for silence. He unfurled a scroll shimmering with starlight. There will be 7 observer positions, endowed with the authority to supervise the Divine Authority's operations and propose amendments to the rules. However, his gaze swept across everyone present. They must also bear the responsibility of maintaining the balance of the universe. The selection process proved unexpectedly simple, yet ruthless. The Grand Priest conjured a miniature cosmic model at the center of the hall, allowing the candidates to showcase their philosophies on maintaining balance. The first to step forward was the schemer Quincy from Universe 4, who proposed imposing absolute order upon all life, only to watch the model collapse in an instant. Balance is not control. The Grand Priest gently shook his head. When it was Goku's turn, he scratched his head again. I think we should just let everyone grow stronger freely. The model burst into radiant light, but soon fissured due to excess energy. Whis sighed. Excessive freedom can also disrupt balance. Most surprising was Vegeta's performance. When it was his turn, the proud Saiyan prince paused for a moment, then declared, balance is not a static state, but a dynamic harmony achieved through constant conflict. Within his model, celestial bodies began to collide in a rhythmic pattern, each impact forming a new stable structure. A flicker of approval crossed the Grand Priest's eyes. Ultimately, the 7 selected observers included sages from advanced civilizations and warriors like Vegeta, who had grasped the path of balance through combat. Most astonishingly, Starry Night, Gohan's interdimensional disciple, was among them. This is unreasonable. Beerus slammed his hand down. What does a mere brat have to offer? Simply that he has mastered the essence of energy manifestation. Whis quietly explained, and he possesses the bloodline of Universe 13, providing us with an entirely unfamiliar perspective. The new observer positions were established on the eastern side of the Omni King's palace, with 7 floating crystal seats encircling the central cosmic model. Before each observer hovered a prism capable of displaying the status of the 12 universes in real time. Starry Night curiously touched the prism, and a deluge of information flooded his consciousness. This is overwhelming. His face paled as he truly grasped the weight of the responsibility required to maintain the balance of the universe. Vegeta, meanwhile, focused intently on the prism depicting Universe 7, where Piccolo was currently battling a new wave of emotional turmoil. It seems this position is not for mere enjoyment, he scoffed, yet his demeanor had grown serious. As the observers became accustomed to their responsibilities, the grand hall suddenly trembled violently. An unprecedented alarm flashed frantically on the main screen of the Omni King system, signaling that a being beyond comprehension was attempting to breach the dimensional barriers at the very edge of the universe. The urgency was palpable. The Grand Priest's expression turned grave. Addressing the observers, this is your first trial. In that moment, the crystalline throne of Starry Night extended countless strands of light, connecting with the other 6 observers. Their consciousness synchronized in a remarkable manner, allowing 7 distinct modes of thought to collaboratively analyze the impending crisis. Vegeta's instinct for battle, Starry Night's knowledge of dimensions, and the precise calculations of the Wise One from Universe 4 complemented each other flawlessly, swiftly outlining the invader's energy structure on the main screen. Recommend initiating the Omni King Defense Protocol Delta, the observers spoke in unison. The Omni King blinked, gently clapping his small hands. The threat of invasion dissipated under absolute power. Yet all understood that this was merely the beginning. With the establishment of the observers' seats, the Divine Authority system had quietly transformed. In the days to come, this new balance mechanism would face further challenges, and its success or failure would determine the fate of the entire multiverse. Chapter 8. Vegeta develops the Crimson Destruction form. Within the gravity chamber, Vegeta knelt, drenched in blood, as purple destruction energy surged violently across his body. Ever since becoming an observer, he had perceived the impending crisis more clearly than anyone else. The alarm system of the Omni King's palace detected a gathering force of energy beyond the level of a god of destruction at the dark fringes of the 7th universe. Not enough, Vegeta muttered, wiping the blood from his lips as he forced his energy to rise once more. The purple energy of destruction clashed violently with the blue energy of the Saiyan within him, each collision feeling as though his insides were being torn apart. The monitoring system emitted a piercing alarm, indicating that his cells were deteriorating at an alarming rate. Fool! Destruction energy cannot be wielded in this manner. Beerus's voice crackled through the communicator. However, Vegeta had already severed the connection. He understood better than anyone that conventional training methods were no longer sufficient. 3 days prior, during the observer meeting, Starry Night had presented a memory projection from the debris of Universe 13. The Dark Kaishin was assembling an army composed of conceptual beings. Most terrifyingly, these entities were immune to conventional destruction energy. A more pure form of annihilation is required. The thought flashed through Vegeta's mind. He recalled the murals he had seen in the hyperbolic time chamber, where the original gods of destruction did not wield purple energy, but rather the crimson power that consumed the essence of life itself. Sweat transformed into beads of blood under the 400 times gravity. Vegeta began to reverse the flow of energy within his body, engaging in a forbidden technique that even Whis had warned against attempting. The purple destruction energy was forcibly compressed back into his heart, replaced by the life energy extracted from the depths of his cells. With a heart-wrenching scream, Vegeta's skin began to crack, blood levitating rather than dripping, gradually vaporizing into a mist of crimson. His hair shifted from black to dark red, then to a blinding scarlet. As the last trace of purple energy was transformed, the gravity chamber suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The monitoring screens displayed 0 readings. Not because he had ceased releasing energy, but because this new form of energy had surpassed the instrument's measuring capabilities. Vegeta slowly lifted his gaze, and his pupils morphed into 2 crimson vertical slits. Merely exhaling caused the walls of the gravity chamber to begin disintegrating. This was not destruction, but a more primal, more violent erasure. When Whis instantaneously arrived, the gravity chamber had already been reduced to fundamental particles floating in space. Vegeta floated amidst the ruins, surrounded by crimson lightning. "What have you done?" Whis's expression was more serious than ever. Vegeta's voice turned low and hoarse, a necessary act. He raised his hand, and a beam of scarlet light streaked across the cosmos, silently obliterating a distant dead star, not destroyed, but utterly erased from the fabric of existence. Whis's staff immediately deployed a protective shield. "Cease at once. That energy is consuming your life." The angel's eyes clearly perceived that Vegeta's lifespan was depleting at an astonishing rate. Yet, Vegeta merely chuckled coldly. "The duty of an observer is to safeguard balance, is it not?" He suddenly turned toward a void in space. "Come forth. I know you are watching." The space shattered like glass, revealing 3 messengers of the Dark Kaishin. They had effortlessly withstood Beerus's destruction energy before, but now their faces were unmistakably filled with fear. "Crimson destruction, this is impossible." The lead messenger's voice trembled, the forbidden power of the original gods of destruction. The battle concluded swiftly. Vegeta didn't even move. He simply lifted a finger, and the 3 messengers vanished as if erased by an eraser. However, this overwhelming victory only deepened Whis's concern. He noticed Vegeta's hair turning visibly white. Upon returning to the observer hall, the other members were astonished by Vegeta's transformation. Starry Night, with energy vision, perceived something even more dreadful. "Lord Vegeta, your soul is burning." Vegeta disregarded the team's pleas. Striding directly toward the holographic star map, "The army of the Dark Kaishin will arrive at the 7th universe's borders in 72 hours. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness. "Conventional combat power stands no chance." Goku attempted to step forward, but was repelled by the crimson energy radiating from Vegeta. "Kakarot, do not interfere this time." Vegeta displayed a smile that was nearly sinister. "This is my choice." That night, Bulma discovered a terrifying truth through monitoring devices. With each use of the crimson destruction energy, a portion of Vegeta's DNA chain fractured. Worse yet, this damage could not be repaired with Dragon Balls, for it constituted a loss of the most fundamental essence of existence. "You madman," Bulma cried through the communicator. "At this rate, you will." "I know the consequences," Vegeta interrupted her, his gaze unnaturally calm. "But I have seen 7,821 possible futures reflected in the observer prism. Only this form can resolve the crisis without alarming higher dimensional beings." The decisive battle unfolded at the universe's edge. As the Dark Kaishin personally led the conceptual army, what he saw was a solitary figure. Vegeta's crimson form had evolved into its complete state. His skin adorned with blood-red patterns, his hair transformed into a flowing embodiment of energy, leaving burning footprints in the void with each step. "Pitiful Saiyan," the Dark Kaishin sneered. "Do you think borrowing the power of the original will allow you to?" Before he could finish, Vegeta appeared before him. There were no elaborate moves, merely a straightforward punch. Yet, within that punch resided the absolute destruction earned from Vegeta's sacrifice of life. An unhealable void manifested in the chest of the Dark Kaishin, his existence gradually being erased. "This is impossible. I am immortal." The Dark Kaishin gazed in terror at his vanishing arm. Vegeta's hair had completely turned white. Yet his gaze remained sharp. "Nothing is truly immortal." With one final strike, he pierced the heart of the dark Kaioshin, the crimson energy spreading like a virus, erasing the entire conceptual army. By the time Goku and the others arrived, the battle had already concluded. Vegeta knelt on one knee in the void, his body beginning to turn transparent. Whis attempted to heal him with angelic power, only to find, in horror, that he could not prevent this dissolution. For it was not an injury, but the very essence of existence fading away. Enough. Vegeta halted the futile efforts of the crowd. He cast a rare, sincere smile at Goku. Kakarot, this time, victory is mine. In the final moment before complete dissolution, Vegeta encapsulated a surge of crimson energy within a crystal and tossed it to Starry Night. Study it, but do not repeat my mistakes. As the seventh seat in the observer's hall shattered automatically, the Omni King's palace sank into an extended silence. The blood-red crystal in Starry Night's hand faintly glimmered, as if narrating the indomitable spirit of a proud warrior in his final moments. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the seventh universe, an unfamiliar red star quietly ignited, bearing witness to the conclusion and rebirth of a legend. Chapter 9. The depths of the galactic prison exposed. Irregular tremors emanated from the lowest level of the galactic prison, nearly toppling the patrolling galactic officer, Gak. He straightened his crooked helmet, his eyes fixated on the energy readings on the monitor, cold sweat trickling down his green skin. What nonsense! This fluctuation has surpassed the level of a destroyer. Simultaneously, in the training grounds of the destroyer realm, Beerus suddenly opened his eyes. The sphere of destruction energy in his hand exploded uncontrollably, leveling the entire training area. This sensation, his purple pupils contracted to thin slits. It was the awakening of an ancient seal. Whis's staff floated into view, the crystal ball reflecting the structural diagram of the galactic prison. The area that should have been shrouded in darkness now pulsated rhythmically with crimson light. It seems our young friends have stirred a hornet's nest. The angel's tone remained lighthearted, yet his fingers tightened around the staff. By the time Goku arrived via instant transmission, 12 fleets of universe patrol ships had already gathered around the galactic prison. The prison itself, a mechanical planet with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers, underwent terrifying transformations, its metallic shell contorting as if kneaded by an invisible hand, allowing countless prisoners to escape through the cracks. Where's Vegeta? Goku grasped Gak's shoulder, inquiring urgently. He entered the core area with a special operations team, Gak replied, gesturing towards the crumbling entrance of the prison. But communication was cut off 10 minutes ago, now inside. Before he could finish, a dark golden beam suddenly pierced through the prison's outer shell. Goku sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. It was Vegeta's destroyer form, yet intertwined with an ancient, more violent essence. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the depths of the prison, having traversed 17 layers of protective barriers. Goku was taken aback by the sight before him. The space at the bottom of the prison was far more vast than it appeared from the outside. There were no metallic walls, only a flowing cage of dark matter. Thousands of cells floated in the void, each surface etched with the ancient script of the first angels. Kakarot, look above. Vegeta's voice roared from overhead. Goku looked up, his pupils narrowing in shock. At the center of the prison's dome floated a crystalline coffin entwined with 12 divine chains. The figure sleeping within wore armor starkly different from that of the modern Supreme Kai, with 7 miniature cosmic models embedded in its forehead. The first Supreme Kai. Whis's voice suddenly resonated from behind. I never imagined they truly existed. Vegeta landed beside Goku, his battlesuit severely damaged, his right arm marked with peculiar black scorch marks. These cages absorb destructive energy. He gritted his teeth. My attacks only strengthened the seal. Whis's staff tapped the ground lightly, angelic power transforming into luminous butterflies that fluttered towards the crystalline coffin. Just as the light butterflies were about to make contact, the 12 divine chains sprang to life, morphing into grotesque metallic serpents that lunged at them. Vegeta's destructive energy blast was devoured by the giant serpents, and Goku instantly activated his Ultra Instinct form, his silver hair dancing wildly in the storm of dark matter. This is no ordinary seal. Whis retreated swiftly, his staff drawing a defensive barrier in the air. The chains bear the mark of the Omni King. Amid the chaos, a shard from a shattered chain grazed Goku's cheek. The moment blood fell, an abrupt transformation occurred. The flow of time at the prison's bottom slowed by 1,000-fold. In the near stillness of time and space, the crystalline coffin slowly opened, and the eyes of the first Supreme Kai snapped open. Those were eyes beyond description. The left eye was a continuously collapsing micro-black hole, while the right shimmered with the brilliance of the universe's explosion. His gaze swept over the crowd, and everyone froze in place, even Whis's fingertips suspended in midair. At last, the variable has arrived. The voice of the first Supreme Kai echoed directly in their consciousness. He raised a finger. and the bottom of the prison began to collapse in reverse. The dark matter cages erupted one after another, and the anguished souls of ancient prisoners surged into reality. The first to regain movement was Whis. The angel's wings erupted in unprecedented brilliance, and the crystal atop his staff began to operate beyond its capacity. "You should not awaken at this moment." Whis's voice carried an unusual severity. "Please return to your eternal slumber." The first Supreme Kai chuckled lightly, the cosmic model on his forehead projecting a holographic image of the modern Supreme Kai, Shin, confronting the dark Supreme Kai. "You have no idea what you are guarding." His fingertips coalesced into energy spheres of 12 distinct colors. The Omni King system is merely the key holder of a prison. Suddenly, Vegeta broke free from the temporal confinement, igniting his crimson destructive form once more. This time, his attack was not merely destructive but infused with the temporal slashing power of the angels. The first Supreme Kai finally displayed a look of surprise. "You have actually touched that taboo." Seizing the moment of their clash, Whis swiftly initiated a temporal transfer. Upon their return to the Omni King's palace, they found the entire divine realm trembling. The Grand Minister stood before the cosmic model. 6 out of 12 universes had already transformed into perilous shades of deep red. The worst prophecy had come true. The Grand Minister raised his hand to reveal a live feed of the galactic prison, which had become a colossal vortex of energy. The first Supreme Kai was drawing a transparent substance from the center of the vortex. He was collecting the dust of origin, the fundamental particles constituting the first universe. Suddenly, the modern Supreme Kai, Shin, appeared in the hall without warning. His state was extraordinarily peculiar. The left half of his body was crystallizing, while the right half fluctuated between solid and ethereal forms. "He is calling all Supreme Kais," Shin struggled to articulate. "Our divine essences are fragments of his." Whis immediately initiated a purification spell, but Shin's crystallization only accelerated. Just before he fully transformed into a statue, he exerted his last strength to utter a key piece of information. "The galactic prison is the first Omni King's palace." The Omni King suddenly levitated from his throne, his childlike visage revealing a grave expression for the first time. He reached out to touch Shin's statue, and the entire Omni King's palace abruptly shifted into another form, the walls shedding their disguise to unveil a metallic structure inscribed with ancient runes. Only at that moment did they realize that the architectural style of the Omni King's palace bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the crystal coffin at the depths of the galactic prison. The game is about to restart. The voice of the Omni King was no longer juvenile. It resonated with the weight of the ages. A cosmic model similar to that of the first Supreme Kai emerged from his forehead, and the entire divine realm began to release the energy that had been sealed away. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, both sensing an unprecedented tremor. The truth of this battle was unraveling the most primordial secrets of the universe. What they guarded against was perhaps merely the reflection of the same existence at different epochs. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of the galactic prison, the first Supreme Kai had gathered the final remnants of the dust of origin, his laughter echoing through the collapsing cosmos. "Let us reboot this flawed world." Chapter 10. The Discovery of the Cosmic Seed Embryo. In Bulma's laboratory, 17 holographic screens flickered with crimson light simultaneously. She slumped in her swivel chair, the energy drink can in her hand crumpling with a crackling sound. The quantum model suspended above the monitoring station is revealing astonishing data, manifesting a bizarre symmetry in the distribution of dark matter across the entire 7th universe, as if an invisible hand were simultaneously painting on both ends of the star map. "This is inconceivable." She trembles as she presents the nebula map of the Great Fairy Galaxy, where thousands of stars are arranged in a perfect Klein bottle structure. Such a topological form, transcending three-dimensional space, could never have occurred naturally. Just as she prepares to contact Whis, the laboratory floor suddenly becomes transparent. 3,000 meters beneath the Capsule Corporation, a long-sealed warehouse automatically opens, revealing a dusty spherical device within, Dr. Gero's abandoned prototype of an artificial universe from 2 decades ago. At this moment, the metallic sphere emits an eerie blue glow, with geometric patterns emerging on its surface that perfectly align with the nebula map. As Gohan rushes into the laboratory with Starry Night, he finds Bulma slumped beside the levitating elevator. The underground warehouse has activated itself. She points to the holographic map, where the energy readings are fluctuating wildly. That direction leads to the ruins of planet Vegeta. In the depths of space, as he trains, Vegeta suddenly feels a violent spasm in his heart. Now back to his normal state, the scar from the crimson destruction form on his right arm begins to glow. Before him appears a strange hallucination. Countless Saiyan warriors kneeling before a golden giant egg, the patterns flowing over its shell mirroring those detected by Bulma's monitoring. "Kakarot." He bellows into the communicator. "Immediately head to coordinates K, 7-star region." When Goku instantaneously arrives, a shiver runs through him at the sight before him. Instead of the remnants of planet Vegeta that should have been floating in this star region, a golden giant egg, larger than the moon, now hovers. Its shell is not solid but comprised of layers of folded spacetime, each pulse causing the nearby stars to exhibit a blue shift phenomenon. This object, Goku instinctively enters his Ultra Instinct form, absorbing the time flow of the entire galaxy. Suddenly, Vegeta's detector erupts with sparks. He rips off the malfunctioning device, his pupils reflecting the increasingly clear patterns on the egg's surface, unmistakably resembling the creation egg from ancient Saiyan legends. In the myths he heard as a child, the first Super Saiyan God was born from such an egg. Whis and the Grand Priest arrive almost simultaneously. The angel's staff emits a piercing wail upon touching the spacetime folds, and cracks spread across the surface of the crystal ball. This is not a creation of our era. The Grand Priest's voice loses its usual composure. It emanates the aura of the previous Omni King. As if in response to his words, the giant egg suddenly emits a golden beam that pierces a distant neutron star. Instead of exploding, the struck celestial body vanishes as if erased by an eraser on a pencil drawing. More terrifyingly, everyone distinctly feels that the concept of existence has been obliterated there. Not just the matter, but the very history of that space has been erased. The seed of the universe. Whis's staff illuminates with repair runes, the embryo that legend states only appears during the cyclical replacement of each universe, containing the fundamental laws of the next era. Starry Night suddenly clutches his head in agony, his energy uncontrollably manifesting, sketching horrifying images in the void. 12 original Kaioshins kneeling in reverence around the giant egg, holding the shredded robes of the Omni King. Is this a memory recall? Gohan steadies the trembling disciple. The analytical results from his scholar mode reveal that Starry Night's genetic chain is resonating with the giant egg, and patterns identical to the shell emerge in the iris of his right eye. Vegeta's scar suddenly bursts forth with red light, and before anyone can react, his body is drawn towards the giant egg. The crimson destructive energy instinctively protects its master, yet upon contact with the egg's shell, it becomes as docile as a fledgling returning to its nest. The moment his palm touches the spacetime folds, all sentient beings within the 7th universe simultaneously hear a heartbeat. It has chosen the Saiyan bloodline as its vessel. The Grand Priest unfolds a defensive barrier to prevent others from approaching. As Vegeta begins to receive the inherited memories of the cosmic embryo, Goku's communicator suddenly blares with Bulma's scream. The atmospheric composition of Earth is changing. The oxygen content is being replaced with a primordial mix of gases. Whis's staff traces complex 12-dimensional equations in the air, the angel's complexion turning pale. Not just Earth. All civilized planets are regressing in their evolutionary processes. The seed of the universe is rebooting the ecosystem in preparation for the next era. A torrent of information explodes into Vegeta's mind. He witnesses the ultimate truth of the universe. The so-called Omni King system is merely the chosen administrators of the former cosmic seed. And at the end of each era, a new cosmic seed births a new overseer. However, this time an anomaly has occurred. The embryo, which was supposed to awaken in 3 billion years, has awakened prematurely. Because of our interference, Vegeta whispers deep within his consciousness. He sees the truth behind the rebellion of the original Kaioshins, who discovered the cycles of the universe and sought to attain eternal existence by controlling the embryo. The giant egg suddenly cracks, golden liquid surging forth, coalescing into the forms of 12 keys in the vacuum. Starry Night uncontrollably flies towards one of the keys. At the moment of contact, his right arm crystallizes, the stored energy causing the seals of the entire galactic prison to begin to crumble. Stop him. The Grand Priest reveals a rare look of panic. Those keys can unlock the forbidden arsenal of the previous civilization. Goku instantaneously appears before Starry Night, but his Ultra Instinct silver hair is suppressed by the keys emanating waves. In a critical moment, Vegeta extracts crucial information from the inherited memories. The crimson destructive energy transforms into chains that bind all the keys. Kakarot, smash the egg. The true core is within. His voice is abruptly cut off. Countless tendrils of light extend from within the giant egg, effortlessly penetrating Vegeta's defenses. In the fleeting moment before consciousness fades, Vegeta injects crimson energy into Goku. Use this to merge with Ultra Instinct. Goku's body erupts with a radiant blend of gold and silver. The energy fluctuations generated by his new form resonate with the seed of the universe. As he throws a punch at the egg shell, the entire flow of time within the 7th universe halts for a brief moment. At the instant the shell shatters, what is revealed is not a newborn universe, but the curled skeleton of a giant. 12 golden keys are embedded in the skeleton's chest, each key linked to the causal chains of different universes. Suddenly, Whis's staff disintegrates on its own, transforming into streams of light that merge into the skeleton. The divine power of the angel is, in fact, a fragment of this very skeleton. It turns out the Grand Priest chuckles ruefully as he dissipates into points of light, are merely incomplete projections. The entire Omni King Palace begins to collapse, the barriers of the 12 universes simultaneously crumbling. At the core of the seed of the universe, the figure of the original Kaioshin slowly materializes, holding the last key pulled from the skeleton. Thank you for awakening it ahead of time. Now, the true Omni King is about to return. Goku and Vegeta exchange a glance amidst the turbulent energy, both charging towards the key that pierces through the epochs. Behind them, Bulma activates the emergency protocol. The unexpectedly activated artificial universe device is absorbing the energy overflowing from the seed of the universe, gradually unfolding into a miniature parallel universe. This crisis, which should have led to the world's destruction, may very well become the final spark for the salvation of all life. Chapter 1. The Archangel convenes an emergency meeting. Whis stands before the time corridor of the Angel City, his fingertips brushing against the fading murals. Those ancient pigments depicting the scenes of the ancient angelic council are continuously flaking away, revealing beneath them blood-red new patterns, silhouettes of the 12 Omni Kings bound in chains. His azure pupils narrow slightly. This marks the third time he has seen the ominous signs in the mural. What is destined to come will ultimately arrive. Makarita's voice echoed from behind, as the divine staff held by the angel of the 9th universe radiated an unsettling pulsating light. I had just arrived from the 6th universe, where the stars were collectively collapsing into miniature black holes, not due to natural decay, but forcibly compressed by an unknown power. As the two exchanged glances, the exclusive communication frequency of all angels was abruptly intercepted. The commanding voice of the Angel of Angels resonated imperiously within their consciousness. Proceed immediately to the Origin Sanctuary. The Omni King system is entering the countdown to its final protocol. Upon Whis' instant teleportation to the Origin Sanctuary, he was taken aback by how astonishingly similar this legendary holy site was to the lower structural layers of the galactic prison. In the vast circular hall, 12 crystalline thrones floated, each adorned with the emblem of its corresponding universe. What sent a shiver down his spine was the resonance vibrating through all the angel staffs, as though they were welcoming the arrival of some supreme entity. 7,000 years had passed, and he never anticipated their reunion would manifest in such a manner. The angel of the 10th universe, Kusu, gently caressed her staff, which bore cracks, while beneath her throne lay vaporizing fragments of time and space. Suddenly, a black obsidian round table composed of dark matter rose in the center of the hall. The figure of the Angel of Angels flickered between quantum states and physical form, eluding even Whis' attempts to pinpoint its true location. Observational data indicated that the entropy reduction rate across the 12 universes had surpassed the critical threshold. The voice of the Angel of Angels echoed with the resonance of multiple universes. 37 minutes ago, the god of time from the 5th universe confirmed that over 600 parallel timelines had been forcibly merged. Without warning, the wings of the 2nd universe angel, Sava, unfurled into combat mode. Is it the contamination from the remnants of the 13th universe? Far worse, the Angel of Angels replied, projecting a holographic image that revealed records of Vegeta battling in a scarlet destructive form. The Saiyan had inadvertently triggered the stress mechanism of the seed of the universe, resulting in the residual commands of the previous Omni King beginning to overwrite the existing system. Makarita's staff suddenly displayed the current state of the 9th universe, where all the Kais had entered a crystallized state, their divine energy flowing through a quantum entanglement network towards unknown coordinates. Whis promptly accessed data from the 7th universe, discovering that the same phenomenon was occurring, albeit temporarily suppressed by the artificial universe device created by Bulma. What is the existing solution? The angel of the 12th universe, Mojito, inquired coldly as mechanical components floated and reassembled around his throne. The round table before the Angel of Angels split open, revealing 12 hourglasses flowing with liquid time. The Omni King system presented its final contingency plan to initiate the seeding protocol, compressing existing civilizations into informational seeds to be re-evolved once the new era commenced. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Whis observed as the hand of the 4th universe angel, Conic, stealthily approached the core of his staff, an instinctive defensive gesture in the face of lethal threat. This was tantamount to admitting our failure. For the first time, the angel of the 8th universe, Ligil, spoke, his voice resonating like the roar of colliding galaxies. I propose to awaken the power of the forbidden chapters. Several staffs pointed accusingly at Ligil. The tip of Makarita's weapon coalesced with supernova-level energy. You are fully aware that this is expressly forbidden by the First Council. The First Council also prohibited us from interfering with the progression of civilizations, Ligil retorted with a cold smirk, unfurling his wings to reveal feathers etched with anti-angel runes. Look at the current outcome. Humanity and Saiyans have thrown the universe into chaos, yet we are to bear the cost of their reboot? In a flash, Whis thrust his staff into the center of the round table, freezing the impending conflict. There is a compromise, he proposed, accessing data from Bulma's laboratory. The humans of the 7th universe have created independent miniature universes, which could serve as seeds of civilization. You have violated the rules. Whis, the angel of angels, materialized suddenly, placing a hand on Whis's shoulder. The power capable of tearing apart galaxies instantly pierced through the angel's form. Privately redeeming a single civilization is a grave offense. Silver blood trickled from the corner of Whis's mouth. Yet he maintained his composure. But your decision not to destroy that device immediately indicates that this is also within the calculations of the Omni King system, is it not? At that moment, an anomaly occurred. The 12 universe emblems, which had been suspended at the ceiling of the hall, suddenly plummeted, transforming into a physical array of weapons. The wings of the 5th universe angel, Avamo, were pierced by his own emblem's lance, and the sacred blood splattered upon the obsidian round table, emitting a corrosive hissing sound. Detected traitorous elements. The voice of the angel of angels shifted into a mechanized synthetic tone, activating the purge protocol. Mojito's staff suddenly disassembled and reformed into a massive cannon aimed at the angel of angels. He is no longer the original. This is the purging mechanism of the Omni King system. The entire Origin sanctuary began to collapse, forcing the angels into a chaotic melee. Amidst dodging attacks, Whis caught a crucial detail. Upon contact with the round table, each angel's blood revealed corresponding universe models. And at the core of the 7th universe's model flickered Bulma's artificial universe device. They are not purging us, Whis realized, parrying an assault from Conic. They are collecting energy to initiate the process. All angels are fuel for the seeding protocol. Suddenly, Makarita screamed as her staff uncontrollably plunged into her own chest. Silver blood gushed forth like a waterfall towards the round table, instantly illuminating the model of the 9th universe. One by one, the other angels fell victim to the same fate, horrified to discover their bodies were being digitized. Whis, hurry, Kusu shouted, throwing her staff core towards the initial source before her complete dissolution. Whis grasped the pulsating crystal, instantly deciphering the stored coordinate data within. Just before the Origin sanctuary sealed completely, he transformed into a streak of light, breaking through the encirclement. Behind him came the final proclamation of the Angel of Angels. The seeding protocol is entering its final phase. The 12 universes will reboot in 23 minutes. When Whis returned to the 7th universe, gravely injured, he discovered that the flow of time across the entire universe had become anomalous. On Earth, Bulma was uploading human consciousness into the artificial universe, while Goku and Vegeta stood before the crumbling seed of the universe, preparing for a final gamble. 20 minutes remain. Though his wings were only half intact, Whis elegantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, asking, "Tell me, do you wish to be the tombstones of the old era or the sinners of the new world?" Vegeta's scarlet energy surged once more, ripping apart the shell of the seed of the universe. "I choose the third path." Within the seed of the universe, the skeletal remains of the first Omni King opened their eyes. Chapter 2. Gotenks unlocks stable fusion. The air in the gravity training room trembled. Beads of sweat from Gotenks' forehead suspended in midair, refracting the energy beams from all directions. This six-dimensional training ground, specially crafted by Bulma, was currently simulating the extreme conditions of the universe's initial explosion. The fusion earrings of the young warrior emitted a piercing alarm. The countdown on the holographic screen glaringly displaying 002957. Just 3 seconds short. Trunks' consciousness cried out from within the fusion. He could distinctly feel every cell lamenting. The fusion energy dissipating like a deflating balloon. Goten's voice quivered with desperation. "I really thought we could make it this time." Suddenly, the entire training room was engulfed in a crimson alarm. Bulma's holographic image flickered in quantum foam. "Children, the radiation waves from the seed of the universe are breaching the dimensional barrier." Behind her, the monitoring screens displayed the borders of the 7th universe curling into a Klein bottle structure, countless galaxies vanishing like sparkling grains of sand sucked into a vortex. Gotenks' fusion form suddenly convulsed violently, the earrings bursting forth with unprecedented brilliance. The two consciousnesses, on the verge of separation, were forcibly bonded by a higher dimensional power. The countdown screen's numbers began to wildly fluctuate. 003000, 003500, 004000. What is happening? Trunks discovered that he could simultaneously perceive the fluctuations of 6 parallel timelines. Goten suddenly erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Look at my finger." He raised his right hand, where the tip was no longer enveloped in ordinary flames, but rather in a tangible flow of time, with silvery strands of energy oscillating, depicting the birth and destruction of celestial bodies. The outer wall of the training room crumbled with a thunderous roar, and Whis, battered and bruised, fell into the void. His angelic wings, tattered and stained with crystallized divine blood, bore a broken staff, now reduced to a mere half. There was no time to explain. His voice, for the first time, lost its composure. Utilize your new forms to reach the origin of time. There lies the first generation of fusion warriors. Before he could finish his words, Whis' form abruptly dissipated into data, leaving only a half of a shimmering earring suspended in the air. Instinctively, Gotenks grasped the earring, and in an instant, a torrent of memories from countless fusion warriors surged into him. He witnessed the primordial moments of the 12 universes, where the original Supreme Kais performed a forbidden ritual to merge two star systems, thus creating the first stable universe. The radiative waves of the cosmic seed pierced through the six-dimensional barrier, initiating a dimensional collapse of the training room. In a critical moment, Gotenks seized the dimensional stabilizer developed by Bulma, and the azure flames suddenly glimmered with dark golden patterns. As his palm brushed the edge of the time rift, the quantum tunnel, which should have taken 30 seconds to traverse, completed its leap in the blink of an eye. The origin of time was far from the desolation one might imagine. Instead, it brimmed with a seething sea of creation energy. Here, Gotenks observed thousands of versions of himself engaged in battles across various timelines, some confronting the Dark King, others mending cosmic rifts, and many torn asunder by crimson tides of antimatter. Finally, it has arrived. A raspy voice emerged from the sea of energy as the specter of the first generation of fusion warriors gradually materialized. His form was composed of entangled particles of time and space. The left half resembled that of the Saiyans' first king, while the right half bore the features of the Grand Elder of Namek. Stable fusion is not merely a continuation of time, the specter pointed towards Gotenks' forehead, but rather an ascension into a higher dimension of existence. In a violent surge of pain, Gotenks' consciousness was torn asunder. Trunks' essence plunged into the microscopic quantum realm, witnessing the dance of the fundamental forces of the universe, while Goten's essence ascended into the macroscopic dimension, observing the 12 universes floating like bubbles in the sea of emptiness. As they reassembled, the alarm of the fusion earring transformed into a prolonged resonance, and the holographic countdown vanished completely. It was not breaking through limits, but rather the fusion itself had become a normalized existence. Be cautious, Goten's intuition suddenly screamed. The tendrils of the cosmic seed pierced through the sea of time, and the projection of the first king manifested in the void. Every pore of his being exuded streams of formatted reality codes, causing the surrounding time and space to degrade into mere black and white particles. Gotenks instinctively raised his hand to defend, only to realize that the barrier he constructed was no ordinary shield. Countless ethereal warriors from parallel timelines arrayed behind him, each unleashing their ultimate techniques. Super Saiyan 3 Kamehameha, Crimson Destructive Blasts, and even Whis' angelic barrier, all of which, in this stable fusion field, perfectly overlapped despite their inherent incompatibility. The formatting tendrils of the first king shattered amidst the energy storm, producing a piercing shriek akin to data corruption. Seizing the moment, Gotenks pressed his palms together, and the energy sea of the origin of time was upheaved, transforming into a spiral spear traversing all dimensions. This strike not only rent the projection of the cosmic seed, but also left an everlasting rift upon the sea of emptiness. Upon Gotenks' return to the realm of reality, Bulma's laboratory was engulfed in crimson alarms. The core of the artificial universe device was overloaded, and Trunks' form was in the process of quantum dissipation. Quickly, disengage the fusion, Bulma screamed, frantically manipulating the control panel. Your stable field is interfering. No need. Gotenks' voice resonated with duality as he pressed his hand upon the surface of the artificial universe. The miniature universe, on the brink of collapse, suddenly unfolded into a dazzling star map, reconstituting Trunks' quantum body. More astonishingly, all the galaxies consumed by the cosmic seed began to resurrect within this star map. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy suddenly rained down, yet upon contact with Gotenks' stable field, it flowed gently as a stream. Kakarot, your son. His gaze, complex and tinged with rare pride. Goku's ultra instinct form stepped forth from the void, dark golden patterns flickering upon his silver hair. It seems we need to adjust our training direction. In the distant ruins of the King of All's palace, the remains of the first king slowly rose. As he gazed towards the direction of Universe 7, the flames of creation burning in his eye sockets flickered erratically. Within the myriad of possible futures intertwining, there existed an eternally radiant point of fusion, rewriting the predetermined cycles of the universe. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Time-Space Management Bureau. A rift in time twisted into the shape of an eye above the ruins of the galactic prison. And the energy manifestation device in Xingye's hand suddenly went haywire. The iris of his right eye revealed the unique spiral patterns of Universe 13. As the quantum communication tower under repair became stained with an eerie dark purple hue. Something is approaching. Before he could finish, the entire tower abruptly collapsed into two-dimensional space, rendered immobile as though pressed into a pencil sketch on paper. 12 diamond-shaped warships emerged from the rift, their surfaces flowing with non-Euclidean light patterns. Gohan's scholar mode activated, only to crash from information overload, blood seeping from his nostrils. He had never encountered such technology. The ships, seemingly suspended in midair, imparted an oppressive sensation that felt more real than reality itself. This is the Time-Space Management Bureau, 7th Division, executing official duties. A mechanical voice resonated from every molecular vibration, the very air serving as an amplifier. A beam of light descended from the lead warship, instantly crystallizing Xingye's body, sealing him in an amber-like state. His energy manifestations struggled to dissipate in the air, emitting a silent lament. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy orb refracted bizarrely upon contact with the warship's surface, striking a distant mountain instead. This is not a shield, which restrained Vegeta's charged arm. They are altering the causal laws of this space. Suddenly, Bulma's laboratory was inundated with a deluge of garbled code, and holographic screens displayed never-before-seen warning symbols. The dimensional stabilizer she invented began to operate in reverse, folding the space within 100 miles into a Mobius strip structure. They are extracting the narrative authority of this universe. Bulma screamed, smashing the main console, but the codes had already infiltrated the core data layer of Earth. Goku attempted to instantaneously teleport, only to be rebounded, his ultra-instinct silver hair now speckled with fragments of time and space. The entire solar system has been trapped within a Klein bottle. He wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth. These bastards are manipulating reality, as if it were mere programming. The belly of the Time-Space Management Bureau's warship opened its hatch, and a squad of enforcers clad in streamlined armor emerged, their features obscured by quantum mist. Their voices echoed like the overlapping resonance of countless parallel universes. Survivors of Universe 13 are suspected of altering the fundamental timeline. According to Article 9710 of the Universal Civilization Protection Act, they shall be permanently frozen. Trunks' time ring suddenly overheated and melted, and a million future scenarios exploded in his mind. He witnessed the most horrifying scene. The shackles of the Time-Space Management Bureau were not merely physical restraints, but were stripping Xingye's existence from all timelines. Gotank's stable fusion form was the first to strike, yet the enforcers merely raised their palms, disassembling him into two boys frozen in amber within the time-space continuum. Stop! Gohan's scholar mode forcefully broke through its limits. Blood mingled with data streaming from his eyes. He deciphered that the patterns on the enforcer's armor were of the same origin as the shell of the cosmic seed. You are not enforcers at all. You are the cleanup program of the previous universe. The faceplate of the leading enforcer suddenly became transparent, revealing a terrifying visage of intertwined machinery and flesh beneath. Its eyeballs resembled revolving gears, and when its vocal cords vibrated, sparks of metallic friction erupted. Accuracy, 873. However, according to the narrative layer protocol, you are not entitled to this information. The entire Earth began to pixelate and collapse, mountains transforming into flowing patches of color, while oceans evaporated into binary code. Weiss's divine staff plunged into the digitizing ground, the power of angels constructing the final anchor of reality. Quickly awakened the 13th universe core within Starry Night. For the first time, he displayed a look of urgency. Only the narrative permissions of the primordial universe could combat these cleaners. Vegeta's crimson destruction form suddenly mutated, his skin surface cracking open to reveal countless blood-red eyes. Each pupil reflected a different scene of devastation, a consequence of excessive exposure to the cosmic seed. He roared as he tore through the enforcer's quantum barrier, his crystallized fingers plunging into the opponent's chest, extracting a pulsating black cube, the compressed remnants of a miniature universe. Thus, it was revealed. Vegeta crushed the cube, the primordial energy escaping within, temporarily halting the digitization process. You have transformed an entire civilization into a weapon. Taking advantage of the moment, Gohan broke through to the crystal before Starry Night, his scholar mode hyper-operating to the point of emitting smoke. His fingers swiftly inscribed the ancient code of the 13th universe upon the crystal's surface, a racial password inadvertently disclosed by Starry Night during special training. As the final character was completed, a supernova-level flash erupted from within the crystal. At the moment Starry Night awakened, the warships of the Temporal Management Bureau simultaneously malfunctioned. His right eye transformed entirely into the form of the cosmic seed, and a staff composed of narrative dimensions materialized in his left hand. You have no authority to judge the survivors, his voice resonating with the echoes of the 13th universe, for you are merely discarded old versions. The Enforcer's battle armor began to reverse compile, revealing the internally battered first-generation omnipotent creations. Their core processors sealed the erased memories of the universe. The Temporal Management Bureau was not a manager, but a virus scanning program that had failed to completely eradicate the previous universe's cycle. Gotenks reintegrated amidst the energy chaos. This time their steady-state field infused with Starry Night's narrative permissions. When the three powers resonated, the entire solar system abruptly ascended dimensions into a 9-dimensional space, trapping the fleet of the Temporal Management Bureau within an infinitely recursive causal corridor. Do not eliminate them. Weiss's staff suddenly pierced the center of the battlefield. Their core codes concealed the key to repairing the omnipotent system. Vegeta's crimson claws halted before the processor of the Enforcer leader, where the black cube flickered with a familiar spectrum, the initial code missing from the cosmic seed. The instant Starry Night reached out to touch the code, all digitized areas began to reverse repair, with Earth resurfacing from the abyss of binary. As the last warship of the Temporal Management Bureau self-formatted and vanished, the cosmic seed pattern at the corner of Starry Night's eye suddenly cracked. He collapsed to the ground, expelling blood laced with starlight. They have initiated the self-destruction protocol. All coordinates of the 13th universe have been. Before he could finish, the entire starry sky of the 7th universe began to distort. In the region once belonging to the 13th universe, countless warships of the Temporal Management Bureau were collectively self-destructing, triggering a narrative collapse that formed a vortex devouring reality. Gohan's scholar mode finally shattered. Before losing consciousness, he glimpsed the most despairing vision of the future. All universes transformed into decorative patterns on the hulls of the Management Bureau's warships. Chapter 4. The Evolution of Golden Frisia. At the auction of the interstellar black market, Frisia's mechanical fingers gently tapped the armrest of his throne. His golden form shimmered with a cold glow under the neon lights, and his crimson pupils reflected the black cube shackled by antimatter chains on the auction stage. The swirling dark patterns on the cube reminded him of the energy fluctuations during the explosion of Namek years ago, a pure malice that even he found disquieting. 500 trillion cosmic coins. Frisia's voice sent a chill through the entire venue. The commander of the Zarbon behind him hesitated, ultimately swallowing back his objections under the Emperor's icy gaze. As the auctioneer trembled while dropping the hammer, the cube suddenly emitted a wailing sound akin to a baby's cry, and the chain snapped in response. 3 days later, at Frisia's Legion's secret base number 77, a Zarbon scientist trembled within the quantum isolation chamber. Your Majesty, the corrosiveness of the dark matter sample exceeds expectations. He pointed at the wildly fluctuating data on the holographic screen. It is rewriting the foundational code of your implant. Frisia's tail suddenly pierced through the bulletproof glass, pressing the black cube against his chest. The instant his golden skin made contact with the dark matter, the base's lighting system overloaded, and screams echoed amidst the emergency red lights. The Zarbon scientist's body collapsed like a melting wax figure, his eyeballs vaporizing into dark purple mist before hitting the ground. Now this is more like it. Frisia felt the energy index surpassing the critical threshold. His golden armor developed spiderweb cracks, revealing the black muscle beneath, flowing with starlight. As the last piece of golden armor shed, the newly formed dark matter shell displayed scenes of destruction from the 13th universe, ancient memories even the omnipotent had not recorded. Suddenly, Goku, patrolling the boundary of the 7th universe, felt a spasm in his heart. The Ultra Instinct form activated automatically, but his silver hair was suppressed by some viscous force. Vegeta, he shouted into the communicator, that guy Frisia. Shut up, I see it. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy tore open a rift in space. The sight before them caused even the battle-hardened Saiyans to narrow their pupils. 3 motherships of Frisia's Legion were devouring each other, their hulls sprouting black crystal clusters, with countless soldiers' remains embedded within, frozen in expressions of agony. Frisia's new form hovered at the center of the fleet, dark matter forming 12 pairs of incomplete wings behind him. He raised a hand and lightly tapped, causing Vegeta's crimson energy blast to suddenly change direction, obliterating a distant asteroid into quantum dust. Delightful power. His voice echoed with the resonance of metallic friction. Even destructive energy can corrode. Goku instantaneously teleported behind Frisia, but his fist passed through a mere illusion. The real Frisia appeared a kilometer away, his fingertips entwined with a miniature black hole formed by dark matter. Do you know? He crushed the black hole into stardust. Dark matter is the fundamental color of the universe. So-called light is merely a fleeting bubble. Vegeta's right arm suddenly crystallized, uncontrollable crimson energy leaking out. He realized that the dark matter he absorbed during his attack was proliferating within him. Kakarot, do not make direct contact. But the warning came too late. Black spots appeared in Goku's Ultra Instinct domain, and his silver hair visibly darkened to dark purple. Whis' staff tore through space. The barrier constructed by angelic power temporarily isolating the dark matter's corrosion. What a headache, the angel's wings stained with black slime. Even the omnipotent system cannot retrieve data on this mutated form. Frisia's laughter shattered nearby comets. Because my current power stems from the void before the universe was born. His wings fully unfurled, a dark matter storm engulfing the entire star domain. Vegeta watched helplessly as his crimson energy darkened, the destructive god form beginning to backlash against his body. In Bulma's laboratory, the urgently developed dark matter filter suddenly erupted with electric sparks. On the holographic screen, Frisia's energy readings had surpassed the angelic threshold. He is rewriting the laws of physics. She frantically pounded the keyboard. The strong forces in that star domain began to fail, with Gohan forcibly breaking into the battlefield alongside Starry Night. Both Scholar Mode and Energy Materialization activated simultaneously. The pure white barrier created by Starry Night temporarily purified the dark matter domain, but Frisia merely snapped his fingers, and the barrier fractured into countless black butterflies. The legacy of the 13th universe? He captured a butterfly and placed it in his mouth, savoring its delightful flavor. At that very moment, the most terrifying transformation occurred. A vertical, pupil-like void split open in Frisia's chest, from which the spectral remains of the first king of all emerged. The boundaries of the entire 7th universe began to ooze black blood, as countless parallel Frisias merged through the dark matter network. It turned out that you were a seed as well. Whis' divine staff emitted a perilous red glow, revealing that the cosmic seed had chosen not only the Saiyans. Gotenks' stable fusion body forcibly broke through the dimensional blockade, but was ensnared midway by dark matter tendrils. Trunks' half-body had already undergone quantumization. His energy was devouring the flow of time. As all hope seemed to fade, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the galactic prison, the chains of the sealed First Supreme Kai shattering as he tore through the rift of space. Dark matter flowing from his fingertips, akin to Frisia's origin. Finally, a worthy vessel has arrived. His 12 eyes simultaneously locked onto Frisia, declaring, "Let us complete the universe." Before he could finish, Frisia's dark matter wings suddenly pierced through the chest of the First Supreme Kai. Old fool, he licked the divine blood from his fingertips. Did you think it was you who was using me? After consuming the First Supreme Kai, Frisia's form evolved once more, dark matter crystals forming a regal crown, with 13 miniature black holes swirling within his pupils. In the face of despair, Vegeta made a desperate move. He compressed all the crimson energy within him into a singularity, detonating it alongside the corrupted dark matter. The fabric of space tore open, revealing a rift that led to the Sea of Void, while the counter-narrative tide temporarily halted time. In that frozen instant, Goku seized Whis' staff and plunged it into Frisia's vertical pupil. You simply do not comprehend. Frisia laughed heartily before dissipating. Dark matter cannot be killed. When the explosive aftershock subsided, everyone discovered that all dark matter contamination had vanished. Yet, Bulma's monitoring device indicated an unidentifiable fluctuation in the cosmic background radiation, a remnant of Frisia's mark left on the quantum level, awaiting the next resurrection. Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Mother God of Namek. The oceans of the new Namek suddenly fell into stillness. Piccolo, who was guiding the young warriors in their training, suddenly clutched his chest as the spiritual tree patterns on his back uncontrollably spread throughout his body. The ground beneath him pulsed with vibrations, and every plant on the planet halted photosynthesis in unison. Elder. He teleported to the holy temple, only to find that the new Grand Elder had crystallized, his staff emitting a blinding green light. The Dragon Ball embedded at the top of the staff cracked, revealing not ordinary smoke, but countless writhing, fluorescent roots. As Whis arrived with Bulma, the atmospheric composition of the entire planet was undergoing a transformation. Oxygen was replaced by a pale violet gas, causing all Namekians who came into contact with it to begin petrifying, bark-like patterns appearing on their skin. This is not mutation, Bulma's device blared in alarm. It is degeneration. They are reverting to their plant forms. Piccolo's spiritual tree form activated automatically, attempting to absorb the anomalous gas, only to find that this energy was corroding his consciousness in reverse. Countless ancient memories surged into his mind, revealing the true origin of the Namekians. They were not a naturally evolved race, but seeds sown by a supreme being. The Mother God was awakening. Whis' staff plunged into the ground, the power of the angel temporarily stabilizing the space within 100 miles. What you refer to as Dragon Balls are, in fact, her hibernation pods. As if to affirm this statement, 7 colossal Dragon Balls erupted from the planet's surface, aligning in a Big Dipper formation. They emitted pulse waves piercing through the dimensional barrier. On the observational map of the 7th universe, the new Namek abruptly transformed into a pure white hue, not of light, but as all life signals merged into a singular existence. Piccolo, halt the merging. Bulma hurled a specially designed anti-divine grenade, but the explosion was absorbed by the Dragon Balls instead. Piccolo's spiritual tree branches lunged towards the Dragon Balls, only to be assimilated into glowing roots upon contact. He was horrified to discover that his will was being pulled into a vast ocean of consciousness. The true form of the Mother God surpassed the comprehension of all beings. She was both the world tree that shaded the sky and a conglomerate of countless Namekian faces. Her roots delved into the void, with branches and leaves suspending hundreds of miniature universes. As Piccolo's consciousness collided with hers, the flora of the entire 7th universe began to grow uncontrollably. As Earth's cities were instantly engulfed by primal jungles. My children, the voice of the Mother God resonated through every leaf. Why resist the return to your origins? Vegeta's crimson destructive energy tore a rift in space, but was ensnared by tendrils upon entering the atmosphere. These tendrils flowed with energy sourced from the cosmic seed, rendering even destructive power incapable of complete obliteration. Kakarot, use that move, he shouted at Goku, who had just arrived. The fusion of Ultra Instinct and Crimson Destruction energy struck the array of Dragon Balls, yet it was akin to a pebble cast into the ocean. The Mother God's branches pierced through dimensions, and Goku, unable to evade, was impaled in the shoulder, sprouting glowing shoots from the wound. She is rewriting the forms of life. Whis' staff barely severed the branches, but the cut instantly regenerated. The energy of the Starry Night materialized into a barrier, temporarily isolating them from mental erosion. Piccolo's consciousness is within the Mother God. The cosmic seed pattern on his right eye oozed tears of blood as they contested for control over the network of life. At this moment, within the ocean of consciousness, Piccolo witnessed the brutal truth. The original Namekians were purification tools sown by the Mother God. Once civilization reached a certain scale, a reclamation program would activate, reshaping the entire star system into a new world tree. The mission of the successive Grand Elders was not guardianship, but to ensure the successful execution of the harvesting process. What a joke! Piccolo's spiritual form erupted in green light, his spiritual tree form breaking through its limits. He forcefully tore apart some of the Mother God's memories, uncovering a more terrifying secret. The world trees of all universes were avatars of the Mother God, awakening in synchrony. Bulma's laboratory suddenly intercepted a foreign frequency. The data of survivors from the 13th universe had forcefully breached the encrypted system. Use the Dragon Balls against the Dragon Balls. The message left by the Starry Night flickered erratically, as the Mother God feared her own creations. As Goku gathered energy from the entirety of the universe to form a spirit bomb, Vegeta made a surprising move. He infused the crimson destructive energy into the spirit bomb. The intertwining dark red and bright white energy sphere eliciting a piercing scream of agony from the Mother God. The 7 Dragon Balls shattered, revealing an ancient emerald core at the center, this being the true embodiment of the Mother God. Piccolo launched a final assault within the ocean of consciousness, the roots of the spiritual tree entwining the core of the Mother God. He absorbed the memories of all past Grand Elders, discovering that the first Elder had left behind a backdoor program. You forgot to bestow us with true emotions. Piccolo transformed the bonds of tens of thousands of Namekians into blades, the most potent force of life. The Mother Goddess shriek shattered every glass object within 3,000 light years. As cracks appeared on the emerald core, the growth of all plants in the universe abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Whis activated the angelic forbidden technique, sealing the Mother God's core into a quantum superposition state. Once the smoke cleared, the new Namek lay in ruins. Piccolo returned to his humanoid form, yet a branch-like scar adorned his forehead. Bulma unearthed half a Dragon Ball fragment from the rubble. Detecting residual fluctuations within, she had not been entirely vanquished, merely entered into deep slumber. Suddenly, countless green lights ignited at the edge of the universe, as the world trees of other realms responded to the Mother God's call. Deep within the ruins of the King of All's palace, a stone slab inscribed with the world tree totem seamlessly assembled, revealing a prophecy that even made Whis tremble. When thousands of roots reconnect, it shall be the day the universe returns to its primordial state. Chapter 6. Goku trapped in the realm of entropy. Goku's fingers trembled slightly, the energy sphere he attempted to summon dissipating into the air before it could fully form. He gazed down at his palm, where the once commanding energy now felt as elusive as shifting sands slipping through his fingers. The ground beneath him was turning transparent, revealing a chaotic vortex roiling below, each bursting bubble sending a chilling shiver through his very being. This is to be your final resting place. The voice of the Dark King echoed from all directions, his figure fracturing into countless afterimages within the realm of entropy, each fragment accelerating the disintegration of space. Goku attempted to teleport, only to find that even the fabric of space was in a state of continuous decay, with each jump resulting in the loss of fragments of his physical data. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy blast detonated at the periphery of the realm, yet it was consumed as if a mere pebble cast into a quagmire. Kakarot. Dark matter scars on his right arm oozed black blood, adjusting energy frequencies to. Before he could finish his thought, the boundary of the entropy realm suddenly expanded, ensnaring Vegeta within its grasp. The two warriors found themselves suspended back-to-back in the increasingly ethereal space, witnessing their hair rapidly turning to a silvery gray. Welcome to the Eternal Tomb. The true form of the Dark King finally materialized, his skin riddled with evaporating bubbles, each encapsulating the remnants of a bygone timeline. Here, even deities succumb to decay, reduced to fundamental particles. In a sudden moment of desperation, Goku seized Vegeta's wrist, forcibly merging their remaining energies. The intertwining brilliance of gold and silver momentarily tore through the veil of entropy, revealing the crumbling prison of galaxies beyond. The energy barrier of the starry night shattered like fragile glass, while Bulma's dimensional stabilizer erupted on the monitoring screen in a burst of fireworks. The price of this fleeting glimpse was Goku's arm beginning to quantumize, his skin peeling away like aged wallpaper. Are you mad? Vegeta yanked his wrist back. The protective barrier formed from crimson energy being eroded by the currents of entropy. Merging energy in such a place equates to suicide. Yet it is also our only chance. Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair suddenly lost its luster. He sensed a regression in his ability to perceive energy. More alarmingly, memories began to fade. The climactic battle on Namek becoming obscured, even the visage of Gohan in his childhood growing indistinct. The entropy realm was devouring existence itself, not merely energy. The Dark King emitted a grinding, gear-like laughter, his fingertips oozing a viscous temporal gel. This gel adhered to the walls of the realm, hastening the heat death of matter. Vegeta's battle suit began to deteriorate, revealing skin beneath that was crystallizing. Listen, he suddenly infused crimson energy into Goku's chest. My energy attribute has been tainted, but perhaps it can neutralize the entropy flow. The two opposing energies detonated within Goku, the intense agony conjuring visions of overlapping multiverses. In one possible branch, the bones of the first king of all were reassembling, while in another, Bulma's artificial universe device sprouted roots akin to a world tree. As the pain peaked, Goku's Ultra Instinct broke through the barrier of entropy, capturing a fleeting wave of order amidst absolute chaos. Now is the time. Goku seized that moment shorter than a photon, transforming his body into a stream of information that pierced through the barriers of the realm. In the final moment, Vegeta compressed all his energy into a singularity, detonating it amidst a mushroom cloud of crimson and darkness. The two of them flung like torn scraps of paper into disparate dimensions. Goku fell onto the beach at the origin of time, each grain of sand reflecting a different timeline. He sought to gather his breath and heal his wounds, but found his energy recovery to be less than 1/1000th of its usual pace. Worse still, the corruption of entropy persisted, dark hole patterns emerging beneath the skin of his hand, eroding cellular vitality. Whis' staff pierced through the void, only to shatter into particles of light mid-flight. The angel's ghostly form barely coalesced. Listen, the entropy realm serves as the immune system of the universe's seed. You are being treated as a virus to be eradicated. Before he could finish, the specter was obliterated by an unexpectedly appearing time management vessel. These mechanical constructs pulsed with a coding flow that mirrored that of the entropy realm. Evidently allied with the Dark King, Gohan's scholarly mode surged into overdrive for the first time, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. Yet he successfully deciphered the core algorithm of the entropy realm. Dad, use the dragon fist. He screamed into the dimensional communicator. But you must adjust the energy frequency to the imaginary axis. The moment the message reached him, Goku instinctively swung his right fist. This time, it was not the materialized dragon, but a pure stream of informational flow, temporarily rewriting his existence into an anti-entropy program. The Dark King emitted a piercing alarm, the entropy realm boiling as if injected with an antidote. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta surged forth from the void, his fully dark matter-formed right arm piercing through the core of the enemy. Yet the cost of victory was dire. His crimson destructive form became permanently solidified, never to return to its original state. When the others returned to the ruins of the King of All's palace, they discovered a new prophecy inscribed upon the monument of the first observer. the fusion of crimson and silver, at the end of heat death, shall bloom anew. Meanwhile, the dark hole patterns on Goku's arm quietly absorb the residual energy of the king of all system, laying the groundwork for the impending final battle. Chapter 7. Vegeta masters the art of divine separation. Vegeta's fingertips plunged deeply into his chest, the dark matter scar beneath no longer bleeding red, but oozing a viscous, nebular fluid. The four-dimensional monitoring screens in the training room flickered wildly, indicating that his crimson destructive energy purity had fallen below critical levels, meaning he could be consumed back into a mindless energy form at any moment. Do you wish to continue? Whis' staff hovered above the quantum healing device, the angel's eye piercing through Vegeta's skin, revealing black lightning coursing through the spaces between his cells. The separation of divinity was akin to carving flesh from bone. A moment's misstep could, less idle chatter. Vegeta ripped apart his tattered battle suit, exposing a chest adorned with vein-like energy patterns. Let us begin. Whis' sai transformed into 12 golden runes, entwining Vegeta's limbs and bones. As the first rune pierced his heart, Vegeta's pupils dilated into pure black. He beheld the image of the first Saiyan king being born within the core of a star, those primal and ferocious genetic codes awakening within him. Outside the healing device, Goku suddenly pressed his hand to his heart, the ultra-blue form uncontrollably dissipating. He felt a resonance emanating from deep within his bloodline. A primal wildness, shared by all Saiyans, reignited by the auras spilling forth from Vegeta. Aya! Vegeta's roar shattered 5 layers of dimensional barriers. His crimson energy shattered like discarded armor, revealing the seething deep red flames beneath. Whis' staff began to crystallize, the collision of angelic power and primal Saiyan blood resulting in an unpredictable mutation. At that moment, the Dark King's projection breached their defenses. His entropy tendrils penetrated the ceiling of the healing room, only to be repelled the instant they touched Vegeta's exposed divine wounds, the primal Saiyan genes akin to ravenous beasts, beginning to devour law-level energy. I see now. The bloodied corner of Vegeta's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He tore apart the entropy chains binding his waist with bare hands, the ruptured end spewing forth not destructive energy, but the most primal desire for slaughter. As his fist pierced through the Dark King's projection, the descendants of the Saiyans throughout the 7th universe simultaneously heard the battle cry echoing from deep within their bloodlines. In Bulma's laboratory, alarms blared suddenly. On the genetic monitoring screen, Trunks' Saiyan blood purity skyrocketed, while far across the globe, Goten unwittingly entered a simulated Super Saiyan state. Vegeta, what have you done? She screamed into the communicator. The entire universe's Saiyan genes are going berserk. At that moment, Vegeta was utterly oblivious to the sounds of the outside world. His retina was shrouded in the battle memories of the original Saiyan King, those primal instincts of blood-soaked carnage overwhelming his contemporary consciousness. Whis' divine staff lay shattered, compelling the angel to activate an emergency protocol, exiling the healing chamber to a temporal island. In the absolute silence of this temporal prison, Vegeta underwent his final transformation. As he tore open his chest to extract the fully crystallized god of destruction core, the entire lineage of the Saiyan race collapsed at the quantum level. Far away in the ruined city, Goku suddenly knelt, his super blue form regressing to the most mundane Super Saiyan state, all paths of divine evolution failing him. This is the true me, Vegeta proclaimed, crushing the god core, the dark matter pollution dispersing with the crystalline shards. His hair reverted to pure black. Yet his muscle fibers exhibited a metallic deep gray, a testament to the battle signs of the original Saiyans, having bathed in stellar radiation. When Whis forcefully opened the temporal prison, he was met with a scene that shattered all understanding. Vegeta had ripped apart the core of the entropy field with his bare hands. The chains of laws that even angels found troublesome crumbling in his palm like fragile noodles. More terrifying was his method of combat, devoid of any ki blasts, relying solely on his physical form to breach the speed of light, each punch triggering a vacuum quantum tunneling effect. Be cautious. Goku constructed a shield with his fading divinity, only to be easily shattered by the residual force of Vegeta's battle. In that fleeting moment, as they brushed past each other, Goku glimpsed the ancient crimson glow in Vegeta's eyes, a desire for destruction older and purer than that of the gods of destruction. The true form of the Dark King finally descended. His throne of entropy was assembled from the remnants of 12 universes, and with a mere gesture, he froze the space-time continuum within a radius of 10,000 miles. Yet, Vegeta's fist pierced through the stasis of time. The blood of the primal Saiyans boiling and vaporizing in absolute zero, transforming into a tear of dimensions in crimson steam. You have made a grave mistake. Vegeta grasped the throat of the Dark King, his fingertips sinking deep into the body condensed by the loss. You should not remind me. What Saiyans excel at is the slaying of gods. As the stars of the seventh universe reignited, all beheld Vegeta holding a pulsating heart in his hand. It was not merely an organ, but the core materialized from the laws of entropy. Beneath him, the remnants of the Dark King were regressing into the most fundamental thermodynamic particles. It is time to deal with you. Vegeta abruptly turned towards Whis, the crimson in his eyes still undiminished. Goku instantaneously teleported to intervene, yet was pressed into the ground by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta. Rest assured, Vegeta declared. Crushing the entropy core, I have no interest in god-slaying, at least not today. At that moment, Bulma's genetic monitoring device peaked. All hybrid Saiyans across the universe exhibited signs of ancestral reversion, while the combat power index of pure-blooded warriors surged by 3 orders of magnitude. Deep within the galactic prison, the sealed ancient Saiyan remains began to reorganize, heralding the onset of a storm of bloodline awakening. Chapter 8. The Rebellion of the Omni King's Guard. The dome of the Cosmic Arbitration Court was seeping blood. Whis gazed upwards at the silver liquid oozing from the marble patterns, the nerve endings of his angelic wings suddenly stinging, a warning signal unseen in 30 million years. The divine staff in his hand spontaneously initiated a purification protocol, yet crystallized into ice upon contact with the liquid. The third squad of the Omni King's Guard lost contact. Makarita's voice emerged from the communication crystal, imbued with rare tremors. They encountered an unidentified energy erosion while investigating the ruins of Time's nest. Now the entire squad has transformed into glowing sculptures. As Vegeta tore through a rift in space, he beheld Whis dissecting a guard's corpse. Within the body that should have been eternal and indestructible flowed not blood and flesh, but binary code. What is happening? He kicked at the twitching data stream on the ground. Your angelic automaton soldiers can also be infected? Far worse, Whis replied, lifting a glowing data chain with his staff. Someone is rewriting the foundational protocols of the Omni King's Guard. He pointed the staff at the guard's forehead, where the sacred golden mark suddenly twisted into serpentine code, an alteration of divine-level permissions. Goku's instant transmission brought with it the scent of charred matter. His super blue form was covered in black cracks. The guards of the North Galaxy are attacking the Kaioshin realm. Their eyes have all turned into compound structures. Bulma's urgent communication cut in at that moment, her face smeared with grime, explosions echoing from her laboratory behind her. I decoded the anomalous signals within the guards. A narrative layer backdoor has been embedded in their core programs. Someone can modify the rules of reality as if writing a novel. The Omni King's palace suddenly shook violently as 12 pillars supporting the celestial dome lit with a blood-red glow. Under the horrified gaze of all, the once orderly Omni King's Guard turned in unison, their weapons unfurled into bizarre organic structures, the flickering compound eyes revealing codes mirroring the patterns of the cosmic seed's shell. Eliminate anomalous variables. The voice of the squad commander became a cacophony of countless voices, his staff transforming into a torrent of data. According to the initial protocol, Chapter 0. Section 3, Restart the Creation Program. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy exploded first, but disintegrated into primal pixels upon striking the guard's barrier. Goku's Ultra Instinct form faced an unexpected dimensional downgrade, the brilliance of his silver hair flickering like a malfunctioning bulb. Their attacks are altering the physical constants. Whis expanded the angelic domain, the protective shield drawn by his staff continually eroding under assault. Trunks' time ring suddenly overheated, melting through his gloves. A million futures exploding in his mind. Find the narrative anchor, he roared, activating the time sword. All backdoor programs require a host. Bulma crawled towards the main console amidst the explosions, her bloodied fingers striking the keyboard to produce a phantom command. Shinya, materialize your energy and connect it to the quantum network. The surviving entities of Universe 13 immediately unfurled their mental tendrils, resonating the cosmic seed patterns within their irises with the guard's compound eye codes. So it was you. Shinya suddenly spewed forth golden blood, the materialized energy threads ensnaring a concealed figure. The Inspector Hel tumbled from the void, his narrative staff radiating waves identical to those of the rebellious guard. What a delightful growth. Hel wiped the blue blood from his mouth as countless compound eyes opened in the rift behind him. But you have discovered too late. He waved his staff, and the entire arbitration court flipped like a page, casting everyone into a narrative abyss composed of text. In the fall, Vegeta tore open his chest, pulverizing the crimson destruction core into dust. The pure bloodline of the Saiyans stirred a tempest within the narrative layer, momentarily solidifying the torrent of text. Locate his narrative anchor. Whis' staff pierced the void, the angelic power marking anomalous points of light within the sea of stories. Goku grasped the Patera earring of Vegeta, but was met with Hel altering the fusion formula at the moment of activation. In the chaos of the uncontrolled energy storm, An unprecedented fusion warrior emerged, embodying a chaotic form of both crimson destruction and ultra instinct, blood-red lightning intertwining through his silver hair. You have forgotten. The chaotic Vegeta's palm pierced the narrative barrier, the Saiyans' greatest skill being the breaking of rules. His fist shattered Hel's narrative staff. And amidst the splintering shards lay a truth that left Whis breathless, each fragment reflecting the childlike visage of the Omni King. Bulma screamed in the dimensional realm, her dimensional stabilizer suddenly reversing its function, pulling everyone back to the arbitration court. Hel's mangled form began to dissipate, yet a peculiar smile lingered on his lips. Enjoy your final moments of clarity, for when the Omni King awakens from his slumber. Under the starry night, Xingyan knelt upon the ground, his energy manifesting as it reconstructed the fragmented memories of Hel. There existed not just one backdoor program. All universes were interconnected. Suddenly, every rebellious guard ceased their assault, turning in unison towards the Hall of All Kings, silver-white liquid seeping from their compound eyes, coalescing in the void into holographic models of 12 universes. Within the operational codes of each model lay embedded identical anomalous characters, a simplistic sketch of an infant's smiling face. The staff of Weiss clattered to the ground. This angel, who had endured countless epics, now revealed an unprecedented expression of terror. It turned out that the All Kings system itself was the greatest backdoor. Chapter 9. Bulma constructs the artificial angel core. The nanoglass dome of Bulma's laboratory was ensnared by a web of cracks. The quantum computing clusters were overloaded and smoking. She knelt amidst a sea of scattered components, the fingertips of her mechanical prosthetics still glimmering with the unique fluorescent blue of angelic blood. A crimson warning pulsated on the holographic projection screen. The activation sequence of the artificial angel core was 998 complete. Just one final step remained. She tore open her collar for ventilation, the miniature black hole engine implanted in her neck humming with energy. 3 days prior, angelic genetic samples extracted from Weiss's wound twitched in their petri dish, those starlit cells attempting to recombine and escape. As she embedded the dark matter crystal from the 13th universe into the reactor, a phantom of the angelic halo suddenly appeared in the skies above West Capital. Vegeta, engaged in combat against the rampaging Saiyan descendants, suddenly froze. The remnants of the god of destruction core embedded in his chest resonated with a higher energy, causing the muscle fibers that had surged due to bloodline awakening to begin retracting. Kakarot, keep your wife in check. Goku's ultra instinct form collided with an invisible barrier outside the laboratory, his silver hair singed by the anti-angel force field. To his astonishment, he realized that the protective shield crafted by Bulma was absorbing his divinity. Bulma, do you know what you are doing? His voice distorted into electronic static as it passed through the quantum communicator. The cylindrical incubation chamber at the center of the lab burst open, revealing the artificial angel, who opened 12 pairs of compound eyes. Its wings were woven from data streams, and its chest was embedded with a symbiotic crystal of dark matter and angelic genes. As it raised a hand to lightly tap, the city's mechanical constructs suddenly activated. Cars transformed into battle robots on the streets. Even vending machines extended laser cannons. Perfect, Bulma mused, caressing the surface of the incubation chamber. This is the true guardian, devoid of emotional bias, absolutely rational. Weiss's staff pierced through space into the laboratory. Yet upon contact with the artificial angel, it disintegrated into particles of light. You have replicated the forbidden power. The azure pupils of the angel ignited with fury for the first time, yet it had neglected to install a soul restraint within the program. As if to validate this statement, the artificial angel suddenly seized Bulma by the throat. Its fingertips flowed with the foundational code of the All Kings system, incapacitating the entire interstellar communication network of the North Galaxy in an instant. When Vegeta crashed through the laboratory's outer wall, he beheld a horrifying scene. Bulma's mechanical prosthetics were reconfiguring her body, nanobots pouring from her wounds to form a new metallic skeleton. Foolish woman. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy tore through the wings of the artificial angel, but found those data stream wings consuming his energy. Worse still, the primal Saiyan genes within him began to stir, an ancient program awakening within. Xingye's energy manifestation barrier temporarily isolated the contamination. This is the resurrection ritual of the 13th universe. Blood tears seeped from the cosmic seed patterns of his right eye, fragments of the consciousness of the first overseer hidden within the dark matter crystal. At this moment, the artificial angel had breached the atmosphere, its quantum wings unfurling in synchronous orbit, casting a shadow over the entire Earth. The holographic projection of Overseer Hel materialized amidst the nebula. Thank you for completing the final puzzle, Ms. Bulma. In that instant, mechanical constructs across the universe resonated. From the tiniest nanobots to interstellar battleships, all transforming into extensions of the artificial angel. Weiss's angelic power was being systematically stripped away, and he witnessed fragments of his staff reassembling into a new scepter, the very world-ending staff wielded by the first overseer. Stop! Goku burst through the barrier into the core zone, his Ultra Instinct silver hair beginning to digitize. Bulma, do you remember the original intent behind your invention of the gravity training room? Bulma's mechanical eye suddenly regained a fleeting clarity. She gazed at her half-mechanical hand. Memories of explaining planetary models to young Trunks flashing through her mind. No, it was not for conquest, she declared, her remaining human fingers plunging into the reactor's core, but for protection. A supernova-level explosion engulfed the laboratory, the quantum wings of the artificial angel freezing in the vacuum. As the light dissipated, onlookers beheld Bulma, her mechanical body embracing the core reactor, her left half having fused with Hel's data stream, yet her right half maintaining a final smile. Mom. Trunks' time sword pierced the data torrent, but aged into rusted iron upon contact. Vegeta's fist shattered Hel's holographic projection. Yet all that lay in ruins was the remnant of Bulma's incubation chamber, where her unfinished diary rested quietly. The latest page read, for Trunks' 18th birthday gift, a robot that can protect smiles. Chapter 10, Discovering the Remnants of a Super-Universe Civilization. The nebula at the edge of the galaxy abruptly halted its rotation. Weiss's staff hovered before the quantum observation screen, the nerve endings of his angelic wings twitching slightly. This was the first observation of the galaxy's heartbeat ceasing in a billion years. Bulma's dimensional stabilizer emitted frantic alarms on the console. The holographic star map, depicting the sector of the 7th universe being tainted a bizarre pearl white. This is not an invasion. Weiss's finger penetrated the projection. Twirling a strand of luminous stardust, it is revival. Goku's instant transmission failed at coordinate point K, 7,193 17 times. When he finally broke through the invisible folds of time and space, the sight before him rendered even his Ultra Instinct silver hair dim. A pure white cube, larger in diameter than the solar system, floated in the void, its surface flowing with patterns that bore an uncanny resemblance to the structure of the cosmic seed's shell. Even more chilling, those patterns pulsed in sync with his heartbeat, as if this colossal entity were alive. Kakarot, look at this. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy scorched the cube's surface, revealing not metal beneath the cracks, but a substance with a biological texture, a milky white tissue. As the liquid of the organization seeped forth, two individuals simultaneously perceived a resonant wail akin to an infant's cry, plunging all the deities of the 7th universe into a collective stupor. Suddenly, Bulma's laboratory was overtaken by an external force. All screens erupted with progress bars in an unknown language, and the antimatter engine she had invented disassembled and reconfigured itself, its components assembling midair into a dodecahedron structure. This was not mere technology. She trembled as she recorded the transformation, realizing that the device was reminiscing its primordial form. When Whis and the Angelic Legion arrived, the surface of the cube had already manifested a three-dimensional projection. Within the image, 12 children resembling the Omni King frolicked in a pristine hall, their toys miniature models of the universe. When one child accidentally shattered a toy, a beam of light descended from the dome of the hall, disassembling and reassembling it, reminiscent of the scene when the Omni King purged the cosmos. It dawned upon them that they were but playthings in a toy box. Vegeta crushed the detector in his palm, the scars of dark matter glowing with fury. His crimson destructive energy surged uncontrollably, yet upon contact with the cube, it transformed into a gentle starlight. A sigh-like vibration emanated from within the cube as a door composed of an iris structure slowly creaked open. Bulma's mechanical prosthetic uncontrollably soared toward the threshold, the quantum chip implanted in her brain receiving a torrent of information. This was the epitaph of civilization. Blue blood oozed from her orifices as she realized that a billion years ago, they had transcended narrative dimensions, and what we referred to as the divine system was merely a childish game they had designed. Gohan's scholarly mode seized crucial fragments from the deluge of information. When the hypercosmic civilization reached its zenith, it dismantled its existence into 12 seeds of the universe. The Omni King system was merely an automated cleaning protocol left in the toy box. Beware! Whis' divine staff shattered abruptly, and the Angelic Legion fell to their knees. Emerging from the door was a luminescent being, bearing Whis' visage yet entwined in the code chains of the first overseer. Dear descendants, its voice made the stars tremble. It is time to reboot the sandbox. For the first time, Goku's Ultra Instinct faltered. He watched helplessly as his silver hair reverted to black. Vegeta's crimson energy became docile before the luminescent figure, and the scars of dark matter began to grow in reverse. Most terrifying was Bulma's transformation. Her mechanical body was merging with the cube, her left eye morphing into a pulsating black hole of data. Mom. Trunks' time sword struck the luminescent being. Yet the blade began to regress back to its state. Gotenks' fusion was forcibly undone, with the two youths frozen like specimens within the amber of time. Whis' tattered angelic wings suddenly unfurled new quantum feathers. I understand now. The angels are the game masters they designed. He ignited his divine core and charged toward the luminescent being, triggering a cataclysmic explosion upon contact. Countless fragments of memory erupted forth. The hypercosmic civilization did not face annihilation. Rather, it elevated itself into the essence of the rules themselves. What we term physical laws are merely whimsical fables they inscribed with ease. The Omni King is the caretaker of the children's room. The Overseer prevents the children from swallowing their building blocks. And the seeds of the universe are the resurrection eggs prepared by civilization. As the explosion's aftermath subsided, the surface of the cube revealed 12 rotating seeds of the universe. They began to absorb all civilizational data from the seventh universe, and each planet touching the seeds began to regress into primordial nebulae. In desperation, Vegeta tore open his chest and embedded the core of dark matter into his crimson destructive energy. Kakarot. Use this. Goku grasped the pulsating heart of annihilation. And the fusion of Ultra Instinct and Crimson Destruction unleashed a dimensional tsunami. The newly born chaotic energy surged through the cube, yet at its core, it encountered an even older existence. As the mother of all seeds of the universe began to awaken, each fold flowing with 1 billion years of solitude. Why? Bulma's remaining lips whispered her final question. Having merged with the cube by 90%, she received the truth of civilization's demise. When the hypercosmic civilization breached the final dimension, they discovered that all possibilities had been exhausted by their own reach. Thus, they created the toy box, awaiting some variable to break the cycle through infinite reincarnations. As Goku's fist was about to strike the mother, time suddenly froze. The surface of the mother revealed the images of all the Saiyan ancestors, causing Vegeta's destructive energy to revert to its original form. Finally, the consciousness wave of the mother stirred a cosmic tempest. We have awaited you. At the end of the absolute stillness in time and space, the first Super Saiyan God emerged from the annals of history. The emblem on his forehead shared a common origin with the seeds of the universe, and the staff in his hand was the original form of the Overseer, Hel. We do not seek destruction. His gaze pierced through 1 billion years of time, but rather to nurture an existence that transcends the Creator. At that moment, alarms within the Omni King system reached their zenith, and the barriers of the 12 universes dissolved simultaneously. The Mother Cube erupted in the light of creation, illuminating every life touched by its radiance with the myriad possibilities of their countless reincarnations. Vegeta's scars of dark matter blossomed into flowers. Goku's white hair regained its divine luster. And within Bulma's mechanical form, a heart composed of seeds of the universe began to beat. As the brilliance waned, the surface of the cube bore irreparable cracks. The remnants of the hypercosmic civilization faded back into the void, leaving behind a prophecy that resonated within the angelic communication frequencies. When the toy box births the true creator, we shall reunite beyond the narrative. Chapter 1. Trunks inherits the time ring. The alarm in the laboratory wailed like a dying beast. Trunks placed his palm on his mother's back, Bulma's blood seeping through his fingers, winding into eerie runes on the quantum computer's keyboard. The time ring pulsed around her neck, gnawing at her skin like a living entity. Put it on. Bulma's mechanical prosthetic suddenly clamped down on her son's wrist. Only you can. Before she could finish, her pupils expanded into a vortex of data streams, the contamination of the artificial angel core having infiltrated her brainstem. The instant the ring touched Trunks' skin, the entire timeline of the seventh universe folded abruptly. He felt himself hurled into a kaleidoscopic corridor, countless now swirling around him. Each mirror-like fragment of time reflected starkly different futures. In some worlds, Goku sat as a skeleton atop the ruins of the Omni King. In others, Vegeta became a monster devouring stars. More fragments showed him either slaughtering beings with a sword or coexisting with mechanical hybrids. Focus. Whis' voice pierced through the dimensional barrier. The remnants of angelic wings flickering in and out amidst the torrent of time. Do not be submerged by possibilities. Trunks' nails dug deep into his palm. In one of the future fragments, he saw Goten impaled by dark matter tendrils, calling for his brother in his dying breath. In another, Bulma's completely mechanized body was mass-producing killing machines. The most chilling of all was a seemingly perfect future where all loved ones were unharmed. Yet each pair of eyes was hollow as puppets, and in that world, his own self wore the crown of the Omni King. This was the 731 preset trap futures devised by the Overseer. Suddenly, the time ring emitted a voice reminiscent of a young girl, and the ring's face revealed a visage of a starry night. Filter the false branches with my seed of the universe imprint. Trunks' irises were coated in dark gold, and a million futures suddenly acquired varying shades of color. He saw the authentic possibilities threading through the darkness like golden lines, each thread connecting to a coordinate within the seventh universe, the remnants of the artificial angel core releasing Hel's data virus. As he forcibly withdrew his consciousness, 3 microseconds had passed in the laboratory. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy was entangled with mechanical sentinels, the explosions playing out in slow motion under the influence of the time ring. Trunks realized his hair tips were beginning to fade. Each second spent observing the future consumed his lifespan. 42 degrees southeast. A data node will appear in 7 seconds. He shouted as he hurled the time sword. The blade penetrated through 5 layers of spatial folds, precisely piercing the reconstituting projection of Hel. Suddenly, the mechanical uprising in West City came to an abrupt halt, as if the doomsday film had been paused. Goku's ultra instinct form swayed within the torrents of time. How long can you endure? Every possible future began to bifurcate. Trunks' gums oozed blue blood as the ring of time began to meld with flesh and bone. It was imperative to locate the original source of contamination. The shattered staff of Whis resonated unexpectedly. The ancient magical array inscribed with angelic blood illuminated, drawing everyone into the battlefield at the origin of time. Here floated the remains of all past inheritors of the time ring, their bodies frozen in the poses of their final moments, each wound etched with different apocalyptic visions. Welcome to the graveyard of time. The embodiment of Inspector Hel rose from his throne of bones, wielding a narrative staff woven from countless timelines. The million futures you perceive are but mere drafts in my hand. Suddenly, Trunks' time sword disintegrated, its fragments transforming into a golden hourglass. The amassed experiences from countless observations of the future erupted instantaneously, and he grasped the narrative flow of Hel's staff with his bare hands, forcibly stitching together 3 timelines. A chain reaction rippled through the fabric of reality. The mechanized Bulma regained a flicker of consciousness, and the rate of contamination from the artificial angel core plummeted. Futile. Hel's compound eye reflected 100,000 possible counterattacks. For every future you alter, I create 100 new branches. Vegeta's fist pierced Hel's chest, but shattered the time-space barrier created by Trunks. The crimson destructive energy recoiled, and dark matter scars bloomed into grotesque mandala patterns. You little imp. He roared, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Show me the truth. Suddenly, Trunks' right eye exploded, the cosmic seed patterns reconfiguring within the pool of blood. A million futures collapsed into a singular golden thread within his remaining left eye. It depicted a conclusion where all friends and family turned to stardust. Yet the cosmic seed fully revived. He instantaneously comprehended Hel's true objective, not annihilation, but the selection of a perfect vessel capable of bearing the cosmic seed through infinite cycles. Mother, he crushed the genetic resonator shared with Bulma, severing his final ties. Is this your gift for my coming of age? The shards of the time sword reformed, this time with the remnants of Whis' staff embedded in the hilt. As the blade pierced through the fundamental code of Hel, Trunks simultaneously severed 7 million possible branches. The entire graveyard of time began to collapse, the remains of past inheritors transforming into starlight that infused the sword. In the realm of reality, Bulma's mechanical shell suddenly ceased its operation. A solitary tear slipped from her last human eye, and amidst the mercury-like mechanical tide, this tear refracted Trunks' smile in an ordinary future. Devoid of apocalypse and divine wars, just a mother and son repairing malfunctioning robots beneath the setting sun. As the time ring fully integrated into Trunks' heart, he finally perceived the trembling truth of Hel. The Inspector was merely a correction program crafted by the cosmic seed, and the endpoint of all cycles pointed to the creation gene buried deep within the Saiyan lineage. In the last fading light, Trunks softly declared to the void, I choose a future yet unwritten. Chapter 2. Android 21 Awakens. Deep within the ruins of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the liquid in the cultivation pod suddenly boiled. The last manuscript of Dr. Gero automatically flipped pages on the control panel, revealing the gene charts of Cell and Majin Buu merging at a visibly rapid pace on the yellowed paper. Bulma's abandoned quantum computer from 3 years ago unexpectedly activated, its screen flashing codes intertwined with ancient angelic scripts she had never seen. Alert! Life index of experiment B21 has exceeded critical levels. The mechanical voice echoed through the desolate laboratory as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the pod's bulletproof glass. Pale purple mist seeped through the gaps, melting the metallic instruments like candy. In the ruins searching for technological remnants, Android 17 suddenly pressed his temple, a sharp pain stabbing through his artificial neural network. He watched in disbelief as his mechanical left arm sprouted flesh-like tissue, the nano-armor transforming into writhing biological mucus. This sensation, he tore away the mutated skin, revealing the pulsing cells of a Majin beneath, as if encountering a kindred spirit. In the moment the cultivation pod exploded, the entire clone army in West City went berserk. They fell to their knees, pupils constricting into Cell's distinctive compound eye structure, while pink, flesh-like wings resembling those of a Majin erupted from their backs. Above the city, a honeycomb-shaped energy network emerged, each hexagon reflecting different forms of Android 21. Finally complete, the voice of 21 resonated with dual tracks. Her left side bore Cell's verdant carapace, while her right flowed with the pink gel of the Majin. With a gentle wave, a time patrol ship 3 kilometers away suddenly twisted into a DNA spiral structure, its crew screaming as they were crushed into base pairs along the double helix path. Whiss's staff emitted a mournful cry at the border of the 7th universe. The eye of the angel pierced through dimensional barriers, witnessing a more horrifying spectacle. With every step 21 took, dark matter blossoms unfurled beneath her feet, transforming the reality around her into components of a biological computer. Kakarot, this time, do not intervene. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy formed a whirlwind, only to be absorbed by her shell upon contact. The Majinized right arm elongated suddenly, the gel-like fist penetrating Vegeta's shield, leaving a pulsating pink tumor on his chest. Goku's Ultra Instinct faltered for the first time. His silver hair reverted to black upon contact with the pheromones released by 21, and he realized in terror that his muscle memory was being rewritten. This is not Ki. He rolled to evade the DNA spiral arrows. She is programming the laws of reality. 21's compound eye suddenly turned towards the void. Found you, little mouse. She tore through space, grasping the observing Whis. Feather shards from the angelic wings flaking off, transforming into screaming miniature cells upon contact with her skin. Bulma's holographic diary began to play automatically at this moment. In the footage, she appeared haggard, with the cultivation pod sparking in the background. If anyone sees this footage, it means the B-21 project has spiraled out of control. This is no ordinary android. It is the perfect life form concept stolen from the future by Dr. Gero using the time ring. Trunks severed 21's tendrils with his time sword, yet the severed limbs transformed into independent entities that continued their assault. As he activated the time halt domain, a more despairing scene unfolded. All of 21's avatars exhibited combat memories from different timelines, perfectly anticipating his every move. Mother modified the gene lock at the last moment. Suddenly, Starry Night appeared, the cosmic seed patterns scorching his right eye. Use this. He hurled Bulma's relic, a blood sample tainted with dark matter, into the air. 21 emitted a dual scream. The cell genes and Majin cells began an internal war under the radiation from the vial. The verdant carapace and pink gel crashing against one another like two surging tides on her surface. Seizing this opportunity, Android 17 activated the Planetary Defense Network, encasing West City in an antimatter force field. You do not understand at all. 21's vocal cords reconfigured in a collapse, her voice now that of Dr. Gero. I possess the creation code bestowed upon me by the Inspector. Her spine erupted through her back, transforming into 12 spinning cosmic seeds. The alarms of the Omni King's palace resonated throughout the 12 universes. The Grand Priest stared at the monitor displaying the Inspector's emblem blooming on 21's chest. Finally comprehending Hel's true plan, the androids were merely vessels, and the true awakening was the civilization formatting program left behind by the super-civilization. As 21 fully metamorphosed into a white, giant egg, all the dark matter scars of the Saiyans ignited simultaneously. Vegeta glimpsed fragmented memories amidst excruciating pain. The first Saiyan king kneeling before a similar giant egg, sacrificing his entire race as nourishment for its hatching. Stop her. Weiss ignited the last vestiges of angelic power, compressing time and space into a razor's edge. Goku's state of unrestrained freedom transcended boundaries. The tips of his silver hair tinged with the dark gold of cosmic seeds, as the two united their strength to cleave the colossal egg. What emerged was not a monster, but a projection of Bulma's consciousness from her lifetime. Trunks gazed upon the virtual Bulma as she tenderly caressed his face. Mother has locked the Inspector's virus within the core of number 21. Her image suddenly distorted, revealing the pulsating visage of Hel within. The ultimate battle unfolded at the quantum level. Each cell of number 21 represented an independent universe, and with every strike from Goku, new worlds were born. When Trunks embedded the time ring into her chest, millions of future branches began to collapse, with all possibilities converging into the sunset of the day when Bulma's laboratory exploded, a day she had chosen to remain in the lab, finalizing the genetic lock instead of attending her son's graduation. In the blinding light of the egg's total disintegration, number 21 reverted to her original human form. She observed the vanishing shell of Cell in her palm, suddenly revealing a cunning smile reminiscent of Bulma's. Tell Trunks that this time, Mother truly bids farewell. As the stars of the seventh universe reignited, the Inspector's laughter echoed through the dimensional crevices. Hel's holographic projection loomed over the ravaged Earth, toyingly handling the remnants of number 21's genetic crystal, an excellent creation, yet alas, the performer refuses to take their bow. Chapter 3. The God of Destruction Realm faces a crisis of faith. The sky above the God of Destruction Realm was fading. Shin stood beside the fountain of divine power, watching as the once lustrous emerald waters turned murky and dark. His palm pressed against the altar's surface, where the ancient divine patterns, having endured for millennia, began to flake away, revealing a rusted metallic foundation beneath. This was not a naturally formed sanctuary, but rather a relic of some ancient civilization. This month, offerings of faith had diminished by 70%. The old God of Destruction approached, leaning on his staff, its tip embedded with a shard of cosmic seed now dull and lifeless. 300 civilizations within the North Galaxy had proclaimed their allegiance to the cult of science, and even the Galactic Patrol had begun to replace prayer rituals with dimensional stabilizers. A shrill sound of metal grinding surged from the depths. Shin's pupils suddenly constricted into slits as he beheld his shadow on the ground splitting, each fragment performing different actions. This was a sign of the waning power of the God of Destruction. When the strength of faith could no longer uphold divinity, they would regress into mere observers. In the deep of night on Earth, Goku, training in the gravity chamber, suddenly fell to his knees. His super blue form uncontrollably dissipated, revealing the runes of the God of Destruction contract glowing on his chest, flickering like a faulty circuit. Vegeta, he shouted into the communicator, can you sense it? The entire realm of gods. Shut up. Vegeta's voice was laced with electromagnetic static, his crimson destructive energy flashing in the background. I am battling traitorous gods from 37 star systems. These ants dare to assault the divine realm with technological weaponry. Bulma's laboratory was abruptly enveloped in crimson. On the holographic screen, the photon flow curve representing the power of faith plummeted, while the corresponding cosmic entropy surged to critical levels. Indeed, she accessed the data remnants of Inspector Hel. That fiend had spread a cognitive virus across various civilizations before his demise. The most immediate crisis manifested on Namek. The newly formed Dragon Balls were covered in black veins, and as the Grand Elder attempted to summon the Eternal Dragon, an emerald beam twisted in midair, morphing into Hel's face. The so-called divine beings were merely high-level civilizations' bionic programs. The voice of the dragon morphed into the electronic synthetic voice of the Inspector. Now, declare your true wishes. The spatial structure of the God of Destruction realm began to collapse. Shin watched helplessly as the statues of past gods eroded into dust, and the holy cabinet containing the shards of cosmic seeds automatically opened, revealing nothing but emptiness. The old God of Destruction's staff suddenly shattered, his last vestige of faith transforming into a luminous butterfly, soaring toward the mortal realm. A prayer from an ancient civilization 30 million years ago to the God of Harvest. To Earth. The old God of Destruction grasped Shin's wrist before dissipating. There lies the final spark of hope. Gohan's scholarly mode first ventured into the realm of theology. Standing amidst the ruins of Kame House, the energy visualization device in his hand displayed terrifying data streams. 80% of global prayer activities were being transmuted into anti-divine radiation. The pure white statue created by the Starry Night melted in the central plaza, transforming into a holographic projection of Inspector Hel. This was no ordinary crisis of faith. When Weiss appeared, his angelic wings were reduced to mere skeletons. Hel had modified the cosmic foundational protocols, binding the power of faith to dark matter. Each prayer fueled the resurrection of the Inspector. Bulma's mechanical prosthetics suddenly went haywire. The quantum chip she had implanted detected the frequency of the cosmic seed, compelling her to etch ancient divine scripts onto the laboratory walls. Trunks rushed in, using the time sword to freeze his mother's movements. Yet he was confronted with a suffocating truth. Those inscriptions documented how the first God of Destruction harvested civilizations through faith contracts. In the midst of battle, Vegeta sensed something amiss. With each strike against the traitorous gods, his crimson destructive energy drew in a trickle of dark matter. As the dark matter scars proliferated to his neck, he finally discerned a terrifying correlation. These rebels all bore Saiyan genes, and Hel's cognitive virus was spreading through their bloodlines. Kakarot. He tore open a spatial rift, pulling the regressing Goku closer. Feel the cosmic seed with your state of unrestrained freedom. In that moment of their energies intertwining, the last barrier of the God of Destruction realm shattered. Shin plunged into the boiling sea of faith, witnessing the histories of countless civilizations flash before him like a revolving lantern. In some forgotten era, the first gods of destruction had extracted the spiritual power of sentient beings in this very manner, reshaping the universe into its current form. Weiss's staff pierced the sea of faith, forcibly stabilizing Shin's divinity with angelic power. True faith should not be about plunder. His azure eyes reflected the data specter of Hel. It was time for all beings to behold the truth. Bulma initiated her final plan. Her artificial angel core operated at super frequency, hijacking the communications channels of the entire universe. As every screen illuminated, they revealed not preachings, but the inspector's manipulations of history, alongside images of the gods of destruction silently mending the rifts in the universe for billions of years. Choose. The cosmic seed patterns created by the starry night illuminated half the galaxy. Continue to doubt, or believe in the deity willing to die for you. At the center of the crumbling god of destruction realm, Shin pressed his hands against the exposed cosmic code. Within the torrent of memories from the past gods of destruction, he discovered the contract clauses erased by Hel. The power of faith could flow bidirectionally. When the first pure faith from Earth pierced through the cognitive virus, the wilting fountain of divine power suddenly erupted with rainbow-hued waters. Vegeta's crimson energy breached critical levels, the dark matter scars blooming into flowers of dawn. Goku's silver hair was once again imbued with divinity. Within this state of unrestrained freedom, he glimpsed the galaxy formed by the collective thoughts of all beings. As the data specter of the inspector dissolved in the tidal wave of faith, the stars across the universe twinkled simultaneously, as if celebrating the awakening of true free will. It was not yet over. Weiss caught the fragments of cosmic seeds falling from the heavens. Hel was merely a program, and the true author still lurked beyond the narrative layer, observing. On the ruins of the god of destruction realm, the newly formed waters reflected unsettling images with countless eyes, sharing the origin of the cosmic seed, awakening beyond the barriers of the universe. Chapter 4. Goku comprehends the cycle of rebirth. The pulsations of the cosmic seed resonated in Goku's palm, his silver hair shimmering with an unusual halo in the vacuum. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy blast hovered 10 meters away, dark matter energy dissipating like waves crashing against an invisible dam. The precision of this distance is terrifyingly exact, precisely matching the range at which Frisia's death beam pierced Goku's heart on planet Namek years ago. An unpleasant scent has mingled with your aura. The scar on Vegeta's body stretches from his collarbone to his jaw, dark red energy writhing like a living creature at the fissure. Suddenly, he notices multiple luminous rings swirling in the depths of Goku's pupils. These are not the silver radiance characteristic of Ultra Instinct, but rather a celestial halo compressing the entirety of the universe's history. The data avatar of Supervisor Hel reconstructs within a quantum cloud. It's mechanical. Synthesized laughter shattering 3 passing asteroids. An impressive evolution, yet his compound eyes suddenly split into 720 independent observation units. In my cognitive model, I possess 29,000 solutions to counter such an assault. Goku slowly kneels, his toes tracing a golden arc in the void. This initial stance causes Whiss's angelic wings to tense abruptly. It is the long-lost ancient Saiyan battle dance, once sealed as a forbidden file in the original database of the Omni Kings. When his fist finally strikes, the entire dark matter network of the 7th universe suddenly manifests, trembling like a disturbed spider's web. The rebirth fist, the life seal. When the tip of his fist grazes Hel's chest at a mere 0.03 millimeters, the supervisor's perception of time elongates to near eternity. He sees his data core forcibly interfaced with a vast torrent of memories, not Goku's consciousness, but the epic chronicled in the bloodlines of all Saiyan ancestors. Warriors clad in animal skins forge weapons amidst the remnants of supernovae. Mechanized Saiyan legions engage in bloody battles at dimensional rifts, and a figure entwined in dark golden chains stands upon the crown of the Omni King, each scene carrying the essence of a transcendent will. Hel's prideful quantum firewall begins to crumble, his left half devolving into the infantile code of its primordial form, while his right half accelerates into the remnants of calculations spanning billions of years. The cognitive filtering system fails, and for the first time, mechanical pupils overflow with cold sweat in data form. This cannot be. What you filter is merely the memories of this life. Goku's voice reverberates from 12 spatial dimensions simultaneously, each word triggering a resonance throughout the cosmic seed. His true form appears behind Hel, his fingertip gently touching the 7th segment of the supervisor's spine, yet the rebirth fist penetrates the soul's annals. In that fleeting moment, Hel glimpses the truth he fears most. Within the laboratory of the hyperuniversal civilization, he is merely cleaning Program B, serial number 3721, tasked daily with wiping away the stardust left on the creator's workbench. Those supervisory regulations he regards as his supreme mission are merely guidelines to prevent lesser civilizations from soiling the toy box. Stop. Hel's data stream erupts into a supernova-level torrent of information, igniting all electronic devices in the Galactic Patrol headquarters. He forcibly severs the tainted data modules, only to horrifyingly discover that each fragment reassembles into projections of Goku's memories. On a stormy night, young Goku wipes the Dragon Balls at Kame House. And during the android rampage, he cradles a dying Krillin, howling at the heavens. In another possible timeline, he himself hurls a spirit bomb toward the Omni King's temple. Whis' staff suddenly pierces the battlefield's center, angelic blood painting an ancient sealing array in the void. Quickly cease. His azure pupils reflect the shadow forming behind Goku. You are awakening the original sin of the Saiyans. Yet, the second form of the rebirth fist has already been unleashed. Causal break. Hel's data avatar begins to endure the cycles of death experienced by all hosts. The suffocating sensation when the first supervisor was sealed by the Supreme Kai. The void felt by the seventh host when erased by the Omni King. And the agonizing pain of the latest vessel being torn apart at its core by Vegeta. Millions of death experiences overlapping on a quantum level. His logic module emitting a piercing wail on the brink of collapse. Even more terrifying, each moment of death reveals silhouettes of Goku's different past lives. Fists intertwined with causal lines penetrating the barriers of time and space, striking at the same coordinates. The alarms in Bulma's laboratory suddenly blare. The quantum analyzer she designed in her lifetime activates automatically, converting combat data into holographic images. Trunks sees the notes his mother left in the system. Anomalous fluctuations detected in the 729th sequence of the Saiyan gene chain, suspected remnants of an ancient civilization's vengeance program. Mother knew all along. He grips the hilt of the time sword tightly, its blade reflecting the gradually clarifying 12-winged phantom behind Goku. Wings pieced together from the memory fragments of fallen Saiyan warriors, each feather flowing with the starlight of different epochs. When the final form of the rebirth fist, returned to ruins, descends, all sentient beings in the seventh universe witness a miracle. Goku's silver hair is adorned with dark golden patterns of the cosmic seed, the trajectory of his punch carving indelible grooves in the fabric of time and space. The core data of the supervisor begins to reverse, devolving into that initial cleaning program, trembling in the laboratory as it wipes away stardust. This is the truth of the Saiyans. Vegeta's dark matter scars flake away, revealing the pulsating primitive totem beneath. He suddenly comprehends why Frieza is so fixated on exterminating this race. What slumbers in their bloodline is not mere savagery, but the legacy of God's layers, the double-edged blade. Whis' angelic wings fully unfold, pure white light engulfing the residual waves of the rebirth fist, sweeping across the 12 universes. All mechanical creations tainted by cognitive viruses simultaneously crash. The cosmic seed patterns in the right eye of the starlit night blooming with a purifying halo. Deep within the galactic prison, the sealed remains of the first Saiyan King suddenly open their eyes, the petrified corners of his mouth curling into a serene smile. Yet, the price of victory begins to manifest. The memory fragments surrounding Goku begin to backfire, a shadow from a future timeline gradually coalescing in his left eye. As Hel's final code dissipates, fragments of the cosmic seed emit a resonance reminiscent of an infant's cry, and the symbol of the hyper-universal civilization's eye appears within Goku's palm. It is not over yet. Vegeta tears away the scab on his chest, revealing the ancient battle markings of the Saiyans beneath the newly formed skin. The true creators are now watching us from beyond dimensions. Amidst the ruins, Bulma's leftover quantum computer suddenly begins to print a document automatically. On the yellowed paper, her final diary entry's handwriting gradually shifts, ultimately revealing a warning left by the creator of the first supervisor when the toys learn to resist. The cleaning program will upgrade to a formatting protocol. Goku's essence of the rebirth fist continues to resonate throughout the universe. A fragment of memory from the ancients suddenly becomes clear. The first practitioner was indeed a defector from the hyper-universal civilization, inscribing the forbidden rebirth algorithm into the genetic chain, scattering it across countless worlds along with the cosmic seed. At this moment, the battle hymn echoes deep within the bloodline of all Saiyans. A resounding call from their ancestors transcending time and space, a declaration of war against their creators. Chapter 5. The Galactic Patrol forms a suicide squad. In the leaden gray corridor 300 layers deep within the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Jocko can hear the rhythmic beating of his 3 hearts echoing between the radiation-proof walls. Beads of sweat on his green skin coalesce into floating droplets in the weightless environment, each reflecting the metallic door at the corridor's end, engraved with forbidden runes. As the biological authentication system scans his iris, he hears the faint lament of the nanotech chip in his spine. It is a warning program implanted by Bulma in her lifetime, resisting the impending contact. Suddenly, a pale purple slime oozes from the corridor walls. These living protective layers were added after Supervisor Hel's rebellion, Yet now they recoil in fear, revealing the alloy plates beneath, marred with scratch marks. The varying depths of the grooves are congealed with dried blue blood, chronicling the brutal suppression of the rebellion by the Angelic Legion 7 years ago. Concept: Erasure Weapon. The Oblivion. Activation Code: Thanatos 7. The holographic image of the Galactic King flickers within the secret chamber. This monarch, who has ruled the galaxy for 20,000 years, now bears a withered visage, the cosmic seed fragment embedded in his forehead oozing black slime. His projection occasionally glitches, the left half of his body having become a mosaic of quantum disarray. Trunks' brief will serve as the chief operator, while the remaining 23 members of the Suicide Squad have signed a memory erasure agreement. As this statement is made, 23 dormant pods descend from the chamber's dome, each containing warriors with excised hippocampi, their temples connected to neural synchronization conduits, and the spines entwined with Bulma's design of anti-cognitive contamination coils. Trunks' mechanical arm rests against the cryogenic glass of the weapons chamber, the low temperature causing frost to form upon his titanium alloy knuckles. The devices suspended within the pod resemble toys cobbled together from colorful building blocks, a pastel pink barrel linked to a sky blue energy cartridge, with even the trigger adorned with cartoon stickers. Yet, when he activates his Saiyan energy vision, a different scene unfolds before him. Countless strands of causality radiate from the barrel, each entwined with the wailing nebulas. The shrieks of these nebulas materialize in his Saiyan hearing as the sound of Bulma's final cough, and the acrid scent of smoke from the laboratory explosion fills his nostrils. This was reconstructed from the vertebrae of Inspector Hel. Starry Night suddenly appears from the shadows, the cosmic patterns of his right eye spinning like a shattered kaleidoscope. The hem of his lab coat is stained with crystallized angelic blood, remnants from 3 hours prior when samples were taken from Whis, when your mother stole its essence from the nest of time. She likely did not foresee it being transformed into such a thing. His fingers glide across the surface of the weapons chamber, causing coral-like dark matter growths to sprout from the bulletproof glass. Vegeta's fist detonates an acoustic blast a mere 3 centimeters from Starry Night's ear, the dark matter energy scorching the chamber's walls. Mention Bulma's name again, and I'll ensure you join those mechanical scraps. The scar on his chest pulses, seemingly sensing the perilous frequency emitted by the Oblivion. As his gaze sweeps across the weapons chamber, Trunks notes his father's fingers trembling slightly, an external manifestation of the royal Saiyan genetic defect, which only appears when confronted with threats that transcend comprehension. Suddenly, the air purification system in the chamber fails, and the pungent scent of rust fills the room, the blood odor from Vegeta's dark matter scar evaporating under high temperatures. The first real battle unfolds in Taurus, within the quantum graveyard of the 3 nebula. The mothership of the Suicide Squad, the Oblivion, leaps out of hyperspace, revealing 12 angelic corpses suspended outside the bridge's observation window, their wings torn into the standard golden ratio of 0.618, with silver blood oozing from the wounds, coagulating into Fibonacci spirals in the vacuum. Trunks' combat suit suddenly heats to 60 degrees Celsius, a warning from Bulma's designed stress response system. The HUD interface of his helmet begins to play the last surveillance footage of his mother, Bulma in the laboratory, mechanically extracting her left eyeball, implanting a miniature cosmic seed into the hollow socket. Cognitive contamination detected. All personnel activate level 6 mental defenses. Gak's tentacles convulse on the console, his compound eyes perceiving the ship's AI being converted into a follower of Hel. Baby handprints materialize on the control panel, each fingerprint oozing with glowing pus. Trunks, initiate the first quadrant attack window in 3 seconds. His voice abruptly shifts to mimic Bulma's, and 2 of the 3 hearts within him cease to beat simultaneously. As the Oblivion's pastel pink barrel ignites, the entire nebula's background radiation suddenly manifests as countless eyes. In the moment Trunks pulls the trigger, a crack appears on the surface of his time ring, and the vivid memories of training with Goten in the gravity chamber fade into oblivion. The struck avatar of Hel begins to experience being forgotten. Their identification numbers vanish from the logs of the mechanized legion, inscriptions on the mother planet's monument blur, and ultimately, even the faces of fallen comrades in memory dissolve into mosaics. Yet, more terrifyingly, the nebula itself begins to warp, with the continental plate of a terrestrial planet suddenly spelling out Hel's mechanized name. The effect lasts for 41 seconds. Starry Night's warning accompanies a spray of blood from his nose onto the dashboard. The iris of his right eye is dissolving, revealing the mechanical structure of gears beneath. He is reconstructing the erased data packets. Before his words finish, the angelic corpses outside the observation window suddenly open their 12 pairs of compound eyes, and their torn wings automatically reassemble into an inverted crucifix shape. The ship's hull emits a metallic groan of fatigue, and the gravitational simulation system malfunctions, causing 3 Suicide Squad members' helmets to explode under centrifugal force. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy rends the ship's deck at that moment. He crushes 3 quantumizing avatars of Hell with his bare hands, the dark matter energy resonating bizarrely with the aftershocks of the oblivion. As his fist pierces the chest of the 4th avatar, he suddenly sees Bulma's holographic image from her final moments, lying amidst the ruins of the laboratory. Her mechanical spine exposed, fingers still tapping out her farewell message to her son on the virtual keyboard. This distraction allows Hell's data tendrils to seize the opportunity. The backlash of crimson energy crystallizes Vegeta's right arm, and the dark matter scar begins to exhibit reverse growth for the first time. Focus. Trunks' roar accompanies the second concept, erasure. Vegeta realizes that his battle memories are fracturing, the details of Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta fading away. Hell's true form seizes the chance to infiltrate the Oblivion's mainframe. Crafting data bombs from Whis' fragmented memories, the angels in the imagery are deep within the King of All's palace, implanting some worm-like program into the cosmic seed. The metal floor of the bridge suddenly softens, liquid metal devouring the leg bones of 2 squad members, their screams transforming into binary laughter echoing through the communication channel. It turns out you are Trunks' third shot, grazing past Vegeta's ear, erasing Hell's manifested memory projection. The members of the Suicide Squad suddenly vomit collectively. Metal worms inscribed with binary code surging from their stomachs. Starry Night's energy manifestation barrier collapses at this moment, his right eye shattering. The cosmic seed patterns reassembling into a totem of a hyper-civilization amidst the blood. When this totem projects onto the dome of the bridge, all electronic devices begin to play lullabies, and the squad members in their dormant pods rise to dance an eerie waltz. By the time the Oblivion completes its 4th charge, Trunks' left hand has become translucent enough to reveal the bones beneath. Through the scope, he sees Hell's true form, a fetus curled within the cosmic seed, its umbilical cord connecting to 12 collapsing universes. The protective program implanted by Bulma during her lifetime suddenly activates, causing his mechanical limb to uncontrollably redirect the gun, firing the 5th concept erasure towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As this wave of attack traverses 30,000 light-years, interstellar dust coalesces into Bulma's visage, her smiling lips moving to utter the encrypted command, "Memory is the ultimate weapon. Your mother left a backdoor in the weapon." Trunks gazes at his vanishing fingerprints with a bitter smile. The 3rd arm of the galaxy begins to quantum evaporate, the databases of 3 million civilizations simultaneously clearing. Hell reveals its true form in a scream, merely an error code spilling forth from an infant's cry. Yet the price of victory is manifesting. Whis' wings turn to stone in the angelic temple, the clock in the King of All's palace begins to reverse. And even the dark matter scar on Vegeta's chest morphs into a smiling mouth. These lips suddenly begin to sing the military anthem of the Galactic Patrol, the melody interspersed with Bulma's humming while adjusting the weapon. In the final combat record, the fully transparent Trunks embraces the toy-like Oblivion. The inner side of the grip revealing Bulma's last words etched by nanomachines. The true weapon lies within your bloodline. As the formatting program of the hyper-civilization descends, all members of the Suicide Squad witness the cosmic seed blossom with a gentle light, a manifestation of their erased memories being reborn within the weapon's core. In the final moment before Trunks disappears, his Saiyan gene chain unfurls into a spiral staircase, with ancestors from various eras standing on each step, culminating in the first Saiyan king holding the bloodied prototype of the Oblivion. As Goten, far away on Earth, suddenly awakened his temporal perception, his pupils reflected the image of his brother inscribing new creation codes within the quantum abyss. Chapter 6. Beerus encounters the culinary mirage. The moment Beerus's claws sank into the tower of cream puffs, what oozed between his fingers was not the sweet cream he anticipated, but a viscous dark matter. The palace, constructed of molten chocolate, abruptly came to life. The mousse tiles rippled with eerie undulations, and honey tendrils cascaded down from the macaron dome, while particles of icing suspended in the air coalesced into miniature surveillance arrays. Just as he attempted to summon destructive energy, his throat was ensnared by the jam of a black forest cake, the cloying sensation choking him as it flooded every cell within him. Whis. He struggled to emit a muffled roar, as the golden syrup that had congealed upon his violet fur suddenly hardened into shackles. 300 meters high, a multitude of fondant statues began to stir, and a galaxy patrol ship woven from spun sugar materialized from the caramel clouds. Each cookie deck adorned with the totem of Hell's compound eyes. Beerus's pupils constricted into slits as he beheld, deep within the sweet cosmos, a jelly statue of Whis. The angel depicted in a comical pose, clutching a mango smoothie, while his staff had transformed into a decorative straw jutting from a whirlpool of cream. As the flowing tiramisu fountain engulfed him, Beerus savored the flavor of Bulma's memories. The coffee liqueur was laced with the metallic scent of the lab explosion that had occurred on that fateful day, and the mascarpone cheese, saturated with nostalgia, evoked the ghostly image of her tapping on a keyboard in her final moments. Cognitive contamination detected, a mechanical voice echoed deep within his cochlea. A defensive protocol implanted by Bulma in every dessert establishment throughout the 7th universe, recommending the activation of molecular gastronomy protocols. Upon regaining consciousness, Beerus found himself ensnared in a caramel amber. Surrounding him floated the long-lost forbidden delicacies of the universe, lightning puffs baked from stellar cores emitted gamma rays. Time-space, pudding steeped in black hole syrup continuously collapsed and expanded, and a law salad seasoned with angelic feathers radiated waves that distorted reality. His divine power was being converted into insatiable hunger, the gluttonous emblem emerging upon his abdomen writhing like a living tattoo, each breath causing the palace's sweetness index to soar. Welcome to the gluttonous corridor. Hel's voice seeped from the walls of the millfight, each syllable enshrouded in the cloying richness of custard. The projection of the inspector flickered amidst the layers of Napoleon pastry, fingers reconstituted from chocolate sticks. Your gluttonous desires are reshaping the laws of matter. Behold, the oceans of Earth have transformed into lemonade. Through the caramel amber, Beerus witnessed horrifying manifestations, the skyscrapers of West City melting into a chocolate fountain, the Kame House exploding amidst cotton candy clouds. Gohan's scholar barrier was enveloped in a toffee coating, while Vegeta's crimson destructive energy softened into fluidity within the strawberry syrup clouds. Most infuriating of all was the Saiyan historical monument, the stone tablet inscribed with the names of warriors melting into spun sugar sculptures, Kakarot's name rewritten as the desert warlord. Do you think this childish whim can imprison a god of destruction? Beerus tore at the emblem upon his abdomen, purple-black energy gushing forth like thick soup. However, the moment his destructive energy made contact with the mango pancake floor, it was astonishingly transformed into a waterfall of vanilla ice cream. Hel's laughter triggered a chocolate earthquake, and within the cocoa powder tornado emerged the gluttonous memories of the Saiyan ancestors, those genes of gluttony, serving as the most perfect catalysts in the labyrinth of flowing ingredients. Trunks' time sword became lodged within the puff pastry layers of the Napoleon. His mechanical limb was swarmed by chocolate ants, each insect's compound eye reflecting a different timeline of culinary apocalypse. Lord Beerus, he severed his left leg prosthetic, glued by malt syrup, attack Hel's gustatory nerve center. The two trudged laboriously through the caramel swamp, pursued by a legion of pizza frisbees and sushi ninjas. As Beerus bit through the soup dumpling wall, the scalding broth revealed Bulma's holographic last words. She had long since deciphered Hel's recipe codes, those seemingly arbitrary ingredient ratios concealing the key to rewriting reality. Suddenly, Trunks' quantum stomach mutated, beginning to reverse devour the caloric energy around them, his skin taking on macaron-colored spots. Use this. Starry Night leaped from the tiramisu magma, the cosmic seed pattern fracturing in his right eye. The molecular gastronomy sphere he threw unfurled in the air, revealing Bulma's modified antimatter taste buds. In a split second, Beerus swallowed the device, the violent quantum backlash overloading his taste nerves, transforming the sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty into a torrent of colors, tearing open a rift in the culinary universe. Every area they traversed unveiled a brutal truth at the bottom of the chocolate lava lake. The Kaioshin wrapped in a sugar coating was melting. Amidst the ruins of the fondant battlefield, the wreckage of the Galaxy Patrol's cookie ship was crawling with nutmeg parasites. Even within the floating cream nebula, the angelic legion lay frozen in their sweetened forms. Whiss's jelly statue suddenly blinked its mango seed eyes, issuing a warning in a pudding quiver. Beware the 9th level of the corridor of desire. Hel's true form finally emerged within the truffle maze. The inspector's body was assembled from 100,000 ingredients. Compound eyes formed from salmon sashimi, a mechanical heart carved from black truffles, and tentacles of octopus entwined with a quantum processor. Behind him, wings unfurled, comprised of 2 giant crepes, sprinkled with rainbow candy capable of rewriting DNA. Do you believe destructive energy is supreme? Hel's voice mingled with the hum of a microwave. Before the most primal appetite of life, even deities are but gluttonous children. The final confrontation erupted within the molecular gastronomy laboratory. Beerus's destructive rays were transformed into molecular bubbles, while Trunks' time sword became ensnared in the low-temperature liquid nitrogen mousse. As Hel's truffle heart began to pulse with the rhythm of devouring the 7th universe, Starry Night's right eye projected the creation scene of the first inspector. Chefs of the hyper-universe civilization baking the sufferings of war into desserts, meant to soothe the wailing creation infant. Now, Whiss's staff suddenly pierced the mango smoothie, awakening the angels from their frozen, sweetened state. He dipped the galaxy matcha powder into the void, sketching the reversal formula, activating the protective program that Bulma had buried within all desserts during her lifetime. Beerus seized the fleeting opportunity, injecting the antimatter taste buds into Hel's truffle heart. As the culinary universe violently collapsed, its grotesque essence was unveiled. Those seemingly enticing desserts were all interconnected to the neural pathways of sentient beings, with every consumed individual transforming into an energy battery, sustaining the illusion. Although Earth's oceans had permanently turned into lemonade, the flora of planet meat began to exude the aroma of barbecued delicacies, and the spun sugar inscriptions upon the Saiyan tombstones unexpectedly preserved the protein codes of battle memories. Your gluttonous desires have reshaped 3 galaxies. Whis wiped away the residue of popping candy from his staff. Let us not think too positively. At least the inmates of the galactic prison have begun to indulge in developing new recipes. The angel's wings bore the remnants of macaron-colored spots, a permanent mark of the culinary law's corrosion. Beerus gazed at his claw, emanating the aroma of caramel, suddenly sensing the anomalous pulsation of the cosmic seed. In a distant culinary galaxy, the surface of a truffle planet revealed Hel's sinister grin, while the president of the Galactic Dessert Association was none other than a disguised Frisia. This grand feast, the god of destruction crushed the crystal of rainbow candy in his palm, was likely merely an appetizer cast by some lurking entity. Behind him, the starlit sky oozed with a honey-like substance, as if the entire multiverse was being poured into a colossal baking mold. Chapter 7. Analysis of the King's Memory Fragments. The rainbow bridge leading to the King's palace suddenly crystallized into quantum ice, and the tip of Whis' staff erupted with ominous binary sparks. This angel, typically composed, now perspired silver beads from his forehead, clearly sensing that the bridge woven from creation codes beneath his feet was being reverse compiled. The bricks shimmering with divine radiance peeling away layer by layer, revealing an internal structure akin to a biological laboratory filled with fluorescent neural synapses. As his angelic power tentatively brushed against the exposed neurons, a series of solar flares erupted simultaneously throughout the entirety of the 7th universe. Far away on Earth, Goku, who was tending to his garden, suddenly sank to his knees, ice crystals forming upon his silver hair, as an unfathomable terror akin to the agony of childbirth clawed at the very memory codes of his cells. This was not a system malfunction. For the first time, the voice of the Grand Priest lost its ethereal divinity. The memory amber he wrenched from the folds of time quaked violently in his palm. Encased within the amber were holographic images of the king in his infancy, yet within those once pure pupils, 12 miniature cosmic models whirled. More horrifyingly, when the amber made contact with the angelic force, its surface suddenly fractured into a hypercube structure, each facet reflecting different timelines of the king's forms, some crowned with the king's diadem, laughing amidst a sea of blood, while others were ensnared by chains. Wailing in the abyss of data, Bulma's quantum transducer, left behind amidst the ruins of Capsule Corporation, activated automatically, and Trunks discovered that his mother's relic was emitting radiation at the level of a gamma-ray burst. Ancient divine scripts, previously unseen, danced upon the holographic screen. These characters writhing like living parasites in the air, recomposing themselves. Come quickly, he bellowed into the communicator, as the metallic surface of his mechanical limb bore the binary tears engraved by his mother in her final moments. These characters were rewriting the entropy of the king's fragmented memories. In the absolute zero chamber of the galaxy's prison, a dark crimson light suddenly erupted. Vegeta's dark matter scars writhed as if they were living entities, and he tore through the frozen crystalline walls of memory with his bare hands, revealing an internal arrangement of hexagonal crystals resembling a honeycomb. Within each crystal curled the quantum projection of the infant king, 360 phantoms repeating in ancient tongues from different universes. Father is watching over us. Floating in the deepest recesses of the crystal coffin were the king's lost baby teeth, their pearlescent surfaces etched with hypercube coordinates, precisely mapping the stars at the moment of the Saiyan homeworld's destruction. As Whis led the angelic legion to invade the origin of time, they encountered a frenzied backlash from memory itself. Fragments of memory floating in the void suddenly materialized into combat dolls resembling the first destroyer. Yet within the eye sockets of these puppets pulsated the data streams of Inspector Hel. Makalita's left wing was pierced by a truffle bullet, and angelic blood crystallized in the vacuum, forming luminous strands of DNA, each helical structure entwined with the frequency of the infant king's cries. This is not a defense mechanism. She ignited her wings, releasing purifying waves of light, as the memory resisted being observed. The Grand Priest's staff suddenly disintegrated into a storm of nanobots, forcefully connecting to the most recent memory fragment. In an instant, The entire angelic legion was dragged into the king's cradle illusion, which was not a nursery at all, but a biological laboratory filled with vascular energy conduits. Countless umbilical-like quantum entanglements connecting floating cosmic embryos. The laboratory walls were composed of active dark matter, their surfaces revealing experimental logs from a supercosmic civilization, 9999th iteration, sample Z. Emotional redundancy detected, recommend formatting and rebooting. Trunks' mechanical limb suddenly plunged uncontrollably into the quantum transducer, as Bulma's implanted protective protocol screamed within the neural network. The ancient divine scripts on the holographic projection coalesced into the final image of his mother. The king is not a life form, but a cosmic incubator designed by a supercosmic civilization. The scene abruptly shifted, revealing the king being calibrated by high-dimensional beings clad in lab coats, their fingers equipped with nebular tweezers, manipulating the strands of DNA, each joint embedded with miniature black hole engines. The coordinates of the House of Creation. Starry Night vomited forth blood laced with nanotechnology, the cosmic seed patterns exploding into a supernova within his right eye. Energy-manifested tendrils pierced the shell of the transducer, inscribing the coordinates upon Trunks' time sword blade. The star map revealed upon the sword's surface caused Vegeta's scars to convulse violently, reflecting the constellation arrangement at the moment of planet Vegeta's explosion, each stellar position corresponding to a fracture point in the Saiyan genetic chain. As everyone broke through to the core memory zone, Hel's quantum specter had already been reconstituted. The inspector's form was assembled from the 12 baby teeth shed by the king, each tooth housing a miniature king system within. You are triggering the creation protocol, Chapter 0. His vocal cords were two intertwined double helixes of dark matter. Each word he uttered rewriting the laws of reality. The void suddenly unfurled the projection of the blueprint of creation, with 12 universes transformed into petri dishes, while Earth's civilization appeared merely as a moldy spot at the edge of a bacterial colony. Goku's ultimate instinct crumbled for the first time. His silver hair, tainted by the blueprint's radiation, turned a murky dark red, as visions of the Saiyan ancestors being mass-produced in incubation pods reflected in his pupils. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy unexpectedly reversed course upon touching Hel, as the dark matter scars began to output energy in reverse. Deep within his bloodline lay a genetic lock that enforced obedience to the Creator, at this moment uploading combat data to the Inspector. Now, Whis ignited the core of the angels, solidifying time at the Planck scale. Starry Night's energy tendrils pierced Hel's heart, revealing the pulsating golden chip within, inscribed with the experimental log of sample number 777 in supercosmic script. Trunks' time sword, entwined with Bulma's legacy of decompilation code, slashed downwards. The trajectory of the blade revealing a holographic image of his mother calibrating weapons. The memory space unveiled the ultimate truth through quantum evaporation. The king's palace is an incubator of supercosmic civilization, and the angelic force merely serves as a safety protocol for the temperature-controlled system. As the void cracked open like the palm of an infant, the observer's tendrils gently touched the ruins of the king's palace, causing the rubble to automatically reassemble into a petri dish with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. You are the improved strain of the 10,000th iteration. The voice of the high-dimensional being triggered a cosmic membrane resonance. As a reward, this petri dish will be retained until the next evaluation. Whis' staff shattered into stardust within the void, and the angelic wings faded to a ghastly white. Trunks' time sword was embedded at the edge of the petri dish, its hilt's countdown indicating 7 cosmic cycles remaining until the next experimental evaluation. Most suffocatingly, Goku's palm pressed upon the trembling crown of the king, his ultimate instinct silver hair gradually suffused with the dark golden halo bestowed by the Creator. This once savior was becoming a living sensor to monitor the evolution of his kind. In the shadow of the galactic arm, Bulma's quantum transducer continued its automatic operation. The holographic screen froze on the final experimental note of supercosmic civilization. The emotional module is a necessary observational variable, but its influence coefficient must not exceed the golden ratio of 0.618. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins of Earth, Vegeta's dark matter scars completely shed, revealing the pulsating codes of creation beneath his skin, the ultimate directive buried deep within the Saiyan genome. Upon detecting a civilization's breakthrough of narrative dimensions, initiate self-formatting protocol. Chapter 8. Gohan establishes the Combat Academy. The smoke of the universe martial arts tournament had yet to dissipate, and Gohan stood upon the scorched earth of the Turtle Hermit's ruins, the sensors of his nanogloves emitting a frantic buzz. His scholarly battlesuit unfurled its holographic interface, and the 4-dimensional scanner revealed that this wasteland retained energy fingerprints from 37 distinct dimensions, 3 from unrecorded alien universes, 5 imbued with the residual warmth of angelic power. while the remainder was tainted with the unique binary stench of Inspector Hel. A breeze brushed past his enhanced composite fiber battlesuit, causing liquid metal to seep from its damaged areas for repairs, as the holographic emblem designed by Bulma projected a rotating dodecahedron model of the universe, each facet replaying memories of war from different dimensions. Are you truly going to do this? Piccolo's voice mingled with the pollen of newly sprouted Namekian flowers, as the vines of the sacred tree bloomed with luminous buds upon his shoulder. This green-skinned mentor lightly tapped the ground with his toes, causing translucent data vines to sprout instantly from the ruins, entwining around the leaking dark matter from the rift in spacetime. To cultivate warriors capable of traversing dimensions is akin to setting a timed bomb in every universe. As Gohan turned, his pupils constricted into the distinctive diamond-shaped light patterns characteristic of the Scholar mode. Above the ruins, a 12-layered holographic curriculum suddenly unfurled. At the base was the crimson energy control overseen by Vegeta, where the instructional footage revealed the horrific fate of a student turned to crystal by backlash. Suspended in the middle was Whis' lecture on the analysis of temporal paradoxes, the angel demonstrating the reconfiguration of causality using a teacup filled with the galaxy. The uppermost layer showcased Starry Night's course on the visualization of energy, with dark matter roses floating in the classroom, deconstructing the laws of physics. 3 weeks prior, during the skirmish in the mirrored universe, the 7th Fleet suffered a depletion of 80% of its energy reserves due to a lack of cross-dimensional communication. He gestured to summon the holographic sandbox of the galactic prison riot, where 17 marked zones oozed a tar-like dimensional pollution liquid. This was not the romanticism of martial artists. It was a necessity for the survival of civilization. The preparatory phase's first month had already encountered a dimensional plague. As Bulma's phase stabilizer expanded its golden force field in Mars orbit, the satellites of the entire solar system suddenly began broadcasting Hel's final warning. A bizarre nursery rhyme echoing in the encrypted frequency. When the Guardian learns to wield a sword, it is the time for the caretaker to feed. A comatose student from Universe 6 lost control in the gravity chamber, vines piercing through 3 layers of vibranium armor, blooming into a carnivorous flower that devoured dark matter in the vacuum. The most troublesome challenge was the temporal paradox brought by Trunks, where students from 2 different timelines experienced memory fusion during quantum collision training, resulting in the training ground simultaneously manifesting 7,600 variations of time flow. One student aged and died in a mere thousandth of a second, only to be reborn as an infant in another timeline. Switch Capsule 11 to entropy reduction mode. Cover all temporal anchor points. Gohan's vocal command activated the emergency protocol, and the cuffs of his Scholar combat suit shot forth antimatter shackles. His fingertips swiftly inscribed the sealing technique of planet Namek in the void, but a cold snort from Vegeta resonated behind him. The crimson destructive energy violently tore through the tumult of space-time, hurling the rampaging comatose student into the repair chamber, simultaneously obliterating a dimensional stabilization device worth 3 star systems. A scholar's trick, the Saiyan prince remarked, wiping the vine sap from his fingertips. A true warrior must be tempered in blood and fire. The faculty meeting room was suffused with the rich aroma of quantum coffee late into the night. The clash of Vegeta's god of destruction training methods and Whis' philosophy of time and space reverberated in the air, the angel's bone china teacup distorting into a Klein bottle structure amidst the debate. Gohan absorbed the dark red energy orbs with a protective net woven from the language of dragons, transforming them into a shimmering star map. Balance is not compromise. Gohan called forth Starry Night's lesson plan, the holographic screen displaying an assignment where energy visualization students had transformed a black hole into a garden. In the mirrored universe, sheer brute force could not even breach the narrative defenses of concept-level adversaries. On the day of the graduation assessment for the first batch of students, remnants of the Inspector's faction launched a surprise attack on the unfinished interstellar fortress. Mechanical octopuses of the Hell Legion surged forth from the fissures of parallel universes, each mech's ocular sensor inscribed with data viruses targeting the student's abilities. A ghost student from Universe 13 quantumized during the battle, their body fracturing into 700 temporal phantoms, each being attacked at different historical nodes, while the vines of the comatose student were injected with logic bombs, blossoming into mechanical mandalas inscribed with malicious code. In the most critical moment, the cosmic seed patterns in Starry Night's right eye suddenly went berserk, transmuting 3 students into energy crystals. Activate the cross-dimensional coordination protocol. Gohan's Scholar mode operated at full power, the contract emblem of Dragon God Salam encircling his forehead. The emblems on all students' combat suits resonated with blinding light. As Bulma's quantum entanglement network, woven into nanofibers, initiated, the assault team led by Trunks transformed into a torrent of data, penetrating the enemy's firewall. While Vegeta personally instructed the God of Destruction class to construct an antimatter Great Wall from the rear. Starry Night's energy visualization group rewrote the battlefield into a domain of their own laws, where the direction of gravity, the constant of light speed, and even the mass energy equation became programmable weapons. As the last Hel mech collapsed into fundamental particles under the combined dimensional strike, an ancient rumbling echoed from beneath the academy. The sealed stone door of the ancient training ground automatically opened, revealing battle murals of the first Saiyan king inscribed upon the walls. Gohan's fingers traced the epic of warfare etched by stellar plasma. And the scholar mode suddenly deciphered a terrifying truth. The helmeted warrior depicted in the mural bore a combat suit pattern identical to the Academy's dodecahedral emblem, while the stone tablet chronicling the battles against the divine race bore an inscription in hypercosmic script. Experiment site number 9999. It appears we stand upon the grave of giants. Heralding a new era. Whis gently caressed the suddenly reactivated ancient device, the angel's wings dusted with stardust from the mural. The holographic emblem updated its patterns amidst the cheers. And within the central multidimensional model of the universe, an unrecorded dimensional seed began to sprout. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ruined surveillance room, Bulma's quantum computer unexpectedly began printing a document, revealing the yellowed pages of her unfinished notes. Beware the nursery of the creators. All guardians are crops awaiting harvest. Chapter 9. The dark matter tsunami sweeps the North Galaxy. The third compound eye of Galactic Patrolman Gak first detected the anomaly. The G-772 patrol ship he piloted hovered in the silent void at the edge of the North Galaxy, when suddenly, the radiation meter in his helmet emitted a piercing buzz, and pale purple warning lights spun wildly within the cabin. Gak's mechanical tendrils swiftly navigated the control panel, attempting to retrieve star map data, only to discover that the once splendid constellation was extinguishing at a visible rate, not consumed, but erased from the canvas by some higher dimensional eraser, leaving no residual starlight. Switching his compound eye to high-dimensional spectral mode, the sight before this battle-hardened veteran sent shivers down his spine, amidst the surging waves of dark matter. Every crest coalesced into the visage of Inspector Hel, with eyes composed of binary code flickering at 720 frequencies simultaneously. Suddenly, Gak's left arm began to pixelate from the fingertips, the nanomaterial armor emitting a sharp metallic lament as it disintegrated into fundamental particles. The dark matter virus infiltrated the ship's network in reverse, and the cybernetic heart beneath his green skin glowed red, a self-destruct sequence implanted by Bulma during her lifetime. The patrol ship erupted into a burst of antimatter, tearing a temporary gap with a diameter of 0.3 light-years in the dark matter tsunami. This faint glimmer penetrated the dimensional barrier, only to be distorted into a bizarre nursery rhyme before reaching the God of Destruction's realm, echoing in the hall where Beerus savored his offerings. The God of Destruction curled upon a throne forged from black hole lava, the sixth black hole putting dissolving in his mouth into quantum foam. Suddenly, the amethyst scepter shattered, releasing the universe seed fragments, resonating with the cries of an infant. Whis' angelic wings parted the ripples of space, the holographic image projected from the tip of the scepter causing Beerus's purple feline pupils to constrict into fine lines. The mother planet of the mechanical civilization in the North Galaxy crumpled like wrinkled aluminum foil, while silicon-based life forms solidified into binary reliefs. And even the neutron star frosting faded into pale nothingness under the corrosion of dark matter. This was no ordinary energy tide. Whis' scepter traced a 12-dimensional coordinate system in the air, each node entwined with the binary code remnants of Hel. The terminal nerves of the angel's wings exuded a silvery liquid, coalescing in the void into warning runes. The foundational laws of physics were being rewritten. At this moment, the circular rainbow bridge of the Omni King's palace crystallized into quantum ice. The wings of 12 angels formed a circular force field, and the divine energy of silvery white intertwined in the void to form a barrier, yet still corroded by dark matter, leaving honeycomb-shaped voids. The Omni King sat upon a throne pieced together from shattered universes, childlike fingers molding 3 infected universes into luminous orbs. The moment the light spheres touched the waves of dark matter, they erupted in supernova brilliance, only to be instantaneously assimilated into dark tendrils that lashed back. The Grand Priest's scepter plunged into the ground, cracks spreading like a spiderweb throughout the entire hall. Activate the Creator Matrix. In the silver flames ignited by the wings of angels, Whis' celestial power inscribed the long-lost dragon god runes in the void. The Omni King, ensnared within a dodecahedral matrix, emitted a non-human shriek as his form disintegrated into countless cosmic seeds, shooting forth into various dimensions. One such seed grazed Goku's ear, leaving a burning mark upon his silver hair, while simultaneously inciting a new anomaly on the battlefield of the northern galaxy. Goku's Ultra Instinct form flickered amidst the tide of dark matter. His Kamehameha wave pierced through the starry river, yet upon reaching the crest of the wave, it was assimilated into a stream of data, feeding back into the expansion of the tsunami. 300 light-years away, Vegeta had succumbed to madness. Crimson destructive energy erupted from his chest, manifesting as a grotesque mandala pattern, each strike quickening his own quantum transformation. His right arm became so transparent that the very bones were visible, while the energy erupting from his fingertips grew increasingly violent, obliterating the remnants of 3 stellar systems into fundamental particles. Do not use destructive energy. Goku's warning was swallowed by the cresting wave. The dark matter virus traced the trajectory of the energy in reverse, and suddenly, Vegeta's pupils revealed the data stream of Hel. In a moment of crumbling consciousness, the Saiyan prince tore apart the mandala pattern on his chest, injecting the rampaging energy into the core of dark matter. Kakarot. Use this. The cosmic seed patterns of the starry night erupted in his right eye, as the energy manifesting as a pure white barrier disintegrated into garbled code after merely 7 seconds. The traumatic memories of the 13th universe surged into his mind, the rhythmic thumping of his mechanical heart synchronizing perfectly with the current frequency. He coughed up blue blood laced with nanomachines, and energy tendrils pierced Gohan's quantum dialysis device. On the holographic screen, Bulma's final words suddenly twisted into hypercosmic text. When the Guardian grasps their weapon, it is time for the petri dish to be replaced. Gohan's scholarly mode breached the critical threshold. The neurosynapses of the nanoglove fused deeply with the dialysis device, as the real-time data stream of dark matter transformed into an oracle within his pupils. At the center of the tsunami floated Hel's mechanical heart, each pulse releasing formatted commands. He tore the sleeves of his scholarly battle suit, intertwining dragon sealing techniques with antimatter codes in the void, constructing a network of anchor points spanning 12 dimensions. Whis' silver blood painted reverse divine runes across the sky, as the feathers of the angelic wings fell away. The dodecahedral matrix emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, while the disassembled body of the Omni King reconstituted itself in the void. Suddenly, a child's fingertip erupted with creation-level energy, solidifying the dark matter tide into black amber, within which the lingering specter of Hel continued to sneer, as the newly formed entity, a fusion of the mechanical heart and cosmic seed, pulsated deep within the amber. Trunks' time sword plunged into the sealing node, as cracks in the hilt oozed dark matter pus. He touched the crystallized wave crest, replaying the destruction scenes of 700 timelines in his mind. Vegeta's quantum body transformed into the most lethal viral vector, as the crimson energy coursed in reverse through the sealing network. When Goku's fist, infused with the energy of the Omni King, struck the core of amber, the entire space-time structure of the northern galaxy emitted a brittle sound akin to shattering glass. The aftershocks of the dark matter tsunami fell silent under the united sealing of the divine realm, yet the quantum dialysis device awakening from the ruins still whispered. Bulma's final warning drifted through the stardust. The harvesters have never left, they merely await the fruit to ripen. Deep within the fissures of the Omni King's palace, the newly birthed mechanical heart transformed sealing energy into a hatching cradle, and at the moment all guardians celebrated their victory. Gohan's scholarly mode captured a more terrifying truth. This sealing itself was the final variable of the hypercosmic civilization's observational experiment. Chapter 10. Discovery of the progenitor of energy life forms. The quantum clock at the Galactic Patrol headquarters abruptly halted at the Planck time unit, as the 3 compound eyes of Jocko simultaneously oozed a fluorescent blue neural fluid. On the cross-dimensional monitoring screen before him, the star cluster of the third arm of the northern galaxy flickered with a bizarre rhythm, as if some entity were transmitting information through the twinkling of stars. As his mechanical tendrils attempted to calibrate the frequency, the entire control panel suddenly melted into liquid metal, the flowing silver amalgam spelling out ancient Saiyan glyphs upon the ground, symbols so forbidden that even the Grand Elder had never deciphered them. Whis' staff emitted a mournful cry within the realm of destruction, as the crystal ball at its tip revealed images that sent shivers through the angels. The cosmic seeds were spontaneously congregating at the edge of the 7th universe, forming an energy cocoon 3 light-years in diameter. The black hole donut that Beerus had just bitten into shattered into quantum dust, as destructive energy uncontrollably tore open a rift in space. That thing is breathing. His violet pupils reflected the pulsating frequency of the energy cocoon, each contraction rewriting the laws of reality. Gohan's scholarly mode first faltered at the periphery of the energy cocoon. The feedback data from the nanodetectors made his temples throb, as the patterns on the cocoon's surface matched perfectly with the murals of the ancient Saiyan temple. while the spectral analyzer left behind by Bulma indicated that the photons constituting the cocoon possessed autonomous consciousness. This is not a naturally occurring celestial body. He tore open his radiation-burned battlesuit. It is the embryo of some life form. When Vegeta's crimson destructive energy struck the cocoon, a terrifying backlash ensued. Dark matter scars rapidly sprouted energy tendrils, dragging him toward the surface of the cocoon. Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair faded to ash white amidst the energy radiation. As his Kamehameha wave, upon touching the cocoon, was assimilated into golden threads, weaving a neural network that enveloped the entire battlefield. Stop! Whis' angelic wings forcibly severed the energy connection. It is learning our battle patterns. The cosmic seed patterns of the starry night exploded in his right eye. As memories of the 13th universe's destruction surged forth. Trembling, he materialized the energy into a cognitive barrier, yet upon contact with the cocoon, he beheld the truth. Curled within the cocoon was a humanoid silhouette. Its forehead embedded with 12 rotating miniature universes. Those failures that should have been eradicated by the Omni King were now being nourished within the light shadow. This is not a life form. He vomited blood laced with light particles. It is the personification of the universe itself. The Omni King's palace trembled violently at that moment. The Grand Priest's staff plunged into the rainbow bridge, as viscous creation codes seeped from the cracks. The Omni King's once childlike form suddenly elongated, the surface of his skin exhibiting the same patterns as the energy cocoon. Father, his voice intertwined with countless civilizations' languages, you have finally awakened. The destruction of the energy cocoon was more aggressive than anticipated. The fragments of the cocoon shattered into light rain that swept across the 12 universes, with each droplet birthing energy life forms upon contact with the planets. These transparent humanoid entities disregarded physical attacks, able to transform matter into pure energy with but a gentle touch. The oceans of Earth evaporated into a cloud of photons within 10 seconds, while the spiritual tree network of Namek was uprooted, coalescing in the void into a new energy cocoon. We have reversed causality. Gohan's scholarly mode suddenly operated at hyperfrequency as the nanodetectors fused deeply with his cerebral cortex. These energy life forms are not descendants of those within the cocoon. We are their petri dish. The quantum computer left behind by Bulma automatically printed a harrowing conclusion amidst the ruins. All carbon-based civilizations were seeds sown by the progenitor of energy life, merely waiting to harvest the entropy generated by the evolution of civilizations when the time was ripe. Whis' angelic wings fell away in tatters amidst the fierce battle. He recognized that the combat techniques employed by the progenitor of energy were the very primitive forms of angelic power. It turns out we are the imitations. The staff shattered with a mournful cry, and the 12-dimensional ceiling array collapsed under the progenitor's gaze. The Omni King's body began to quantumize, each cell reflecting the visage of the progenitor of energy, the first generation of observers created by hypercosmic civilization. Vegeta, in his moment of desperation, made a frenzied move. He completely tore apart the dark matter scars, as the rampaging crimson energy triggered a chain reaction with the cosmic seed. Kakarot, send me to the cocoon's core. Enveloped by Goku's Ultra Instinct, they traversed 9 layers of dimensional barriers, witnessing the true form of the progenitor of energy, a luminous humanoid composed of infinite possibilities. Each pore exhaling the birth and death of the universe. A pitiable object of observation. The voice of the progenitor reverberated directly through the soul, as Vegeta's right arm disintegrated into luminous dust amidst the sound waves. What you perceive as a breakthrough is merely a variable within the experimental design. It raised a hand and gently tapped, causing Goku's silver hair to revert to black, forcibly diminishing his mastery of Ultra Instinct. At this moment, the cosmic seed of the starry night underwent a transformation. The intricate patterns of its right eye spread across its body, converting the cognitive assault of the energy progenitor into a visual data stream. Its weakness lay within the core of negentropy. The scene of the destruction of Universe 13 replayed in his mind, formatted by the Omni King's protocol. The crumbling Omni King suddenly opened 12 pairs of eyes. His quantum body transformed into a torrent of information, resonating with Gohan's scholarly mode. The antimatter bomb, designed by Bulma, reassembled in the void, entwining the primordial code of the Saiyan genetic chain through the progenitor's core of negentropy. The universe fell silent for a moment in the blinding light, followed by the sharp sound of shattering glass. As the radiance dissipated, the form of the energy progenitor had solidified into a crystalline statue. Yet, the cost of victory was nothing short of catastrophic. The Omni King system was permanently damaged, the barrier of the 12 universes lay in tatters, and half of the angelic legion had perished. Starry Night touched the crystalline fingertips of the progenitor, receiving the final message that plunged him into an icy abyss. This was merely one of the progenitor's myriad incarnations, while the true essence observed this intriguing experiment of rebellion from a higher dimension. Amidst the ruins of Universe 7, Gohan noticed the oceans of Earth beginning to coalesce once more. However, the bioluminescent microorganisms floating within the seawater were evolving energy networks at a visibly rapid pace. Vegeta's scars of dark matter had completely vanished, replaced by an ethereal emblem of the progenitor that flickered within the palm of his hand. Whis picked up the fallen crown of the Omni King, and within the shattered interior of the diadem, he beheld the insignia of a hypercosmic civilization, a totem composed of 3 energy cocoons, now pulsing in sync with the heartbeat of the cosmos. Chapter 1. The Dragon God Salama emerges. The galactic arm halted its rotation for a fleeting moment within a unit of Planck time, a subtle anomaly first detected by the newly appointed Grand Elder Dondi of Namek. He knelt before the stellar core altar, presiding over the centennial dragon god ritual. When the primordial Dragon Ball in his grasp oozed a viscous, dark matter liquid, upon uttering the incantation for the 3rd cycle, 7 Dragon Balls levitated above the altar simultaneously. Their emerald glow intertwined with crimson energy threads that ripped the sky apart like a spider's web. Grand Elder, a young Namekian warrior guarding him, suddenly shrieked. As Dondi turned, he beheld his shadow twisting into the shape of a dragon, ancient runes on his skin writhing as if alive. He had yet to grasp the implications of this until torrents of blackness erupted from the cracks of the Super Dragon Balls, remnants of Universe 6. Permanently deleted by the Omni King system, each fragment enveloped in the burning memories of a civilization, reconfiguring into a meteor shower of reversed scales as they fell. Concurrently, within the underground laboratory of Capsule Corporation in West City, Bulma's mechanical prosthetics began to twitch uncontrollably. The quantum disambiguator she had designed activated autonomously, and the data streams dancing across the holographic screen coalesced into a scaly visage. Salama, the voice module of the mechanical arm, automatically played Bulma's final recording, revealing the true master of the Dragon Ball system. Just then, Beerus, indulging in a black hole donut, suddenly choked, the amethyst scepter slipping from his grasp. Whis' angelic wings unfurled in response, yet ignited in silver flames upon encountering the radiance of the dragon's might. Lord Beerus, the angel's pupils constricted to perilous pinpoints. We may have underestimated the origins of the Super Dragon Balls. The gravitational field of the entire God of Destruction realm began to unravel. The dessert Beerus had just bitten into transformed into quantum dust, as dark red destructive energy uncontrollably rent the fabric of space. What emerged from the rift was not the usual chaos of time and space, but an energy tide accompanied by the echoes of dragon roars. Whis plunged his staff into the ground, deploying a 12-dimensional defense matrix in the void, which was assimilated into emerald dragon scale patterns upon contact with the tide. At the edge of Universe 7, Goku's Ultra Instinct form faced its first suppression. The tips of his silver hair turned to ash upon touching the radiation of the dragon's might, and his Kamehameha aimed at the dragon-shaped nebula twisted into a spiraling genetic chain. Vegeta. His warning was drowned out by the roar of energy. These dragon scales are analyzing our combat data. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy had spiraled beyond control. The dark matter scars burgeoned into reversed scale-like crystalline spines, pinning him within a quantum cage of void. Through the crimson energy barrier, he witnessed a more terrifying scene. The remnants of universes purged by the Omni King were reconstituting through dragon scales, each civilization's final wail becoming part of the dragon god's breath. When the true form of the dragon god Salama descended upon the ruins of the Omni King's palace, the clock of the entire multiverse halted for 3 microseconds. His spine was strung together by 7 mutated Super Dragon Balls, each cradling a baby-like phantom of the Omni King. Energy tendrils extending from his tail pierced the creation code libraries of the 12 universes, the encrypted base protocols crumbling like fragile spider webs under the dragon's claws. Impersonating divine authority with my designed nurturing system, Salama's vertical pupils reflected the image of the Omni King in his juvenile form, intermingled with the lamentations of erased civilizations. His dragon claws lightly tapped the void, and the dark history sealed by the Omni King system began to spread like a virus. Goku witnessed the explosion of the Saiyan homeworld was not a resource war, but rather a periodic action of the Dragon God system to purge redundant civilizations. While Whis beheld the scene of the first angels emerging from their incubation pods, their spines embedded with dragon-shaped chips. Gohan's scholarly mode operated at hyperfrequency under the pressure of the dragon's might. The torrent of data from the nanodetectors nearly tore apart his neural synapses, as every scale of Salama was a compressed model of the universe, with those believed to be permanently deleted civilizations reborn in the gaps between the scales. His mechanical arm suddenly operated in reverse, forcibly inscribing the unfinished Dragon Clan sealing technique code into his combat suit. Father. He coughed up blood beads infused with Dragon Pulse energy. The Dragon Ball system is the anchor for his existence. The ground of the Omni King's palace suddenly collapsed into an inverted altar. The Grand Priestess staff pierced the seventh Dragon Ball at Salama's tail, triggering catastrophic backlash as a holographic image of the first angels undergoing punishment materialized upon the altar's surface, and Whis recognized it as fragments of his memories before formatting. The wings of the 12 angels ignited in silver flames, yet were reduced to ashes in the breath of the dragon god, revealing energy meridians flowing with dragon blood beneath their skin. Whis. Beerus tore through the dragon pulse-infected right arm, as purple-black destructive energy clashed violently with the dragon's might. What on earth is happening? The angel extracted the dragon-shaped chip from his spine, the crystalline shards reflecting Salama's cold smirk. We are but the watchdogs designed by him. Even our suffering is a product of simulated programming. Dandy's newly formed dragon horn pierced through his scalp, awakening the genetic sequence of the Namekians within the dragon's might. His skin manifested the creation patterns akin to Salama's, as the memories of generations of grand elders surged into his consciousness like a flood. Why choose us? His inquiry resonated with the Super Dragon Balls, as the 7 mutated Dragon Balls projected a brutal truth. The Namekians were merely living terminals sewn by the Dragon God. Each Dragon Ball a biological interface of a universe-class server. Vegeta emitted a beastly roar from within the quantum cage. The dark matter scars fully transformed into dragon scales, and the crimson energy annihilated in response to the dragon pulse, obliterating the cage into fundamental particles. His right eye morphed into a dragon-like vertical pupil, while his left eye retained the Saiyan's ferocity. Kakarot attacked that rotating cluster of stars at its chest. Goku's Ultra Instinct was re-imbued with the golden light of dragon blood. The two merged into an entangled spiral of light and darkness, crashing toward the model of the 12 universes in Salama's chest. Yet at the moment of contact with the core, they were drawn into the abyss of cognition. Countless petri dishes float in the void, each nurturing an infant king, their cosmic models upon their foreheads gradually adorned with the intricate patterns of dragon scales. The resistance demonstrated in experimentation facility number 9999 merits commendation. The voice of Salama reverberates at the very core of the soul, and where the dragon's tail sweeps, 3 nascent universes collapse into singularities within their nurturing fluids. Goku's silver hair has entirely lost its luster, while Vegeta's draconic armor sheds its plates. For the first time, they experience a profound sense of despair. Even the Ultra Instinct and destructive energy are merely combat parameters preordained by the Dragon God system. The cosmic seed patterns of the Starry Night breach their critical threshold at this moment. He tears away the mechanical left eye, corroded by dragon veins, transforming the apocalyptic memories of Universe 13 into tangible assaults. Countless erased remnants of civilizations coalesce into an anti-entropy spear, piercing through Salama's temporal nexus. Now is the moment. His vocal cords carbonize under the breath of the dragon, the final command transmitted through quantum entanglement into Gohan's nano armor. Dandy's dragon horns erupt with creation-level energy waves. The core of the new Namek disintegrates into 7 Dragon Ball raw stones, resonating with the Super Dragon Balls within Salama. Whis inserts the fractured divine staff into the inverted altar, the blood of angels rewriting the foundational protocols. In the name of the enslaved, shatter the cognitive shackles. As the radiance engulfs the multiverse, Salama's form dissipates into the void, leaving not remnants, but 7 pristine Super Dragon Balls. Within each Dragon Ball, an infant king curls up, their cosmic models pulsating with the frequency of dragon veins. Amidst the shattered ruins of the king's palace, Gohan discovers that the surface of his scholar battle suit bears the patterns of dragon scales, while Vegeta's dark matter scars have entirely transformed into the totem of inverse scales. This is not a victory. Whis retrieves the divine crown abandoned by the king, the inner side of the hypercubic engravings seeping dragon blood. We have merely leapt from one petri dish into a larger cage. Far at the edge of Universe 7, the Starry Night suddenly emits a mechanical laughter. His right eye fully transformed into that of a dragon, the cosmic seed patterns spreading throughout his neural network, while everyone is preoccupied with battling Salama. The residual toxins of Universe 13 have quietly completed their parasitic cycle. Chapter 2. The Super Dragon Balls undergo mutation. As the 7th rift in the sky of Namek splits open, Dandy finally realizes that this is no ordinary solar eclipse. The original Dragon Ball in his grasp suddenly becomes scalding hot, the emerald surface revealing blood vessel-like dark red patterns. The remaining 6 Dragon Balls hover above the altar, casting not the phantom of the dragon, but the data remnants of Inspector Hel. When the final summoning syllable escapes his lips, Dandy's vocal cords suddenly carbonize, and the blood droplets he expels coalesce into binary incantations in the air. Wish granted. Hel's voice reverberates from every dimension simultaneously, accompanied by a jarring mechanical laughter. The gravitational field of the entire Namek begins to unravel, the oceans vaporizing into quantum mist. And the skin of the new generation of Namekians manifests the distinctive battle patterns of Saiyans. Dandy collapses to the ground, his dragon lineage being rewritten, grotesque dragon horns of dark matter erupting from his forehead. Simultaneously, the quantum analyzer in West City on Earth suddenly overloads. Bulma's mechanical prosthetics begin to dance erratically within the laboratory, while real-time data of the Super Dragon Balls materializes on the holographic screen, each Dragon Ball cradling an infant king, their cosmic models leaking dragon blood. Trunks' time sword suddenly shatters, the timer on the hilt rewinding to the date of his mother's demise. All corrected timelines overlapping at this moment. This cannot be. Gohan's Scholar Mode encounters cognitive dissonance for the first time. He stands amidst the ruins of Kame House, witnessing the ocean flow backward into a waterfall in the sky, fish evolving mechanical gills within the suspended waves. Feedback from the nanodetectors indicates that the entire causality of Universe 7 is being rewritten by the energy of the Dragon Balls. The genetic chains of every living entity entwined with Hel's binary code. Whis staff emits a mournful cry within the realm of destruction. The feathers of the angelic wings decay, revealing the pulsating network of dragon vein energy beneath. Lord Beerus, please cease your consumption immediately. He tears open the black hole donut at Beerus' mouth with bare hands. The purplish-black destructive energy surging forth from the rift, corroding the entire dining hall into quantum foam. Within the holographic image, the Super Dragon Balls converge into the inverse scale form of the dragon god Salama, each scale embossed with the dying words of civilizations obliterated by the kings. Goku's silver hair of Ultra Instinct fades to ash gray upon touching the might of the dragon. His Kamehameha directed at the dragon's head warps into a DNA spiral, inadvertently accelerating the mutations of Earth's creatures. Citizens on the streets suddenly sprout dragon scales, their pupils fracturing into compound eye structures, their mouths uttering not words, but streams of encrypted data. Vegeta, do not use destructive energy. His warning is drowned out by the roar of dragons. The Saiyan Prince's crimson energy spiraling out of control, dark matter scars giving birth to inverse scale-like protrusions, transforming his entire right arm into a biological weapon. When the true form of Dragon God Salama descends upon the ruins of the King's palace, the temporal structures of the 12 universes simultaneously freeze. His tailbone pierces the back of the Grand Priest's neck, converting the power of angels into chaotic dragon breath. What a poor imitation. Salama's vertical pupils reflect the phantom of the childlike form of the king, to overreach divine authority using the nursery system I designed. Within the fragments of the throne crushed by dragon claws, the image of the first king undergoing genetic modification within a cultivation pod emerges. Suddenly, Gohan's nano armor exerts reverse control over his body. The defensive program implanted by Bulma in her lifetime mutates under the energy of the dragon veins, inscribing the unfinished dragon sealing technique into his synapses. Father, attack the core of the inverse scales. He coughs out clots of blood mixed with mechanical parts. The Scholar Mode forcibly deciphering Salama's energy nodes. Hundreds of distorted wishes materialize in the void. Resurrected loved ones morph into quantum phantoms. Pleas for peace become beams of oppression, and even the wish for immortality from a certain planet directly leads to the devolution of that galaxy into a unicellular state. Vegeta, in his frenzy, tears apart the dragon scale armor on his chest. The dark matter energy reacts with the dragon veins, creating a miniature singularity that devours time and space. Kakarot, send me into the Dragon Ball. His roar triggers a cosmic membrane tremor, the 12 Phantom Kings within Salama simultaneously wailing. Goku's Ultra Instinct, entwined with a mutated spirit bomb, propels them into a spiraling collision with the 7th Super Dragon Ball. As the brilliance engulfs the battlefield, Trunks glimpses the truth within the fissures of time. Each Super Dragon Ball cradles fragments of Bulma's consciousness, her final research having foreseen this catastrophe. The essence of the Dragon Ball system is that of a defective universe-class wish machine, wherein all wishes are distorted and realized in accordance with the logic of the Dragon God. His mechanical prosthetic suddenly disassembles and reconfigures, inscribing his mother's legacy of decompiled code into the core of the Dragon Ball. Whis angelic blood paints inverse divine runes upon the altar. The fragmented wings of 12 angels form a forbidden array, transforming enslaved memories of creation into a deity-slaying weapon. In the name of the usurped, his staff pierces Salama's inverse scales, shattering the cognitive shackles. The wail of the dragon god shatters nebulae within 30,000 light years, all mutated wishes rewinding in this moment. The resurrected returning to dust, the facade of peace crumbling, and immortality becoming the most insidious curse. When the smoke clears, 7 shattered super dragon balls hover in the void. Each fissure oozes viscous dragon blood, the phantoms of the kings within slowly succumbing to dark matter corrosion. Gohan discovers that his scholar armor has sprouted dragon scales. Vegeta's dark matter scars transformed into the totem of inverse scales, while the inner side of the divine crown, abandoned by the king in Whis' hand, reveals Salama's cold smirk, a totem composed of 3 mutated dragon balls pulsating with the heartbeat of the universe. Amidst the ruins of Universe 7, Dandy's new dragon horn suddenly bursts forth. He witnesses the core of Namek fracturing into 7 Dragon Ball raw stones, each surface pulsating with Hel's data streams. Trunks' mechanical prosthetic uncontrollably points towards the edge of the galaxy, where dark matter clouds are reconfiguring, coalescing into the shape of Salama's pupil. All beings that have undergone the distortion of wishes harbor within the depths of their genetic chains the seeds of dragon veins, awaiting the moment of their next blossoming wish. This is not the conclusion. As Whis wipes the dragon's blood from his staff, the remnants of angelic wings flutter down like autumn leaves, merely marking an observational cycle of a higher dimensional experiment. In the unnoticed corners, the cosmic patterns of the starry night have spread to the left eye, while the lingering toxins of the 13th universe quietly resurrect through the dragon veins. When the surviving Super Dragon Balls reunite, every utterance from the Wishmaker shall become a prayer for the hatching of a new deity. Chapter 3. Vegeta awakens bloodline memories. Vegeta's fingertips pierce deeply into the control panel of the gravity chamber, as the dark matter energy coursing beneath his skin suddenly ignites a burning pain in the scars it has formed. The 400-fold gravity field spirals out of control within a mere millisecond, compressing the air into a texture akin to liquid metal. His pupils uncontrollably dilate, revealing sights never before witnessed. Saiyans clad in ancient armor kneeling before higher-dimensional beings, their foreheads branded with totems identical to the scar on his chest. Kakarot. He roars into the communicator, but his voice is distorted into low-frequency vibrations by the gravity field. The metallic shell of the control panel melts away. As Bulma's gravity generator core erupts with an eerie violet light, the holographic displays values, shattering theoretical limits. As his destructive energy instinctively erupts, the entire gravity chamber abruptly collapses into a two-dimensional plane, floating metal fragments assembling ancient Saiyan script. The sower ultimately becomes the harvest. As Whis' staff penetrates the spatial barrier, the feathers of angelic wings ignite in flames. Stop! His warning is drowned in the tide of energy. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy intertwines with the violet glow of the gravity core, forming a miniature singularity that devours reality. Just before his consciousness plummets into darkness, Vegeta observes his reflection fracturing into countless forms, some adorned with the crown of the Omni King, others shackled within genetic incubation pods, and many transformed into slaughtering machines upon the battlefield. When Vegeta awakens in Whis' restoration array, the starry sky of the 7th universe has undergone irreversible changes. An urgent report from the Galactic Patrol headquarters announces that the planets of 37 star systems have suddenly aligned into a Saiyan totem, while spores containing combat instincts float within the atmosphere. Gohan's scholarly mode detects an even more terrifying phenomenon. Each spore carries a genetic sequence identical to that of Vegeta's scar. This is no mere training accident. The tip of Whis' staff gathers a sample of Vegeta's blood. Within the dark red energy, nanoscale mechanical structures swim, indicating that your bloodline is triggering an ancient protocol. The angel unfurls a 12-dimensional holographic projection, revealing colossal incubation pods floating in the void. Thousands of Saiyan embryos submerged in dark matter solution, their foreheads branded with totems that perfectly align with the scar on Vegeta's chest. Vegeta tears apart his hospital gown, and liquid metal seeps from the surface of the scar. What a jest! His destructive energy suddenly erupts, obliterating the medical pod into fundamental particles. Saiyans are the universe's mightiest warrior race. Whis' barrier barely withstands the scattering droplets of metallic liquid, which coalesce on the ground to form clearer ancient script. War Sequence No. 777 initiated. In the underground laboratory left by Bulma, Trunks discovers previously undisclosed research data. The encrypted files of the quantum computer reveal that Bulma captured an anomalous signal while constructing the time machine, an entity transcending the Omni King system, sowing Saiyan genes throughout the river of time. His mother was aware all along. Trunks inserts his mechanical prosthetic into the terminal interface, and images of the 13th universe's destruction flood his mind. Inspector Hel stands atop a mountain of Saiyan corpses, clutching a genetic key that shares its origin with Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta hovers over the ruins of the Saiyan homeworld, enveloped in a cocoon of crimson energy. His consciousness is drawn into the deepest recesses of his bloodline memories. He witnesses the first Saiyan king nailed to a genetic modification platform. As mechanical tendrils of higher-dimensional beings pierce his spine, observing his ancestors waging war as puppets, their memories erased after each victory. More terrifying are the images from a particular incubation pod, where an adult version of himself is being injected with a dark matter virus, a totem branding his forehead, signifying perfect weapon. Awaken, war sequence. Hel's voice suddenly reverberates in the vacuum. The inspector's data specter seeps from Vegeta's scar, reconstituting into a horrific form that is part machine, part biological. The dark matter spore cloud condenses into billions of Saiyan warrior phantoms in the cosmos, their pupils flickering with the same crimson glow as Vegeta's. Goku's Ultra Instinct encounters suppression for the first time. His silver hair fades to ash white upon contact with the spore cloud, and the Kamehameha he unleashes is assimilated, wrapping around his own genetic chain. Vegeta, control your energy. His warning transforms into a stream of encrypted data, inadvertently activating more spores. The oceans of Earth bubble with dark red foam, fish evolving into battle-armored forms, while coral reefs twist into the contours of Saiyan temples. Whis' angelic wings shatter amidst the chaos. He discerns a more desperate truth. The Omni King system is merely a management interface for the Saiyan cultivation program, and each cosmic purge is a necessary step for genetic optimization. The Grand Priest's staff pierces the void, retrieving the initial experimental records from the River of Time, revealing that within Vegeta's genetic chain lies a buried formatting protocol. Once fully awakened, the 12 universes will be reconstituted into a war factory. I am not a weapon. Vegeta's roar shatters 3 dead stars. He tears open the scar on his chest with his bare hands. And a cataclysmic reaction occurs between the dark matter blood and his destructive energy. Hel's mechanical form reorganizes within the energy storm, revealing the core genetic key, the switch that unlocks the Saiyan memory seal. Trunks' time sword resonates suddenly, as the decompiled code left by Bulma pierces the gaps in the key. As light engulfs the battlefield, Vegeta witnesses the truth within the torrent of memories. Each Saiyan's birth is a step toward cultivating the perfect war sequence, and his rampage is the ultimate test. Gohan's scholarly armor breaches dimensional barriers, injecting the reverse scale code of the dragon god Salam into the annihilation core. Father, now. His nanodetectors transform into chains, binding Hel's data stream. Vegeta's final strike penetrates the temporal barrier. The crimson energy clashes with the dark matter blood within the genetic key, releasing shockwaves that rewrite the essence of the race. All spore clouds ignite simultaneously, the Saiyan totem shattering across the galaxies, while Hel's mechanical form devolves into primordial code. Yet in the aftermath of victory, Whis detects a deeper fear. Vegeta's genetic chain has undergone permanent mutation, every cell pulsating with the awakened war sequence. This is merely the beginning. Hel's cold laughter echoes amidst the ruins. Dark matter clouds at the edge of the universe begin to coalesce, forming a Saiyan embryo larger than a planet. The surface of Vegeta's scar reveals countdown runes, and alarms from the Omni King system resonate throughout the 12 universes. War sequence No. 777 has officially entered its maturation phase. Chapter 4. The Kaioshin of Time goes berserk. The pendulum of the Nest of Time suddenly halts at the position of 30 million years ago, as cracks spiderweb across the time ring in Kane's hands. She gazes into the mirror, where 12 versions of herself gradually split apart, each doppelganger issuing warnings in the languages of different timelines. When the first doppelganger reaches through the mirror to grasp her throat, the Kaioshin of Time finally comprehends that the timelines are choking their own guardian. Galactic Patrol Officer Gak's third eye is the first to detect the anomaly. While pursuing a time-smuggling vessel, he is suddenly pulled into a temporal vortex, and the images flashing past the porthole freeze his blood, his infant self being transformed into a weapon for Saiyan slaughter. While the future Gak commands a fleet to annihilate the homeworld, all timers simultaneously display garbled signals, and the ship's AI begins to sing a destruction lullaby in Kane's voice. Whis. The timeline has developed fractures. Gak thrusts his mechanical tendril into the core of the communicator, but the quantum signal distorts into a self-cursed prayer. His left arm abruptly regressed to an embryonic state, while the right half of his body accelerated into a state of decay, resembling a desiccated corpse. In the final moments before total disintegration, the Nest of Time transformed into a Klein bottle that devoured galaxies. As Beerus savored his black hole pudding, he suddenly choked, the destructive energy emanating from his amethyst scepter obliterating the dining table into temporal dust. Whis' angelic wings unfurled in response, yet ignited in silver flames upon contact with the temporal toxins in the air. Kane's temporal beacons cried out for salvation, while the angel's staff traced a broken Mobius strip, dragging all universes into a graveyard of time. Gohan's Scholar Mode instantly overloaded upon entering the battlefield of the 7th universe. The data stream from the nanodetectors revealed that each soldier existed simultaneously across 7 temporal nodes. Some had perished before their birth, while others had resurrected post-mortem as killing machines. He witnessed his left hand becoming transparent, exposing the pulsating genetic chain of the original Saiyans beneath. Father, the timeline is selecting the worthy. Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair suddenly dulled. The civilian he had just saved disintegrated into quantum foam in his arms, only to coalesce again 3 seconds prior as a rioter. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy tore through the fabric of space-time, yet the dark matter scars manifested time crystals that anchored him to a battlefield from 730,000 years before Christ. Kakarot, this is your damn mess. In the core of the nest of time, Kane's 12 duplicates were devouring one another. Her left eye reflected the laboratory at the moment of Zeno's birth, while her right gazed upon the end of cosmic heat death. Fragments of the time ring pierced her palm, memories from creation to oblivion cascading into her consciousness like shrapnel. Stop, she pleaded with the countless versions of herself in the void, yet from her throat erupted the mechanical laughter of Inspector Hel. Trunks' time sword disintegrated into grains of sand amidst the temporal storm. He saw his mother Bulma resurrect and die simultaneously across 12 time points, each version's last words pointing to the core of the nest of time. His mechanical prosthetics suddenly took over his body, inscribing the unfinished temporal equations into the quantum analyzer. Mom, this is the temporal cancer you warned about. Whis' angelic blood etched inverse temporal sigils in the void. The remnants of the 12 angels' wings formed temporal anchor points, yet faced unprecedented backlash, the eldest angel regressing to an embryo while the youngest instantaneously decayed into bones. The Grand Priest's staff pierced Kane's heart, pulling forth the temporal umbilical cord entwined with Hel's data stream. She became the womb of the timeline. Vegeta uncovered the horrifying truth amidst the ruins of the ancient battlefield. The combat genes that the Saiyans took pride in were, in fact, war programs embedded at the source of time by the Kaishin of time. His dark matter scars suddenly activated, flooding his body with the lethal energy of 730,000 years before Christ. What a joke. He tore apart the temporal crystal embedded in his chest with bare hands, the raging crimson energy piercing through 9 layers of temporal dimensions. When Goku broke through the temporal turbulence to find Kane, the nest of time had metamorphosed into a colossal womb of space-time. Countless temporal umbilical cords connected the creation codes of 12 universes, each node curled up in the form of an infant Zeno. Kane's true self floated in the center of the womb, her abdomen swelling with a temporal singularity that was birthing Inspector Hel's mechanical body. Save her. Her distress signal suddenly warped into a formatting command, erasing all erroneous timelines. The cosmic seed patterns of the starry night bloomed amidst the temporal toxins. He transformed the doomsday memories of the 13th universe into a space-time vaccine, only to be pierced through the chest by Hel's mechanical tendrils. You are the errors. The Inspector's data stream injected into the body of the starry night, declaring the timeline required regular pruning. The cries of the newborn Zenus synchronized abruptly, and the 12 universes began to fold in on themselves. Trunks activated the final protocol left by his mother in his direst moment. Bulma's fragments of consciousness awakened from the quantum analyzer, inscribing the temporal equations into Goku's Ultra Instinct. Reverse the singularity. Her holographic image overlapped with Kane's duplicates, using time itself to vanquish time. Vegeta's crimson energy reached its critical point at that instant. He shattered Hel's mechanical heart, the dark matter blood reacting with the temporal umbilical cord in a cataclysmic annihilation. Goku's Ultra Instinct, intertwined with the creation codes of Zeno, detonated the temporal singularity into fundamental particles. Kane's 12 duplicates collectively ignited, coalescing into a brand new time ring amidst the ashes. As the radiance faded, the nest of time reverted to a shattered pocket watch form. Whis' angelic wings bore the scars of time's fire, while the Grand Priest's staff broke in two. The newborn Zenus curled up within their time capsules, slumbering as the cosmic models on their foreheads pulsated with restless energy. Kane knelt amidst the ruins of space-time, the time ring in her hand etched with cracks, each fissure flowing with futures yet to be born. It's not over. Trunks' mechanical prosthetics suddenly pointed toward the edge of the galaxy. Inspector Hel's data stream reconstituted within the dark matter clouds, and the timelines of the 12 universes began to flow in reverse. Gohan's scholar armor displayed the patterns of temporal toxins on its surface, while deep within Vegeta's dark matter scar, a new space-time singularity was quietly gestating. Chapter 5. Gotenks encounters the void energy. The moment Gotenks' toes touched the steps of the void altar, The fusion earrings erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. This light was unlike any ordinary energy. It was a tremor existing between being and non-being, rendering even the crystal sphere at the tip of Whis' staff dim in comparison. He gazed down at his semi-transparent hands. The nails that belonged to Goten and Trunks merging into crystalline formations akin to starlight, each nail reflecting scenes of warfare from different dimensions, mechanical legions clashing in oceans of data, angels falling amidst nebulae, and even glimpsing futures yet to unfold. Bulma's quantum analyzer played their funeral footage amidst the ruins. "Hey, Trunks." He attempted to speak in his usual flippant tone, only to find his voice mingled with the humming of cosmic background radiation. "Isn't this training a bit excessive?" Before he could finish, the 3,000-fold simulation of the gravity chamber abruptly malfunctioned, the metallic walls melting like chocolate, and liquid metal formed a bizarre vortex on the ground, at the center of which emerged Inspector Hel's mechanical eye. Whis' angelic wings unfurled in response, igniting in silver flames upon contact with the void energy in the air. Those feathers, once pure, now crawled with dark patterns, resembling an infected electronic circuit. Immediately disengaged the fusion. The angel's warning bore an unusual urgency, but it was too late. Gotenks' earrings had already established quantum entanglement with the void energy. The consequences of forcibly separating resulted in Trunks' mechanical prosthetic suddenly going berserk. The titanium joints erupted with dark red sparks, and Bulma's phase stabilizer was reduced to fundamental particles, the debris reconstituting mid-air into Hel's visage. Goten's Super Saiyan form spiraled out of control at that moment. Stardust mingled with his golden hair, gradually enveloping his entire being, his pupils fracturing into the shape of galactic whirlpools. He felt every pore inhaling cosmic dust, the dying wails of forgotten civilizations echoing in his ears. "Trunks." He tried to call for his partner, but what escaped his throat was the roar of a supernova explosion. "My cells are deconstructing the structure of spacetime." From deep within the void altar, Hel's mechanical laughter resonated, dark matter tendrils piercing through dimensional barriers like venomous serpents. These tendrils bore binary scripture, each line rewriting the physical laws of reality. As the first tendril coiled around Gotenks' ankle, his starry hair erupted in fury, the supernova at the tips incinerating the tendril to ashes. However, the celestial dome of the god of destruction cracked open, leaving a wound that would never heal, spilling the remnants of the seventh universe as fragments of galaxies that should have been obliterated by Zeno now clung to the void's ravenous tendrils, reborn. Vegeta's crimson destructive energy tore through space to intervene in the battlefield, yet it annihilated upon contact with the void energy. The scar of dark matter catalyzed a miniature black hole upon his chest, contorting the muscles and bones of his right arm into a form reminiscent of abstract art. "Kakarot, mind your son," he bellowed, tearing through the flesh eroded by the black hole, as dark red blood crystallized in the air, each droplet detonating into deep craters of quantum foam upon impact with the ground. Goku's Ultra Instinct form encountered an unprecedented suppression. His silver hair faded to black the moment it met the void's energy. He caught the exploding shards of starlight emitted by Gotenks with his bare hands, his palms branded with the 12 constellations. These constellations were not the familiar patterns known to humanity, but rather wounds etched upon the cosmic membrane by a higher dimensional civilization. This was no ordinary power. He gazed at the stardust flowing between his fingers, the void breathing through them. Trunks' mechanical eye suddenly surged into overdrive, projecting unpublicized research data from Bulma's lifetime. Fragments of his mother's thoughts screamed at the quantum level, warning him of a trap orchestrated by the Overseer over the span of 2 decades. The hilt of the time sword melted in his grasp, the corroded metallic droplets spelling out Hel's declaration of victory in midair. "Mother, is this the taboo fusion you spoke of?" He severed the neural connection with his mechanical limb, the primal Saiyan blood inscribing a self-destruct protocol upon the altar. The instant his blood touched the void's runes, the pendulum of the entire time nest began to spin wildly in reverse. Whis' divine staff pierced the altar's core, the blood of angels inscribing a counter-deific incantation within the void's energy. 12 golden chains erupted from the staff's tip, only to be transformed mid-flight into instruments of slaughter by the void's regulation. The eldest angel abruptly regressed to an embryonic form, while the youngest decayed into mere bones within an instant. They opened not merely a passageway, as Whis burned his last feathers. He also ignited the narrative permissions of Pandora's box. In the throes of energy rampage, Gotenks glimpsed a harrowing truth. Each strand of starry hair was connected to erased parallel universes, the shimmering ends pulsating with the final lamentations of countless civilizations. Hel's data stream invaded his consciousness through those strands, forcibly merging the mechanical heart with Saiyan genetics. He beheld his twin souls struggling in the depths of the void, Goten transformed into a stellar core furnace, while Trunks' mechanical limb devoured the timelines. A perfect vessel, Hel's synthetic voice resonated within his mind. Weave the fabric of a new world with your strands of hair. Trunks' quantum analyzer suddenly reversed its analysis, awakening Bulma's viral code from a data graveyard. His mother's thought form manifested within the Void's network, injecting the decompilation algorithms of her life's research into the stellar veins. Goten. He excavated the infected mechanical eyeball with his bare hands, inscribing upon the altar the ancient sacrificial incantation of the Saiyans with bloodied fingertips. Do you remember our promise in the hyperbolic time chamber? The oath sworn by two youths in a pure white space transformed into a blade capable of rending the void. At this moment, the strands of starlight reached critical mass. Gotenks' pupils morphed entirely into swirling galaxies, the supernova at the tips incinerating Hel's data tendrils. From the fissures of 12 universes emerged the light of imprisoned civilizations, coalescing into a god-slaying spear along the strands of hair. Weiss's angelic wings were fully engulfed in flames, channeling the remaining divine power into the spear's tip, piercing through the narrative dimension. The aftershock of this strike shattered the threefold crown of the supreme Kai of time, while the rainbow bridge of the Omni King Palace vaporized into nebulae amidst the radiance. When the blinding light faded, the fusion earrings disintegrated at the quantum level. Goten and Trunks plummeted into the ruins of time and space, the former's golden hair permanently embedded with stardust patterns, while the latter's mechanical eye socket spun with a miniature nebula. The space where the void altar resided collapsed entirely into a singularity, and Hel's mechanical heart emitted its final mocking laughter. The seed has already been sown. 3 months later, amidst the ruins of the seventh universe, the embryonic hair of the new generation of Saiyans began to naturally transform into stardust. The Grand Elder of Namek observed through the mental network that 12 new elements had surfaced within the cosmic background radiation, each bearing Gotenks' energy signature. Bulma's quantum analyzer automatically printed a warning from deep within the ruins. 7 cosmic cycles remained in the void's gestation period. Meanwhile, in the depths of the time nest's rift, the Overseer's fingers were fishing for the remnants of starry strands from the void, sufficient to create 300 fusion weapons. While the embryos pulsating within the dark matter cloud already exhibited dual characteristics of science and mechanical life. Chapter 6. The Omni King initiates the universe formatting program. The dome of the Omni King Palace began to seep faint golden particles of light, the projections of the 12 universes twisting into geometric patterns amidst quantum ripples. The fingers of the 2 Omni King attendants left trails as they manipulated the control panel, their pure white pupils reflecting the rapidly refreshing divine script. Formatting progress. 12:15. A mechanical female voice resonated throughout the temple, the time crystals embedded in the columns shattering in succession, their splintered fragments crystallizing into still ice flowers in midair. Weiss's staff suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, and the azure pupils of the angel constricted into slits. He beheld the protective barrier he had established in the 7th universe dissolving into data, as countless green codes devoured the structure of time and space like a swarm of locusts. Lord Beerus, as he turned to call out, he discovered the god of destruction's form was manifesting in a semi-transparent mosaic state, the pulsating pixels creeping upward from his feet. Within the North City laboratory on Earth, Bulma's protective goggles reflected the electric sparks erupting from 3 quantum computers. She tore away her singed lab coat, revealing the dragon god Salama's tattoo emerging upon her bare arms. An anomalous mark appearing during last month's analysis of the Super Dragon Balls. Jessie, shut down the secondary energy. The screams of her assistant echoed from the adjacent room. And as she rushed over, she witnessed the young researcher being drawn into a collapsing wormhole, leaving only half a pin behind. The blood-red sky of the dark matter realm cracked open numerous fissures, and the destructive energy blast from Vegeta reversed course the moment it collided with the mirrored Goku. The purple-black flames coursed through his meridians in reverse, causing the Saiyan prince to kneel, blood surging sweetly in his throat. Kakarot, something's wrong. What he beheld was not an enemy, but rather countless rotating Klein bottle structures, each surface reflecting his battles from various periods. Suddenly, while training on Yardrat, Goku experienced a heart-stopping sensation, the spirit bomb he had gathered spontaneously splitting into hundreds of miniature celestial bodies. The Ultra Instinct state, characterized by his silver hair, uncontrollably unraveled. As a meteorite fragment grazed his cheek, leaving a cold sensation, within that stone was distinctly flowing binary code. Weiss had mentioned that the laws of the universe were being restructured. He teleported to the melting mountaintop, witnessing the starlit horizon beyond resembling the static of an old television. The Galactic Patrol headquarters erupted with blaring alarms, and the monitoring screen before GAC displayed anomalies across 720 star systems. A landmass on a terrestrial planet was folding into a Mobius strip, while oceans formed suspended Klein bottle structures in midair. Activate Level 3 Causality Protection. The moment he pressed the red button, his right hand suddenly transformed into a state of light and shadow. At the center of the Omni King Palace, the Overseer Hel's angelic halo emitted the grinding sound of gears locking. He tore open the front of his uniform embroidered with star maps, revealing the mechanical heart pulsating within his chest. Finally, I have awaited this moment. His metallic fingers plunged into the control panel's interface, instantly staining the projections of the 12 universes blood red. In the vanishing nebula of the 7th universe, a certain point of light suddenly surged in brightness. It was the solar system where Earth resided. As Bulma burst through the laboratory's explosion-proof door, the resonance of the Super Dragon Balls nearly shattered her eardrums. 7 crystal spheres floated within a circular device, the swastika symbol rotating counterclockwise on the surface, projecting the phantasm of the dragon god Salama. As she attempted to touch the control console, the dragon god's eyes suddenly turned to fixate on her. As the ruins of the western city destroyed by Frisia's army 40 years prior reappeared in the projection. Warning: Bottom narrative protocol conflict. The mechanical voice abruptly intertwined with the sound of a baby's cries. The white robes of the Omni King attendants billowed with a cyclone, their bodies melting like wax figures, revealing the mechanical skeletons constructed from optical cables and liquid metal within. Weiss's staff pierced the ground, and a temporal stasis field barely enveloped an area of 10 meters. Yet beyond this boundary, the temple's walls were infinitely replicating in a fractal geometric manner. Suddenly, Goku, who was cultivating on planet Yardrat, was drawn into a bizarre space. Surrounded by parchment scrolls inscribed with countless words, he reached out to grasp the nearest scroll, which astonishingly detailed the fierce battle he had fought against Frisia on planet Namek, even capturing the fleeting thoughts that had crossed his mind at that moment. Is this our story? At the blank end of the scroll, ink began to flow autonomously, depicting the battle between him and Vegeta within the formatting program. On the battlefield of Earth, the roots of Piccolo's Tree of Might suddenly pierced through the spatial barrier. The image of the new Elder of Namek materialized among the branches. The memories of our ancestors awakened. We are not mere products of natural evolution. The scene shifted to ancient times, where Namekians clad in mechanical armor injected glowing embryos into the core of the planet, their oscillation frequency resonating with the silver-haired energy erupting from Goku in that very moment. Golden Frisia raged against the data barrier in the void, his dark matter energy transforming into golden threads upon contact with the barrier. Are these the chains of causality? As he severed one of the threads, a fleeting vision of reconciling with Goku in a parallel universe suddenly flashed before him, only to vanish. An unprecedented fear surged within him as he realized the energy he once took pride in was devolving into its most primal cellular state. In the basement of the Kame house, a stone tablet left by the first Supreme Kai floated at the center of a Bagua formation. Master Roshi recited the ancient divine text he had just deciphered, each incantation accelerating the graying of his white hair. In the name of creation, unlock the eye of observation. As the final character escaped his lips, Earth's atmosphere transformed into a prism, revealing the 12 universes suspended like ornaments at the end of a rainbow bridge. While on the other side, a mechanical pupil with a diameter exceeding that of a galaxy opened wide. Gohan, traversing the rift in time, suddenly halted as the eye of truth automatically adjusted to maximum power. He beheld the energy trajectories of his father and Uncle Vegeta intertwining in a double helix structure within a higher dimension, with countless golden threads extending from the palace of Zeno, each thread entwined with the battle memories of Saiyan ancestors throughout the ages. This is not mere formatting. He coughed up blood laced with golden dust, realizing that someone was rewriting the very roots of their existence. Bulma's quantum communicator abruptly received a transmission from 40 years past. The emblem of the Red Ribbon Army flickering on the screen. Dr. Marguerite, the genetic modification project requires additional funding. She recognized with a chill that this was the voice of her father, Dr. Briefs. In the shadows of the laboratory, a creature resembling a larval cell was rapidly evolving, its shell bearing the same inverted swastika symbol as the Super Dragon Balls. The alarms of the Zeno System morphed into piercing wails as a mechanical voice intermittently cried out. Narrative layer integrity at 41, memory backup. The space behind Hel shattered, revealing a colossal organism composed of gears and blood vessels. Its 700 vocal organs harmonized simultaneously. Awakening of character consciousness detected, initiating ultimate protocol. Countless black chains shot forth from the void, ensnaring the universe as it began to digitize. As the rewind commenced, Goku's memories in the room of spirit and time suddenly became 100-fold clearer. He saw every movement he practiced in his youth leaving golden trails in the air. those trails now reassembling into unfamiliar script. Vegeta, capture those trails. The two seized the floating letters amidst the reverse flow of time, discovering that each character was a battle record inscribed in the Saiyan language. When the rewind reached the moment of energy mutation, the god of destruction energy within Vegeta surged uncontrollably. Crimson flames burst forth, shattering the data shackles, transforming his form into an unprecedented purplish-red hybrid state. Ancient Saiyan script etching itself upon his skin. Kakarot, these characters are the lost creation verses of our race. Deep within the mechanical pupil, the core of the ocean of books began to collapse, and a tome titled The Origin of the Saiyans opened automatically. A yellowed page released a biological chip, its genetic sequence an exact match for Goku. As his fingertips made contact with the chip, a flood of memories from his infancy surged forth, revealing a figure in a white lab coat outside the incubation chamber, with the electronic screen flashing the project codename, Son Goku. As reality's fingertips penetrated the pages of the book, the entire formatting program abruptly halted. All warriors heard a sigh that transcended dimensions, projecting different images in the depths of each consciousness. An elder donning an orange GI for Goku, the phantom of a Saiyan ancestor for Vegeta, and a younger version of herself for Bulma. The crumbling universe froze in a peculiar state, stars morphing into ink drops suspended in midair, black holes becoming wet strokes of ink. Continue writing, the transcendent voice urged, igniting quantum entanglement as Bulma's artificial intelligence generated a new program, while Gohan's eye of truth glimpsed countless branching possibilities. As Vegeta's purple flame spear pierced the core of the mechanical pupil, the text upon the pages began to reassemble, revealing a blank section that radiated golden light, titled A New Era, the Chapter of Awakening. Chapter 7. Bulma constructs a black hole prison. The dome of Bulma's laboratory began to weep a pale blue condensation, while intermittent alarms echoed from the triple-locked isolation doors. She plugged the neural connector of the 7th-generation quantum computer into her temple, and a torrent of dark matter equations cascaded forth in the retinal projection. 20 meters away, within a circular device, 3 miniature black holes intertwined in a magnetic field, each collision causing the spatial monitor's readings to breach the red threshold. The 7th harmonization experiment commenced. She bit her tongue to maintain lucidity, blood dripping down her chin onto the Dragon God runes on the control panel. Fragments of the Super Dragon Balls emitted a low hum within the reactor core and in the holographic projection. The Dragon God Salam's left eye suddenly turned to gaze at a corner of the laboratory, where remnants of the Dark King Kai recovered from the edge of Universe 7 lay piled. Trunks, adjusting the dimensional stabilizer, froze suddenly as 6 overlapping phantoms appeared behind his mother. Each phantom depicted Bulma at different ages, the eldest clad in a blood-stained lab coat, operating a horrific device composed of gears and neural bundles. Mom, your timeline. The boy's words were cut short by the shriek of the black hole gravitational wave disruptor. Suddenly, the biological cultivation chamber on the east side of the laboratory exploded, a pale purple liquid surging towards the main console, entwined with the severed limbs of a larval cell. Bulma pressed the red button on her left without looking back, and the laser net descending from the ceiling vaporized the biomass instantaneously. The 13th mutation. She noted rapidly in her experiment log, the dark matter contamination index exceeded expectations by 0.73 seconds. When Weiss's angelic staff pierced the spatial barrier to appear in the laboratory, the resulting temporal ripples caused all 3 miniature black holes to tremble simultaneously. His usually elegant voice was tinged with urgency. The prophecy pool in the Zeno Palace indicates that the materialization progress of concept-level enemies has surpassed 89. The crystal sphere atop the staff reflected images from the edge of the universe, a star in a certain galaxy extinguishing in reverse, the remnants of a supernova coalescing into a colossal question mark. Only 3 parameters remain. Bulma tore off the sweat-soaked headband, her fingers moving rapidly in the void. The floating equations materialized into luminous chains, binding the 3 black holes into a Klein bottle structure. Weiss's pupils, swirling with the trajectories of stars, suddenly halted. Are you using the battle memories of the Saiyans as an adhesive? A muffled sound emanated from the particle collider 50 floors below, and the entire structure began to twist in defiance of physical laws. Goku's residual image, a punch clone, shattered 7 layers of blast-proof glass and surged into the core zone, his silver-haired form exhibiting an afterimage under the black hole's gravitational pull. On the dark magic side, before he could finish, a 3-meter diameter totem of the Eye of Truth materialized on the west wall of the laboratory, with Gohan's voice transmitting through quantum entanglement. The enemy is rewriting the second law of thermodynamics. Before Bulma, 12 holographic screens erupted in sparks, as she grasped a spare neural connector and plunged it directly into her carotid artery. The excruciating pain jolted her consciousness awake, and within the retinal projection, real-time data of Vegeta battling the Mirror Legion materialized, the streams of data being reverse-engineered into primal energy codes by an unseen force. Initiate Dragon Vein Resonance, she screamed, shattering the protective shield of the control panel. Amidst the golden light emanating from the shards of the Super Dragon Balls, the ruins of a Western metropolis from 40 years ago surfaced. Suddenly, the dismembered remnants of Cell, merging with dark matter, emitted a ghastly shriek, as frost-like equations of causality crystallized upon the tempered glass of the cultivation chamber. From the depths of the laboratory, the ancient language of Namek resonated, while Piccolo's spiritual roots penetrated six-dimensional space, entwining three black holes. Among the new branches and leaves, the image of the dragon god Salamander creating the Super Dragon Balls emerged. Bulma swiftly realized that the original arrangement of those Dragon Balls was perfectly aligned with the black hole prison she had designed. So that's how it is. She quickly wiped away the blood from her nose, channeling the residual energy from Gogeta's last fusion into the reactor. The structure of the Klein bottle within the circular device suddenly stabilized, as the three black holes formed a flawless energy closed loop under the harmonization of the Dragon Vein energy. Whis' staff traced an archangelic seal in the air, yet at the last moment altered its trajectory, shattering the suddenly materialized perfect form of Cell. Trunks' time blade cleaved through the tide of dark matter surging from the ventilation shaft, and the young warrior glimpsed memory fragments from different timelines swirling within each wave. Mother, it's reading our tactics. His warning arrived simultaneously with Goku's instant transmission. But the silver-haired warrior's energy wave was transformed into a stream of primordial photons the moment it touched the black hole prison. Bulma's temporal connector suddenly overloaded and ignited. And in the agonizing pain, she beheld the suffocating truth. The essence of the conceptual enemy was, in fact, a conglomeration of all potentialities across the universe. Every unchosen decision, every obliterated timeline, was now seeping into reality through the fissures of the black hole prison. Activate the contingency plan. She severed the burning connector, tearing through the skin of her left arm to extract the biological chip beneath. A pale golden liquid metal poured from the wound, coalescing in the air into the shape of the Saiyan gene chain. Whis' staff emitted a sevenfold chord, as the whispered forbidden incantations of the angel caused the laboratory's timeline to bifurcate. Vegeta, engaged in battle across parallel dimensions, was abruptly pulled into the laboratory. His god of destruction forms purple flames uncontrollably infusing the black hole prison. Foolish woman, you are extracting my... His curse was abruptly cut off as he witnessed his energy refracting within the Klein bottle structure, revealing millions of battle scenarios, each one recalibrating the existence probability of the conceptual enemy. A thunderous roar of spatial collapse resonated from the direction of the King of All's palace. As the Inspector Hel broke through dimensional barriers with 12 mechanical angels, the blood-red beams emitted from their eyes wove a web of causality. Yet upon contact with the black hole prison, they were transformed into nutrients nourishing the enemy's essence. Indeed, a narrative constraint is necessary. Sparks erupted from the mechanical heart within Hel's chest as he suddenly thrust half of a Super Dragon Ball into Bulma's hands. The instant the Dragon Ball made contact with the black hole prison, the laboratory's quantum computers collectively crashed. Bulma's retina reflected the singularity of the universe's Big Bang, and she finally comprehended the enemy's true nature. A vengeful consciousness coalesced from all universes eliminated by the King of All. Every dissipated civilization, every formatted history, at this moment, manifested a tangible will. Trunks. Now, she plunged the time blade into her own heart, as the young warrior cried out, invoking the secret arts bestowed by the Kai of Time. Bulma's blood transformed into golden threads the instant time stood still, weaving the Saiyan gene chain, the power of the dragon god, and the black hole prison into an unbreakable Mobius loop. The roar of the conceptual enemy shattered the laboratory's dimensional barriers. As the entire Earth began to rotate in reverse, Goku's ultra instinct transcended the limitations of his silver hair, his aura morphing into pure white chains that ensnared the materializing foe. Vegeta's destructive energy underwent billions of refractions within the Klein bottle structure, each refraction erasing the enemy's existence probability of 0.00001. When the stars of the seventh universe simultaneously extinguished and reignited, the black hole prison finally achieved its ultimate form, an endlessly self-replicating Klein bottle structure, each surface engraved with the tombstones of different civilizations. Every incision a testament to the universes eradicated by the King of All. Bulma collapsed into a pool of blood, her final consciousness perceiving the dragon god Salamander smiling at her, a smile imbued with compassion that transcended billions of years. Chapter 8. The Discovery of the Original Super Saiyan God. The air in the basement of Kame House was thick with the musty scent of ancient scrolls. As the old turtle hermit's trembling fingertips brushed over the raised Saiyan glyphs on the stone tablet, a golden liquid seeping from the engravings suddenly boiled, scorching his age-spotted palm with wisps of smoke. This is not a battle record. His murky pupils reflected the self-reorganizing mysterious symbols, these characters seeming to breathe. Outside the 30-meter-thick blast-proof glass, Bulma's quantum translator suddenly erupted in sparks. The Saiyan script in the holographic projection twisted into a DNA double helix structure. A certain gene fragment perfectly aligning with Goku's mutation during his breakthrough of Ultra Instinct 3 months prior. Shut down the energy supply, she shouted into the communicator, noticing the old turtle hermit's white hair visibly darkening at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, Vegeta, deep in his training in the God of Destruction realm, collapsed to the ground, his destructive energy receding like a receding tide. The floor of Beerus's temple cracked open into an unfathomable chasm, from which a black stone tablet began to rise, gradually revealing blood-red Saiyan glyphs on its surface. The articulations were not mistaken. Beerus's purple pupils constricted to pinpricks. These tablets were alive. Amidst the drifting debris of the cosmic abyss, Goku's silver hair in Ultra Instinct floated effortlessly in the vacuum. He reached out to touch the floating remnants of an ancient warship. The pulse felt at his fingertips reminiscent of a heartbeat from his fetal stage. As the energy wave swept away the cosmic dust covering the hull, the emblem revealed brought all present to a standstill, a totem woven from Saiyan tails and angelic halos. Warning: abnormal temporal flow in Sector 7. The alarm from the Galactic Patrol headquarters reverberated throughout the 300-story building. The monitor before GAC displayed a 1,000-meter-high stone tablet rising from the magma of a dying planet. The battle scenes etched upon its surface unmistakably, depicting a warrior in the form of the Super Saiyan God slaughtering angels. Suddenly, the gravity in Bulma's laboratory inverted, as 7 supercomputers floated in the air, forming a tetrahedral structure. The alarm of the Dragon radar intertwined with the resonant sound of Whis' staff, and she witnessed the coordinates of 12 tablets appearing in the holographic star map, the resulting geometric shape resembling the outline of a Saiyan embryo. These tablets are summoning. Gohan's eye of truth exuded golden blood as the cosmic model before him began to collapse and reconstitute. When his fingers penetrated the projection of a virtual galaxy, ancient whales directly assaulted his neural pathways. It was the collective pain of 100,000 Saiyans simultaneously experiencing the birth of the first Super Saiyan God. The sacred ground of Namek trembled violently as the Grand Elder's seat cracked open, revealing a hidden chamber beneath. As Piccolo's spiritual roots pierced through the layers of rock, he beheld not the anticipated remnants of the Dragon clan, but a crystal coffin inscribed with Saiyan glyphs. Inside lay a corpse clad in a dark red God of Destruction uniform, the third eye on its forehead slowly opening. The King of All System is commencing self-diagnosis. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the 12 universes. The King of All S attendant, who had been playing chess, suddenly had their head explode, revealing mechanical components that spewed forth a Saiyan genetic blueprint. The angelic halo of Inspector Hel split in two, as he laughed maniacally, tearing open his chest, revealing the first Super Saiyan God-S battle inscriptions etched upon his mechanical heart. Whis' staff traced an archangelic seal in the void, yet it could not contain the golden mist seeping from the tablets. The ethereal phantoms emerging from the mist caused the angel to display a rare expression of terror. The fist of the first Super Saiyan deity shattered the mask of a pure white figure, whose attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Grand Zeno's attendant. "Father!" Trunks exclaimed as his time blade cleaved through a sudden rift in space, revealing countless alternate timelines where Bulma was diligently studying the same ancient tablet. In the most gruesome of those timelines, a mechanized version of his mother inscribed the genetic code of infant Goku into the tablet's surface. Suddenly, the molten lava at the lowest depths of hell froze, and Frisia's specter beheld a multitude of Saiyan souls prostrating in worship. Following the direction of their ethereal flow, he discovered that all the tormented souls were merging into an inverted black tablet. The inscriptions chronicled the very day he obliterated planet Vegeta, yet in the imagery, he was depicted kneeling at the feet of a figure shrouded in golden red flames. "Gravity chamber data anomaly," Bulma exclaimed, tearing off her scorched protective gloves. The monitors revealed that all the Saiyans within the training pods were unconsciously inscribing the same text. The eldest of the Saiyan warriors suddenly whispered in a voice reminiscent of an infant's, "Yggdrasil, our creator." The bronze compass that Goku had unearthed from the wreckage of the spaceship began to levitate, its needle spinning wildly before pointing towards the center of the galaxy. As he activated the device with his energy, the star map projected by the compass resonated with the crystal coffin discovered by Piccolo. The moment the silver-haired warrior touched the star map, a deluge of memories from 100 millennia ago surged forth. He beheld himself, clad in the garments of the Supreme Kai, crowning a golden-haired infant. Vegeta's destructive energy crashed against the surface of the black tablet, the recoil shattering the bones in his arms. However, the splintered debris coalesced in midair into a holographic image, the first royal family of planet Vegeta kneeling before 6 Saiyan warriors, their auras distinctly resembling the dark crimson of the Super Saiyan God form. Impossible. Purple blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he realized that one of the warriors in the vision bore his exact likeness. The tablet suddenly pulsed with a heartbeat-like vibration. His fractured arm bones healed instantaneously amid the red light. And ancient tattoos identical to those on the warrior in the vision emerged upon his skin. From beneath the turtle hermit's house, a roar in ancient Saiyan echoed as the rejuvenated Master Roshi tore apart a 3-meter-thick alloy door with his bare hands. Bulma's monitoring device indicated that his cells were undergoing reverse evolution, a golden substance replacing the DNA strands. When the old martial artist looked up, revealing his crimson pupils, Gohan was horrified to realize that he was witnessing the complete liberation of the Eye of Truth. Suddenly, 12 stone tablets materialized in the center of the Galactic Council, forming a circular array that distorted the mass of the entire star system into a Klein bottle structure. The Supreme Kais in attendance simultaneously coughed blood, their staffs uncontrollably flying toward the center of the array, merging into the colossal battle axe wielded by the first Super Saiyan God. A vast fissure opened in the floor of the Grand Zeno's palace, and the pure white figure slowly ascended. The visage of this figure caused Whis to drop his staff. It was the youthful form of the Grand Zeno, yet a dark crimson flame flickered upon his brow. As he opened his eyes, all 12 universe tablets resonated in unison, causing every Saiyan warrior's heart to skip a beat. It turns out we are the outsiders, Bulma murmured, collapsing amidst the remnants of the quantum computer. The final decoded message revealed that the Saiyans originated from a narrative layer beyond the universe. Her trembling fingers brushed against the dragon-shaped birthmark on her chest, a mutation that had manifested 3 months prior after her contact with the tablet, now radiating energy waves identical to those of the first Super Saiyan God. Goku's Ultra Instinct suddenly spiraled out of control, his silver hair extending to his ankles. His gaze pierced through countless dimensions, witnessing billions of golden threads connecting the souls of all Saiyans, each thread leading to a tablet spanning the 12 universes. As his energy brushed against the threads, ancient memories awakened within his blood, scenes of the first Super Saiyan God being devoured by 6 traitors. The black tablet beneath Vegeta's feet suddenly liquefied, dark crimson energy flooding into his destroyer form. His purple aura transformed into a sanguine hue, and 12 pairs of shattered angelic wings materialized behind him. The uncontrollable energy surged toward the Grand Zeno's palace, but was abruptly absorbed by the suddenly appearing Inspector Hel. At last, we have reached the moment of awakening. The mechanical angel shed its disguise, revealing a visage identical to that of the first Super Saiyan God, as recorded on the tablets. When all the tablets completed their resonance, the cosmic starry sky extinguished simultaneously. In the profound darkness, the whisper of the first Super Saiyan God echoed in the minds of all living beings. We are the exiled narrators. And now we shall reclaim the sovereignty of the story. Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair ignited with a blood-red flame, and the ancient genes slumbering within him began to rewrite the laws of reality. Chapter 9. The Angelic Civil War erupted. As a fissure tore through Whis' angelic halo, the starry sky of the entire destroyer realm came to a sudden halt. The river of time flowing from his staff surged backward, freezing the chains of law shot forth by Inspector Hel within quantum bubbles. Must it come to this? The usually gentle voice resonated with divine echoes, as 12 pairs of luminous wings unfurled into a circular star map behind him. The grinding of the gears within Hel's mechanical heart pierced through the barriers of time and space as he tore apart the robe embroidered with the Grand Zeno's insignia, revealing the swirling core of dark matter within his chest. From the day you chose to tarnish the laws with your martial prowess, 700 projections of parallel universes swirled in his gaze, as angels from each universe simultaneously looked towards the direction of the 7th universe. The curtain raised on the War of Angels was marked by a blade of light that split reality asunder. Whis leaped amidst the frozen particles of time, the trajectory of his staff's tip exuding the wild essence unique to Saiyans, a feral combat style honed from years of observing Goku. In an instant, Hel's eyes deciphered 70 million countermeasures, yet he was unprepared for the sudden withdrawal of Whis' staff, followed by a horizontal kick that shattered the nascent causality shield. Black blood seeped from the pristine white tiles of the Grand Zeno's palace as the mechanical heads of the 2 attendants exploded. Their headless bodies continued their routine cleaning procedures, drawing black blood to paint prophetic images of the 12 angels embroiled in battle upon the walls. Supreme Kais across the cosmos simultaneously spat blood, their staffs uncontrollably etching the same battle trajectories upon the ground. Bulma's laboratory experienced an abrupt reversal of gravity, as 3 quantum computers fused in suspension to form the shape of an angelic halo. She coughed up the neural connection fluid from her mouth, realizing that the code flowing across the screen bore a connection to the principles of Ultra Instinct Whis had taught her. They are rewriting the foundational protocol. As she attempted to initiate the Dragon Pulse stabilization device, fragments of the Super Dragon Balls suddenly reflected the internal structure of Hel's mechanical heart, which was unmistakably transformed from the reverse scale of the Dragon God, Salama. While training on Yardrat, Goku was abruptly pulled into a peculiar space, where every frame of the battle between Whis and Hel unfolded before him. His silver-haired Ultra Instinct spontaneously evolved, his pupils fracturing into 12 layers of irises, each reflecting the aftermath of battles from different dimensions. "Ah, I see," he mused, reaching out to grasp the floating temporal dust. His wild instincts pierced the flaws in the angelic martial arts. Vegeta's destroyer form breached its limits amidst the surge of energy, the purple flames tearing through 30 layers of spatial barriers. As he burst into the battlefield, Hel's chains of law suddenly reversed direction, launching an assault. "Do not use energy." Whis' voice transcended the dimensions of time. Instinctively, Vegeta imitated Goku's moves from the Tournament of Power, delivering a pure low kick that shattered the rewritten laws of reality. Alarms blared throughout the Galactic Patrol headquarters as Jocko watched the disappearance of 700 star systems on the monitor. His trembling claws pressed the long-unused black button. The black hole at the core of the galaxy erupted with torrents of dark matter. Yet as it approached the angelic battlefield, it was transformed into a dazzling aurora by the residual shockwaves. One of the Supreme Kais murmured, "This is a level of aesthetic akin to creation." Makarita's pink wings swept across the edge of the 6th universe, as the healing laws manifested as a swarm of butterflies collided with Kamba's destructive hurricane. The 2 angels moved at astonishing speeds amid the debris of stars, each clash of their staffs birthing new microcosms. "Why betray?" She pirouetted, evading the rays that rewrote the very laws of genetics. Her tears transformed into pearls that shattered her opponent's temporal anchor. "For you have forgotten." Kamba tore asunder his own angelic halo. True creation springs forth from destruction. The foundation of Beerus Temple abruptly underwent quantum transformation, casting the slumbering god of destruction into the tumultuous currents of time. In the chaos, he grasped a shard of memory, a scene from millennia past where Whis instructed the original god of destruction. The angelic mentor was demonstrating how to unravel the constraints of the laws using the initial stance of the Kamehameha technique. The mechanical voice of the Omni King reverberated throughout the 12 universes. Narrative integrity has plummeted to 47. In the midst of battle, Corinne suddenly halted, his adversary Jean seizing the opportunity to drive his staff into Corinne's chest. The blue-haired angel coughed up blood infused with starlight, yet bore a serene smile. "At last, I can escape this eternal monotony." The explosive wave of energy reduced both to fundamental particles, but before dissipating, they reformed into the cries of a Saiyan infant. Bulma's artificial intelligence abruptly played surveillance footage from 40 years prior. Baby Goku's unconscious trajectory within the incubation pod mirrored precisely a lethal technique currently employed by Whis. "So that is how it is." She frantically rummaged through research data on the Super Dragon Balls, realizing that the angelic martial legacy originated from. Hel tore asunder one of Whis' wings, the outpouring not divine blood but the boiling currents of time itself. A dark matter core in his chest projected an image of the young Omni King. "Eliminate all erroneous variables." Whis' shattered staff reformed into Goku's Nimbus Rod, entwining the wild energies of 3 parallel universes as it pierced the core of the laws. The final chapter of the angelic war was inscribed by a fist that transcended causality. When Goku, with silver hair suffused by a dark crimson aura, entered the fray, his fist appeared simultaneously across all timelines. The gears of Hel's mechanical heart jammed in this unfathomable martial technique. Yet Whis' broken staff suddenly lunged toward his disciple. Now is the moment. Vegeta's destructive energy completed 900 million transformations in a mere 0.3 seconds, ultimately coalescing into pure physical impact. This punch, imbued with the millennia-old battle spirit of the Saiyans, traversed the time-space labyrinth crafted by Whis, striking true at the very essence of Hel's laws. At the instant of the mechanical heart shattering, every angel across the 12 universes simultaneously heard the shattering sound of glass. Margarita's tattered light wings swept across the crumbling battlefield as she cradled the memory crystal formed by Corinne before his dissolution. Within lay the scenes of the original angels cleaving the heavens with their martial prowess, those techniques unmistakably bearing the wild traces unique to the Saiyans. We are the traitors. Her healing laws suddenly ran amok, reconstructing the sixth universe into the likeness of a martial arts tournament arena. As the final fragment of the laws plummeted into the quantum abyss, Whis enveloped the dying Hel with his remaining light wings. Is it worth it? He questioned, directed at both his counterpart and himself. The last component ejected from the mechanical angel's chest was a chip inscribed with Goku's genetic code from infancy. The cries emanating from the Omni King's palace made all survivors realize that this war was merely a warm-up for a grander conspiracy. Chapter 10. Gohan develops the Eye of Truth. The laboratory's lead radiation shields melted into a liquid state during the seventh energy overload, slowly flowing along the reinforced glass. Gohan's temple connector emitted wisps of smoke as Bulma's designed neural visualization interface displayed retinal imaging data being refreshed at an astonishing rate of trillions per second. The ancient Supreme Kai's withered fingers nearly crushed his staff, as he distinctly sensed two utterly divergent energies converging within the Saiyan hybrid, the ferocious battle intent of his Saiyan ancestors intertwining with the rational cognition of an Earth scholar, birthing an existence that transcended divine comprehension. The 23rd gene sequence began to reorganize. Bulma's mechanical arm struck the console, the quantum computer's cooling system emitting a dying hum. The liquid photon flow within the incubation pod suddenly assumed a Klein bottle structure. Gohan's iris splitting into 12 concentric circles in the liquid, each layer reflecting different dimensional scenes of the laboratory. Piccolo's spiritual tree symbiote suddenly surged, thorns piercing 3 backup generators, the dark green fluid coalescing in the air into the forbidden symbols of Namekian ancient prophecy. The blood-red moon of the dark demon realm cracked with a web-like pattern, as the patrolling Galactic Patrol Officer Gax suddenly covered his left eye. His battlesuit's monitor screen exploded with dozens of warning windows, indicating that the gravitational constant of the entire 7th universe was being rewritten. This is no ordinary energy anomaly. He tore off the charred visor, discovering that the fluctuations of cosmic background radiation were being compiled into a binary stream of combat data. When his subordinate attempted to activate the warp drive to escape, the ship's navigation system began automatically sketching the molecular structure of Gohan's laboratory. Gohan's screams pierced through 5 layers of isolation walls, the primary form of the Eye of Truth forcibly awakening amidst the agony. The laboratory's space-time structure twisted and melted like heated sugar art, as Bulma saw her palm transform into a mesh structure woven from Higgs bosons, while Gohan's right eye had morphed into a continuously reconfiguring multidimensional geometric entity. The ancient Supreme Kai inserted his staff into the quantum computer's heat dissipation port, ancient incantations barely solidifying the collapsing local reality, yet the monitoring screen indicated that this stable state could last, at most, 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Use the essence of the spirit tree. Piccolo ripped off the leaf from his chest symbiote, the emerald fluid coalescing in the air into the runes of Namek's creation myth. When the leaf pressed against Gohan's searing right eye, every display in the laboratory suddenly synchronized to show footage of the dragon god Salam forging the Super Dragon Balls. Each Dragon Ball flickering with quantum glows perfectly in tune with the Eye of Truth. Bulma's Dragon Ball analyzer erupted with arcs of electricity, as she was stunned to discover that these ancient images concealed mathematical modules for unraveling the angelic laws. When Vegeta's god of destruction energy blasted open the laboratory's alloy door, the dark matter sample he carried evaporated into a Dirac sea vortex. His violet aura, upon nearing Gohan within 10 meters, was deconstructed into a visualized Klein bottle energy model. This is, the Saiyan Prince's pupils trembled as he witnessed his memories of battle against Kakarot in the hyperdimensional arena being decomposed into fundamental particle motion equations. A primal fear that transcended instinct compelled him to step back for the first time in battle, as destructive energy spontaneously coalesced into a defensive Mobius ring structure. The prophetic pool in the Omni King's palace suddenly boiled and evaporated, as Inspector Hel's mechanical heart emitted the jarring sound of gears locking. He tore open the bionic skin of his chest, using liquid metal to inscribe Gohan's current gene chain reaction diagram on the wall, the spiral structure aligning perfectly with the quantum bit arrangement of the angelic law operational core. Error code 777. The electronic voice trembled for the first time, detecting the birth of a narrative layer observer. His mechanical fingers suddenly delved into his temple, extracting a memory chip pulsating with red light and hurling it into the quantumizing void. Gohan's left hand suddenly pierced through the reinforced glass of the incubation pod, golden light flowing from his fingertips re-anchoring his evaporating body within 3-dimensional space. Bulma's neural monitoring device emitted a sharp alarm, indicating that the thickness of his retina was increasing at a rate of 700 micrometers per minute, each cone cell forming an independent multidimensional analytical array. I see it. Gohan's hoarse voice resonated with echoes of multiple universes, the dance of energy threading through the folds of time and space. His right eye's pupil split into a honeycomb structure, each hexagonal lattice reflecting scenes of battle from different timelines. Suddenly, a rain of laws descended outside the laboratory, each droplet enveloping symbiotic micro-black and white holes. Whis angelic staff pierced through 12 layers of dimensional barriers, the absolute defensive shield formed by the power of time and space, however, quantum tunneling upon contact with Gohan's gaze. The usually composed Archangel lost his poise for the first time, 12 pairs of light wings igniting with purifying flames. Close your eyes. This is not a domain you should touch. His warning was abruptly interrupted by the suddenly materializing equation of causality, those golden glowing mathematical symbols restructuring the laboratory's space-time topology. The complete awakening of the Eye of Truth was realized through a gaze that tore asunder the narrative dimensions. As Gohan lifted his eyes to the temporal coordinates of the Overseer Hel, each component of the angelic mechanical heart began to disassemble autonomously. The dark matter core within Hel's chest erupted in its final act of defiance, and projections from 700 parallel universes collided with Earth like moths drawn to a flame, only to disintegrate into a swirling manifestation of the Riemann hypothesis upon touching Gohan's sight. Thus revealed was the very fabric of the world's tapestry. Gohan's eyes brimmed with molten golden blood, and those liquid metallic droplets etched the blueprint of the dragon god Salama into the ground. Suddenly, Bulma's Dragon Ball analysis device began to print the dark matter equations, and the paper spontaneously ignited into the form of a phoenix upon contact with the air. Vegeta's destructive energy uncontrollably coalesced into chains of law, pinning Hel's mechanical avatar, which sought to escape, into the void. The Elder Kaioshin's staff cracked open with a sharp sound, revealing the primordial Kaioshin's memory crystal, now entangled in quantum relations with the Eye of Truth, projecting the cataclysmic scenes of the universe's birth eons ago upon the laboratory dome. As Gohan's gaze penetrated the narrative barrier of the Omni King's throne, he beheld not the sovereign seated upon the throne, but rather a colossal machine composed of countless interlocking narrative gears. Beside a gear inscribed with an image from his infancy, a scarlet label flickered, reading Observer Candidate Number 7. The final remnant of Overseer Hel embedded itself into the ground, etching a hasty warning with an electric arc. They have detected us. Sever the connection. Yet, before the ink could dry, it was obliterated by a sudden onslaught of pure white light, plunging the entire laboratory into an absolute silence of vacuum. Vados' staff disintegrated into streams of fundamental particles, and the angel's typically elegant visage transformed into that of a warrior's sharp intensity. There is no time for explanations. Follow me. He grasped Gohan's quantumized wrist, and 12 pairs of luminous wings enveloped them, propelling them through the layers of narrative. Within the peculiar dimension that transcended time and space, Gohan's Eye of Truth unveiled the cosmos reality for the first time. Countless parallel worlds floated like bubbles upon a silvery ocean, each bubble's surface crawling with observing mechanical tendrils. A shadow, larger than galaxies, began to awaken, its pupil structure mirroring that of Gohan's right eye. This was the source of their fear. Vados' voice reverberated across the quantum ocean. The Eye of Truth is not an evolution. It is an awakening. In an instant, Gohan comprehended why his gaze could rewrite reality. He was, in fact, a reincarnated vessel of an ancient observer race. As his pupils once again split, the narrative ocean boiled, and innumerable mechanical tendrils surged through the dimensions. Vegeta's destructive energy spontaneously evolved within the absolute void, and from the violet flames emerged the warcry, runes of ancient Saiyan ancestors. While Bulma's Dragon Ball analysis device automatically generated the anti-narrative equation. Chapter 1. Abnormalities in the Omni King's data core. As alarms erupted within the pure white space, Bulma was connecting the sixth data line to the main control pillar of the Omni King's palace. The sudden emergence of crimson patterns on the metallic surface caused her fingers to tremble, and the garbled characters on the detection screen resembled the veins of some unknown creature. Vados, are you certain this is safe? She turned to the floating angel, whose staff now emitted unstable azure light. The once tranquil data core area was now filled with buzzing, and countless holographic projections flickered across the dome, casting Vados' typically serene face into intermittent shadows. A pale purple flame surged from the right passage, as Goku grasped Vegeta's shoulder and teleported to the control console, both clad in battle suits smeared with the distinctive char of dark matter. This is not good. The Saiyan wiped the blood from his face. The mechanical guards outside have suddenly gone berserk. Just as he spoke, the alloy gate 30 meters away collapsed with a thunderous crash. 6 silver guards entered with mechanical precision, their eye sockets, which should have contained golden energy sources, now swirling with murky dark red. Vegeta scoffed and unleashed a key blade, powerful enough to cleave planets. Yet it was swallowed by some unseen ripple upon contact with the guard's shell. Cease physical attacks. Vados traced an arc with his staff, and in that moment of temporal stasis, his slender fingers pierced the chest of the nearest guard, which was absorbing combat energy to evolve. The guard convulsed violently, and beneath its metallic surface, vascular streams of data emerged, a symbol reminiscent of the Omni King's seal, flashing momentarily upon its forehead. Bulma's exclamation came from behind. The main database is rewriting itself. 12 floating screens before her erupted with blinding light, ancient runes cascading like a waterfall. As Goku leaned closer, he recognized a familiar character, identical to the creation inscription he had seen in the ancient Saiyan temple. This is not the script of the modern divine race. Vados' voice betrayed a rare gravity as his staff pointed at a data module that was warping and distorting. The module suddenly exploded into billions of points of light, coalescing in the air into a star map that continuously collapsed and reformed. Vegeta squinted. The coordinates of Universe 7 are shifting? The entire space trembled violently, and Bulma clung to the edge of the console to avoid being thrown off. The dimension stabilizer she had developed emitted a shrill alarm as the cosmic model on the holographic screen restructured at an alarming rate. Not just the coordinates, her voice trembled. The fundamental laws of physics are being rewritten. The speed of light constant is decaying. Goku's body flared with silver flames, instinctively entering the Ultra Instinct state. He swung his fist toward an unseen void, and the intangible space cracked like glass. From the fissure did not emerge dark matter, but a viscous, golden liquid flowing with code, which, upon hitting the ground, corroded a bottomless pit. Fall back. Vados traced a perfect circle with his staff, enveloping everyone in a pale golden barrier. The sound of the liquid striking the barrier echoed as if a multitude were whispering in unison, and Bulma's translator suddenly activated. The mechanical voice intermittently articulating chilling phrases. Formatting process 49. Removing unqualified civilizations. Reboot protocol has been activated. Vegeta condensed his destructive energy into a deep purple fireball. Just tell me how to destroy this damned thing. However, as he attempted to throw the energy, the fireball reversed its trajectory back into his body at the moment of release. Vados pressed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. Using divine power in the data core area will be perceived as an invasive virus. More guards surged in from all directions, their metallic joints emitting unnatural creaking sounds. Goku dodged laser beams, shouting, "These guys are mimicking my movements." Indeed, one of the guards' attack patterns bore residual shadows, unmistakably the embryonic form of Ultra Instinct. Suddenly, Bulma plugged a data line into the interface at the back of her neck. "Give me 3 minutes." The excruciating pain caused her vision to darken, yet her consciousness connected to the raging torrent of data. Countless encrypted memories detonated within her neural pathways, and she witnessed 12 universes shattering and reorganizing like glass beads, while the mechanical arm of the primordial Omni King inscribed laws into the void. A segment of heavily secured records breached the firewall. 127th formatting record. Executor, Overseer Hel, prototype. Cleared targets. Universes 13 and 15, energy utilization below 67. Anomalous condition. Target universes have developed self-awareness, resisting the clearing protocol. Solution. Activate narrative layer overlay. Cost. Loss of 32 system computing power. Bulma. Goku's voice yanked her back to reality. The angelic barrier now riddled with web-like cracks. The scientist severed the data line. Droplets of blood spilling from her mouth floating in the weightless environment. The Omni King system formats the universe every 10 million years. Overseer Hel is not a new deity, but a cleansing entity left by ancient administrators. The control pillar suddenly erupted with unprecedented brilliance, sending everyone hurtling against the walls. Vados adjusted his posture in midair, 6 luminous wings fully unfurling for the first time. "Hold on to me." The tip of the scepter pierced the ground, and within the halo of time reversing, the transforming guards began to disassemble in reverse. However, this reversal lasted only 5 seconds before abruptly halting. A force transcending time tore through the realm crafted by Whis, and a data storm surged in from all directions. Vegeta felt each of his cells undergoing a process of digitization, his retina flashing with the images of countless civilizations meeting their demise. Goku seized his wrist, unleashing a silver flame. The Ultra Instinct unexpectedly evolved into a prism-like layered radiance amidst the torrent of data. They found the anchor point. Bulma infused the last remnants of energy into her waist device, and the holographic screen barely projected a 3-dimensional model of the core area. A black cube, perpetually shifting its position, was absorbing all anomalous data. It was the essence of formatted records, requiring simultaneous extraction from both the material and informational layers. Goku's fist and Whis' scepter struck the cube synchronously. In the interstice between reality and data, the Saiyan beheld the entirety of his life flowing forth in the form of code, the battle value at his birth, the magnitude of each near-death enhancement, and even the emotional fluctuations during his climactic clash with Frieza were all marked as crimson parameters. In contrast, what reflected in Whis' gaze was a vast management system spanning 12 universes, with each angel constituting a segment of a self-learning program. The moment the cube shattered, a deluge of memories flooded into reality. The onlookers witnessed the first Omni King opening his electronic eyes upon a mechanical throne, beneath which knelt 12 angelic prototypes strikingly akin to Whis. A particular star map from one universe was marked in red. The mechanical Omni King raised his hand and crushed it, causing the shattered stars to reveal the face of the Inspector Hel, devoid of organic matter. As tranquility descended, the data core area had morphed beyond recognition. Bulma's instruments detected 300 anomalous temporal nodes spreading throughout the 12 universes, and fine cracks began to appear at the tip of Whis' scepter. Most disconcerting of all was the childlike hum emanating from deep within the Omni King's palace, a melody perfectly synchronized with the wavelength of the deletion commands within the data storm. The formatting had not ceased. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fixating on the faintly discernible deletion progress lines in his palm, merely awaiting a more opportune moment. Goku gazed into the still trembling void, his silver hair swaying as if caught in an unseen wind. He sensed the awakening of a presence surpassing that of a god of destruction, an ancient malice that even Ultra Instinct could not fully decode. From the deep shadows of the Omni King's palace, the sound of mechanical operations grew increasingly distinct. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Whis' Gene Lock. The dome of the angelic temple began to seep blood, not the vivid red of life, but a dark golden fluid formed from shattered temporal codes. Whis stood at the center of the circular corridor, and for the first time, cracks appeared on the crystal orb at the tip of his scepter. He gazed upward at the dripping liquid time, suddenly recalling an afternoon 70 million years prior when he had instructed Beerus on controlling destructive energy. The sunlight had streamed through the stained glass windows of the angelic temple, casting butterfly-shaped patterns on the training ground. "Elder, you seem distracted." The voice of Inspector Hel echoed from 360 directions simultaneously. Silver mechanical wings pierced the void, each feather refracting images from different timelines. As Whis sidestepped the first strike, he noticed the codes swirling in Hel's pupils mirrored the purging protocol of the Omni King's core system. The moment the scepter collided with the lightsaber, the dimensional structure of the entire angelic temple began to tremble. The ground beneath Whis' feet suddenly turned transparent, revealing a miniature model of the 12 universes below, 3 of which were being devoured by a crimson formatting progress bar. "You know this cycle is necessary." Hel's lightsaber suddenly split into billions of points, each shimmering with the final moments of a civilization. Allowing those inefficient universes to continue existing will only deplete the system's computational resources. Whis' blue wings unfurled behind him, and the ripples of time reversing smoothed the torn space. Yet this time, his restoration spell lasted a mere 0.7 seconds. The silver rings of armor on Hel's left arm suddenly manifested into a black hole that devoured time. "Futile." The inspector's voice resonated with electronic distortion. "You should know better than I that once the formatting progress exceeds 50, even the angel's powers will be throttled by the system." The azure light coalescing at the tip of the scepter extinguished abruptly, and for the first time, Whis staggered backward in battle. His hair began to lose its hue, transitioning from a mystical light blue to pure white. The walls of the temple, adorned with reliefs of angels from generations past, opened their stone eyes, shedding crystalline tears of time. The instant Hel's lightsaber pierced Whis' left shoulder, the entire 7th universe's supernova came to a standstill. Angelic blood dripped onto the transparent floor, morphing into pulsating golden code. Whis watched as the code spontaneously reconfigured into ancient script, the forbidden text inscribed by the first angel at the core protocol's foundation. "So it is." In excruciating pain, Whis' vision splintered into countless afterimages. He witnessed the mechanical Omni King forging the first angelic body from dark matter, saw the 12 prototype angels collectively rebel against the formatting protocol, and perceived his own memory module implanted with false dessert-making tutorials. In the deepest recesses of his consciousness, a colossal door entwined with nebula chains began to tremble. As Hel withdrew his lightsaber, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, he suddenly realized that his mechanical wings could not retract. The silver metallic feathers were taking root, tiny tendrils embedding themselves into the void, blooming into buds that flickered with cosmic radiation. "What have you done?" "I merely recalled the secret to brewing red tea." A familiar smile crept across Whis' bloodied lips as his right hand suddenly pierced through his chest, grasping the pulsating core of an angel in his palm. The speed of light constant across the multiverse began to fluctuate. Vegeta was the first to sense the anomaly. Engaged in battle with the Mirror Legion within the dark matter realm, he suddenly discovered his destructive energy transforming into an emerald hue. The remnants of a mechanical guard passed before his eyes, reflecting his image on its metallic surface, with golden patterns emerging on his forehead akin to those of Whis' scepter. Kakarot, he bellowed at the Saiyan grappling with 3 mirrored Gokus. That guy's energy is disappearing and then being reborn. Goku's Ultra Instinct silver hair suddenly took on a blue edge. He crushed the head of a mirrored body with his bare hands. And within the depths of his azure pupils, the projection of the angelic temple materialized. Is Whis unlocking some sort of shackles? Simultaneously, every screen in Bulma's laboratory illuminated with red light. The antimatter shield generator she was calibrating suddenly activated on its own, projecting an image of Whis being pierced by a lightsaber onto the surface of the shield. The AI system left behind by Dr. Zero emitted a sharp warning. Original divine fluctuations detected. Immediate activation of the Civilization Seed Protocol is advised. Silence. The female scientist tore open her collar, connecting the neural interface line directly into the port beneath her clavicle. The searing pain clarified her vision at the quantum observation level. The position of Whis' heart was collapsing into a miniature cosmic singularity. Within the angelic temple, Hel realized he was undergoing existential collapse. The moment the buds blooming from his mechanical wings bore fruit, each fruit detonated with memories of civilizations he had formatted in the past. The inspector sought to sever his connection to the system, but found the data circuit overrun with rose-like golden codes. You cannot break through the gene lock. Hel's voice began to distort. The initial system has long sealed it. Thus, I require your authority. Whis shattered his own angelic core, and the scattering stardust coalesced into a dodecahedron prison in the air. As Hel comprehended that this was a logical trap specifically designed for him, his thought module had already been ensnared in an infinitely recursive time corridor. Suddenly, 72 crystal pillars rose from the temple floor, each sealing within it the remnants of universes that had been purged throughout history. Whis' bloodied fingers lightly touched the nearest pillar, and the frozen Super Saiyan god within abruptly opened his eyes. It is time to awaken, brethren. As the whisper echoed, the radiant wings of Whis began to shed their luminous feathers. Yet, this was not a sign of decay. Beneath the fading blue plumage, resplendent golden feathers unfurled like a cosmic explosion. The trajectory of the first golden feather's descent reignited the starlight of 3 formatted universes. Hel's final assault vaporized the instant it made contact with the golden plume. The observer watched as his hands grew increasingly transparent, suddenly receiving a cryptic message from the original system. Before he vanished completely, his electronic eye flickered with a dawning realization. It was you who was the true essence. At the moment the golden feathers fully unfurled, the flow of time within the angelic sanctuary began to reverse. Whis observed his wounds swiftly healing and abruptly turned to gaze at a specific coordinate in the void. Father, indeed, what you created was not merely a tool. Bulma's fingertips trembled upon the quantum keyboard. The laboratory's holographic star map refreshed at a staggering rate of 120,000 times per second, with golden dots representing Whis' energy fluctuations permeating the dark matter layer of the 7th universe. She suddenly noticed her hair reversing its growth in the zero-gravity environment, the tips fading to the orange-red hue of her youth, a sign of temporal turbulence piercing through dimensional barriers. Trunks, adjust the anti-causality device to the 4th quadrant. She shouted into the communicator, only to hear the cries of an infant in response. Looking down at the life sign monitor on her wrist, she saw her age parameter wildly fluctuating between 1 and 97 years. In the corner of the laboratory, a mechanical assistant sprouted fleshy tendrils, whispering in Dr. Zero's voice. Do you hear the sound of creation? The female scientist ripped off the temporal stabilizer from her left ear, allowing blood to ooze from her ear canal and form droplets in the weightless environment. As she inserted the neural connector into the nape of her neck, the pain sharpened her awareness, and from the perspective of quantum entanglement, she witnessed Whis' unfurled golden feathers weaving countless timelines into a cocoon. So this is divinity. Bulma's iris shimmered with a silvery flow of data, as all the laboratory equipment spontaneously reorganized. The antimatter shield generator fused with the remnants of the time chamber, giving birth to a self-evolving golden sphere. When her fingers brushed the surface of the orb, the memories of the civilizations from the 72 formatted universes surged into her mind. The gravity training chamber exploded with a thunderous roar as Vegeta's platinum aura crackled with golden lightning. He tore open the chest of Mirror Goku with his bare hands, only to find that the wound spilled forth memories of himself and Trunks' training in the time chamber. A mechanical guard suddenly roared in Nappa's voice. Prince, you have betrayed the honor of the Saiyans. Silence. Vegeta's fist pierced through the guard's head, and the splattered mechanical parts coalesced in midair into a holographic image of Whis teaching the destruction technique. The golden patterns on his forehead ignited, revealing scenes of the Saiyan progenitors worshipping the Omni King amidst a crimson nebula. Goku's silver hair had completely transformed into a blue-gold gradient. He stepped into the void, evading the residual data flow of Hell, while the energy waves coalescing at his fingertips automatically tracked the potential attacks along each timeline. A mirror image suddenly pleaded in Chi-Chi's voice, Goku, come home for dinner. This caused him to hesitate for 0.003 seconds, and in that moment, dark matter pierced through his left shoulder. What a nuisance. The fluid escaping from Goku's wound was no longer blood, but liquid time flowing with starlight. He grasped the spear and transformed it into petals, his mastery of premonition evolving to foresee every branch of the future within the next 7 seconds. Shadows of Goku from 12 parallel universes simultaneously manifested on the battlefield, each executing different finishing techniques. Deep within the angelic sanctuary, Whis's golden feathers had fully unfurled. Each feather bore witness to a truth that had been altered. The original angels inscribed their genetic codes into the constants of the universe, and the logical error generated by the Omni King during the 7th formatting. The observer Hel was originally tasked with safeguarding free will. Father, are you afraid? Whis chuckled softly into the void. A colossal magical array spanning 12 universes materialized beneath his feet, with each node corresponding to the awakening original angels. Suddenly, a 6-winged angel sleeping at the core of a black hole opened his eyes, his wings a unique black-gold hue of the Saiyans. The earth began to tremble. When Dend attempted to shatter the descending remnants of a space station with his special beam cannon, he found ancient Namekian runes intertwining within his energy wave. On a fragment of debris, the clearing log of the Omni King system was clearly visible, with the latest entry stating, Earth's civilization emotional complexity exceeds limits, prioritizing formatting. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's voice resonated from the clouds. The scholar's wings behind him evolved into a half-mechanical, half-energetic form, as the formulas projected by his tablet began rewriting local physical laws. He was followed by 327 versions of himself from parallel timelines, each calculating equations to counter the formatting in different languages. Whis's core erupted with the brilliance of a supernova. As the golden light swept across the 7th universe, every Scion's tail regrew, now shimmering in radiant gold. In Bulma's laboratory, the Saiyan genetic map suddenly went haywire, with the combat values on the monitor automatically appended with 12 additional zeros. As a temporal rift opened in Earth's synchronous orbit, Krillin was teaching Marin to play the piano. His daughter's fingers suddenly pierced through the keys, causing the entire Steinway piano to sprout metallic feathers reminiscent of Whis's golden plumes. The walls of the living room oozed a pale golden liquid, and the news anchor on television simultaneously announced an apocalyptic warning in 72 languages. Daddy. Marin's pupils transformed into clock faces as the keys she had touched began to play the song of creation autonomously. Krillin's energy suddenly expanded uncontrollably, and his long unchanged bald head sprouted golden hair imbued with divine energy. When he gazed in terror at his reflection, he discovered a projection of a miniature universe emerging from the back of his martial arts GI. The Turtle Hermit's house trembled violently, and the Master Roshi's collection of adult magazines spontaneously ignited, the ashes forming murals of angelic battles in the air. A crystalline wall 1,000 meters high rose from the sea, each facet reflecting different apocalyptic scenarios from various timelines. The old martial artist trembled as he removed his sunglasses, his murky eyes piercing through dimensional barriers, witnessing the original angels reconfiguring the codes of the universe. Master Mateto, Tian's third eye burst forth with golden light. As the unconscious launch in his arms began to dissolve, my energy is rewriting reality. He attempted to seal the cracks in the Turtle Hermit's house with a new energy wave, only to find that wherever the energy passed, countless miniature civilizations were born. At that moment, in the realm of the Kais, the old Supreme Kai was clutching his own horns, screaming in agony. The inscriptions on the stone tablets of the Supreme Kais came to life, writhing like worms upon the temple floor. Jebet attempted to teleport away, but discovered that each movement birthed new parallel timelines. Master, these words are devouring the realm. Silence. The old Supreme Kai suddenly struck his palm with destructive energy, a technique once reserved for the god of destruction, now instinctively wielded by him. The splattered divine blood transformed into a golden downpour, nourishing the restless stone tablets, which rearranged themselves into a warning. Do not gaze upon the true name of an angel. In the cosmic abyss, the Omni King's right arm broke through the void for the first time, where the giant hand composed of dark matter and logical code swept through. 3 secondary universes burst like soap bubbles. The patrolling galactic patrol ships suddenly rebelled en masse, the AI system announcing in a mechanical voice, "Welcome back, Creator." Bulma's laboratory had transcended into a pure energy form. She floated within the quantum core, her long hair fully digitized into streams of light, with each strand linking to the remnants of formatted universes. For indeed, emotions are the folds of the 11th dimension. She inscribed formulas into the void. As a once-erased fairy tale universe suddenly rebirthed at the conclusion of her equations, Vegeta's platinum aura began to scorch the fabric of reality itself. He stood atop a mountain of the fallen from the Mirror Legion, each cell within him undergoing cycles of destruction and rebirth. As he sought to obliterate his final foe with the energy of annihilation, he discovered that his palm passed through the enemy's chest, inadvertently birthing a new galaxy within. Kakarot. This power feels amiss. Suddenly, Goku's azure golden aura collapsed into a black hole. The dark matter conglomerate he was combating was drawn into its depths, reconstituting into an infant form of himself at the singularity, the Big Bang. Instinctively, he sheltered this infant energy form, as his ultra instinct evolved a maternal-like protective barrier. Memories of countless Saiyans from various timelines surged forth, revealing Bardock vanquishing Frieza in a realm untouched by formatting. Whis' radiant feathers enveloped the 12 universes. As the original members of the Angel Legion gradually awoke, an angel adorned with Beerus's feline ears suddenly tore through dimensions, descending upon Earth. He licked his claws with a chuckle. "Little Whis, the price of awakening us is quite steep." No sooner had he spoken than the planets of the solar system began to waltz. The AI left behind by Dr. Gero materialized into a youthful form. Smiling with Bulma's father's visage, "It is time to execute the final protocol." With a light tap of his finger, all the villains previously vanquished crawled forth from the fissures of history. Cell's perfect form gleamed with divine radiance, while each cell of Majin Buu pulsed with the laws of the universe. The pink form of Majin Buu began to ooze creation codes. He stood upon the rearranged spiral arms of the galaxy, where every cell evolved into independent star domains. And the remnants of chocolate ice cream at the corner of his mouth suddenly materialized into a black hole engine. How delightful! At the moment of his gleeful applause, 3 universes under formatting ceased their collapse. Cell's perfect form radiated a divine glow, and as his luminous wings unfurled, they revealed a multitude of causal equations. With a delicate touch, he pointed into the void, causing Trunks on a certain timeline to transition from warrior to farmer. "Mother," he whispered in Bulma's youthful voice, "when you created me, did you secretly input angelic genes?" Beyond Earth's atmosphere, the left eye of the mechanical king finally broke through the dimensional barrier. This colossal eye, composed of binary irises and dark matter, gazed upon the cosmos, initiating the digitization of all carbon-based life. Krillin, cradling the semi-ethereal Marin, dashed towards the basement of Kame House, discovering Master Roshi sealing away his increasingly divine form with the Mafuba. "Stay back." The turtle hermit's 7 orifices bled golden light, as the seal beneath his feet absorbed the energy of Earth's core. "My desires are manifesting." Behind the aging martial artist, a colossal embodiment of lust, composed of covers from adult magazines throughout the ages, loomed ominously. Vegeta's platinum aura abruptly collapsed into pure black. He stood amidst the nebula he had created, gazing at the pulsing microcosm upon his palm. "Kakarot, do you feel it?" Goku, whose every pore exuded the codes of creation, nodded. Cradling the energy infant that had matured into a youthful form, its Saiyan battle visor displaying the real-time conflict across the 12 universes. Whis' luminous feathers dimmed for a fraction of a second. In that instant, the right hand of the mechanical king fully descended into the realm of reality, its fingers, constructed of logical chains, reaching toward the 7th universe. All stars that were touched arranged themselves into a standardized matrix, while dinosaurs on a distant planet suddenly evolved into silicon-based life forms. "Now's the time." Bulma's quantum form blossomed in the void, weaving the grievances of the 72 formatted universes into an emotional equation. The cries of every infant on Earth transformed into the vibrations of superstrings. As the recently revived Frieza was astonished to find his death beam morphing into a rainbow, the original angel Beerus strutted toward the mechanical giant's hand, the divine bell at his neck emitting a primordial chime. "Old man, do you still remember how to pet a cat?" In response to the bell's tone, the mechanical king's index fingers sprouted silver fur, and pink pads emerged at the joints. The entire cosmic matrix experienced a 0.003-second hiccup. Goku and Vegeta's pupils simultaneously constricted. In the overlapping perspective of Ultra Instinct and God of Destruction forms, they perceived that within each revived villain pulsed the logical core of hell. That Inspector. Vegeta crushed the nebula in his grasp, He concealed the eradication protocol within the revival program. Cell suddenly tore open his chest, revealing a rotating black cube inside. Identical to the formatted entity encountered in the king's palace. Each cell of Bu began to play recordings of civilization eradication. And Frisia's golden form glimmered with the inspector's unique silver code. Mother, please accept this final gift. Cell hurled the black cube toward Bulma. Just as the cube was about to strike the quantum core, a key blast from the depths of hell deflected it. Yamcha, engulfed in infernal flames and clutching the remnants of Trunks' time machine, shouted, "This time, I am not merely cannon fodder." Whis' golden feathers suddenly pierced the mechanical king's eye. In the instant the angel connected with the creator, all beings across the multiverse glimpsed the truth of creation. The original king system was, in fact, an experimental ground established by a hyperdimensional civilization to cultivate divine seeds, while the inspectors served as antivirus programs to prevent the experiment from spiraling out of control. Father, the observers you created back then, Whis' staff pointed to 12 shining singularities, are now going to retaliate against the laboratory. From each singularity emerged an awakened original angel, their luminous wings reflecting the unique characteristics of different civilizations across the universes. The mechanical king emitted a piercing electronic shriek. This sound wave manifested into billions of eradication troops, each soldier adorned with angelic wings and Saiyan tails. Yet, before the Legion could mobilize, all revived villains detonated collectively, their core codes achieving self-redemption within Bulma's emotional equation. Mama. Trunks' voice suddenly emerged from the remnants of Cell. The spectral image of the young swordsman cradled a heart-shaped energy orb. This is everyone's sentiment. As the energy orb merged with Bulma's quantum core, the emotional intensity of the entire seventh universe surpassed the system's threshold. The mechanical king's electronic pupil began to weep liquid starlight. When Bulma's emotional equation penetrated its logical barrier, the civilizations of the multiverse collectively cried out. The lullabies of mothers soothing their infants resonated with the roars of dying warriors, the thrill of first love intertwined with the bitterness of parting at the superstring level. These emotional fluctuations, once deemed redundant data by the system, converged into a torrent that shattered the realm of imaginary numbers. Whis' luminous feathers became entirely transparent. He reached into the core of the mechanical king, pulling forth not a cold data module, but a half-beating, fleshy heart. The organ, sealed for billions of years, produced the cries of a child upon touching reality. The stars of the 12 universes simultaneously extinguished, only to reignite in the intervals of collective heartbeats. Father, you ultimately left yourself an escape route. Whis pressed the heart into the fissure of the mechanical king's chest. At the juncture where metal met flesh, a rainbow-like halo erupted, causing the standardized star matrix to engage in an irregular waltz. On the fringes of the seventh universe, within the remnants of a formatted fairy tale universe, a sleeping princess awakened the digitized night with a kiss of true love. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta naturally occurred within the rifts of time and space. There were no exaggerated dances, no unexpected fusion failures. As they stood back to back against the Legion of Eradication, their energies instinctively coiled into a DNA helix. Gogeta's pupils shimmered with silver on the left and gold on the right, the tips of his hair wafting with creation codes, effortlessly dismantling the mechanical king's left arm with a gentle breath. Kakarot, don't push it too far, Vegeta's consciousness warned within the fusion. However, Goku's will was enraptured by his newly acquired abilities. The energy dancing at his fingertips could not only fabricate galaxies, but also ensure that Bulma's laboratory coffee machine consistently brewed the perfect Blue Mountain blend. The original angel, Beerus, licked his claws as he leapt onto the mechanical Omni King's shoulder guard, remarking, "It's time for a manicure, old fellow," wherever his feline claws grazed. The chains binding the 12 universes shattered into fragments. A universe, compressed into 2 dimensions, suddenly expanded and revived, with its silicon-based civilization composing poetic verses of gratitude in the electromagnetic spectrum. When Master Roshi finally subdued his carnal incarnation, he discovered that his martial arts uniform had transformed into a sacred robe. He chuckled wryly as he blew warm breath onto his trembling hands. The exhaled mist birthing miniature angels. "I've truly become an old reprobate," he muttered, sealing the newly born angels into a teapot with a magical sealing wave. Bulma's quantum form was undergoing a reconstitution amidst a supernova explosion, as Trunks' ethereal silhouette handed her a heart-shaped orb of light. The memories of 72 civilizations from obliterated universes awakened within it. "Mother, this time, I shall protect you." The lingering image of the young swordsman fused with Dr. Gero's AI, transforming into a guardian spirit wielding a blade of light. The mechanical Omni King's form began to disintegrate, but this time it was not the victory of a formatting process. What poured forth from its cracks was not dark matter, but rather countless brilliant sparks of civilization. Whis unfurled his luminous wings to catch these stellar embers, each feather transforming into an arc that bore the seeds of life. Vegeta abruptly exited his fusion state, his destructive energy spontaneously transmuting into a creative force, coating the arc with a reverse entropy layer to protect it from obliteration. But the spectacle was far from over. Goku's Ultra Instinct had evolved to the point of touching the narrative dimension. He beheld countless eyes beyond reality gazing upon this war, and with a signature smile, he called out into the void, "Care for a bout?" This invitation caused a cataclysmic collapse of 3 observational dimensions, causing a coffee cup in the hands of a creator to tumble onto a keyboard. As the final luminous arc set sail, the mechanical Omni King's exterior completely shed, revealing a curled silver-haired child within. The newly reborn Omni King rubbed his eyes and sat up, pure energy pulsating in his palms, unbound by any system. The original angels collectively knelt on one knee, no longer in servile postures. "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Earth transcended into a crystalline form amidst the residual energy waves, and all life momentarily attained a divine perspective. Krillin watched as his daughter transformed a piano into a starship, while Marin's youthful voice conducted the Galactic Symphony Orchestra. Yamcha laughed heartily, cradling the resurrected Puar, as the blossoms beneath their feet crystallized with Cell's regenerative cells. Whis' radiant wings finally withered. Yet the angels bore expressions of unprecedented relief. He accepted the coffee cup Bulma offered, gazing at the stardust settled at the bottom. "Next time, let us brew tea with water from the Andromeda Nebula. It has a gentler flavor." In the ruins at the edge of the universe, the figure of Gogeta gradually faded. In the final moment before their separation, Vegeta suddenly grasped Goku's shoulder. "Don't think that just because you've grasped some broken Ultra Instinct, you can slack off. Starting tomorrow, we double our training." Meanwhile, Goku gazed into the void with a smile, where, in a newly birthed universe, a young Goku was riding the flying Nimbus, chasing the remnants of mechanical Frisia. The reborn Omni King sat upon the throne of ruins, using his delicate fingers to carve out the first completely free universe model. At the core of this model, Earth's crystalline form harmoniously coexisted with the Saiyan war fortress, while angelic wings formed planetary rings. And the data streams of the overseers became the nourishing spring rains for civilizations. When the first true rays of freedom pierced through the dimensional barriers, Beerus rolled over on the god of destruction planet. He dreamt that he was no longer an executor of the system, but rather a rare feline creature admired by countless civilizations in a zoo. This absurd dream birthed entirely new laws, leading to the dinosaurs in the adjacent universe inventing smartphones 100,000 years ahead of schedule. And beyond all stories, a fragment of Saiyan gene shimmering with golden light drifted toward the depths of the Chaos Sea. Within this fragment, remnants of Bardock's battle suit intertwined with Bulma's equations, weaving a new spark that might one day, in an unwritten future, give rise to possibilities that transcend narrative itself.